There exists a group of individuals, armed with dark blades and endowed with arcane skills, born to traverse the ancient tombs of the world. There exists a group of individuals ceaselessly battling and shedding blood, sacrificing themselves to protect the nation's treasures. They shield the darkest corners of this world from the gaze of countless souls. They bequeath the most unparalleled glory of this nation to future generations. They share a common name, Qilin. Yet, I prefer to endearingly refer to them as the guardians of Huaxia. Chapter 1. The Two Malevolent Tombs. During the Republic of China era, countless eerie and ominous tombs were unearthed. One such tomb was the bloodthirsty female corpse tomb. At that time, a missionary named Smith was constructing a church in Tianjin when he inadvertently unearthed a large red coffin. A wise man sternly warned, "Dig 3 more feet, and a life will surely be lost." Smith, displeased, retorted, "What of it if I dig 4 feet?" The wise man scoffed and departed. As fate would have it, 3 feet deeper, he indeed uncovered a chilling, small red coffin. The most terrifying aspect was that thereafter, each passing day saw the disappearance of a laborer, and with each day, the small coffin would ominously exude blood. That very night, the 2 coffins were haunted by the sounds of scratching nails. Then came the piercing and prolonged screams. It is said that this wailing echoed throughout half of Tianjin. In the aftermath, the wise man elucidated that this was a rare mother-child linked coffin, containing the remains of a maidservant who, while pregnant, was vivisected by the lady of the house. They were interred here, one large and one small, condemned to eternal unrest, a tragic end to a contest for favor. A few days ago, this maid's beautiful zombie lured laborers to drain their essence, nourishing the malevolent fetus within a small coffin. Should this nefarious entity come into existence, it would undoubtedly precipitate a great calamity. Upon concluding his remarks, the sage publicly pried open 2 coffins. Indeed, within the larger coffin lay a remarkably lifelike female corpse, pale and exquisite, while the smaller coffin contained an infant covered in dark hair. Both corpses, preserved for a millennium, extended blood-red nails and bared their ghastly white fangs, exuding a chilling countenance. Yet they had long been secured with iron nails. The patriarch, eager to offer a reward, was met with the sage's mere smile as he pointed to the bracelet on the female corpse's wrist, declaring, "This pair of dragon and phoenix WHI jade lotus bracelets now belongs to me." Secondly, there was the centipede tomb of Lianzi Village. In a place known as Lianzi Village, renowned for its delectable pickled vegetables, every household displayed a jar of pick, less at their doorstep. However, herein lies the horror. On a certain rainy day, as the sage passed by, he caught a whiff from one of the jars, and his countenance changed dramatically. He inquired of the villagers, "Have you recently noticed an increase in urination, a decrease in defecation, or even a complete cessation of bowel movements?" The villagers, believing they had encountered a living deity, candidly confessed, "Not only that, but several of our women have also become pregnant." The sage, his eyes widening in alarm, commanded, "Smash all the jars. Relocate the entire village across the river. There remains a thread of hope." With that, he forcefully uncovered the pickle jars, revealing several centipedes glistening with a greenish hue crawling out from the pickled vegetable roots. These centipedes, with their myriad limbs, were truly terrifying. In a few households burdened by their expanding girths, the men, women, and children had been reduced to mere skins. And when the adept arrived, the scene before him was one where several human skins were teeming with centipede eggs, resembling caviar. With a sigh, the adept first guided the majority of his companions across the river. Then, armed with a single blade, he ventured alone into the centipede nest amidst the gentle patter of rain. It was only after the incident that the villagers learned of a rare centipede tomb beneath Lianzi Village, which housed a palace Taoist who had sought immortality in vain, along with the venomous centipedes he had nurtured in his alchemical furnace. Had the adept arrived even one day later, the villagers would have found themselves filled with centipede eggs, transformed into mere walking corpses. Once the rain ceased, the adept departed, having taken with him a clay bowl from the Taoist coffin. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude. They were struck with the realization. "You traveled great distances for this bowl, deemed too filthy even for feeding dogs?" The adept smiled and replied, "This is no ordinary bowl. It is a secret recipe from the imperial kiln, a blue and white ochre bowl." Both of these extraordinary events are indeed true. The adept is known as Lao Jiang, a member of a mysterious treasure-hunting organization called Qilin. What I can affirm is that every member of Qilin is a rare expert among thousands. In times of peace, Qilin serves as a guardian beast of the nation. However, in times of turmoil, Qilin reveals its fangs. Whether it be foreign smugglers of national treasures or notorious tomb raiders, once they encounter Qilin, their lives will be dominated by nightmares. Hence, within the tomb raiding circles, a saying emerged: better to provoke the little ghosts of Yama than to cross paths with a black-bladed Qilin. You may wonder how I possess such knowledge. The truth is, I was once a member of the esteemed Qilin, and I had the privilege of being mentored by my first master, Zhang Donghu. As we safeguarded the national treasures for the better part of my life. My name is Li Jinglan. At the age of 20, I was accepted into the Yanqing Institute of Historical Research, where the dean proclaimed that the field of archaeology was in dire need of revival, and it was our generation that would be nurtured as its successors. In my first year, I studied archaeological excavation. The second year, I engaged in live-fire shooting, and in the third year, I underwent a test of courage. This so-called test involved being blindfolded with a black cloth, then transported by truck to an isolated wilderness, where we were one by one cast into an ancient tomb. Each student was provided with but a knife, a flashlight, and a pistol containing only 6 bullets. It was gruesome to imagine that a person could be dragged into the darkness beyond the stone door, crushed to death by an incomprehensible force. I could hardly fathom what kind of power it would take to pulverize bones and pull someone through a gap only 40 centimeters wide. I was equally bewildered by the multitude of tentacles lurking behind that door. What malevolent entity could they belong to? As mere fledgling students, why were we subjected to such perilous trials? All I could see were the horrifying bloodstains illuminated by my flashlight. Some classmates cried out in terror. Others drew their weapons to fire aimlessly, while still others attempted to flee. Yet I found myself compelled to concentrate with utmost intensity, pondering the era to which this tomb belonged, the identity of the guardian beast that might possess those tentacles, its weaknesses, and whether the meager tools at my disposal could be of any use. The tomb boasted an intricately carved golden cap, which suggested it was from the Jin dynasty. The tentacles bear a striking resemblance to the legendary thousand-handed Rakshasa chronicled in the folklore of the Jin dynasty. This plant possesses the ability to ensnare and slay all living beings, its sole weakness being an aversion to light. As I gazed upon the scattered flashlights strewn across the ground, a cunning plan materialized in my mind. In the end of the 15 students, 1 perished while 13 managed to flee. I alone engaged in a fierce struggle against the thousand-handed Rakshasa until I emerged, battered and bruised, from the ancient tomb. Upon my exit, I was met by a squad of armed archaeological experts poised for rescue. It was then that I learned the truth. The tomb 1102, though a test, had been thoroughly cleared of all dangers during its initial excavation, rendering it an arena for assessing new students. The thousand-handed Rakshasa we encountered had only just awakened. Thus, what began as a mere exercise in bravery swiftly escalated to a challenge of hellish proportions. At that moment, I was oblivious to the true meaning of these words in retrospect. They embodied both my lifelong honor and my eternal nightmare. The following day, indeed, a cheerful elderly gentleman arrived at the foot of the academy building. He drove a Ford, his chin adorned with sparse stubble, and held a Harbin cigarette between his fingers. "Are you Li Jinglan?" Upon my nod, he took a leisurely drag from a cigarette. "I have heard you are the sole survivor of Tomb 1102. You now face 2 paths. First, you may turn and ascend the stairs, erasing all memories of yesterday. In exchange, upon your graduation, Dean Kai will secure you a teaching position, allowing you to live a life of quietude. Secondly, by joining us, you shall witness the truly enigmatic side of this world. You will encounter perilous ancient tombs and terrifying monsters, with death looming ever closer at every moment. Of course, you will also have the opportunity to behold national treasures that you have never seen in your lifetime." With that, he opened the car door, signaling me to make my own decision. "May I ask a question?" I ventured timidly. "Who exactly are you?" The old man hesitated for a few seconds before breaking into a smile, revealing a peculiar, deep black dagger hilt at his waist. Have you ever heard of the Qilin? Chapter 2. The Black Blade Qilin. Qilin. At the mere mention of this term, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even if he claimed to be a Japanese spy, I would have believed him, but he was actually from a most mysterious organization in existence, the Qilin. Within our circle of students, there's always been a rumor. Why has this land of Huaxia, despite enduring a millennium of warfare, managed to preserve countless national treasures unscathed? It is because there exists a group of enigmatic individuals who silently safeguard them. Any one of these mysterious guardians, if placed in the outside world, would be formidable masters, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, or seeking dragons and locating GRAVs. Yet they have all chosen to remain hidden in the shadows, transforming into the protectors of the nation, the Qilin. In this organization, ordinary members are referred to as Silver Qilin, elite members are called Golden Qilin, and the distinguished few at the pinnacle, who carry the Black Bladia, as a symbol of honor, are known as the Black Blade Qilin. Reflecting on this, I pinched my thigh once more with fervor. The relentless pangs of my still healing wound convinced me that this was no mere dream. The mythical Qilin truly exists, and a man before me. I timidly cast another glance at the dark blade sheathed at his waist, its obsidian hue seemingly absorbing all light, rendering the metal's composition indiscernible. "Are you the Black Blade Qilin?" I stammered, my voice faltering. The car glided slowly down East Street, and the elderly man pressed a button, causing the curtains on the windows to draw closed automatically. Clearly, he wished to obscure my view of our surroundings and the destination we were heading towards. I had long since grown accustomed to such secrecy. As archaeology students, we adhered to local confidentiality requirements during tomb excavations, and this organization, which Arat, shrouded in mystery, was no exception. Yet, why had they chosen me? Pondering this question brought me no clarity, so I opted to close my eyes and rest. The elderly man seemed to be quite the chatterbox, insisting I call him Old Jiang. He recounted his early days in the field, when he had been even more anxious than I, hands trembling as he clutched his dagger, too fearful to plunge it into a zombie's abdomen, ulting in numerous, amusing blunders. Eventually, after witnessing enough blood, one no longer fears it, Old Jiang remarked, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. "So, for you to have single-handedly dealt with a thousand-handed Rakshasa in 1102 is quite commendable. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the reasons for my inclusion in Qilin were far more complex than presented. Under my persistent inquiries, Old Jiang finally revealed that Qilin comprises a total of 108 members, and new recruits are only selected under extraordinary circumstances that I would like to inquire about what special circumstances might arise." Old Jiang suddenly slammed on the brakes, fell into a prolonged silence, and then lit a cigarette, stating, "Half a year ago, my disciple perished due to my negligence. I underestimated the level of that tomb, which ultimately led to him being torn apart by the golden-haired hound hidden within. To this day, I cannot forget the last look he cast before his demise, whether it was one of reproach for my failure to save him or an overwhelming regret for having joined the Qilin. The Qilin always consists of 108 members, and you have taken his place henceforth. You shall be my disciple." The smoke encircled Old Jiang's face, revealing an indescribable expression. After that, we exchanged no further words. The sedan glided through the day and night, and I, in a deep slumber, was awakened by Old Jiang's call. Upon disembarking, the sunlight pierced my eyes, revealing a small, four-story building of deep black hue. This edifice bore no signs or departmental names, standing like a solitary tombstone amidst the vast wilderness. With boundless curiosity, I followed Old Jiang inside. The entrance of the black building led to a lengthy corridor, where individuals clad in black Zhongshan suits stood guard at both ends. The moment I stepped into the interior, my jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable building would be entirely transformed within? It boasted not only an elevator, but also an automated underground parking garage, with the air filled with the incessant sounds of telegraphic signals. Old Jiang informed me that the first floor houses the intelligence department, akin to the ears of the Qilin. Whenever a significant ancient tomb emerges across the nation, it is promptly placed on the Chilean's desk. The intelligence personnel swiftly assess the peril level of these tombs, categorizing them into grades A, B, C, or D, in order to determine which tier of Chilean members should be dispatched. Naturally, there also exist the level tombs, where danger abounds, often leading to a near-certain demise, necessitating the involvement of the Black Blade Chilean. Following the direction indicated by Old Jiang, I indeed observed several individuals, some donning headsets while dispatching telegraphs, others translating Morse code, and among Tish. M was a young girl with twin ponytails. Old Jiang guided me up the escalator, explaining that the second floor serves as the archives, representing the brain of the Chilean. The collection housed within consists almost entirely of unique volumes, containing vast knowledge of ancient tombs, dragon-seeking manuals, and confidential files regarding the peculiar incidents the Chilean has dealt with over the years. The third floor is where the Chilean members reside, yet Old Jiang did not take me to the fourth floor, stating that it holds the organization's secrets, inaccessible to newcomers like me myself. Subsequently, Old Jiang provided me with a set of clean clothes and arranged a small dormitory for me, encouraging me to acclimate to the environment before departing. Strangely, throughout this entire time, he never disclosed to me the purpose of my presence here. Everyone within the building appeared engrossed in their own tasks, leaving me feeling like a mere specter. I inquired about Old Jiang's whereabouts to anyone I encountered, yet no one seemed inclined to respond. Days turned into a languid passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For an entire week, Lao Jiang had not made another appearance. I was overwhelmed with restlessness, so I decided to immerse myself in the archives on the second floor, tirelessly poring over the so-called confidential documents that Lao Jiang had mentioned. Fortunately, the elderly custodian of the archives seemed to recognize that I was brought by Lao Jiang. He did not hinder me, but merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction before returning to his newspaper. In my exploration of these confidential files, I stumbled upon a staggering revelation. In 1921, a torrential downpour in the Highland River led to the stranding of a 10-meter-long dragon-like creature along the riverbank, discovered by local fishermen. The Chilean organization promptly sealed off the area and released the creature, subsequently tracing its escape route to uncover a North Sea dragon pearl. In 1925, an unnamed ancient tomb was unearthed in Yinzhou, and the archaeological team, unaware of the peril, inadvertently unleashed a horde of copper-armored corpses from Sichuan, Bana, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team. Fortunately, the Chilean arrived in time, sealing 9 Earth eyes to dissipate the malevolent energy of the corpses. In 1930, the notorious thief Anthony publicly murdered a guardian of the tomb, plundering the Qing dynasty royal mausoleum and attempting to smuggle treasures abroad. Strangely, the following day, Anthony was found at home, his heart mysteriously removed, with only a black Chilean painted on the wall, while all the treasures were safely deposited in the Beijing Museum. Such incidents, and many more, were astonishingly orchestrated by the Chilean. Among them were several grand tombs, and to my astonishment, I discovered that Lao Jiang had personally led expeditions to some of them, as his name, Jiang Donghu, appeared in the lower right corner of the documents. In the blink of an eye, I have been confined in this dark building for 2 weeks. During this time, I have yet to see Old Jiang. My days have merely consisted of eating, sleeping, and perusing documents. The vast collection of books in Chilean has truly upended my worldview. Many notions I once held in skepticism were rendered insignificant when confronted with tangible examples. It dawned upon me how inconsequential I am in the grand scheme of this world. Moreover, the rare tomes on dragon-seeking and grave-digging techniques have left me feeling that my 3 years at the Archaeology Academy were in vain in comparison to these formidable texts. My own education feels like but a drop in the ocean. Thus, I muddled through an entire month in a daze. One evening, while I was under the dim light of the archive room, scrutinizing a confidential document regarding the excavation of Princess Zinping's tomb with a magnifying glass, a sinister face loomed close to my ear. "Who permitted you to examine these?" It was Old Jiang speaking. "I couldn't find you," and the others ignored me. However, Old Jiang did not delve deeper into my explanation. Instead, he instructed me to hastily gather a few changes of clothes and accompany him to a certain location. Finally, Is there something to be done? Quickly tell me. What task are we to undertake? I hurriedly rummaged through my small room, grabbing a few items, and scampered down the stairs after him. Heaven knows how elated I felt after being cooped up for so long. I was positively buoyant, akin to a lark perched on a branch. Kid, do not rejoice too soon. Old Jiang regarded me with a knowing smile, and then produced a crumpled piece of letter from his pocket, shaking it open for my perusal. The letter bore no indication of its destination or purpose, merely a single line that read, "Xiaoshui village is cursed." The handwriting was hasty and illegible, as if penned in a state of utmost urgency. However, the annotations on the reverse side of the stationery from the intelligence officer sent chills down my spine, making my vision blur and nearly causing me to collapse. It was a gigantic blood-red S.
Chapter 3. The Calamity of Xiaoshui Village. I am but a novice, yet I find myself tasked with executing an S-rank mission. How could this be? It is worth noting that I barely managed to defeat the C-rank Chenshou Luosha with great effort. Am I not inviting peril upon myself? With this thought in mind, I stood there in a state of inertia. To be candid, did you not have many apprentices before, only for them to meet their demise under your guidance? Old Jiang remained unperturbed and merely glanced at the Swiss watch adorning his wrist. Time is of the essence. I shall explain further on the way. Thus, I was ushered onto the train by old Jiang, perhaps subconsciously reassured that this ever-smiling old man would not lead me astray. Our destination was Xiaoshui Village, a secluded hamlet nestled within the mountains of western Fujian. However, ever since that exceedingly bizarre incident occurred, tranquility had eluded this village. After speaking, old Jiang produced a stack of documents from his bag and urged me to read them and share my thoughts. It became evident that he was fully aware of my clandestine perusal of files within the dark building, and his intention was to assess my capacity for learning. In the realm of Qilin, there is no room for the inept. The steam train emitted a mournful whistle, prompting me to swiftly delve into the unfolding narrative of events to trace back a month. The villagers of Xiaoshui were engaged in agricultural toil when suddenly, the sky darkened, and a torrential downpour commenced. While the region is known for its rainy season, this deluge showed no signs of abating, persisting for 7 consecutive days and nights, ultimately triggering a catastrophic mudslide from the rear mountain. Strangely, the mudslide cascaded down in torrents, not in the customary earthy hue, but in a shocking crimson. From a distance, it appeared as if a line of blood and tears had been drawn. The fields lay transformed into a pool of crimson, while the villagers, beseeching the heavens and the earth to no avail, sought refuge indoors, prioritizing their safety. Yet, before they could escape, a flash of lightning streaked across the rain-soaked sky, shattering the stones on the hillside. Following this, a dark rectangular object tumbled down the red mudslide. A few intrepid villagers, armed with hoes, stealthily approached, only to discover an ominous black coffin. They cried out in dismay, yet that coffin, akin to Pandora's box, emanated an irresistible allure that compelled them to pry it open. Ultimately, under the village chief's consent, they banded together to force it open. To their astonishment, instead of a corpse, they found only heavy copper coins and a collection of jewelry. Xiaoshui Village, notorious for its poverty in western Fujian, where families rarely tasted meat in a year, resolved to take a risk and sell the coins and ornaments. From the artifact dealers, they learned that these coins were known as Kaiyuan Tongbao, a single string of which could be exchanged for 10 shiny silver dollars. The village chief deemed this torrential rain a timely blessing, interpreting the coffin as a divine gift for Xiaoshui Village, bestowing upon them the fortune of newfound wealth. Thus, despite the blood-red waters continuing to flow, the villagers did not flee. Instead, they gathered with small stools by the water's edge, eagerly awaiting the arrival of another coffin. Sure enough, within days, another coffin descended, this time containing even more valuable treasures, including gold ingots alongside the copper coins. Then came the third coffin. This is the intelligence gathered post-event by the informant of Qilin. This informant was unaware of the contents of the third coffin, only knowing that after its emergence, Xiaoshui Village was utterly cut off from the outside world. The antiquities dealer, witnessing the stagnation of his business, anxiously ventured into the mountains in search of answers, only to behold an exceedingly bizarre scene. The entire Xiaoshui Village, comprising over 50 households, lay desolate, They had not merely relocated in secret, for some hearths still radiated warmth. Personal treasures remained locked within cabinets, and garments hung outside to dry. Yet, every inhabitant, along with the livestock, including piglets and poultry, had vanished without a trace. The antiquities dealer, well acquainted with the numerous taboos of his trade, sensed that something dreadful had transpired and dared not linger, hastily fleeing down the mountain on horseback. Upon reaching the forest, he unexpectedly encountered a deranged individual. This person, drooling and with a vacant stare, bore an uncanny resemblance to Kong Urgu, the son of the village chief with whom he had previously traded Kayuan Tongbao. The antiquities dealer yearned to inquire about the events that had transpired in Shoshue village and the whereabouts of its residents. However, Kong Urgu, already rendered senseless by fear, intermittently shrieked in terror. "There are ghosts, pale-faced ghosts. They are coming to seize me." This incident swiftly spread, and Chilin's informant concluded that a rare malevolent tomb lay in the vicinity of Shoshue village, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire village, clearly a harbinger of ill fortune, thus prompting an urgent report. Noticing my furrowed brow, old Jiang inquired with a smile if I had discerned something. I could only shake my head, for the clues within this intelligence were woefully scant. It is well known that the field of archaeology emphasizes careful observation, inquiry, and discernment. I cannot discern the geomantic dragon veins of that mountain, nor do I possess photographs of the coffin, and I am entirely ignorant of the specific characteristics of the so-called white-faced ghost. How, then, can one analyze the situation? It is indeed peculiar that the one with the Qilin eyes was so frightened that he lacked the courage to approach Shoshue village. Yet, upon noticing a flicker of disappointment in old Zhang's brow, an indomitable spirit surged within me, prompting me to exclaim, "Though I cannot provide you with an answer, I can venture a guess. The presence of Kayuan Tongbao within the coffin suggests that this tomb dates back to the Tang dynasty. During that era, Western Fujian was a desolate land, leading me to surmise that the tomb's occupant was a minister who had been exiled. At that time, torrential rains flooded the ancient tomb, and a bolt of lightning struck, fortuitously breaking the seal within the tomb, allowing a deluge of blood to escape. According to the Yunai Nanjing, blood tombs and blood corpses are known to confuse mortals, nurturing their essence and capable of harming the flesh. Thus, I suspect this tomb may have acquired sentience. The first two coffins were likely bait, exploiting the villagers' greed, while the third coffin harbors the true horror, which is the white-faced being seen by Kong Urgu. At this point, I paused. But what exactly is that white-faced entity? I have nearly exhausted the archives in my search, and I would surely remember if I encountered a similar case. I even suspect that even the Qilin is unaware of what it truly is. Only the unknown inspires the greatest fear. Hence, they elevated this seemingly simple missing person case to an S-level incident, sparing no effort in dispatching you, the black-bladed Qilin. What greeted me was the applause of old Jiang, who remarked that he had almost underestimated me, as I was far more intelligent than he had anticipated. For those venturing into the grave, possessing extraordinary skills is undoubtedly vital. Yet, at times, it is one's cleverness that can be life-saving. However, there is one aspect you have misjudged. This time, not only have I been dispatched, but a member of the Black Blade Qilin will also converge with us in Shoshue village. Do not fear for your life too much. Simply listen to our words and observe our actions along the way. Old Jiang chuckled. My cheeks twitched involuntarily. The presence of two members from the Black Blade Qilin suggested that the situation was graver than I had imagined. Chapter 4. Kong Urgu paints ghosts. The train ultimately arrived at Ninghua County. The first thing old Jiang did upon disembarking was to purchase a golden-spotted tortoiseshell cat at the market. I inquired about the purpose of this purchase, to which he replied that it was for my protection, though he hoped it wouldn't be necessary. With that, he tossed the kitten into my arms. With over 10 kilometers still to Shoshue village, we intended to hire a horse cart. However, upon hearing our destination, the several drivers, who had previously bickered over business, suddenly fell silent, their faces betraying sheer terror. My wife is about to give birth too. Several drivers hastily prepared to leave, but old Jiang firmly restrained one of them, asking, "Do you all share the same wife? Can't even concoct a decent lie?" With a surge of inner strength in his fingertips, he grasped the driver, who cried out in distress, eventually explaining with a pained expression, "Brother, It's not that I don't want to take you. It's south, just that place is haunted. Recently, several groups of outsiders have come to our county, all expressly wanting to go there, but 2 groups have set out before us, and none have returned. How do you know that the mountains consume people? A glimmer of amusement danced in old Zhang's eyes. The driver spoke with unwavering conviction. If they don't devour humans, how could they expel so many arms? I advise you to steer clear of this ill fate. Afterward, no matter how we pressed him, the driver was unwilling to divulge even a single word, clearly still enshrouded in fear. Old Jiang and I exchanged a discreet glance, ultimately deciding to pay double for his carriage and venture to Shoshui village ourselves. As we journeyed, Old Jiang inquired about the intelligence I had gleaned from the driver. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "The news of an ancient tomb hidden in Shoshui village is likely no longer a secret. It must have leaked. Those groups of outsiders must be grave robbers. However, it is not too late for us to go. They appear to have suffered significant losses." Old Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Thus, after several hours of travel, we finally beheld 2 towering mountains, resembling 2 divine hands lifting Shoshui village nestled between them. It was a splendid feng shui formation, one that could have produced top scholars in ancient times. Yet now, while the mountains and village remained, the essence had entirely transformed. The trees below the mountains flourished vibrantly, while those above were nearly entirely withered, as if some monstrous entity resided atop the peaks, draining the surrounding nutrients. The summits were shrouded in ominous clouds. Despite having just experienced a light rain, an almost imperceptible scent of blood lingered in the air. Once a land capable of yielding prodigious talents, it had now devolved into a graveyard for the dead. "Let us go," Old Jiang commanded, and we promptly ascended the mountain. We did not wander aimlessly. Rather, we followed the pungent scent of blood, which soon led us to a small cave nestled halfway up the hill. The cave seemed to resemble the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, devouring the surrounding sunlight. Even when I produced my flashlight to illuminate the interior, I could discern nothing, which instilled a profound sense of dread within me. To make matters worse, a series of guttural, cackling laughs echoed from within the cave. The laughter sounded as if it were deliberately forced from the throat, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, a sound that sent shivers cascading down my spine. What was I to do? I cast a pleading glance towards Old Jiang, who merely gestured toward the cave, urging me to enter first. Inside the cave lay scattered broken bricks, remnants of what once was a dwelling for mountain patrollers. It had been abandoned since the massacre of Shoshui village. As I pondered this, I was suddenly jolted by a sight before me. The walls of the cave were grotesquely adorned with an array of red faces, painted in blood, some smiling, others weeping, and some with mouths agape in silent screams. The depictions were strikingly abstract, akin to the handiwork of a mere 3-year-old. Yet, inexplicably, an overwhelming terror gripped me, as if these faces had come to life, transforming into the restless souls of Shoshui village, surrounding me and crying out for help. "Save us! Save us!" At that moment, the cackling laughter erupted once more. I took a deep breath and, flashlight in hand, began to scan my surroundings, when suddenly a ghastly pale face materialized before me. It was a man crawling on all fours, appearing as gray and desolate as a lizard. He gazed at me with a fixed smile, his pearly white teeth glinting as he asked, "Are you looking for me?" At that moment, I felt as though my very soul was about to escape from me, nearly losing 2 of my 3 spirits. Fortunately, Lao Jiang was right behind me, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling. It was only later that I discovered this man was Kong Ergo, the sole survivor and son of the village chief from Shoshui village. The scars marring his face and the ropes binding his legs suggested he had endured a brutal interrogation at the hands of grave robbers who had ventured into the mountains. However, I surmised that the band of tomb raiders had wasted their efforts, for this man seemed utterly daft. It wasn't until Lao Jiang retrieved a small white pill from his pocket and instructed me to administer it to Kong Ergo that the latter ceased his foolish laughter. The pill appeared to possess remarkable calming properties, albeit for a fleeting duration. As Lao Jiang's questioning accelerated, he first pointed to the wall and inquired, "Did you draw these faces?" Kong Ergo stammered. "Where have all the villagers of Shoshui gone? Why are you the only one here?" "They are dead," My father, Aunt San, Xiaohua all dead. So much blood. The white face mustn't come for me, he replied, as a look of sheer terror crossed his features. He crawled into a corner of the cave in an attempt to hide, but Lao Jiang pulled him out once more. Finally, Lao Jiang posed the last question. You have seen the white face, Haven Tiyu? Tell me what it looks like. No, I don't know. I don't know. Kong Ergo replied, panic rising in his voice. Perhaps the final question was too provocative, for he erupted into his maniacal laughter again. And even after administering another pill, it proved futile. What shall we do? I asked. It appears that only the final method remains viable. Old Jiang sighed, urging me to restrain Kong Ergu at all costs. The subsequent event deepened the enigma surrounding the dark blade Qilin in my mind, for old Jiang astonishingly produced 2 silver needles from his wallet, finer than cow hair and approximately the length of a middle finger. With remarkable swiftness, he plunged the needles into the nape of Kong Ergu's neck. Meanwhile, old Jiang's fingers gently twisted the needle ends, wisps of white smoke faintly rising between his fingers, his complexion shifting between crimson and azure, reminiscent of a martial arts novel where internal energy is channeled. In that instant, the dazed eyes of Kong Ergu regained their luster. Old Jiang unfurled a sheet of white paper in front of Kong Ergu, brandishing a fountain pen, and urged, "Quick, illustrate the pale face you have seen." This technique was indeed remarkable, as Kong Ergu complied with old Jiang's command. However, instead of using the pen, he bit his fingertip, drawing grotesque faces against the wall with his own blood. As he sketched, he chuckled, "Pale face, hee-hee, pale face." At that moment, time seemed to stretch interminably. It was only when Kong Ergu collapsed with a thud that old Jiang released the silver needles, gasping for breath. As I picked up the blood-stained drawing, still fresh with the scent of iron, I felt as though I had been cast into a frozen abyss of midwinter. Was Kong Ergu attempting to depict a ghost? The pristine white paper bore the outline of a triangular conical face. Strangely, although it lacked eyes, I could not shake the sensation that it was adorned with countless vengeful eyes, as if they were piercing into my very soul. I hastily called for old Jiang to come and see. His complexion was equally grim. He mentioned that he needed to rest outside the cave to regain his strength. I inquired, "Is that thing truly formidable?" Old Jiang nodded gravely and then produced a finely crafted silver revolver, firing a burst of crimson cold flame into the sky. This must be the legendary signal flare. We needed to urge Fourth Sister to hurry and join us. Otherwise, we would both meet our demise in this wretched place. Old Jiang cursed vehemently as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. Chapter 5. The blood river of corpses. Amidst old Jiang's curses, I learned that the pale-faced creature was, in fact, a rare blood fiend that appeared once every century. Freshly emerged from its coffin, the blood fiend resembled a flayed corpse, drenched in blood, capable only of rudimentary attacks and hunting actions, which were not particularly terrifying. However, as it consumed more blood, it would gradually develop new skin and facial features. At that point, its power would increase exponentially. Thus, the blood fiend initially concealed itself, exploiting the villagers of Shoshue's greed to trick them into prying open the coffin, slowly draining the blood of the entire village to augment its strength. Now, having grown skin and a mouth, it was only a matter of time before its nose and eyes fully formed, bringing it perilously close to becoming a corpse king. I inquired of old Jiang whether Fourth Sister was another Black Blade Qilin. He affirmed, "Indeed, Fourth Sister's sword is the bane of this creature. As long as she arrives, we shall have a 90% chance of success." Just as old Jiang and I were conversing, a fierce meowing suddenly echoed from within the cave. The sound was menacing, as if issuing a warning to an adversary, and I immediately recalled the golden-spotted tortoiseshell cat left in the cave. This was not good. Calamity has befallen us. Old Jiang's reaction was swifter than mine. He discarded his cigarette and dashed into the cave with hurried strides. By the time I fumbled to illuminate my flashlight, I beheld the cat that had accompanied us up the mountain, its fur bristling, staring with wide, coppery eyes, baring its teeth and roaring in a particular direction. In that very direction, to my horror, Kong Ergu was found hanging lifelessly from a hemp rope. His complexion was ashen, his tongue protruding, yet his face bore a peculiar grin directed at me. How could this be? I inquired of old Jiang. How could a madman perish right before the eyes of two living beings? We had been standing nearby, alert to any disturbances. It seemed that the creature had indeed been present moments ago, captivating Kong Urgu's senses to the point of suicide. Old Jiang examined the corpse and concluded. The creature was simply too swift, beyond our perception, with only this little fellow witnessing its presence. With that, Old Jiang pointed to the golden, speckled cat adorned with a hat. Enlightenment struck me. So, you acquired it and urged me to carry it all this way for this very purpose. Old Jiang elucidated that cats are closely related to tigers, inherently endowed with the hunting prowess of beasts, coupled with their sense of smell and vision, which far surpasses that of humans. Even the swiftest of bloodthirsty entities would be mistaken by the cat as an intruder encroaching upon its territory. Yet, I posed another question. If that malevolent force was capable of dispatching Kong Urgu, why did it not eliminate us as well? Old Jiang tapped his head, imparting, because it possesses intelligence, recognizing that we would be more formidable than Kong Urgu. Have you ever heard of the game of cats catching mice? Old Jiang's words caused my countenance to fall. It seemed that the bloodthirsty spirit intended to torment us slowly to death. It would not allow anyone to leave the mountain alive. After speaking, Old Jiang took the lead in ascending the mountain, and I hurriedly clutched the golden-spotted tortoiseshell cat. This time, I found the plump feline surprisingly endearing. We soon arrived at Shoshue village, nestled between two majestic mountains, renowned for its picturesque scenery, adorned with white walls and black tiles. However, the entire village had transformed into a ghost town, just as our intelligence had indicated. Old Jiang and I forcefully kicked open the doors of each house, only to find no bodies, no livestock, and not even the slightest sound of birds chirping. The entire village had been ruthlessly erased from the map, leaving me with a haunting sensation. Behind the village, we discovered the blood river formed by the mudslide. At that moment, the river was so red that the bottom was no longer discernible, emanating a pungent odor. The scent of blood we had detected from the mountainside must have wafted from this very source. The blood river flowed down from the mountain peak, resembling a crimson ribbon. I sought a glass bottle, intending to collect a sample of the water to examine this red substance under the light. After all, as a graduate of the archaeology department, I possessed a modicum of understanding regarding scientific inquiry. Yet, Old Jiang suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" I was uncertain of what had transpired, my foot suspended in midair. It turned out that beneath my feet in the muddy ground lay a series of peculiar footprints, marked by crescent-shaped patterns, unlike the simple cloth shoes worn by the villagers. What about this water? And the vanished villagers? Should we not clarify these mysteries before directly seeking the tomb? You have often proclaimed that knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Yet, I find myself engulfed in hesitation. Old Jiang, with a gentle smile, regarded me, remarking, "Having just begun your apprenticeship, you are indeed a quick learner. Once you ascend to the summit, all will become clear to you." With myriad questions swirling in my mind, I followed Old Jiang as we navigated the treacherous banks of the Blood River, climbing towards the peak. In certain areas, the path was exceedingly steep and winding, compelling me to utilize the climbing gear, my grappling hook and climbing rope, an essential skill derived from my archaeological background. Just as I intended to toss the prepped rope to Old Jiang, he effortlessly traversed the steep slope as if gliding, leaving me far behind in mere moments. Such agility is a sight I had only ever witnessed in martial arts novels. Truly, he was a master of the black blade. After Old Jiang settled comfortably at the summit, indulging in a leisurely smoke, I finally reached him, drenched in perspiration. I opened my mouth to commend his prowess, only to be directed to gaze below. Following the direction of his finger, my eyes widened in disbelief. From our lofty vantage point, we beheld the entire expanse of the Blood River. The sun's penetrating rays illuminated a horrifying scene. The riverbed was littered with corpses, contorted in grotesque postures, some with necks twisted a full 180 degrees, others with legs splayed in unnatural angles. The most chilling aspect was their gaping mouths, as they raised their pallid hands as if in desperate pleas for help, resembling bloody puppets in the hands of a performance artist. Were it not for Old Jiang's steadying hand, I might have tumbled over the edge, for the sight was utterly harrowing. I could scarcely fathom that the dozens of souls from the vanished Shoshue village had met their end beneath the Blood River. This very river, which had bestowed upon them ill-gotten wealth, had now become their final resting place. Observe closely. With repeated exposure to such experiences, fear will dissipate, remarked Lao Jiang nonchalantly. I took a full half-hour to gather my composure before resuming our ascent with Lao Jiang into the depths of the mountain. According to the intelligence, a thunderstorm had struck the grave, splitting it open, and the fragments of stone beneath our feet bore the scorched marks of lightning strikes, indicating that we were not far from our destination. The more perilous the situation, the more cautious we must be. I even bound the mouth of the cat cradled in my arms. As the tale goes, the horse's bell is silenced, and the rider holds his breath, for it was highly probable that a band of grave robbers lurked nearby. Indeed, as if summoned by our thoughts, we advanced less than 100 meters when we stumbled upon a vast, blood-red cavern. Surrounding the cavern were shattered stones, and ominously, blood was gushing forth from within, splattering ominously. Although the blood was merely the width of 2 fingers, I recognized it as the source of that torrential river of blood. At this moment, by the cavern's side, a dozen figures were clustered together, each adorned with curved blades or crude firearms tucked at their waists, their bare upper bodies revealing robust, bronze muscles, chattering animatedly as if embroiled in a dispute. This group had likely been there for 2 days, as evidenced by the 2 military green tents pitched nearby. Concealed behind a stone outcrop, Lao Jiang and I could make out several wounded individuals lying within the tents, their faces pale and occasionally emitting groans of pain. What perplexed me was that their injuries consisted of severed arms, each missing half an appendage. Zhang Daba, this grave is a voracious beast. My brothers have endured 2 days and nights, suffering grievous losses. Is it not a tad unreasonable to compel others to venture inside? A burly man exclaimed. Indeed, you may go, but I wish to keep the women of my household close. Another person echoed the sentiment. How audacious! With that, he forcefully slammed a box gun onto the ground, silencing the band of thieves with the sharp scar that marred his face. In that moment, he transformed into a figure drenched in blood, writhing on the ground while emitting agonizing cries. As I focused on his wounds, a chill coursed through me. Like the injured within the tent, he too had lost both arms. Chapter 6. The bronze chain coffin. This scene left my heart racing with trepidation. I cast a fearful glance at old Jiang. Is this tomb haunted? Why do all who enter seem to lose their arms? Old Jiang chuckled softly and explained that this tomb likely featured a narrow passageway, surrounded by natural basalt, rendering the tools of the tomb raiders ineffective at widening it. Thus, only one person could descend at a time. I mused to myself that this had little to do with the severed arms. Old Jiang urged me to remain calm. He surmised that, at the end of the passage, there lay a door equipped with a mechanism known as the mother and son yin-yang blade. Each time the lock was to be opened, one must insert their hand into a hidden hole on the door, and a misstep would result in the excruciating pain of severed limbs. This was a masterpiece of a mechanism master from the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, suggesting that the interior was likely a tomb of the later Tang Dynasty. He cautioned me to thoroughly review the Tang Dynasty mechanisms in my mind before we ventured inside. I could not help but admire old Jiang's keen insight. To discern the intricacies of an entire tomb from outside was remarkable. But wait, what did his last remark mean? Surrounded by merciless tomb raiders, how could we possibly enter the tomb? Old Jiang seemed to perceive the confusion in my eyes and waved his hand, saying, "Of course, we shall go in directly." With that, he smiled and stepped out of our hiding place. Who could it be? The vigilance of these tomb raiders was exceedingly high. Upon spotting someone nearby, they abruptly ceased their earlier quarrel, their senses heightened. In an instant, several gleaming curved blades were drawn and pressed against old Jiang's throat. "Come out, little brother at the back," commanded Zhang Daba, the leader of the tomb raiders, as he swiftly withdrew his firearm and aimed it in my direction. I had no choice but to raise my hands and timidly step forward, cursing inwardly, "Old Jiang, you have truly put me in a dire predicament." Zhang Daba ordered his men to bind us tightly before commencing his interrogation. He inquired about our affiliations, our reasons for coming to Shoshue village, and how we had discovered this place. Zhang Daba opened his pocket watch, stating, "It is 6 o'clock in the evening." Old Jiang nodded in response. "Then you have 2 hours left to live. Take a look at the sunset, for it may be the last time you witness it in your lifetime." "What do you mean?" Old Zhang's audacious tone was even distasteful to me, let alone to Zhang Daba. I watched as he clicked the gun against my forehead, declaring, "If you cannot provide an explanation today, I shall execute your son." At that moment, I was rendered speechless, unable even to cry. Why would this old man provoke you? What have I to do with it? I am not his son. Blood. Bloodshed? Zhang Daba swallowed hard. Do not attempt to deceive me. Blood flows like a river, leaving no trace of life. If you have never heard this phrase, you are unworthy of being the leader of the notorious Jin gang in the realm of tomb raiders, Zhang Ilong. How do you know my name? The expression on Zhang's face shifted dramatically. I also know whose hand severed your right finger. There are no treasures in this tomb, only a bloodthirsty fiend nearing its prime. While there is still time, take your injured and leave promptly. Lao Jiang declared, revealing the black dagger at his waist. You are the Qilin, the black dagger Qilin. Zhang's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, if we delay any longer, she will become enraged. Lao Jiang's chin shifted slightly, yet his expression remained affable. At that moment, I and the other tomb raiders belatedly noticed a fearsome woman clad in black standing ominously at the back of the bloodied cave. She wielded a sword, its hem fluttering in the wind, as beautiful as ink splashed from a painter's brush. Her face was obscured by a black veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. However, her eyes were as cold and unyielding as permafrost, and a black dagger adorned her waist as well. Clearly, she was the other black dagger Qilin, come to rendezvous with Lao Jiang. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this woman, Zhang was more terrified than if he were in the presence of the king of hell. Swiftly, he cut the ropes binding me, and Lao Jiang clasped his fists in salute, and, accompanied by a dozen tomb raiders, hurriedly descended the mountain with their injured, not daring to utter a single word. Fourth sister, you have arrived. Lao Jiang grinned, attempting to curry favor with the woman in black. Your presence reassures me. Humph. To my surprise, the woman in black merely let out a cold snort before turning her gaze towards me. Is this your new disciple? She inquired. Indeed, indeed. Old Jiang replied with a face full of flattery. More reliable than you. The woman in black shot him a reproachful glare. You are no longer a child, yet you still conduct yourself with the same recklessness as in your youth. Through our conversation, I learned that the woman was none other than the fourth-ranked Black Blade Qilin, known as Helan Shui. The sword she wielded, named Yehua, was the bane of all zombies, and the severed thumb of Zhang De, which had been decapitated, was a testament to her prowess. Helan Shui was only a few years younger than old Jiang, yet she possessed an ageless beauty, her fair skin and delicate features betraying none of the burdens of middle age, exuding an aura of chilling elegance akin to the pristine snow atop Helan Mountain. For reasons unknown, whenever she reprimanded him, old Jiang merely scratched the back of his head, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. Seizing the opportunity while Helan Shui led the way into the blood-soaked hole, I quietly prodded old Jiang from behind and asked, Do you have feelings for her? To my astonishment, old Jiang swiftly covered my mouth, nearly suffocating me in the process. You little rascal, do you wish to court death? He exclaimed in terror. There was a time when a certain Qilin merely remarked that the fourth sister was his type, and he ended up with a sword in the hospital. I quickly fell silent, yet I remained convinced that old Jiang harbored feelings for Helan Shui. The way he looked at her was distinctly different. It wasn't until Helan Shui urged us from the front that old Jiang and I finally switched on our flashlights and followed suit. The three of us treaded through the thick pool of blood as we ventured deeper into the cave. The entire blood cave was shrouded in darkness, intermittently pierced by an eerie gust of wind that sent a shiver down my spine. Illuminated by the feeble beam of my flashlight, I discerned various terrifying figures carved along the tomb passage, each one bearing a menacing glare and bared teeth, utterly chilling. This was unlike any ancient tomb I had ever encountered. Typically, ancient tombs adhere to a principle, treating the dead as if they were alive, bestowing blessings upon their descendants. The passageways are usually straight, facilitating the ascent of the deceased spirit. Yet, this tomb twisted and turned, adorned with an abundance of ominous figures, resembling a form of mysterious ritual or perhaps a means of suppression. As old Jiang had anticipated, there indeed lay a copper door at the end of the passage, embellished with a guardian beast I had never seen before, its green visage and sharp fangs exuding an indescribable horror. From within, the incessant ticking of mechanisms could be heard, while outside, two small openings barely allowed a hand to reach in to unlock it. These openings were a gruesome sight, splattered with blood above and flanked by a row of severed limbs below, remnants that had not yet been removed. Just as I grappled with how to open the door, Hilanshua stepped aside, while old Jiang, with a grin, extended his hand into the abyss. "Old Jiang," I exclaimed anxiously, my heart racing like a pendulum in turmoil. Strangely, as both of old Jiang's arms disappeared into the opening, the lethal blades did not descend. Instead, the sounds of the mechanisms within grew increasingly rapid and urgent with his movements. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, it resembled a gate blade descending in haste. "Withdraw your hands," I shouted, yet old Jiang remained unfazed. To my astonishment, the blade halted mere centimeters from his arms. The tomb door slowly creaked open before us, revealing a glimmer of long-lost light. Within the tomb stood a row of statues depicting palace maids holding lanterns, the light emanating from an eternal flame. Lao Jiang brushed the dust from his sleeves, signaling that we could enter, and my admiration for him grew even more profound. To what extent must one master the mechanisms of such a place, to wield control as he does? Hilanshua, noticing my astonishment, remarked in time, "You will learn all his skills." I nodded, then, astonished, pointed ahead. What tomb is this?" Before us lay the main burial chamber, its walls adorned with vibrant murals painted in vermilion, malachite, and lapis lazuli, seemingly narrating the saga of a general's valiant battles, his exalted position among ministers, and his eventual demise and interment, all depicted with grandeur. Yet, astonishingly, a bottomless pit had been excavated in the center, filled with blood, bubbling as if perpetually boiling. Surrounding the blood pit were 3 stone platforms for the dead, yet the 3 accompanying coffins had mysteriously vanished, presumably swept away by a great flood. The first 2 coffins held treasures of gold and silver, while the last concealed a potent blood curse. Above the blood pit hung the principal coffin. Unlike any I had ever seen, it was not rectangular but rhomboidal, secured by 3 chains as thick as a man's arm, suspended from the tomb's ceiling. Another seal. What could the master of this tomb have done to transform from an ancient general into a condemned spirit, unwilling even in death to find peace? The suspended coffin seemed poised to plummet at any moment, delivering an overwhelming visual impact that sent chills down my spine. "How long until 7? Hilanshua inquired, her brow furrowed. Lao Jiang glanced at his watch. "Less than half an hour." As soon as Hilanshua's words faded, Lao Jiang gently closed the tomb door, then retrieved a substantial bag of white rice from his pocket and scattered it at his feet. I recognized it as glutinous rice, aged for at least a decade. Following this, Lao Jiang and Hilanshua exchanged a knowing glance before leaping onto the beam atop the tomb, intending to set a trap. I anxiously looked at the 2 of them. While they could scale walls with ease, I was not so agile. Ultimately, Lao Jiang instructed me to conceal myself behind the stone platform, earnestly advising, "Remember, no matter what you see or hear, remain silent. This is not a battle you can partake in." I nodded, eyes fixed on the tomb door, a mixture of tension and inexplicable anticipation coursing through me. Chapter 7. The curse of the digging army. Time ticked away, and the hour of 7 drew ever closer. To be honest, I had become a startled bird, flinching at the slightest sound. Even the rhythmic dripping of water within the cave made me believe the bloodthirsty specter was approaching. Suddenly, I noticed Lao Jiang on the beam partially drawing his black blade, while Hilanshua, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, abruptly opened them. I realized with dread that the ominous presence must have arrived. Indeed, a chilling laughter began to approach, echoing ominously through the tomb, now to the left, now to the right. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I dared to peek out, eager to glimpse the true visage of the legendary bloodthirsty specter. What indeed sets it apart from the works of Kong Ergo? Then I beheld, amidst the narrow crevice of the 2 tomb gates, a ghastly, pallid visage resembling a conical shape. This face was unnervingly smooth, devoid of eyes, yet I could sense its unwavering gaze fixed upon me, and I widened my eyes in response. In this tense standoff that lasted mere seconds, I finally erupted in a piercing scream. "Lao Jiang, perched on the beam, cautioned, "It has noticed you. Run towards the inside." Without a moment's hesitation, I sprang to my feet and fled. Yet, as I dashed onward, I felt an unsettling void. The main burial chamber was sealed, with only a single entrance. How could I possibly run inside? Glancing back, I observed that the bloodthirsty entity was drawn in, its feet sizzling as they made contact with the sticky rice, producing a searing sound. In that instant, clarity washed over me. Lao Jiang had left me behind as bait, intending to lure the malevolent spirit with my living essence. At that moment, I yearned to unleash 2 decades worth of expletives, but I heard Lao Jiang shout, "Get down!" In a heartbeat, Lao Jiang and He Lanshu simultaneously drew their blades. I witnessed 2 figures intersecting behind the bloodthirsty specter. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the wind had stilled, the light had dimmed, and time itself had halted. Only a cross-shaped, gleaming blade pierced through the darkness like a lightning bolt, cleaving into the back of the bloodthirsty entity. Witnessing this scene, a poem sprang to mind. 2 blades intersecting, like snowflakes in flight, severing the murky waters of the Wusong River. The bloodthirsty creature let out a wretched howl, and from the wound on its back, deep crimson fluid gushed forth, emitting an exceedingly foul odor. Yet this seemingly fatal strike did not vanquish it. Rather, it ignited its malevolence further. In an attempt to evade the glutinous rice on the ground, it unexpectedly leaped to the top of the tomb, its blood-red claws firmly embedded in the rock. Its head twisted grotesquely 180 degrees, locking onto me, resembling a pale, 4-legged serpent. I could not fathom why this creature seemed singularly fixated on me. No matter where I fled, the blood fiend would follow, its sharp, hooked claws gouging deep trenches even into the stone of the underworld platform. What was I to do? I lamented, my face smeared with dirt. "Release the cat," suggested old Jiang. It was then that I remembered I had a cat with me and hastily tore away the cloth binding its mouth. Strangely, the small, golden-spotted tortoiseshell cat exhibited no fear of the blood fiend. Its fur bristled as it roared at the creature, akin to a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. In a daze, I felt my body growing lighter and lighter, as if my soul were on the verge of taking flight. The blood fiend's face, devoid of eyes, revealed a pair of infinitely enchanting orbs, seemingly beckoning me to another realm. My gaze became vacant, and my limbs rendered immobile. Just as I believed I was destined to become this creature's prey, a sudden melodious cry echoed through the tomb, followed by the sharp sound of a sword being drawn. A long sword mercilessly pierced the heart of the blood fiend. It was Helan Shui. She maintained a stance of one-handed sword wielding, kneeling on one knee, exuding an aura of cold beauty mingled with a hint of heroism. As the blood fiend was pierced, the wound ignited, erupting in clusters of black flames. The more it struggled, the fiercer the flames burned, ultimately reducing the creature to a mere desiccated skeleton, until it crumbled to ash. No wonder Lao Jiang remarked that Helan Shui's sword is the nemesis of blood calamity. This elucidates the meaning behind the sword's name, infernal fire. In Buddhist scriptures, infernal fire is the purifying flame of hell that can cleanse all souls. With the blood calamity resolved, we can finally proceed with confidence to open the main coffin. Although this coffin is suspended in mid-air, it poses no challenge to the 3 of us. After gauging the distance, I ingeniously fashioned a rudimentary pulley system from ropes, swiftly lowering the coffin. The front of the diamond-shaped coffin bore an inscription in ancient script, "The tomb of the treacherous minister Wen Tao." To my astonishment, it was indeed Wen Tao. I was taken aback. Never would I have imagined that, in the desolate Shoshui village of western Fujian, I would discover the tomb of this infamous tomb raider from history. Legend has it that Wen Tao was a ghostly general during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. He earned the moniker of Ghostly General due to the eerie aura that surrounded him, whether in battle or in life. He once led the Juezi army into Luoyang in a single day and night, rescuing the emperor of the time, and was subsequently bestowed the title of a prince from a different lineage. Furthermore, his army never accepted military rations from the court, preferring to march under the cover of night. Occasionally, passers-by would witness this army carrying coffins, scattering paper money, dancing as they advanced, resembling a spectral army pressing forth, instilling fear in the hearts of enemies even before any confrontation. The truth is, Wen Tao was originally a tomb raider, and his subordinates were all bandits. Thus, wherever the Juezi army went, they would excavate all local graves, seizing rare treasures to share among themselves. Yet, they turned a blind eye to the emperors, for who wouldn't appreciate a general who required no military pay? Alas, one day, Wen Tao suddenly succumbed to illness, and the emperor held a grand funeral for him, marking the end of his recorded history in official texts. However, what ailment afflicted Wen Tao, and where did his subordinates, the Juezi army, vanish to after his demise? These remain shrouded in mystery. Allow me to finish. Old Jiang refrained from offering his opinion. Indeed, the tomb before us is fraught with contradictions. A general who was conferred a princely title did not find his final resting place in the eastern capital of Luoyang, but rather was exiled to this desolate land. The gravestone bears the inscription of traitor, and the coffin is sealed. What immense grudge or grievance could this signify? Yet, I possess a strong intuition that once the coffin is opened, all questions will be resolved. I cast a glance towards old Jiang. After a brief silence, he declared, "Let us proceed." Thus, old Jiang and I retrieved chisels and other tools, gradually prying along the seams of the coffin lid. Who would have anticipated that vanquishing a bloodthirsty beast would take us over 10 minutes, while prying open this coffin would consume nearly an hour? The coffin was secured with a formidable 28 iron nails, and by the time we extracted all the nails, I was drenched in perspiration. Fourth sister, keep a watchful eye. These are the soul-pinning nails of the 28 constellations, old Jiang remarked. The architect of this tomb intended for the deceased to transform into a malevolent spirit, trapped in eternal suffering. However, an unexpected flood in Shoshui village led to the unfortunate fate of the interred wife, who became the first to transform into a vengeful spirit. Again, there is a seal. I inquired. Is this coffin now secure? It poses no significant risk, but having fourth sister watch over it is certainly prudent, old Jiang replied, as he beckoned for my assistants to push the coffin lid aside, while Lanshua stood nearby, her sword drawn, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Upon opening the coffin, all the dramatic events we anticipated failed to materialize. Within lay a desiccated skeleton, its visage contorted in a grimace, mouth agape as if it had endured profound despair and torment in its final moments. Inscribed on the reverse of the coffin lid were lines of blood-red characters, resembling a death curse spanning millennia. Amidst these crimson inscriptions were claw marks, and in that instant, understanding dawned upon me. This corpse, or rather Wen Tao, had not succumbed to a natural illness but had been suffocated to death, entombed alive within the coffin. It turned out that, in his later years, Wen Tao had fortuitously discovered an ancient scroll detailing a remarkable tomb, a challenge unparalleled for one of his background as a grave robber. Yet, upon embarking on this expedition with 1,000 excavators, he encountered his greatest failure. The blood inscriptions did not divulge the specifics of his misfortunes, only stating that they faced a curse from the underworld, resulting in the demise of thousands, leaving Wen Tao himself gravely ill. Paradoxically, the more he suffered, the more irresistible the allure of that tomb became. Consequently, he renounced his title as a prince, retreating into seclusion, obsessively devising methods to break the curse, yearning for a second descent into the tomb. However, this information reached the emperor's ears, twisting into the narrative that Wen Tao was plotting rebellion. To avoid suspicion, Wen Tao feigned death, hoping to escape Luoyang. Yet, the emperor was already aware of his ruse. The emperor personally oversaw the funeral, sealing Wen Tao's coffin and burying it in the desolate lands of western Fujian, decreeing that this traitor would never attain rebirth. In the final lines of blood, Wen Tao uttered a venomous curse, vowing the downfall of the second dynasty of Tang. He expressed that the unnamed ancient scroll resided within his copper box, alongside his invaluable notes and insights from the tomb, meticulously annotated upon the scroll itself. He harbored hopes that future generations, fortunate enough to discover this place, might fulfill his unaccomplished wishes regarding the second expedition to the Yin ruins. What is the name of that tomb? Old Jiang inquired, astonished. The Yin ruins, I replied. To my surprise, despite the bizarre experiences of Wen Tao failing to pique old Jiang's interest, the mere mention of the term Yin ruins transformed his entire demeanor, even causing Lanshua to exhibit a peculiar expression. Yet, no matter how I pressed him, old Jiang resolutely withheld the information, repeating only, "Young man, My silence is for your own good. Left with no alternative, my gaze fell upon the copper box tightly embraced by the mummified corpse. This copper box was square, each face adorned with intricate yet disordered patterns, reminiscent of a puzzle awaiting resolution. For reasons unknown, these chaotic designs stirred a sense of familiarity within me, as if I had encountered them before. "Don't touch!" I instinctively reached out, prompting old Jiang to exclaim, "This is a rare mechanism box. A single misstep could obliterate whatever lies within." As old Jiang cautiously prepared to unveil the copper box, he could not help but curse under his breath. It seemed there truly existed mechanisms I could not unlock. Old Jiang lamented, subsequently casting a pleading glance towards Hilanxue, who likewise shook her head. After all, it was a one-time opportunity, and none dared to gamble. At this moment, the familiar sensation within me grew ever stronger, as if the copper box had awaited my arrival for a millennium, merely to be opened by my hands. Perhaps I should give it a try, I thought impulsively. The expressions of Lao Jiang and Hilanxue morphed into incredulity. To them, I was merely an inexperienced novice in the field of archaeology. Without waiting for their consent, I took the initiative, and, guided by an extraordinary intuition, I unraveled the seemingly impenetrable box in a mere 5 minutes. It turned out that each facet of this copper box was adorned with a gilded depiction of a mythical beast. However, the 6 beasts were distinct. There were the likes of Chaos, Qiongqi, Taowu, Taotai, Maxiang, and Waziki, all notorious creatures from the Shan Hai Jing. These ferocious beings encircled a peculiar, large eye. To everyone's astonishment, as I restored the box correctly, a sharp crack echoed, and the box split into 2. A cloud of dust billowed forth, revealing a thick stack of parchment within. It had truly opened. "How did you manage that?" Lao Jiang gazed at me as if I were a mythical creature. I chuckled wryly and replied, "What if I told you that the patterns on this box are etched onto my back? Would you believe me?" Chapter 8. Thundertown. To substantiate my claim, I removed my shirt, exposing my well-defined back. The 6 fierce beasts emblazoned upon it, particularly the vividly lifelike eye at the center, rendered the room so silent that one could hear a pin drop. My hometown is a peculiar village beyond the Zhanghe River, often besieged by rain and occasionally struck by lightning that claims the lives of plow oxen and trees, thus earning the moniker Thundertown among the locals. Only our family has resided there for generations, the reason for which remains a mystery. In my recollection, few family members ventured far from home, adhering to 3 perplexing customs. Firstly, every newborn must bear a mysterious tattoo, known as the 6-headed golden spirit beast. Secondly, regardless of gender, upon reaching the age of 40, one must retire to the ancestral hall, severing all ties with the outside world, even forbidding contact with one's own children. Thirdly, marrying women from outside the village, pursuing education beyond its confines, or seeking employment elsewhere is strictly prohibited. These 3 decrees serve as heavy shackles, binding the Li family to Thundertown. None have lived past 40. The elder of our clan insists that such is the fate of those who defy the customs, for only lightning can protect the Li family from the tribulations of reaching that age. From a young age, I found solace in literature and recognized these as feudal superstitions. I vividly recall witnessing my parents, on their 40th birthday, being dragged bloodily into the ancestral hall by several burly men. Xiaolan. Xiaolan, their desperate cries ignited a profound loathing within me for Thundertown. Hence, on one fateful night, I resolved to leave this detestable place, wandering to Beiping to pursue my studies, ultimately gaining admission to the Central Research Institute. "Have the people of Thundertown ever revealed the meaning of this tattoo to you?" Old Jiang inquired. "No," I replied, shaking my head. Old Jiang inhaled deeply and said, "Now I shall tell you. It is the insignia of the digging troops under the command of Wen Tao. According to legend, whenever Wen Tao pilfered a grand tomb, he would offer 6 sacrificial animals to appease the fury of the 6 guardian beasts. These formidable creatures, known as Chaos, Qiongqi, Taowu, Taotai, Mong, and Waziki, provided him with protection, allowing Wen Tao to operate with the assistance of spirits, rendering him invincible in his endeavors. My hesitation to act stemmed from the fact that the probability of unlocking this copper box was a mere 1 in 10,000. Yet, you managed to open it with a single attempt. It appears that you share a profound connection with Wen Tao. Connection? I found myself somewhat bewildered. He Lan Xue, standing beside me, inquired coolly, "What is your name?" "Li Jinglan," I replied. After Wen Tao was bestowed the title of king, what surname was conferred upon him? Li. I nearly blurted out, and then it dawned on me. Could it be that the Li family residing in Lei Town is indeed a descendant of the Tomb Raider Wen Tao? Hence their knowledge of the enigmatic insignia of the digging core? Upon realizing this, both Lao Jiang and He Lan Xue exchanged knowing smiles. He scrutinized me closely, evidently perceiving me as the treasure. Subsequently, Lao Jiang ceased his idle chatter, donned gloves, and unfurled the parchment from within the box. This thick stack, once spread out, measured a width of 1 meter and a length of 2 meters, adorned with an array of densely packed minuscule script and intricate patterns, the smallest of which was even tinier than an ant. Lao Jiang retrieved a spray bottle from his backpack and misted an unknown liquid over the parchment. It seemed as though she anticipated my inquiry. Beside me, He Lan Xue gently elucidated that this liquid could form a protective membrane, isolating oxygen. Without such protective measures, it was highly probable that upon exposing the parchment to the harsh sunlight outside the cave, it would be reduced to ashes. Though her voice was cold, it possessed a melodious quality, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the fragrant orchids. Old Jiang meticulously made 6 impressions of the intricate patterns etched upon the copper box before leading us out of the blood cave. By the time we emerged from the mountain, it was already the early hours of the following day. Gazing at the mist-shrouded emerald peaks in the distance, I inquired of old Jiang whether this was the conclusion of our ordeal. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "What conclusion? You have merely experienced a dream." Old Jiang informed me that the aftermath would be managed by individuals from Qilin. The tomb would be sealed, the bodies in the blood river would be interred, and Shoshui village would be thoroughly cleansed, welcoming a new array of faces. Shoshui village had never encountered any incidents, thus providing a facade to the outside world. I could not help but draw a sharp breath. Albeit an awkward choice of words, this was indeed the epitome of death without witnesses. He Lan Xue accompanied us all the way to Beiping before departing on another train, as she had other responsibilities to attend to. Old Jiang, with his toes pointed, watched his beloved younger sister leave with a sense of reluctance, a scene that brought me amusement. It turned out this old fellow possessed a rather endearing side. The middle-aged man promptly commanded everyone on the first floor to cease their current tasks and begin searching for clues. In an instant, the floor was filled with the incessant sound of telegrams. I realized that this vast intelligence department was now operating. Several times I attempted to enter, but was thwarted by the guards at the door, who informed me that I had no authority to access classified information. For 3 consecutive days and nights, Lao Jiang remained inside, only occasionally receiving hurried snippets of information from the first floor, causing the small room to open briefly before it was swiftly sealed again. Yet, I could intermittently hear the sounds of arguments or the clattering of cups emanating from within. What secrets lay inscribed upon the parchment? What formidable dilemma had they encountered? On the morning of the 4th day, as I indulged in a leisurely slumber, I was abruptly awakened by a gentle tap. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of Lao Jiang, his visage marked by dark circles. Noticing my awakening, he quickly forced a smile and inquired if I was hungry and what I wished to eat. I replied, "Do you have bean juice and fried dough rings?" Remarkably, within 10 minutes, Lao Jiang presented me with a golden, crispy breakfast. Observing his unsolicited attentiveness, I felt an unbidden sense of caution and asked, "Master, what is the matter with you?" No, you are my master," he replied. I couldn't help but splutter my bean juice, most of which ended up on Lao Jiang's face. Had his brain been muddled by the study of the parchment? Though he seemed on the verge of an outburst, his furrowed brow soon transformed into a beaming smile. He wiped the bean juice from his face, alternating between fetching books and feeding the cat. As noon approached, he once again asked what I desired to eat. I pondered for a moment and replied, "What if I wish to have hot pot lamb?" To my surprise, Lao Jiang procured a copper pot and 2 large boxes of sliced lamb, sitting beside me as he chopped chives, watching eagerly as I added the meat. Later in the evening, I mentioned that I had not enjoyed Quanjued roast duck in ages. Lao Jiang simply replied, "Very well," and departed to the cafeteria to bring me a warm serving. Thus passed a peculiar day. On the following day, I resolved to present Lao Jiang with a conundrum, expressing my desire for authentic Lanzhou beef noodles. The headquarters of Qilin lies on the outskirts of Beijing, in a desolate area where such a request seemed nearly impossible to fulfill. Lao Jiang, evidently aware of my jest, nonetheless descended the stairs with a slight air of indignation. Approximately 4 hours later, he returned, drenched in perspiration, placing before me a bowl of rich broth, adorned with crimson oil, unmistakably authentic in aroma. Now, tell me, what exactly do you wish for me to do? After relishing the noodles, I let out a satisfied belch. Observing Lao Jiang's hesitance, I grew impatient and exclaimed, "The fox's tail is already revealed. If you do not speak soon, I shall retire for the night." Ultimately, Lao Jiang could only offer a wry smile, stating, "We may require your assistance in journeying to Lasian." However, I soon discerned a grave expression upon Lao Jiang's face. "Is it because of that parchment made from sheepskin? You are so capable, yet unable to decipher it?" The unfolding of events took us by surprise. Lao Jiang continued, "This parchment is not crafted from sheepskin, but rather from the skin of a living person. The crux of the matter is that when Tao inscribed his various encounters in the Yin ruins, along with a significant secret gleaned from tomb raiding, using a script that has never before graced this world. Qilin has labored for 3 days and has yet to find a dictionary for this script. What script is it? I inquired with intrigue. Lao Jiang replied, "It is a script specifically designed for communication with spirits. We call it Tianwen. Lasian represents our final hope. If you truly are a descendant of that person, there must be someone in your hometown familiar with these characters." Without much thought, I nodded. "But you must agree to 3 conditions." Chapter 9. The highest confidentiality. What conditions? Lao Jiang stated that as long as it did not contravene the principles of the Qilin, he could comply. "Very well. The first condition." I smiled and raised a finger. "From this moment forth, you must no longer conceal anything from me." "What do you mean?" Lao Jiang feigned ignorance. I would not indulge him, and spoke directly. "Tell me what exactly is in ruins. Also, you must reveal all that you know about my origins." "My obedient disciple, these matters shall be gradually unveiled as we journey together." Lao Jiang chuckled awkwardly. My displeasure began to surface. I purposefully adopted a stern expression and said, "I possess a rather unfortunate habit. Whenever I am displeased, my memory tends to fade." Lasian. Where is Lasian? Have I ever been there? Before my chaotic demeanor, Lao Jiang experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He regarded me with an extraordinarily grave gaze, which lingered for a full minute before he finally spoke. "Do you truly wish to know? For a newcomer, acquiring too much knowledge may bring you perilously close to the underworld." I am eager. I crossed my legs with a sense of bravado. "Very well." Lao Jiang glanced at his watch. In half an hour at the conference hall on the 2nd floor. He appeared quite irate, slamming the door behind him with a resounding clang. Watching Lao Jiang's retreating figure, I sighed deeply. I am filled with an intense premonition that I may finally unravel the mystery of my origin. Yet, alongside this strong intuition, a sense of foreboding looms, for a vast conspiracy awaits us in Thunder Town, and this journey may very well be fraught with peril. Thus, before my departure, I must at least attain clarity. In a mere half hour, I arrived at the conference hall on the 2nd floor, brimming with anticipation. The hall was spacious, dominated by a long table crafted from red rosewood, and behind it, a black Qilin, galloping with 4 hooves, was embedded in the wall. To my surprise, old Jiang sat at one end of the table, his expression dark as he awaited my arrival. Unexpectedly, there was also a middle-aged man in the hall, his slicked-back hair glistening, his demeanor grave. Upon my entrance, he slid a piece of paper towards me, urging me to sign it. Squinting, I discerned that it contained numerous confidentiality clauses, prohibiting me from disclosing anything to outsiders, including my parents, children, and even my closest comrades. In essence, it demanded that I keep all secrets buried deep within. Suddenly, it dawned on me that these were the essential steps to becoming a Qilin. Only by achieving this status could I be entrusted with the highest secrets. To be candid, as I read through the document, I felt little. It was only after enduring countless sacrifices and farewells that I gradually grasped the true significance of the Qilin, to the point where recollections would bring tears to my eyes. As the oath concluded, the middle-aged man nodded in approval. It was then that old Jiang drew down a white curtain, using a film projector to cast a large, indistinct photograph. The image was hazy, seemingly captured hastily from an exceedingly high vantage point. I could only faintly perceive a series of undulating hills, alongside neatly arranged pits of earth. Strangely, the longer I gazed at the photograph, the more I felt that these elements formed a bizarre, square visage. This square face was vast, spanning over 10,000 square meters, with two enormous black voids for eyes, and its mouth shaped like an ancient doorway, resembling a gaping maw poised to devour all living beings within a radius of several kilometers into the abyss. Upon closing my eyes, I could even hear the chilling sound of bones being crushed, a sinister crunching. No, this is the visage of a specter. Fear slithered up my spine like a serpent, causing my bones to chill. For some reason, I always felt that this square ghostly face was grinning at me. In a daze, I even caught sight of a group of small figures, bare-chested, clutching peculiar bronze instruments, conducting a ritual upon the ghostly face. They gazed at me with an eerie intensity, waving their hands as if to say, "Come, this is your true home." "What is this place?" I inquired. "In ruins," came the reply. Lao Jiang cast a glance at the beads of sweat on my forehead and coldly chuckled. "What is this? Just half an hour ago you were begging me, and now you're afraid?" It turned out that the so-called In ruins were not merely an ancient tomb, but rather an expansive necropolis, or perhaps a lost kingdom, nestled in Anyang, Hunan. The In ruins were established by the Shang dynasty people who migrated here to form their capital. Legend has it that the Shang were a warlike people who revered deities. Thus their daily lives and military campaigns were inextricably bound to rituals. The smaller sacrificial animals, while larger rituals involved the offering of human lives, with some sacrificial pits filled with the blood of thousands, an exceedingly terrifying prospect. Nonetheless, the Shang dynasty stands as the first historically recorded dynasty in the annals of Huaxia, heralding the dawn of bronze civilization. Regrettably, following its demise, the last Shang king uttered a curse upon his enemies and himself, resulting in the eternal submergence of the capital, now known as the In ruins. Old Jiang informed me that this photograph was taken with considerable effort by Qilin, who borrowed a reconnaissance aircraft to capture the image from 1,000 meters above the clouds. Although somewhat blurred, it sufficiently conveys the vast scale of the In ruins, which is why the organization places great importance on this site. As the inaugural dynasty in history, it is believed to conceal innumerable priceless bronzewares and unknown secrets. However, this land is deemed ominous, a place steeped in curses. Old Jiang sighed deeply, recounting how countless tomb raiders throughout history have set their sights on the In ruins, yet none have discovered the true entrance. Each one fell victim to traps, meeting gruesome ends. According to unofficial historical records, a man named Feng Li during the Qin dynasty led more than 50 bandits into the In ruins. Before they could even commence their excavation, they became disoriented as if bewitched, and tragically, a group perished from starvation due to their misdirection. The In ruins seem to embody a ravenous demon. Anyone who ventures within ultimately becomes a mere offering in its eternal slumber. Locals have come to refer to it as a place where even ghosts dare not tread. For millennia, only one exception emerged from the ruins of In, and that was my ancestor, the notorious tomb raider Wen Tao. Although Wen Tao ultimately met with failure, he uncovered the true entrance, making him the individual closest to the ruins in countless years. Had he been granted a bit more time, perhaps he would have succeeded in opening the gates of In on his second attempt. Regrettably, even though this esteemed general's thoughts were consumed by the ruins, he was suspected of treason and met a tragic fate, being confined within a coffin to suffocate, while his entire lineage was obliterated. At this juncture, the old expressed his perspective. He posited that given Wen Tao's background as a tomb raider, he would undoubtedly have devised multiple escape routes, ensuring that the emperor could not capture him entirely. It is likely that he had arranged for his children to flee in advance with trusted members of the excavation team. Subsequently, while evading pursuit and concealing themselves, they eventually settled in the present-day Lei town. Though centuries have passed, they still etch tattoos to remind future generations of their lineage as descendants of Wen Tao. Meanwhile, Wen Tao lies quietly in Shoshui village, clutching a human skin scroll inscribed with secrets, awaiting the arrival of his descendants. To this day, the only record of the true entrance to the ruins of Yin exists within that human skin scroll. The details of Wen Tao's initial descent into the ruins, the sights he beheld, and the curse he encountered are vital intelligence for the Qilin. Undertaking such a colossal tomb heist without information is utterly futile. No matter how many Black Blade Qilin are dispatched, they would merely serve as fodder. Therefore, you must accompany me to Lei Town, for we must decipher what is inscribed on the human skin scroll. The old pointed at me, stating, "This is not only my desire but also the directive of the supreme leader of the Qilin." At this moment, I find myself enveloped in profound astonishment. Lao Jiang remains unperturbed, merely inhaling the aroma of his cigarette held beneath his nose, awaiting my response. Observing Lao Jiang's eager demeanor, the middle-aged man shakes his head slightly and departs with the documents I had signed, not forgetting to admonish, "Remember, smoking is prohibited within the hall." "How can that be, Director Lin? Discipline is discipline," Lao Jiang retorts with a grin. It turns out that the middle-aged man oversees discipline within the Kirin organization, which momentarily disconcerts Lao Jiang. However, as soon as Director Lin's footsteps recede, Lao Jiang hastily lights his cigarette, taking 2 deep puffs with an expression of utmost enjoyment, oblivious to my subtle gestures of disapproval. Soon after, Lao Jiang locks eyes with Director Lin, who has returned, and in that instant, Lao Jiang's face resembles that of a caught wrongdoer. "You thief!" Director Lin exclaims. "This will be noted as a minor infraction." In the end, the conference room is left with only me, reflecting on the photograph of Yin Su, while Lao Jiang sulks over his half-burned cigarette. After a moment of silence, I turn to Lao Jiang and say, "I believe the sooner we act, the better. Let's set off tomorrow morning. Now, I shall invoke my second condition. Throughout our journey to Lei Town, my word is law." Chapter 10. The Dragon King's river patrol. My idea is quite straightforward. I am still Li Jinglan, who fled from Lei Town during my childhood, albeit having later pursued my studies in England. This identity is the most advantageous, for in my recollection, the people of Lei Town are particularly insular. Lao Jiang praises my cleverness and promptly departs to procure clothing in accordance with my instructions. In order to fully embody the role, I must transform into the epitome of sophistication, effortlessly fluent in both English and Chinese, reminiscent of the most fashionable youth of the Republican era. Once I donned my student attire and adorned myself with gold-rimmed spectacles, I made a theatrical entrance from my room, exuberantly greeting, "Hello, my esteemed butler Jiang." Old Jiang was profoundly astonished by my performance, exclaiming that he could hardly recognize me. We had secured train tickets to Hubei and boarded the train, with old Jiang bringing along a generous assortment of pastries and gifts from Beiping, eager to share them with the esteemed elders of Leishan. I nodded in silent approval. This little thespian had finally brought forth an old master of the craft. Once aboard, my sole focus was on amusing De Hu, my splendid golden-spotted tortoiseshell cat. Whenever I desired coffee or lunch, I merely snapped my fingers and instructed old Jiang to procure it. Occasionally, I would interject with a casual yes or no. My feline companion, too, relished in this elevated treatment, contentedly feasting before drifting into a deep slumber. After a day and night of travel, we finally arrived at a quaint station at the junction of Jingmen and Yichang. Old Jiang respectfully assisted me in disembarking with our luggage. In a charming twist, at the last moment, a rather alluring female attendant discreetly slipped me a note, her cheeks flushed before retreating. This was a testament to the allure of our little trio, an elder, a youth, and a cat. As I perused the note while leading old Jiang southward, I discovered it bore the name of the attendant, Lin Chuiyue. Regrettably, the desolation of this place mirrored my memories. The tiny station was utterly deserted, devoid of any rickshaws, compelling us to walk. Initially, old Jiang exhibited remarkable patience, but after several hours, he could no longer contain himself, urging me repeatedly, "Aren't you the expert? The skilled are not afraid of exhaustion." How absurd. The box is not for you to carry. While I am starving, my stomach pressed against my back. Old Jiang cursed vehemently. "Mind your place. Where is it acceptable for a steward to speak to a young master in such a manner?" I taunted him deliberately, then retrieved a piece of candy from my pocket to silence him. Meanwhile, the cat in my arms was also famished, its eyes glimmering with desperation, occasionally emitting a low growl to express its dissatisfaction. Li Jinglan, you wouldn't lead me astray, would you? In the end, gazing at the vast, desolate wilderness, old Jiang felt a tinge of despair. I reassured him that even if this path turned to ash, I would remember it. As a child, I had traversed the Zhang River, escaping from here with each step, every tree and blade of grass etched vividly in my memory. At that moment, the cat in my arms suddenly perked up, its entire body upright, ears erect. I initially thought it sensed danger, only to discover it was sniffing the air intently. "Dahu, what is it?" I inquired. In the next instant, the cat broke free, racing forward with a series of yowls, and old Jiang and I could only chase after it. As we ran, old Jiang cursed, declaring that once he caught this plump cat, he would prepare a sumptuous dish to accompany his drinks. After a brisk 10-minute chase, we simultaneously halted, turning our despair into delight. For we beheld wisps of smoke rising into the air. Where there is smoke, there are surely people. Simultaneously, a mouth-watering aroma of grilled fish and meat began to waft towards us. When we arrived at our destination, we discovered a crescent-shaped fishing village, bustling with fishermen, many of whom were bare-chested, diligently tending to their fresh catch and drying their nets. Their sun-kissed skin radiated vitality. Before long, I spotted Dahu at a snack stall, squatting on the ground and drooling at the offerings. Remarkably, a cat's sense of smell is truly remarkable. Exhausted, Lao Jiang and I decided to rest at the stall and inquired about local delicacies. "Would you care for some freshly prepared small fried fish soup? It's our village's specialty. Tender meat and creamy, white broth," the vendor offered. This immediately stirred our appetites, prompting us to place our money on the table and urge him to serve us promptly. Moments later, 2 bowls of aromatic fish soup were presented, and Lao Jiang and I eagerly consumed them. Dahu, too, leapt onto the table, nuzzling against me, so I ordered another bowl for him as well. The vendor, noticing our generous orders, couldn't help but beam with delight. He remarked that it was rare to have visitors from afar and asked if we had lost our way. I tilted my head and glanced at the nearby river, retorting, "Isn't this the Zhang River?" Surprised, the vendor exclaimed, "You know of the Zhang River? The opposite bank? Could it be you hail from Lei Town?" After all, the residents of Lei Town are known for their peculiar ways. They seldom venture beyond their isolated island across the Zhang River, relying on emissaries to procure their necessities from the fishing village, never taking an extra step. Suddenly, the snack stall owner seemed to have a revelation and muttered, "It's strange. Usually, the folks from Lei Town come to purchase salt from me at the beginning of each month. Yet here we are halfway through the month, and no one has shown up. Could it be that their tastes have shifted, and they no longer desire salt? This is bad. Something must have happened in Lei Town." I exchanged a glance with old Jiang, and we both gleaned crucial information from each other's eyes. I then inquired, "Has anything unusual transpired around here lately?" Old Jiang produced a silver dollar and placed it on the table, stating, "Our young master is quite fond of peculiar tales. If you manage to satisfy him with your story, this gleaming coin shall be yours." The snack stall owner shook his head. There is nothing strange to speak of. However, driven by the allure of the coin, he racked his brain for a moment before suddenly slapping his forehead. "Ah, just a few days ago, the Dragon King came to inspect the river." "Inspecting the river, you say?" Noticing our interest, the stall owner began to recount his tale in great detail. It turned out that a few nights prior, ghostly white flames had mysteriously appeared on the opposite bank of the Zhang River. Though devoid of limbs, they danced up and down, reminiscent of a ghastly graveyard scene, which was truly chilling. A fisherwoman, unknowingly drifting too close to the ghostly flames in the dead of night, found herself capsized along with her boat, only to be discovered the next day as a floating corpse. Terrified, the villagers ceased to venture out at night, claiming that the Dragon King was patrolling and that those ghostly flames were lanterns held by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Anyone who laid eyes upon them would be taken to the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea. Upon hearing the stall owner's account, my brow furrowed as I queried, "So, these ghostly flames only manifest across the river?" "Indeed," he affirmed. The snack stall owner nodded. Isn't that Lasian across the river? Indeed. With a resounding clap of his thigh, the owner exclaimed, the ghostly flames are wandering just outside Lasian. The disruption of the monthly salt procurement business and the enigmatic ghostly flames across the river were two pieces of information that led both me and Lao Jiang to realize that a change had occurred in Lasian, tightening our hearts with unease. Yet, at that moment, we could hardly fathom that the true upheaval would prove to be far more terrifying than we had imagined. Thank you. This money is yours. I smiled, draining the last of the fish soup, and then inquired if the owner could assist us in finding a ferryman to take us across the river. The snack stall owner wore a troubled expression, saying, Young master, you hail from Lasian. You should be aware of their customs. Lasian does not welcome outsiders. If they discover we facilitated your crossing, we would no longer receive any business. This was, of course, quite clear to me, and I thus opted for a more moderate approach. Can we rent a small boat then? A raft would suffice. The stall owner assured me that this would not pose a problem, as he had one available. With his assistance, Lao Jiang rowed the boat while I cradled the cat, slowly drifting toward the opposite bank. As fate would have it, darkness fell midway, and the thick clouds loomed overhead like a great pot lid. From a distance, the solitary island appeared to be signaling us for help. Chapter 11. Nurturing Shadows and Thunder. I urged Lao Jiang to row faster. Faster still. Lao Jiang, however, cursed vehemently, lamenting that he was the one laboring throughout the journey, and questioning how a disciple could treat his master in such a manner. Enough of the shouting. Look, we have arrived at Lasian. I pointed ahead, and Lao Jiang's gaze was instantly captivated. In the distance, a town nestled on a small island emerged, albeit one that appeared ancient and dilapidated, reminiscent of a Qing dynasty residence. Surrounding the town stood for colossal stone sculptures, resembling giants that seemed to guard Lei Town. These statues are rather peculiar, Lao Jiang muttered to himself. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck, and a light drizzle began to pelt our faces, signaling the imminent arrival of a storm. For reasons unbeknownst to me, after observing the four statues, Lao Jiang's expression soured, and he ceased conversing with me, merely rowing the boat forward. Even the cat nestled in my arms bristled, occasionally letting out a discontented whine, as if sensing an invisible foe lurking within Lei Town. I gently stroked Dahu's head, offering quiet solace as we approached a towering archway inscribed with the words, "Li family Lei Town, trespassers keep out." I raised an eyebrow at Lao Jiang, silently conveying that I had not lost my way. Yet he remained unresponsive. His face set in stone as we passed through the archway, revealing a moss-covered pond where our boat came to a halt. At last I, Li Jinglan, have returned home in splendor, I exclaimed. Jiang Butler, do not forget to bring the Beiping pastries for Uncle and the others. As soon as we disembarked, I called out loudly, hoping to draw the townsfolk out. However, the surroundings were eerily silent. Even the frogs that usually croaked merrily had fallen silent. Da Gao, too, displayed a vigilant demeanor. His ears perked up, resembling two sails catching the wind. Old Jiang surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present before he spoke solemnly. Your old home is no ordinary place of malevolence. Evil? Old Jiang nodded, elaborating. The archway we entered is carved in the shape of a coffin, which in feng shui is known as inviting the Yin. It easily channels the negative energy from the Zhang River into the town, creating a site of the dead. If I am not mistaken, those four stone sculptures are also significant. They will compress the incoming Yin energy, ultimately sending it skyward. This is the cultivation of Yin to nourish thunder. It is no wonder that this place experiences thunderstorms so frequently. The arrangement was crafted by someone far from ordinary folk. I can now assert with absolute certainty that this is indeed the hiding place of Wen Tao's descendants. Our journey here has not been in vain. His demeanor was familiar and polite, as if he were the one returning home in glory. I adjusted my pocket watch, which I had prepared earlier, and pushed my gold-rimmed glasses up my nose, following him at a leisurely pace. Before long, a row of small bungalows came into view. At this hour, Lei Town was eerily quiet, with only the ancient bronze bells hanging from the eaves chiming softly as the wind stirred. The sound of the bells at night was crisp and distant, evoking thoughts of the soul-guarding bells found in ancient tombs. As old Jiang passed by a household, he cast a few more glances at the bells hanging from the eaves, and his pupils suddenly contracted. I inquired about his reaction, and he pointed to a bell inscribed with a twisted script, saying, "Do you recognize what this is? The script of death," he exclaimed. "As long as there are bells beneath the eaves, no matter how far away, deceased loved ones can hear the calls from home." To my astonishment, intricate carvings of obscure characters adorned the surface above, revealing that someone within Thunder Town possessed knowledge of the script. Old Jiang cautiously extracted his notebook, meticulously sketching the incomprehensible symbols, before feigning nonchalance and inquiring, "Young Master Jinglan, how much farther must we journey to reach your abode?" "It is just ahead, Steward Jiang," I replied. Ordinarily, the vicinity of the stone archway would witness the patrolling townsfolk, who would expel any unfamiliar faces. Yet, despite our arrival ashore and traversing considerable distance, we had encountered not a single patrolling resident. Could it be that Thunder Town had truly fallen into disarray? The darkness had deepened, and I retrieved a Western-style flashlight, illuminating our path as I guided old Jiang toward my childhood home. I was unaware of how long we had walked when an unsettling sensation crept upon me. It felt as if someone were trailing us. As we moved, so did they. When we halted, they too paused. Despite the gentle patter of rain, which intensified like the frantic ringing of bells, old Jiang and I discerned footsteps concealed within the downpour. Old Jiang cast me a reassuring glance, then, adopting a tone of mock seriousness, whispered, "Young Master Jinglan, what brings you to such a place? Surely it is not haunted?" I encouraged him to muster some courage. Suddenly, I pivoted sharply, directing the beam of my flashlight toward the street corner, and bellowed, "Who goes there?" My swift motion caught the figure unprepared, and in the glow of the flashlight emerged a stooped, wrinkled old woman, clutching a white lantern. One of her eyes was missing while the other bore a chilling gaze that instantly reminded me of the river dragon mentioned by the proprietor of the fishing village. The great tiger meowed, prompting the man to chuckle awkwardly. "My wife is no ghost. Ha ha." No sooner had the words left his lips than the tightly shut doors of every household swung open. Stiff figures, each clutching a white lantern, stood at the thresholds, gazing at us with unblinking stares. The scene was undeniably eerie. Old Jiang discreetly tugged at my sleeve, urging me to hasten in recognizing uncles and aunts. However, my terror eclipsed old Jiang's by an order of magnitude. For, astonishingly, I did not recognize a single soul here, even if over a decade had passed. Surely there would be at least one familiar face among them. Ley Town remained the same, yet all those I once knew had vanished. One by one, they held their paper lanterns, their rigid stares leading me to question whether I had encountered phantoms. Rubbing my eyes, the old woman behind me chuckled and asked, "Have you two taken a wrong turn?" Upon hearing this, my suspicions deepened. The people of Ley Town were never so polite. Intruders were either bound hand and foot or tossed into the river. Contemplating this, I rolled my eyes and quickly embraced the old woman, exclaiming, "Aunt Zhang, it's me, Li Jinglan. I can hardly believe you've aged so much after studying abroad for over a decade. I hardly recognized you." Jinglan, the old woman stammered. I quickly gestured to old Jiang, saying, "Jiang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and serve some refreshments. This gentleman is my personal steward, and this is merely my pet, the great tiger." I greeted the villagers with fervor and engaged them in warm conversation, reminiscing about the past. In my earlier days, I was just a small child. If it weren't for the kindness of the uncles and aunts here, how could I have been fortunate enough to study in the UK? I gestured to indicate my modest height of about 1 meter while unwrapping a box of pastries, inquiring about the current state of Ley Town. The townsfolk regarded me with wary eyes, prompting me to point towards a house on my left. "That's where I used to live. Little fatty. Even if others have forgotten me, you surely haven't, right?" After saying this, I hurried over to what was once little fatty's residence. Indeed, he was no longer there. A stranger now occupied the space. This man, of a similar age to mine, was tall and slender, lacking any trace of plumpness. Yet, I took hold of his hand and recounted our mischievous escapades. "Remember when we cooked the old hen from Uncle Fugua's house? I helped you carry it. Don't you recall? And how we spied on Ah Hua while she bathed? Ring any bells?" The man, slowly coming to his senses, pointed at my face in sudden realization. Jinglan, is that really you? Naturally, I am now an international student, well-versed in foreign knowledge. By the way, how is your father's lung condition? I have some Western medicine in my suitcase. Jiang the steward. I cast a knowing glance at old Jiang, who handed the man a box of pastries. After rummaging through the box for a while, he grimaced and said, "Young master, it seems I left something on the train." Exasperated, I scolded old Jiang, occasionally mixing in some English words, leaving the people of Lei Town in stunned silence. The chubby fellow reassured me that all was well. His father had long since recovered. Given the late hour, he suggested that since Jinglan must be weary from the train journey, we should postpone our reminiscences until tomorrow. Just then, an elderly woman stepped forward, abruptly halting my incessant chatter. I shared his sentiments, yet upon glancing at my former home, I couldn't help but show a hint of reluctance. Regrettably, after my departure, no one has tended to the house, and it seems I must settle for the public quarters beside the ancestral hall. The old woman, lantern in hand, intended to guide us there. I smiled and said, "Aunt Zhang, I know where it is. Stepping outside one tea render me foolish. I am quite familiar with every blade of grass in Lasian." Nevertheless, the elderly woman insisted on escorting us to our destination. The ancestral hall lay at the heart of Lasian, a sacred site we could not approach. Our lodging was a small wooden house situated over 100 meters away, commonly referred to as the public quarters. I explained to old Jiang, "If outsiders arrive in the town, they are accommodated here, though such occurrences are rare, perhaps once or twice a year." The blind old woman simply cackled ominously throughout our journey. Once we were inside, she cautioned us, "Guests, remember, do not venture outside after midnight." Old Jiang and I exchanged glances, and I deliberately inquired, "Why is that?" The old woman fixed me with a strange gaze, revealing her ghastly white teeth. "In recent days, the Dragon King has been traversing the Zhang River, seeking a son-in-law. Young Master Jinglan is rather charming, and having been educated abroad, should he be chosen, it could lead to an untimely demise." Old Jiang interjected, "Then I, as an old fool, should be safe, right?" The old woman cast him a cold glance and remarked, "You never know. Perhaps the Dragon Palace is in need of a foreign butler as well." We feigned fear, promptly securing the door and tightly closing the windows. As the shadow of the old woman flickered and faded into the distance, I finally dared to share intelligence with old Jiang. "Master, something is amiss in Lei Town. I do not recognize a single soul here. I tried several individuals, and they all exhibited peculiarities, especially the neighbor's chubby child. He is certainly not the chubby child I know, for he has never spied on Ahua bathing, who, in reality, is merely an old sow." Old Jiang chuckled softly, acknowledging my cleverness despite the jest. I continued, "And that old woman, surely, once she reaches 40, she should enter the ancestral hall. What is she doing wandering about the town?" After a moment of contemplation, old Jiang said, "In that case, let us continue our charade. While the enemy remains still, so shall we, and observe what tricks they may unveil." Chapter 12. The Song of the Souls. Having confirmed that the townsfolk of Lei Town had all been replaced, old Jiang and I felt an unexpected calm. By the flickering light of the oil lamp, he once again retrieved his notebook, scrutinizing the inscription of the ancient script he had copied. The characters resembled a little figure with crossed arms, as if defending against something unknown. He pondered why such markings would be etched onto every wind chime. He speculated that the descendants of Wen Tao, after centuries of fleeing, did not randomly choose to settle in Lei Town. There must be something within Lei Town that offers them protection. As he murmured to himself, "Lei Town, oh Lei Town, just how many secrets do you still conceal, awaiting our discovery?" "So, master, shall we venture out tonight?" I inquired. Under the glow of the lights, old Jiang revealed a beaming face. "Now that we are here, why not proceed, especially after midnight?" It seemed he shared my rebellious spirit. The more one is told not to do something, the more one desires to do it. The cat on the table also expressed its excitement with a soft meow. With several hours still remaining until midnight, we decided to indulge in a brief slumber, promptly donning our shoes in the dark when the time arrived. However, the cat had already succumbed to slumber, making it appear as though it was the one that had journeyed all day. I hastily pinched its rear, whispering a reminder. Wake up, it's time to get to business. In our plan, Big Tiger was an essential component, yet he seemed weary, lazily lifting his gaze to me before intending to drift back to sleep. Without hesitation, Old Jiang retrieved a cooling ointment from his pocket and applied it to Big Tiger's nose, causing his whiskers to twitch and his face to contort like a dumpling. As Big Tiger stirred awake, the three of us, one old, one young, and one cat, embarked on our nocturnal mission. Old Jiang, displaying cleverness, intentionally released the cat first, and then we feigned a chase, carefully observing our surroundings as we exited the house. The peculiar townsfolk seemed to genuinely regard us as foreign students on a visit, for there was not a single watcher in sight. Yet we remained vigilant, moving quietly and slowly, fearful of disturbing the wind chimes adorning the streets. The entire Lei town was enveloped in silence, as if everyone were lost in delightful dreams. The ancestral hall had always been a source of inner turmoil for me. Harboring my own motives, I deliberately led Old Jiang closer to it. Logically, a place blessed by our ancestors should exude righteousness. However, the initial impression it imparted was one of eeriness, heaviness, and oppression. Previously, I harbored suspicions regarding the archway at the entrance of Legion, which bore the likeness of a coffin's head. Now I comprehend that the ancestral hall is akin to the body of a coffin. This was the first remark made by Lao Jiang upon his sighting of the hall. Following his words, I scrutinized it anew, and indeed, the hall stood in perfect rectangular form, resembling a colossal sarcophagus. The grand entrance was fashioned to mimic the fractured dragon stone found in ancient tombs, flanked on either side by two monstrous stone sculptures, one a fearsome monkey, the other a bird adorned with 4 wings. These are Wuziki and Mangxiang, I exclaimed in astonishment. These creatures had previously adorned my tattoos and appeared on the box left by Wen Tao, and now they manifested once more within the ancestral hall. However, Lao Jiang's gaze was captivated by the imposing bronze pillar that towered in the center of the hall. Although only a portion of it was visible from the courtyard, Lao Jiang was adamant that it was extraordinary. "Young man, do you know the origins of this artifact?" he inquired. I recounted. In my childhood, my parents seem to have mentioned that this bronze pillar is the oldest relic of Legion, purportedly constructed by our first ancestor, requiring immense resources and labor. Yet its precise purpose remains an enigma. The town mayor merely stated it serves to invoke blessings and ward off evil.
Lao Giang nốt đét thao gu phun.
Contemplating an incursion over the wall to examine the pillar more closely. As we both scaled the barrier, Lao Jiang suddenly pressed my head down and shouted, "Get down!" Almost immediately, a strange melody emanated from within the ancestral hall, a haunting and piercing tune, reminiscent of ancient incantations. Within the ancestral hall, a faint glow persisted, revealing several shadows traversing its interior, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, the door swung open, and out stepped the previously encountered blind old woman. To my astonishment, she was followed by 4 other blind women, their appearances nearly identical save for the variation in the blindness of their eyes. Each held a white paper lantern, gradually making their way toward the riverbank. I exchanged glances with Lao Jiang, silently questioning whether we should follow. He nodded affirmatively, deftly retrieving my belongings abandoned in the corner. Despite her blindness, the old woman moved with surprising swiftness, and I found myself struggling to keep pace behind her. She led us to a massive stone sculpture by the Zhang River, where I concealed myself amidst the thicket, hesitant to approach. To my surprise, the previously observed group of stiff-faced townsfolk had congregated around the sculpture. They too bore white lanterns, within which flickered an eerie green flame. The lanterns floated in the darkness, reminiscent of the Dragon King surveying his domain. The blind matron paid them no heed. Instead, she commanded her companions to dig a hole beneath the stone sculpture with a hoe, subsequently burying a large, mysterious package within it. My distance from Lao Jiang prevented me from discerning its contents, yet I could see the lanterns swirling around the sculpture, their bearers singing ancient melodies that sent shivers down my spine. I lost track of time as the haunting refrain continued, only to cease after an indeterminate duration. They then resumed their excavation with hoes and shovels, scouring the island as if in search of something, which puzzled me greatly. If they were indeed looking for something, wouldn't it be more sensible to search within the homes of the townsfolk? What might lie buried by the riverside in the desolate wilderness? Aside from graves, there is naught else. In my recollection, the inhabitants of Laytown have, from the moment of their birth, chosen a peculiar stone sculpture of a creature to represent their zodiac sign. Whichever sculpture is selected determines the location of their burial after death. Yet, as infants are devoid of awareness, the direction in which their tiny fingers point upon birth is deemed the site of their final resting place. In my childhood, I expressed to my parents that such a notion seemed inauspicious. Why contemplate death at the moment of birth? They, however, insisted that it was a tradition passed down through generations in Laytown. Those who live in Laytown must continue to be its guardians even in death, watching over this land. After the hour of the pig comes the hour of the tiger, often associated with the fierce creature in the 12 zodiac signs. Yet, what is meant by the term mountain tiger in this context remains unclear to me. Regardless, it is certain that the blind old woman and her companions have departed. Only after confirming their absence did I dare to approach stealthily, realizing that the Dragon King patrolling the river, as observed by the fishing village, was merely a ruse orchestrated by this group. Driven by an insatiable curiosity regarding the contents of the package buried by the blind old woman, I first bowed thrice before the stone sculpture, paying my respects, and only then did I muster the courage to excavate. After all, as a denizen of Laytown, I must show reverence to a statue that has safeguarded our town for centuries. The apex of the sculpture features a colossal human head, with a body adorned with sharp teeth, one of the very tattoos etched upon my back. The Tao Tai, known for its insatiable appetite, is revered as the god of gluttony. The night breeze was chilling, and the air was filled with an array of strange insect sounds. A sense of dread enveloped me, as I feared being devoured by the mythical creature known as Tao Tai. I picked up an abandoned iron shovel from the ground and tossed it into old Zhang's arms, insisting he do the digging. "Why should it be me?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Whoever is the black blade Qilin should dig," I retorted. As the shovel struck the ground, a wave of putrid blood wafted into the air. Old Zhang's expression grew serious. He gestured for me to step back 10 paces to avoid any danger. He began to dig with increasing fervor, the scent of blood intensifying with each scoop. Eventually, he unearthed a gruesome chunk of fresh human flesh, clearly severed from a living person, its size nearly 1/5 of a whole body, adorned with remnants of a tattoo depicting the golden beast. This was a young man from Laytown. My heart raced with confusion as I pondered the shocking events that had transpired in Laytown. The individual before us had not only suffered the brutal punishment of being torn apart, but had also been buried beneath the stone sculpture of Tao Tai, an affront to the entire town. My gaze fell upon a small human leg bone, a grim realization dawning on me. Such atrocities, murder, dismemberment, and desecration of graves near the sculpture, were utterly heinous. In my frantic state, I wished for nothing more than to bury the evidence properly. Yet, I noticed something peculiar about the skull. A strange hole had appeared on its forehead, reminiscent of an eye in size and shape. At that moment, overwhelmed by fear, I dismissed it, unaware that this skull concealed a monumental secret. Chapter 13. The ear hole seeing me dawdle, old Jiang seized me with a powerful grip. "Something is approaching. We must flee." It was only upon the reminder from old Jiang that I became aware of the incessant buzzing reverberating through the night. A vast swarm of crimson insects approached, engulfing the air as if a red sandstorm were descending upon the gluttonous stone sculpture. In a frenzy, I hastily followed old Jiang, heedless of the potential for discovery, for our survival took precedence. Fortunately, the swarm did not pursue us. Instead, they circled the stone figure, seemingly guarding something of significance. Upon our return, old Jiang inquired about these peculiar insects, clearly taken aback. He mused that this was indeed my first encounter with the monstrous statue at such proximity. I nodded in agreement, and a thought struck me. I recalled how, after punishing me, my parents would frighten me with tales of the mountain tiger, warning that if I misbehaved or strayed, I would be devoured, leaving not even a bone behind. Previously, I had dismissed the notion of the mountain tiger as mere folklore to scare children, yet now it seemed there might be some truth to it. Growing up in Thunder Town, I remained oblivious to the secrets lurking within that I had yet to uncover. Old Zhang's expression turned serious as he conveyed his observations. The counterfeiters in Thunder Town were far from ordinary. They were ruthless, organized, and disciplined, unlike mere vagabonds. Our only course of action was to masquerade as foreign students and continue to navigate their treacherous waters. As the venerable Jiang of the Black Blade Kirin has expressed, the situation may be more dire than I had anticipated. This thought inevitably conjured images of that gruesome scene where flesh was torn asunder by 5 horses. However, tomorrow I must engage in a battle of wits and courage against that group of rascals. Hence, Jiang and I retired to our respective beds, eager to catch up on much-needed rest. I motioned for the tiger to shift a bit closer, all the while silently cursing its lack of skills beyond eating and sleeping. To my astonishment, it was not just Jiang and I who had unexpected discoveries. The tiger too had an intriguing find. I stumbled upon it while grooming the tiger the following day. Its sharp claws were ensnared upon a glimmering object. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a pair of earrings crafted from pure silver. The design, however, was far from the floral or starry motifs typically adorned by young maidens. Instead, it was a chilling representation of a scorpion. The scorpion's tail was elegantly arched upwards, its back shimmering with an eerie deep blue hue, meticulously fashioned to lifelike perfection. The realism of this piece left me in awe, rendering me almost incredulous that it was merely a small earring. Jiang, too, examined the item with great scrutiny, ultimately revealing a flicker of skepticism in his gaze. This was not an ancient artifact, but rather a product of contemporary craftsmanship. Nevertheless, it was crafted from fine silver, indicative of a masterful artisan's hand. Certainly, it was beyond the means of the average citizen. Regrettably, the tiger was unable to articulate the origins of this earring. Just as dawn broke, illuminating the eastern sky, the blind old woman began to rap insistently on our door. As she knocked, she peered through the crack with her solitary remaining eye, evidently intent on surveilling whether we had ventured outside. The scene was exceedingly unsettling. "Who is it?" I deliberately yawned, feigning the appearance of just waking up. "Young Master Jinglan, it's time for breakfast. Everyone is waiting for you," chuckled the blind old woman outside the door. Hastily, I concealed my ear studs in my pocket and made my way over with Dahu. At the dining table, aside from the blind old woman, there was the tall, slender man I had referred to as Little Fatty yesterday, along with his parents. Breakfast consisted of a simple porridge accompanied by cold mixed black fungus and a plate of the local specialty, small yellow croaker. The blind old woman mentioned that she had been unable to prepare more in the morning and asked us to bear with it. Little Fatty's parents were particularly articulate. "Fatty, just look at young Master Jinglan, he has studied abroad. And then look at you." I feigned humility, tossing out a few English words that left them momentarily stunned. Little Fatty quickly stood up, eager for me to teach him a few phrases in English. It was at that moment I noticed that Little Fatty had a piercing in his right ear. I subtly signaled to Lao Jiang, then continued to sip my porridge while discreetly observing the others. I realized that everyone present, including the blind old woman, had ear piercings all on the right side, which was unusual since the people of Laytown typically did not get piercings. Lao Jiang took a bite of the small yellow croaker and, seemingly unconcerned, inquired whether there had been any incidents in the town recently, as he thought he had heard singing and raucous noises last night that had awakened him several times. A few of them exchanged uneasy glances and, clearly anxious, lied to us, claiming there had been no noise at all, asking if perhaps we had misheard. Sensing our disbelief, the blind old woman chuckled. "Haven't I mentioned that after midnight, the Dragon King patrols the river? People in the town do not wander about." The vacant eye she lacked was haunting, even in the light of day. I dared not meet her gaze, yet Little Fatty grasped my hand, inquiring whether I recalled past events. Of course I remembered. With a playful tone I said, "I still remember how, when your father tattooed your back as a child, you cried like a child." Little Fatty's eyes sparkled at once as he asked if I recalled the words spoken by the town mayor when he tattooed the backs of the local children. I feigned deep contemplation, replying, "Did he say something? I seem to have forgotten." Little Fatty continued to probe, asking if I remembered the heirloom of our town, a treasure that could. Before he could finish, the blind old woman suddenly coughed, seemingly having dropped her chopsticks and bending to retrieve them. I turned my attention back to little Fatty, who had fallen silent. The only sound in my ears was the old woman's soft voice. "Young Master Jinglon, it seems you have quite a bit of mud on your shoe soles. Let me assist you in cleaning them later." Both old Jiang and I glanced down at our feet, only then realizing that the soles of our shoes were caked with the black mud we had picked up near the stone carvings the previous night. "Oh no," I thought to myself. Fortunately, old Jiang was quick-witted, promptly apologizing. "Young master, it's entirely my fault for being so eager to sleep last night that I forgot to provide you with a clean pair of shoes. Stepping into the muck yesterday was quite unpleasant." I smiled reassuringly, indicating that it was of no concern. After all, I had a pair of leather shoes in my suitcase that I could change into later. The blind old woman cast a skeptical glance at me, then at old Jiang, and chose to remain silent. However, after being interrupted by Xiao Peng's earlier remarks, he refrained from mentioning Lei Town again, instead insisting on studying English with me, evidently having been admonished by the blind old woman. After our meal, I expressed to old Jiang my desire to explore Lei Town, as I had not yet paid my respects at the ancestral shrine after over a decade abroad. Xiao Peng looked toward the blind old woman, who nodded in agreement, stating that such filial piety was indeed commendable. Yet, she insisted on accompanying us to the shrine. Due to old Jiang's previous words, I felt as though I was stepping into a coffin as we approached the shrine. With every step, it seemed as if someone were breathing cold air down my neck. The blind old woman let out a cold chuckle as she inserted the key into the grand, broken stone door, slowly pushing it open. Before us lay the expansive courtyard of the shrine, adorned with an unusual bronze pillar. Observing it in daylight revealed a clarity that was absent at night. The surface shimmered with a distinct metallic sheen, intricately engraved with complex patterns depicting a multitude of small figures ascending a ladder toward the heavens. The ladder appeared endless, likely matching the height of the towering pillar itself, leaving one to ponder its profound significance. As we passed the bronze pillar, old Jiang could not suppress his curiosity and was about to investigate, but I firmly pulled him back, signaling him to remain discreet. Upon entering the inner chamber, the blind old woman revealed a plaque inscribed with blessings for descendants, beneath which lay a table adorned with 4 or 5 tiers of spirit tablets, densely inscribed with the names of Li family XXX. However, the highest level was particularly desolate. Logically speaking, should not the eldest ancestor reside here? Yet, what lay there appeared not to be a memorial tablet, but rather a square frame, shrouded in a piece of black cloth, exuding an air of peculiar eeriness. The blind old woman inquired why I and Steward Jiang had not entered. I replied, "Have you forgotten? The ancestral hall is only for the males of the Li family. Steward Jiang is merely a servant from outside, and thus lacks the qualifications." Upon hearing this, the blind old woman refrained from entering. She handed me a bundle of incense from her bamboo basket. I graciously accepted it and, with utmost reverence, bowed 3 times before the memorial tablet. In truth, I held little affection for Lei Town, harboring instead a profound resentment. For it was within this very ancestral hall that my parents had been dragged, their fates thereafter shrouded in mystery. After presenting the incense, I intended to depart. However, at that moment, the cat, startled by some unseen force, leapt onto the offering table, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. "Dahu, don't cause trouble," I quickly gestured softly. As I gazed at the rows of spirit tablets, I felt a deep sense of dread for Dahu. It is essential to understand that the ancestral tablets upon the offering table are not placed haphazardly. The older the tablet, the higher it is positioned. To my dismay, Dahu continued to ascend, eventually pausing at the last row, fixating on the object concealed beneath the black cloth, eager for mischief. I hurried forward to catch him, fearing that this cat might bring calamity upon both myself and old Jiang. Yet, the plump feline moved with such swiftness that, in its leap, it inadvertently tore a corner of the black cloth. Although the fabric quickly fell back into place, I felt as though I had plunged into a frigid abyss, paralyzed by an icy terror, rendered speechless in that moment. It was a blend of fright, fear, and disbelief. I find myself utterly incapable of articulating the terror that gripped me at that moment, for I distinctly beheld the entity concealed beneath the black cloth. Chapter 14. The third eye as I emerged from the ancestral hall. My garments were completely drenched. Old Jiang, noticing my dazed demeanor, immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Young Master Jinglan, are you not inclined to wander elsewhere?" inquired the blind old woman at the entrance. No, not at all." Old Jiang stepped forward to divert attention. "The young master's parents passed away in the ancestral hall. It's only natural he is overwhelmed with memories. Do remember to come for dinner tomorrow. We have prepared an abundance of exquisite dishes." The blind old woman bid us farewell with a smile. At that moment, my heart continued to race, and I turned to old Jiang, who uttered a chilling remark. "Can you believe it? My ancestor, Wen Tao, was actually a monster." "A monster?" Old Jiang, who had been smoking, coughed repeatedly upon hearing this revelation. I hastily poured him a cup of tea and recounted the events that had transpired in the ancestral hall. It turned out that De Hu's mischief had allowed me to glimpse the portrait of our forebear, shrouded in black cloth. The ancestor depicted in the painting had a square face, adorned in a bright red general's attire. However, astonishingly, a third eye had sprouted upon his forehead. To emphasize the significance of that eye, the artist rendered it with an eerie brilliance. I even felt as though it had winked at me. Do you recall how I inadvertently stumbled into the graveyard beside the gluttonous stone carving last night? At that moment, I beheld a skull belonging to a middle-aged individual, with a hole the size of an eye socket upon his forehead. I suspected that the town of Lei harbored an astonishing secret unbeknownst to us, perhaps linked to the reason why townsfolk must enter the ancestral hall upon reaching the age of 40. He repeatedly sought confirmation, questioning whether I had misinterpreted what I saw. The portraits within the ancestral hall were meticulously crafted. Should our ancestors not possess 3 eyes, it would be utterly sacrilegious to depict them thus. Moreover, in ancient times, an additional eye would not be regarded as divine but rather deemed a monstrosity. It appeared that the secrets of Lei Town lay hidden within the ancestral hall. No, we must venture in once more. Lao Jiang extinguished his cigarette, resolutely stating his intent. Earlier that day, he had lamented the noise emanating from the ancestral hall, yet tonight it was unusually silent. Even when the appointed hour arrived, no strange melodies emerged. Under the cover of night, Lao Jiang and I stealthily approached, tossing several small stones over the wall to ensure no one was present before we climbed over. This time we refrained from bringing De Hu along, fearing he might cause further disturbances. In the dim, pallid candlelight, rows of ancestral tablets were meticulously arranged, as if each soul had been firmly anchored to this place. Only the highest position remained vacant. The portrait I had seen earlier was still shrouded beneath a black cloth, seemingly awaiting our revelation of its secrets. Lao Jiang clasped his hands in apology, uttering a phrase of contrition, then deftly placed his foot upon the table, employing his superior agility to remove the black cloth. Suddenly, the imposing visage of an ancient man materialized before us. He was clad in resplendent crimson armor, with a horn hanging from his waist that commanded an army of thousands of tomb raiders. This was none other than Wen Tao, the notorious Tomb Raider King, who instilled terror in the hearts of all during that era. However, what was truly peculiar was the third eye prominently situated on his forehead. That eye was as straight as a line, firmly embedded between his brows, conjuring images of the Erlang Shun from the comic books of my youth. Lao Jiang covered his eyes with a black cloth, revealing the profound dread that mirrored my own. I never anticipated that Wen Tao was indeed a manifestation of a monster. Yet, none of the historical documents collected by the Qilin mentioned his third eye. Everything began at the Yin ruins. I reminded Lao Jiang. Let us not forget that Wen Tao was the first person to emerge alive from the Yin ruins. It must have been from that moment that his body began to transform, earning him the reputation of a supernatural being. The emperor must have also perceived that third eye and, out of deep-seated fear, sought to annihilate him completely. I surmised that this must be the curse originating from the Yin ruins. Lao Jiang looked at me in astonishment but did not refute my assertion. Perhaps in his heart, he sensed that this speculation was the closest to the truth. Just as we were preparing to depart, however, Lao Jiang raised his hand. Wait! I turned to him and noticed that he had suddenly approached the wall to the west. The wall was adorned with depictions of the 3 deities of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, images commonly found in folk shrines, symbolizing blessings and long life for future generations. I watched as Lao Jiang pressed his entire ear against the wall, his hands caressing the peach of immortality held by the longevity star, occasionally tapping with his fingers, as if there was something hidden behind the wall. Suddenly, I pondered the identity of the old ginger. Could it be that, as a master of mechanisms, he had uncovered something significant? Observing his serious demeanor, I hesitated to intrude upon his thoughts. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the sound of footsteps, clack, clack, resonated from the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Judging by experience, there were at least 2 individuals approaching. As they drew nearer, I attempted to pull the old ginger away, but he remained unperturbed. Anxiety surged within me, akin to ants on a hot pan. In a moment of desperation, I crawled beneath the table. I had no desire to be discovered. These individuals were ruthless, and should I be found, it was likely that I would meet a gruesome fate tonight. However, just as I squeezed into my hiding spot, the old ginger seized my trousers, exclaiming, "Youngster, how can you be so cowardly at such a critical moment?" His brow furrowed tightly as he gritted his teeth and declared, "We must take a gamble." No sooner had he spoken than he deftly employed his fingers to execute a subtle maneuver, astonishingly causing the peach in the hands of the birthday celebrant to be thrust inside. With a creak, a small hidden door appeared in the wall, and the old ginger hurriedly pulled me through. The wall then restored itself to its original state. Sighing in relief, I quietly inquired how he had discovered this secret door. The old ginger chuckled. Grave robbers have always adhered to the principle of having multiple escape routes. Moreover, considering that the descendants of Wentao were relentlessly pursued in the past, no matter where they settled, they would undoubtedly leave behind safeguards. This ancestral hall is situated in the heart of Lei Town, and upon entering, I sensed something amiss with the murals. Why would the peach, held by the birthday celebrant, be depicted in his bosom? Furthermore, this position coincidentally aligns with the life gate in the Bagua, symbolizing the meaning of escape. I conducted a slight probe, and indeed, there was a door. Old Jiang informed me that there were likely many more secret chambers like this one in Lei Town. Just as I was about to express my admiration, he swiftly covered my mouth. We could hear the 2 individuals from earlier had entered the ancestral hall and were seemingly engaged in conversation. The first, a blind old woman, began to curse. These wretched souls refused to divulge even a single word. They have already killed several, yet their lips remain sealed, particularly that town mayor. Even after we butchered his son and daughter into 5 pieces, he didn't even bat an eyelash. A pang of unease struck my heart. Though I harbored a deep resentment for Lei Town, I felt no satisfaction at their current plight. Instead, a bittersweet sensation washed over me. Who were these people to exhibit such cruelty? It was suggested that the cunning young lad could be subjected to torture, as his delicate skin would likely yield under duress. Hearing the 2 blind old women speak of me in such a manner brought joy to old Jiang, who began to mock me with his gaze. Yet, the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. But we must first eliminate that old brat. Once he is gone, the young one will be at our mercy, he declared through gritted teeth, his anger palpable as he pressed down on the sheath of his black blade. I could only stifle a laugh and remind old Jiang to prioritize the greater picture. The voices of the 2 blind old women grew increasingly hushed, eventually devolving into whispers. I chose to ignore them and instead began to scrutinize the secret chamber. Within, there was only a moldy wooden bed, likely a refuge for the townsfolk during times of calamity. On the wooden bed lay a stack of books. As I sifted through them, I called for old Jiang, for I had unexpectedly discovered a genealogy of the Leijin clan. We blew away the dust and found that the first ancestor was indeed Wentao. The illustrious Wentao commanded an army of 100,000 diggers, rescuing the nation from perilous strife, receiving the surname Li, riding in the emperor's chariot, and being bestowed the title of king. Henceforth, the descendants of Wentao adopted the surname Li. Gazing at the rows of names bearing the Li surname, old Jiang remarked, "But if Wentao was murdered by the emperor, why do his descendants still bear the Li surname?" Here I also found my father's name. I belong to the generation of the character Jing, while my father belongs to the generation of Shi, named Li Shiming. Before departing, he declared, "Tomorrow, we shall proceed as planned. First, eliminate the old brat, then capture the young one." Upon hearing the term old brat, Old Jiang's previously improved demeanor darkened once more. I knew those two blind old women would soon face misfortune. Chapter 15. The black blade unsheathed, it was not until the two blind old women departed that old Jiang finally erupted in anger, drawing his black blade halfway with a clang. In all my years, this is the first time anyone has dared to call me an old brat. I could not help but stifle a laugh from the sidelines, but old Jiang, with a tone laced with sarcasm, directed at me. Let us not forget, they also referred to you as a young brat. This did not trouble me much, for after all, I was merely a humble student. But who was old Jiang, the unparalleled black blade Qilin? Who would have imagined he would be reduced to the title of an old brat? Contemplating this, I held the great tiger close to me as old Jiang urged me to carefully consider how to deal with those troublesome adversaries tomorrow. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. At this moment, pondering was futile. Though I voiced one sentiment, my heart harbored another. After all, the initial target was the old scoundrel, and it was only fitting that the cunning old fox should devise the strategy. With that thought, I embraced the cat and sweetly drifted into slumber. The following morning, the blind old woman rapped on our door punctually, suggesting we first enjoy a bowl of porridge to soothe our stomachs, promising a sumptuous feast at noon. We responded with laughter, yet we understood this was an elaborate trap, a banquet of treachery. The conspirators were no longer inclined to maintain the faade. Today marked the moment when the true intentions would be unveiled. Prior to this deceptive banquet, the old fox presented me with a pill, claiming it would neutralize any poison in case of foul play. He donned a pair of high boots, concealing a dagger within. The feast was laid out upon the Bluestone Street, an open-air banquet featuring smoked meats, white fish soup, fragrant roasted fish, and stir-fried beef. An assembly of dishes that made me suspect they had scavenged delicacies from every household. Such an array would be deemed extravagant even during the new year. The townsfolk of Lei would seldom indulge in such a lavish spread collectively. The blind old woman poured us wine, proclaiming it to be a prized vintage, filling our bowls to the brim. Little Fatty incessantly urged us to drink, reminiscing about our years of camaraderie. I downed my drink in one go, feeling a twinge of melancholy as I lamented. Alas, it is a pity that Dan and Go San Zi are absent. We used to have such splendid times together. For some reason, the wine induced a dizzying effect. Suddenly struck by inspiration, I deliberately inquired of little Fatty, "By the way, do you recall the time we pilfered that peculiar copper box from the mayor's house, only to be soundly punished by our parents? I wonder what treasures lay hidden within that box." I deliberately feigned a sorrowful demeanor, removing my gilded spectacles to wipe away my tears. However, the chubby boy's expression was one of uncontainable excitement. "The copper box?" I nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, it is that square box, adorned on all sides with grotesque carvings." Unable to restrain himself any longer, he seized my hand. "Do you still remember where the mayor placed the box?" Initially, I claimed not to recall, but upon perceiving the murderous intent in the gaze of the blind old woman beside us, I quickly reversed my statement, laughing. "Ah, I was merely jesting. That location remains vividly etched in my memory." Nevertheless, I continued, "But, dear chubby boy, did you not steal the box alongside me? How is it that now?" Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through my head. "Oh wait, why do you have two heads and two noses?" I pointed at him, my head tilting, before I collapsed onto the table. Old Jiang, too, pretended to be overwhelmed by drink, mumbling incoherently until he fell silent. After I lost consciousness, the chubby boy shook my body, calling out, "Young Master Jinglan, young Master Jinglan, Li Jinglan." Seeing my lack of response, he finally stood up, sighing. Who was it that administered such a potent dose? Truly, I almost extracted the location of that thing from him. However, he did mention that the object was at the mayor's residence. We have scoured that place thrice, yet found nothing. I am at a loss as to what mechanism could be at play. The blind old woman scoffed. "Since the little rascal has seen the box left by Wen Tao, it signifies that our journey has not been in vain. I refuse to believe that the box could possibly elude us." A sudden jolt surged through my heart, as the seemingly innocuous probe unexpectedly confirmed that they were indeed after the secrets left by our ancestors. However, the coveted box was not located in Lei Town, but rather in Shoshue village. The little fat boy and his companions bound both me and old Jiang with ropes. The blind old woman initially intended to search us, yet the little fat boy disdainfully remarked, "These two fools are harmless. There's no need for that." To them, we were merely gullible foreigners, incapable of causing any significant disturbance. Old Jiang and I maintained our act of unconsciousness until we were transported to another location. This new place was filled with an unbearable stench, reminiscent of a large shed in Laytown designated for raising cattle and sheep. Disgusted by the foul odor, the blind old woman entrusted us to the little fat boy and departed. He, along with his parents, unceremoniously tossed us into a makeshift prison, then took a basin of cold water and doused us, leaving us chilled to the bone and instantly sobering us up. It became evident that the entire shed had been repurposed into a prison, with chaotic noises emanating from next door, including shouts and shadows, indicating that other residents of Laytown were likely being detained. As I gradually regained consciousness, I rubbed my eyes and inquired, "What place is this? Why are you standing here, little fat boy?" The little fat boy sneered repeatedly, "You've walked right into the tiger's den, and yet you remain so naive? Have you become foolish from studying English?" I contemplated feigning ignorance, but old Jiang quickly played along, lamenting, "Young master, you seem to have mistaken the villains for your own brothers. I had a feeling this town was off. You little brat, mind your own business." The pretender, who was slightly overweight, immediately kicked old Jiang and seized my collar, demanding to know the whereabouts of the copper box. I feigned ignorance, prompting him to exchange a knowing glance with his two accomplices. "Humph, not knowing is of little consequence. Soon enough you will be begging us for answers," he explained, detailing how they would first flay old Jiang, leaving him in a state of agony, before piercing his fingernails with slender bamboo skewers, allowing him to truly understand the meaning of the fingers are connected to the heart. A chill ran down my spine at the thought. Just as they prepared to enact their cruel intentions, a blade suddenly slipped from old Jiang's sleeve. With deft precision, he pinched the blade between his fingers and swiftly severed the ropes binding him. Alarmed, the one wielding the whip sensed trouble and lashed out, but old Jiang, with a serene smile, drew a black knife from his boot. In the dim light, a flash of white gleamed, and the assailant clutched his neck, collapsing in a torrent of blood. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the pretender considered fleeing, his other accomplice had also met a similar fate. Old Jiang swiftly seized him, tossing him before me, and with another flash of the blade, he cut the ropes binding me. You are actually the Black Knife Qilin?" I stammered, astonished. Old Jiang smiled, a silent admission. The pretender knelt in fear, paralyzed by old Jiang's formidable presence, no longer daring to scheme. It was all orchestrated by those outside. I am merely a minor player. "Please, spare my life," he quavered, trembling as he lifted his gaze. Old Jiang, with a smile that belied his intentions, toyed with the black knife in his hand. "I am no adult, merely the old brat you speak of." His demeanor was so intimidating that it nearly made the stout impostor wet himself. There is a saying, "Feasting on bones and sleeping on hides," a smile as chilling as the underworld. Old Jiang's grin, which did not reach his eyes, was truly terrifying. Just as the stout impostor's mental defenses crumbled, old Jiang finally spoke. "Now, tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Thunder Town? Where have you taken its people? For each question you evade, I shall sever your left ear. Evade 2 questions and I will take your right. Refuse to answer all 3 and I shall claim your life." He gestured toward the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. "They have just departed. Should you perish swiftly, you may join them on the road to the underworld." Chapter 16. The counterattack. How could the stout impostor withstand old Jiang's intimidation? Trembling, he hastily confessed, "We are merely a group of grave robbers. We heard that Thunder Town conceals a treasure, and possessing it would lead us to a grand tomb, which ignited our greed. As for the townsfolk of Thunder Town, they are imprisoned next door." "Grave robbers?" Old Jiang scoffed coldly, revealing the scorpion-shaped earring he had found. "I have navigated the world of tomb raiding for 30 years and have never encountered a band of robbers adorned with such trinkets. Do you think you can deceive me? We truly are just grave robbers." The stout impostor's complexion paled upon seeing the earring, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Suddenly, he seized a handful of lime powder and threw it into the air. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance with old Jiang and instinctively shielded my eyes with my sleeve at the first moment. The fake chubby one sneered, brandishing a dagger aimed at me. The air was thick with a haze of lime dust, rendering the entire room shrouded in a white mist, obscuring my vision of where the dagger was aimed. All I knew was that this fiend was attacking me. Old Jiang, save me, I cried out. He's targeting your abdomen. Turn sideways and he will experience a momentary lapse. In that fleeting second, strike his elbow, and his dagger will fall. Then seize the dagger and dispatch him. Old Jiang's voice resonated behind me. Without time for contemplation, I instinctively complied, and remarkably, I succeeded in disarming the fake chubby one with a single move. Swiftly, I grasped the fallen dagger, yet in my hand, it felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Although I was the sole survivor of the 1,000-handed Rakshasa tomb, it was my first experience with taking a life. Pierce him. Old Jiang's voice echoed once more. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Li Jinglan. This is your first lesson from the master. Seeing my hesitation, old Jiang urged. Do you see? He is retrieving hidden weapons. I glanced down and indeed, the fake chubby one had, at some point, produced 3 glistening blue darts, evidently poisoned. If struck, I would surely meet a grim fate. This time, I did not hesitate. I shut my eyes tightly and thrust the dagger with all my might. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, a warm liquid splattered across my face. I struck again and again 4 or 5 times, until the faux chubby figure lay lifeless on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal slumber. Witnessing this scene, Lao Jiang chuckled softly and lit a cigarette. Everyone has their first time. Compared to my initial experience, you have fared remarkably well. I remember when I took a life for the first time, I spent 3 days and nights retching, struggling to recover from the ordeal. As Lao Jiang and I emerged from the confines of this cell, we were greeted by the desolate expanse of farmland, prompting me to muse aloud. No wonder our ruckus went unnoticed. It appears there are only 3 guards here. Yet, I pondered the whereabouts of those faux villagers. Surely, there had been so many of them. Lao Jiang advised me to set aside my concerns for the moment and focus on rescuing the captives from Laytown first. Following the sounds, we arrived at the adjoining space, discovering that the entire livestock shed had been transformed into a series of small cells, each imprisoning 4 or 5 individuals, shackled by heavy iron chains. These individuals were disheveled, their garments stained with blood, desperately shaking their cages. Upon seeing us pass by, they erupted into curses. Who are you? How long do you intend to keep us imprisoned? As I glanced into the second cell, 2 figures struck me as vaguely familiar, resembling childhood companions. I hurried over and exclaimed, Dan, Go Sanzi, it's me. The 2 turned, their expressions tinged with suspicion. I hastily removed my golden-rimmed glasses, made a playful grimace, and leaned closer, saying, It's Li Jinglan. Have you forgotten all the mischief we got into as children? Excitement surged through Erden and Dog Sanzai as they reached out to grasp my hand. Boss Jinglan, is that truly you? How wonderful! How wonderful! Despite the passage of over a decade since our last encounter, the bond we forged in our youth remained genuine. Had it not been for their valiant efforts to shield me, I would have never managed to escape from Lasian. Indeed, I owe them my gratitude. I cast a glance at the lock on the iron cage, urging old Jiang to devise a plan to liberate the villagers of Lasian. Typically, the key resides with the guards. However, after searching 2 corpses thoroughly, I found nothing. Yet old Jiang, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned against the wall and remarked, Have you forgotten what I excel at? He produced a silver needle from his pocket and deftly inserted it into the lock. In mere seconds, accompanied by a crisp click, the brass lock fell to the ground, and old Jiang proceeded to unlock the other cells. I clutched the hands of Erden and Dog Sanzai, inquiring about the identity of the unwelcome guests on the island. Dog Sanzai admitted ignorance, only knowing that the intruders had come prepared. They had clandestinely poisoned the only water source in Lasian, incapacitating everyone before confining them here. The assailants relentlessly interrogated the villagers about their secrets, even resorting to the heinous act of murdering the mayor's youngest son and daughter. At this juncture, Our gazes were drawn to a middle-aged man emerging from one of the cells. He possessed a dignified appearance and resolute eyes, yet his body bore the cruel marks of whips, with a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. I inquired in astonishment, "Is he the mayor? Wasn't our mayor named Li Shirgua back then?" Dog Sanzi informed me that the former town mayor had entered the ancestral hall, his fate now shrouded in uncertainty, with his son currently managing all affairs of Lei Town. A myriad of emotions swirled within me, yet Lao Jiang reminded me that this was not the time for such concerns. The pressing matter was how to confront the unwelcome guests. The adversaries were numerous and well-organized, and we must not underestimate them. The new town mayor, however, let out a derisive laugh and proclaimed, "We are grateful to our external friends for their life-saving assistance, but Lei Town is our home, and we shall retaliate." The townsfolk responded with fervor, and at the sound of a peculiar whistle from the new mayor, they seamlessly dispersed into the fields. They excavated the locations of the scarecrows, unearthing numerous wooden boxes. Upon opening them, a multitude of pristine bows and long swords emerged, remnants of the military formations left by our ancestors. With a command from the new mayor, everyone swiftly shouldered their longbows, forming groups of 3 and fanning out. Even Erdan and Dog Sanzi shed their childhood mischief, transforming into valiant soldiers. It turned out that in the decade of our separation, not only had I matured, but they too had evolved into guardians of the town. Lao Jiang chuckled in disbelief, exclaiming, "I had indeed underestimated you all." He then elaborated that, aside from the numerous secret doors within Lei Town, there were likely several concealed armories as well. The townsfolk possessed Tang swords and long bowls, weaponry reserved for the elite troops of the Tang dynasty, each robust and well-versed in an intricate formation of battle, undoubtedly descendants of the legendary Juezi army. Were it not for the use of a sedative, the group outside would hardly have gained the upper hand in a confrontation. At that moment, I was suddenly alerted by the frantic meows of Big Tiger, who rushed towards me, fur bristling as if he had encountered some perilous ordeal. Old Jiang, on tiptoe, peered ahead and exclaimed, "This is bad. Thick smoke is rising from the ancestral hall." It appeared that the nefarious individuals had congregated near that very place. Upon hearing of the trouble at the hall, the new town leader's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily commanded all townsfolk to proceed there. However, to my astonishment, they did not charge headlong into battle. Instead, they disappeared into the houses, wells, or the woods after crossing the fields. It turned out that Lei Town had long since excavated tunnels, having prepared thoroughly for the invasion of outsiders. At that time, my youth rendered me unqualified to grasp such secrets. Following Old Jiang and Dog Sanzi, I entered the tunnel of the latter's home, which led directly to the vicinity of the ancestral hall. There, I beheld a gathering of nearly all the false townsfolk, clad in black and wielding torches. The blind old women incessantly berated, "You old wretches, I know where you are hiding. If you refuse to come out, I shall burn you out, suffocating you with smoke until you emerge." I was taken aback. What did the words of the blind old woman signify? Could it be that those who once entered the ancestral hall have not perished, but rather concealed their secrets in a place unknown to me? Suddenly, a wolf-tooth arrow was shot forth, striking a blind old woman in the back, its tip piercing her body and causing her to collapse to the ground. The leading blind woman immediately cried out, "It's an ambush. Everyone be on guard." However, once the forces of Lei Town formed their military formation, they became virtually invincible. They could materialize in any location, their arrows unerring. Every arrow released was destined to claim a life. Dog Sanzi, filled with pride, boasted to me, "Jinglan, allow me to demonstrate my brother's volley arrow technique." With that, he drew his bow and loosed 2 wolf-tooth arrows in quick succession. One enemy barely deflected the first arrow with a dagger, only to be met with the second arrow, which coldly found its mark in his throat, causing him to fall in disbelief. Even the seasoned veteran, Old Jiang, nodded in quiet approval, recognizing the prowess of the next generation. No wonder the digging army of your could plunder so many grand tombs. Although the impostors of Lei Town exhibited formidable skills individually, they quickly began to falter against such a military formation. Now only 2 blind women remained, and as they attempted to escape amidst the chaos, Old Jiang patted my shoulder, and we leapt over the wall in pursuit. The blind woman who had been attending to us earlier was taken aback upon seeing the two of us. "So it is you too." Old Jiang smiled, resting his hand on his waist. The adversary recognized him at once, and her surprise swiftly morphed into fury. "Qilin, it's actually the Black Blade Qilin. No wonder our plans have been thwarted." However, the two blind old women together could not defeat the black blade wielded by Lao Jiang. Each time the blade was unsheathed, it forced them back a step. Yet, uncertain of their true origins, Lao Jiang was unable to subdue them. In a moment of peril, I raised the longbow I had borrowed from Go Sanzai and aimed it at the blind old woman. Alas, the opponent was too swift. The arrow, once released, merely grazed her face, unexpectedly tearing away a crumpled human skin mask. Beneath that mask revealed a strikingly beautiful young girl, with porcelain skin, a delicate nose, and alluring peach blossom eyes, her oval face epitomizing beauty. Even clad in tattered garments and adorned with the gray wig of an old woman, her enchanting visage could not be concealed. Chapter 17. The underworld. I was taken aback to discover that the seemingly old and ugly blind woman was, in truth, so young and beautiful. I found myself entranced. The young girl, however, bit her lip in fury and drew a barbed whip from behind her waist, launching it toward me with a fierce cry. "I will kill you, you little brat." She recklessly lunged at me, while Lao Jiang, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to come to my aid but was ensnared by another blind old woman, unable to escape. As I prepared to draw my bow, the whip seemed to have a mind of its own, coiling around my bow and sending it flying. In that instant, I grasped the vast disparity in strength between us. Without a second thought, I dashed into the crowd, only to feel a fierce lash across my back, leaving me bruised and nearly in tears. This woman, so stunning in appearance, wielded her ferocity with remarkable cruelty. As I turned my head, the young girl donned her human skin mask once more and coldly proclaimed, "Those who behold my visage must perish." A long whip lashed toward my neck, and at that critical moment, a wolf-toothed arrow pierced the air, saving my life. To my astonishment, it was the new town mayor who had intervened. The other residents of Thundertown swiftly drew their bows, readying their arrows. Sensing the impending doom, a blind old woman hurled a smoke bomb into the crowd, exclaiming, "Sister, flee quickly." The dense smoke enveloped us, rendering our eyes unable to open. When the haze finally dissipated, the blind old woman and the graceful girl had vanished without a trace. I cast a glance at the black blade strapped to old Zhang's waist. The pain in my back intensified, and I couldn't help but mutter, "I nearly thought you would have to take on a disciple again. In truth, you are certainly the last one." Old Zhang laughed heartily, but as he examined my back, he gasped in shock, revealing a look of concern. The injury was indeed severe. He retrieved a small vial and evenly sprinkled the white powder within onto my wound, stating that it was Yunnan Baiyao, capable of swiftly stopping the bleeding and aiding in the healing process. After hastily bandaging me, he cautioned that I must not let the wound come into contact with water for several days. At this moment, the enemies had either perished or fled, restoring tranquility to Thundertown. However, the new mayor displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he appeared flustered, directing the residents to fetch water to combat the flames. It was then that I recalled the words spoken by the blind old woman when she set fire to the ancestral hall. "A group of decrepit beings. I know where you hide. The ancestral hall space is limited. Could it be that this hall harbors greater mysteries?" No resident dared to defy the new mayor's command. They all complied silently. I wished to inquire about the mayor's intentions, yet he ignited a torch and gestured for me to follow as he entered the hall. He paused before a colossal bronze pillar in the courtyard, wielding a small hammer and striking it with rhythmic dong, dong, dong 9 times. "What are you doing?" I asked, curiosity piqued. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. I understand now. This bronze pillar connects to an underground realm. There must be a vast space below. Perhaps the true Lei Town resides there. Old Zhang's words seemed fantastical, yet the new mayor nodded in agreement, stating, "You are quite right. Long ago, in a bid to escape persecution, our ancestors were forced to migrate repeatedly. Ultimately, they discovered that whether they resided in the mountains or forests, enemies would invariably pursue them. Thus, They arrived at the Zhang River and proposed an audacious plan, to first construct a town underground, and then to erect an identical town above. Hence, from the outset, there existed two ley towns. The new mayor elucidated further. As time passed and dynasties changed, the threats ceased, and we lived peacefully in the above ley town, while the underground ley town concealed a secret too grave to disclose. With that, the new mayor cast a glance at me, saying, "Jinglan, I know you harbor resentment towards ley town, blaming us for dragging your parents into the ancestral hall and leaving you an orphan. But please trust me, soon you shall behold the truth." Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, as if a minor earthquake had erupted with the ancestral hall at its epicenter. Leaves cascaded down from the trees on either side, and dust was stirred up in the courtyard. This phenomenon persisted for nearly a minute, during which a massive chasm unexpectedly split the courtyard in two. The fissure was remarkably even, clearly not a result of natural forces, but rather a contrivance. Witnessing this, the new mayor, torch in hand, leaned over the edge of the crevice and shouted, "Father, are you all well?" From the depths of the ominous chasm came an aged voice. "Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would truly have been trapped underground." It was none other than the former mayor, a voice I could never forget, for it was he who had ordered my parents to be confined within the ancestral hall. In a fit of rage, I yelled down into the abyss, "You old wretch, where have you hidden my parents?" By the light of the torch, I beheld the eerie darkness of the chasm, revealing the outline of a small town below, constructed of modest dwellings that appeared to house at least 70 or 80 souls. The lower half of a colossal bronze staff stood majestically at the center of these humble abodes, with a multitude of chains cascading down from it, resembling a sprawling spider's web from above, leaving me to ponder its purpose. Upon hearing my outburst, the inhabitants below inquired as to my identity. The new mayor hastily clarified, "He is the mischievous lad who escaped over a decade ago, Li Jinglan. We have been captured by a band of foes, and it was fortunate that Jinglan appeared just in time to rescue us." After finishing her words, she led me and old Jiang down. It turned out there was a row of soft ladders across the ravine, allowing us to descend effortlessly into the underground. The inhabitants below had ignited all the lights for illumination. In an instant, the flames illuminated the subterranean town of Lei, resembling a miracle. As soon as I landed, I intended to confront the old town chief for an accounting. Before I could find a suitable stick, an elderly woman suddenly rushed out. "Jinglan? Is that you, my Jinglan?" At the sight of her, my mind went blank. Although she was wrapped tightly in dark cloth, revealing only half of her face, I instantly recognized her as my mother. "Mother?" I asked, my voice stiff. My son, my son." The woman rushed forward and embraced me tightly. Even after many years, despite the subtle changes in our appearances, we could still recognize each other at first sight. She was indeed my mother, the one I had longed for day and night. I glanced at the old town chief beside us, who was also clad in an archaic black robe, with a strip of black cloth wrapped around his forehead, appearing quite peculiar. What on earth was happening? Wasn't the old town chief a villain? "Why?" I inquired of my mother, "Where is father?" She turned her head away and sighed, "Your father has passed away." Subsequently, she explained that entering the ancestral hall had been their own choice and that they did not blame the old town chief. Rather, they owed him gratitude, for otherwise, they would have perished at the age of 40. My confusion deepened, but old Jiang, with a serious expression, asked, "Is it because of that curse?" "Curse?" Upon hearing the term black-robed individuals, those present were utterly taken aback. Old Jiang continued, "Since my arrival, I have noticed that all of you are encircled by a band of black cloth atop your heads. Is it not intended to conceal the third eye? Fear not. I do not perceive you as monsters. I merely seek the truth." The expression of the old town mayor turned somewhat irate as he cast a glance at his son. However, the new mayor shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Father, it is not I who stated this. It is merely their own conjectures." Observing the old mayor's reaction, both old Jiang and I understood that our previous speculations regarding Leytown were fundamentally accurate. In an effort to convince the old mayor of our sincerity, old Jiang meticulously recounted the events of the past few days, asserting that a mysterious force had set its sights on Leytown, and that by sheer happenstance, we had unwittingly come to its rescue. In support of this claim, the new mayor added, indeed, it was Jinglan and this esteemed elder who vanquished several adversaries, thereby liberating us from our confinement. Had they not arrived in time, that group would undoubtedly have set fire to the ancestral hall, suffocating the spirits of our forebears beneath the smoke. The old mayor revealed that he had sensed something amiss in Laytown from the very outset, prompting him to seal the underground realm. Yet, when it came to matters of secrecy, he remained somewhat hesitant. How can I be certain that you have not been bribed by the opposing party? That you are not colluding to stage this drama in order to usurp Laytown's secrets? My mother resolutely stood before me and proclaimed, Jinglan is not that kind of person. He is my son, and he would never harm his own hometown. However, it has been over a decade since you last met, and hearts inevitably change. The old town mayor ambled about with his cane. At that moment, the old Jiang produced a rubbing from his bosom, depicting the 6 great underworld beasts replicated from the copper box in Shoshue village. Upon seeing those images, the old mayor was taken aback, and someone beside him inquired, Isn't this the tattoo on our backs? Where did you acquire this? The old mayor lowered his voice and asked. Old Jiang, no longer concealing the truth, carefully revealed the human skin scroll. This is a record left by your ancestor, the tomb raider Wen Tao. The text inscribed in it is the long-lost Tainwen, which no one can decipher, yet it is the sole key to breaking the curse. Now, do you still doubt us? Chapter 18. The truth gazing at the delicate scroll. As thin as a cicada's wing yet emanating an eerie aura, the old mayor's expression became rigid. With a trembling voice, he uttered, Tainwen, is it truly the Tainwen that has been lost for millennia? After a moment, he regained his composure and inquired where old Jiang and I had obtained it. I too revealed the truth, recounting how Shoshue village had vanquished the blood fiend and opened the copper box, detailing every event. The old mayor's face brightened, and his gaze towards me transformed. Jinglan, I never imagined that after leaving Lasian, you would encounter such extraordinary fortune. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by fate? It seems the prophecy is indeed true. Lasian is finally saved. The old mayor murmured. Old Jiang and I shared a puzzled glance and asked in unison, What prophecy? At this moment, the elderly town mayor had shed the earlier hostility and approached me with a gentle demeanor, affectionately patting my head and exclaiming, Good child. This bewildered me, for within that address resided a profound reverence. The old mayor was the most respected figure in Laytown, a person whose call could summon all. I was merely a runaway child. Why would he hold me in such esteem? Old Jiang continued with his previous inquiry, asking the elder patriarch about the nature of the curse afflicting Laytown. This time, the old mayor no longer concealed the truth. He leaned on his cane and sat down, speaking in a somber tone. The origins of this predicament trace back to our ancestor, Wen Tao. Wen Tao began his journey as a grave robber, but after rescuing the emperor, he rose to the rank of a formidable general, commanding an invincible tomb-raiding force known as the Digger Army. He and his army plundered countless ancient tombs, amassing a wealth of treasures, but upon entering a mysterious grand tomb, he fell victim to a dreadful curse from the netherworld. As his ailment worsened each night, Wen Tao would writhe in agony upon his bed. He often cried out, claiming that something was trying to emerge from his forehead, causing him excruciating pain and itchiness. In his torment, he would scratch the center of his forehead until it bled, startling his maidservants into shrieks of terror. Concurrently, Wen Tao's appetite underwent drastic changes. He could no longer stomach vegetables or cooked meats, but instead developed a craving for raw flesh, particularly that which was bloody and freshly severed from animals. This became his preferred delicacy. On one occasion, he even resorted to devouring a parrot he had raised alive. The maids beheld Wen Tao biting the parrot's neck, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet his countenance bore a malevolent grin, rendering him a mere specter, as if he had risen from the depths of hell itself. Wen Tao no longer consumed clean water. Only blood could quench his thirst. He forsook all other sustenance, subsisting solely on raw flesh. Should he abstain from such fare, his body would continue its grotesque transformation. Most alarming of all, a third eye had inexplicably manifested upon his forehead. At that time, whispers of Wen Tao as a creature of demonic origins spread among the fleeing servants like wildfire. Coupled with his grip on military power, the emperor's resolve to eliminate him grew ever more fervent. Fortunately, before his demise, when Tao bequeathed a final wish, entrusting 500 of his most loyal soldiers to flee Luoyang with their children, this group evaded countless pursuers and ultimately discovered a hidden sanctuary. Yet, to their utter dismay, mere years after settling, a far graver nightmare emerged. They too had fallen victim to the same curse as Wen Tao. After extensive deliberation, they discerned several critical truths. First, anyone who had ventured into that tomb would be afflicted by the curse. Second, it was incurable, manifesting by the age of 40. Thus, they began to endure the same agonies and mutations as Wen Tao, with some tragically succumbing to despair and taking their own lives. However, many remained steadfast to their mission, only to later discover that this curse would extend to the next generation. Thus, the ancient adage rang true: the tomb raider harms his progeny, bringing calamity upon his descendants. Ah, Jinglan, you have yet to reach that age, and thus cannot truly fathom the terrors of such a curse. The old mayor wiped away a tear and removed the black cloth from his forehead, revealing a ghastly, singular eye. He spoke slowly. Your forehead will awaken a third eye, just as ours did. You too will retreat into the earth, fearing the light. Upon hearing these words, I could not help but glance at my mother, who, with tear-filled eyes, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was the calamity of the fourth that led your father and me to be dragged into the ancestral hall. The curse had already manifested, and we writhed in agony until the old clan leader intervened. At that moment, memories flooded back. Just a week prior, I had encountered the harrowing sight of my father feasting upon a wild dog, his face smeared with blood. I also recalled how my mother always wrapped herself tightly before venturing outside. Everything seemed to fall into place. The old mayor continued, Jinglan, do you comprehend why we migrated so many times, ultimately settling in Thunder Town? It is because of the town's unique natural environment, where thunder rumbles for half of each month. Our ancestors erected 6 stone sculptures of ghostly beasts and raised this colossal bronze rod in Thunder Town, intending to harness the Yin energy and channel the lightning into the earth, using the might of thunder to suppress the curse that plagues us. Alas, that curse is truly dreadful, so fearsome that even the thunder's power can only alleviate our affliction, not eradicate it entirely. Generations have passed, and we have exhausted every means, yet we remain unable to obliterate this malevolent curse. But what of my father? I inquired. The elderly town chief sighed deeply, unable to meet my gaze. The method of nurturing shadows and summoning thunder is not suitable for everyone. Some may find relief from their afflictions, while others may suffer immediate backlash, and your father belongs to the latter category. I was uncertain whether it was a bond of shared suffering between father and son, but I could distinctly feel the anguish my father endured at that moment. My heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by countless insects, and my forehead was lashed by the relentless strikes of ancient thunder. Clearly, this was a torment I would inevitably face as well. A cold sweat broke out upon me, yet the old man comfortingly patted my shoulder and said, since this curse originates from the Yin ruins, the solution must also lie within them. With that, he raised the human skin scroll in his hand. Therefore, once we decipher this scroll, we shall penetrate the Yin ruins, ensuring that the next generation of the Thunder Town will no longer endure such suffering. The crowd fell silent, their previous despondency swiftly replaced by a surge of exhilaration as they looked incredulously at the town chief. He did not deny it, prompting the old man to pose the crucial question of whether he recognized the script inscribed upon it. The town chief stroked his beard and informed us, if my deductions are accurate, this is indeed true Xianwen, the script utilized for communication between humans and spirits. Xianwen first emerged during the Shang dynasty, created by ritualists based on the patterns formed when a deceased person's bones fractured, as they believed that only the dead could closely connect with the spirits. The ritualists held the conviction that by employing Xianwen, they could reach out to the various vengeful spirits wandering the earthly realm, beseeching them for rain and other favors. In pursuit of their aspirations, they often inscribed the ancient script in blood upon the towering cliffs, subsequently sacrificing countless slaves in the process. By the latter part of the Shang dynasty, this script had faded into obscurity. However, the notorious grave robber Wen Tao unearthed it within an enigmatic ancient tomb, mastering this arcane language and bequeathing a clandestine means of communication to future generations, assuring them that it would one day be of use. Sadly, as time wore on, we, the descendants, gradually succumbed to forgetfulness regarding this script. Outsiders remained even more oblivious, for since time immemorial, communication between the living and the spirits has been conducted in whispers, secrets shrouded from prying eyes. Old Jiang, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What shall we do?" It is no wonder that even the Qilin could not decipher it. Indeed, it was not of this world. The old town chief smiled faintly, then shifted his discourse. By unfortunate coincidence, I am the sole surviving individual in Lei Town who still comprehends this ancient script. He gazed steadfastly at old Jiang and declared, "To aid my kin in overcoming their plight, I am willing to expend every ounce of strength to unravel this human skin scroll, even if it costs me my very life." With that, he beckoned to his son. "Ming, bring me my shaman's robe." Chapter 19. The Death of the Old Town Chief Father. The new town chief stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features. The other residents of Lei Town implored the old town chief, expressing their concerns for his frail constitution, asserting that he could not withstand the rigors of the ritual. "Do as I command. This is an order." The old town chief struck the ground forcefully with his cane. Faced with the resolute words of their leader, the townsfolk, though reluctant, could only comply with tearful hearts. I cast a curious glance at the former mayor, whose face was now adorned with age spots, his hair streaked with gray. Yet, his eyes bore an unprecedented determination, suggesting that unraveling the mysteries of the ancient script would demand an exorbitant price. What, indeed, could this price be? After the burning of a joss stick, the new mayor arrived, accompanied by several townsfolk, cradling a dark brown cloak in his hands. 2 other villagers carried a feathered crown and a box of oil paints. The former mayor stood silently, arms outstretched, allowing them to drape the garment over him and apply red, white, and black pigments to his face. I focused intently and noticed that the cloak was embroidered with a bizarre bird, its wings unfurled. This creature had a round visage with sharp teeth and claws resting upon a skull, resembling a haughty general. The sleeves were adorned with numerous crimson lines, exuding an eerie aura. Old Jiang quietly informed me that the bird was called Xia, or owl, revered as the medium of sorcery during the Shang dynasty. They believed the owl to be a messenger of the night, capable of conveying the intentions of the spirits. Once clad in the shamanic attire, the former mayor raised his staff high, and in that instant, it seemed as though all his ailments vanished, allowing him to stride with the grace of a mighty warrior. Yet, the townsfolk wept even louder. The mayor ascended step by step, each movement marked by unhurried composure, akin to a hero ready for sacrifice. Old Jiang, the new mayor, and I silently followed in the wake of the former mayor, while the remaining residents of Lei Town, unable to leave the underground, could only burn incense to offer their blessings for him. Upon emerging from the subterranean realm, a wisp of white smoke immediately emanated from the old mayor's neck, accompanied by a faint scent of charred flesh that permeated the air. The new mayor's eyes reddened, his teeth clenched tightly upon his lip, while silent tears cascaded down his cheeks. Each step taken by the old mayor was fraught with difficulty. My companion, old Jiang, and I could hardly bear to witness his struggle, yearning to offer our support. Yet, the old mayor gestured dismissively, urging us, "Hasten to the ancestral hall." Thus, he entered the hall, the unshrouded portions of his body scorched to a yellow hue, yet he uttered not a single cry of pain. Although the periphery of the hall had been ravaged by flames, the structures within remained intact. Old Jiang leaned in to explain, "The mask depicts an owl." "And what of that rattle drum?" I inquired. "No, that is not a rattle drum," old Jiang corrected me. "That is known as a sila, a type of small drum from the Shang dynasty, crafted from the skin of an infant, with the drumstick fashioned from a baby's tibia. It serves as a medium for communicating with spirits. Due to the nature of this spiritual ritual, the living were forbidden from entering freely. Thus, the 3 of us could only stand vigil outside the ancestral hall. The sounds within began to crescendo, growing sharper and more piercing, as though a host of spirits were indeed summoned into the hall. As the ritual deepened, fissures began to manifest upon the skeletons of the deceased, the cracks forming characters of the forgotten script. I remained oblivious as to why I beheld such visions. All I knew was that the cacophony around me intensified, resembling a throng of spectral figures dancing alongside the old mayor, whispering conspiratorially as they moved. In an instant, the sky above the ancestral hall darkened ominously. Though I could not see the apparitions, their words echoed clearly in my ears. "What has befallen me?" I asked in bewilderment. The new town mayor explained beside me. "The blood of the Lee family flows through your veins, bestowing upon you an innate sensitivity to these matters. It is inevitable that complications arise upon your initial encounter." I briefly recounted the scene I had just witnessed, but the mayor was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You actually beheld the sacrificial rites? How is that possible?" I affirmed with a nod, indicating that I had also heard numerous spirits whispering among themselves. The mayor stared at me in astonishment, his jaw agape, before finally uttering a peculiar remark. "Could it be that TNWN has chosen you?" "Chosen me? What do you mean?" I exchanged glances with old Jiang, turning my attention back to the mayor. He displayed a particularly intricate expression as he remarked, "TNWN is exceedingly difficult to master, for only the one chosen can perceive the words of the spirits. My father was the last to wield TNWN. Fearing that our ancestral knowledge might be lost, he endeavored tirelessly to teach me. However, despite numerous sacrificial ceremonies, I never heard a single word. I lacked the talent and ultimately had to relinquish my efforts, never expecting." Oh, the tumult of fate. Now I finally comprehend why my father was willing to sacrifice himself in a gamble with you. Perhaps the curse that has plagued Ley Town for centuries can truly find its resolution in your hands. The new town mayor exclaimed with fervor. I wished to inquire further, but at that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the ancestral hall. I turned to see the former mayor suddenly cough up blood, splattering onto the human skin scroll, before collapsing to the ground, unable to maintain his footing. The sacrificial vessel he held rolled away to the side. The sacrificial ceremony was abruptly interrupted, and the new mayor rushed in, panic-stricken. Old Jiang and I followed closely behind. However, as we helped the former mayor to his feet, we discovered that his body was alarmingly hot. We dared not delay. Old Jiang swiftly lifted the former mayor onto his back, employing his exceptional agility to leap down to the depths below without a sound. After tucking the human skin scroll and the sacrificial dagger into my pocket, I hurriedly pursued him. Upon returning to the dark space, the former mayor began to feel somewhat better. But when we removed his mask, we were horrified to find his face utterly disfigured. The other residents quickly brought cool water and ice to lower his temperature, reassuring him that he had endured much and would be all right. The new mayor assisted the former mayor in drinking several bowls of medicinal soup, and after the passage of more than half an hour, the former mayor managed to utter a few words. "I have deciphered half of the destructive script. By tomorrow. Tomorrow I shall complete the task." Seeing that the former mayor was barely clinging to life, neither old Jiang nor I had the heart to urge him to reveal the results of his deciphering. Our only concern was for his recovery. Old Jiang remarked to me, "From what Li Shigua indicated, you two are among those chosen by the destructive script. When the opportunity arises, you might learn from the former mayor, which would provide me with a living translator in the future." I inquired of old Jiang what benefits this might entail. He rolled his eyes and replied, "This way, you would be able to traverse the Kirin with ease, and let the others see whose disciple is the most formidable." I contemplated this for a moment before retorting, "You certainly have a valuable disciple." The architecture underground closely resembled that above, featuring flat-roof structures. I tended to the fire nearby while my mother prepared the meal. She inquired about my relationship with old Jiang, to which I replied that he is my master. My mother remarked that I had been mischievous since childhood and urged me to earnestly follow my master's teachings, advising me to avoid causing any trouble. I chuckled and assured her, "Rest assured, not only am I a university graduate, but I am also working in a mysterious department, engaged in matters for the nation and the people." However, to my astonishment, the very next morning, a series of urgent knocks resonated at the door, accompanied by a chorus of wailing from outside. Upon my emergence, I discovered that the former town mayor had met with a tragic fate. Chapter 20. The terrifying tape recorder old Jiang and I exchanged a glance, then donned our garments and proceeded to the late mayor's residence. On our way, Both of us felt a profound sense of guilt, believing it was likely our interference in deciphering the ancient script that had exacerbated the mayor's condition, ultimately leading to his demise. After all, the mayor had appeared gravely unwell at that time. Upon arriving at the mayor's home, we were met by a large gathering of residents from Lasian, draped in black, their expressions filled with sorrow. Witnessing their grief deepened my own anguish. Inside, I could hear the new mayor's anguished cries. He was evidently devastated by the sudden loss of his father. Trembling, I pushed open the door, intending to offer my apologies. But my eyes widened in shock, for I beheld the mayor's lifeless body, not a victim of illness, but rather one who had been murdered. The body remained in a position as if it had collapsed over the table, a dagger ominously protruding from its back. Who could have committed such a heinous act? I clenched my teeth in determination. Old Jiang swiftly approached to examine the scene, discovering that the dagger bore an exquisitely carved scorpion, its menacing form unmistakably revealing the identity of the assailant. Instantly, the image of a beautiful girl disguised as a blind old woman flashed through my mind. A woman of unparalleled beauty, yet her heart was filled with malice. I could not restrain my clenched fists, seething with anger as I vowed, "I shall surely take your life and offer your head as a tribute to the vengeful spirits of Lei Town." In addition to the stab wound on his back, the former town chief bore a fatal injury to his neck, with blood seeping from his hands. Coupled with the evidence left at the scene, the seasoned old Jiang quickly deduced that the town chief had been diligently transcribing the characters he deciphered earlier that day, oblivious to the stealthy intruder who had crept into his chamber. The assailant had plunged the dagger into the town chief's back, aiming to seize the manuscript, only to find that the town chief was still clinging to life, desperately grasping the document in his hand. Consequently, the assailant withdrew another dagger, slashing his throat to finally procure the manuscript. What shall we do now? The former town chief was the sole individual in this world who comprehended the intricacies of the ancient script. A wave of concern washed over me. This was a treasure obtained at the cost of the town chief's life, and I could not bear to see it fall into the hands of the murderer. What fate awaited the curse of Lei Town? The new town chief was equally distressed. Could it be that father sacrificed himself in vain? I urged old Jiang to devise a plan. "Are you not the Black Blade Qilan? Surely you possess a solution, do you not?" Old Jiang, taken aback by the unfolding events, anxiously pressed his temples. At that moment, old Jiang caught a glimpse of the quill pen and a thick stack of blank paper on the table, and he exclaimed with delight, "I have a way to restore the writings of the former town mayor." I was somewhat puzzled by old Jiang's statement and urged him to elaborate. With great care, old Jiang lifted the stack of paper under the light for my closer inspection. I noticed that under the illumination, faint indentations appeared on the white paper, though they were not very distinct. Old Jiang explained, "When the former mayor was writing, he must have placed the stack of paper underneath, and he used a quill pen with a rather rigid nib. Thus, in addition to the paper he wrote on, the sheets below were also imprinted with the text." Having said that, old Jiang suddenly retrieved a small glass vial from his pocket and poured the graphite powder onto the paper. He then instructed the new town mayor to fetch a basin of clean water. After the new mayor complied, old Jiang submerged the paper into the water. After waiting for approximately half an hour, when old Jiang, with a beaming smile, beckoned me to look at the basin, I was utterly astonished. The paper floating on the surface of the water had, as if by magic, revealed a multitude of black characters. Old Jiang hastily took out his notebook to transcribe the text, but as he continued, his expression grew grave, and even his hand trembled with fear. He was genuinely frightened. I hurried closer, only to be blocked by old Jiang. "Master, have you forgotten what you promised me before we came?" I reminded him. Just as I was about to inquire further, the new town mayor suddenly shouted, claiming to have discovered a strange object at his father's bedside that did not belong to Lei Town. Old Jiang and I hurried into the inner room, where we observed the new town mayor intently examining a rectangular box, flipping it over in his hands. The box was army green and adorned with a few small buttons. It was the mayor's first encounter with such an object, and he suspected it might have been left behind by the perpetrator. After all, such an item could not possibly be found in Lei Town. Suddenly, old Jiang and I exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "A tape recorder!" Noticing the mayor's confusion, I elaborated. This is a compact cassette recorder manufactured abroad, capable of capturing and playing back human voices. However, this device is quite expensive, typically utilized only by certain agents, indicating that the identity of the assailant is undoubtedly complex. Old Jiang scoffed. This must be a gift left for us. What do you mean? I inquired, gazing at him in astonishment. The small device unexpectedly emitted sound, startling the mayor, while old Jiang and I leaned in attentively, for the presence of this tape recorder suggested that the assailant intended to convey something to us. The recording began with a crackling noise, followed by a conversation among a group of individuals. Look, what have we unearthed? This is undoubtedly the greatest discovery of the century. If we can successfully excavate this ancient tomb, it will surely be recorded in history. Captain Lin, you are about to gain fame. No, history will remember each person present today. Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted by an unknown disturbance, and it seemed as though the group on the recording was in a state of panic. They ran in a disheveled manner, as though pursued by some unseen force, accompanied by frantic screams and chilling wails. What? What is that? It is hell. Help, help. Amidst a cacophony of cries for assistance, I seemed to hear an eerie melody emerging, intertwined with the whispers of the little spirits I had heard during the day, as if something yearned to escape from the confines of the tape recorder. My head began to throb again, and I grimaced, wanting old Jiang to turn off the device. Yet, at that moment, the strange music ceased abruptly, and a man's sinister voice, like a ghost materializing, resonated from the recorder. I know what you did back then. Back then? What back then? While I was still engulfed in confusion, old Jiang's face turned ashen, as if the voice belonged to someone he feared most in life. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. His lips moved as if he had aged several years in an instant. I had just reunited with my mother, and now, it seemed we were to part so soon. Yet, she understood, saying that I had grown up and must carve out my own path in the world. I nodded solemnly and bowed deeply to her before I was willing to rise. To my utter astonishment, as I expressed my intention to leave Leijin the next day, the new mayor asked me to wait, then thrust a cloth bundle into my hands. What is this? I inquired. This is what your father entrusted to me last night, saying that if he were to meet with misfortune, I should pass it on to you. The newly appointed mayor chuckled. This is the token of every generation of mayors. From this day forth, you shall be the mayor of Lei Town. These words left me utterly astonished. I hastily unwrapped the cloth package and discovered within an ancient thread-bound book, a genealogy of Lei Town, and an envelope inscribed with the words, to Jinglan with sincerity. Upon opening the letter, I found myself momentarily speechless, reading with a lump in my throat. Jinglan, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be present. Yet, I wish to engage in a heartfelt conversation with you. The genealogy of Lei Town contains a prophecy. A chosen child will emerge to lead us out of our nightmares and break the curse. Generations of our kin have waited in anticipation, and today, I am thrilled to realize that you are that child. I know I lack the authority to command you, but I earnestly hope you will become the next mayor and save the people here. Please accept this book, The 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, which embodies our ancestors' lifelong insights into tomb raiding. Every word penned by the former mayor was imbued with genuine emotion. Despite understanding he would not witness the day the curse was lifted, he sincerely wished for the prosperity and happiness of Lei Town citizens. For this, he was willing to forsake the pain of leaving the underworld, even sacrificing his own life. In that chosen child, he saw a glimmer of hope. This selfless former mayor, whom I had loathed for over a decade, now brought me to uncontrollable tears, as I vowed to avenge him. Yet I realized that the position of mayor remained unattainable for me. Under my explanation, the newly appointed mayor reluctantly agreed that the management of Lei Town would continue under his oversight, yet I would forever remain the leader of Lei Town. The following day, old Jiang and I boarded a small boat, bidding farewell to the people of Lei Town one by one. The great tiger, who had not seen me for a day, showed no signs of unfamiliarity. It leaped into my embrace and mewed at me as if inquiring where I had been. Chapter 21. The 36 Techniques of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. The events that transpired in Lei Town felt like a fleeting dream. I could not help but touch my forehead, pondering whether I would indeed develop a third eye at the age of 40. After traveling under the stars and the moon, old Jiang and I finally caught up with the vehicle. With several hours of journey ahead, I decided to peruse the token left to me by the former mayor, the 36 Techniques of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. It was said to have been bequeathed by our ancestor, Wen Tao, and contained his lifelong insights on tomb raiding. As I opened the first page, exhilaration coursed through me. This tome astonishingly categorized tomb raiding into 36 essential techniques: seeking dragons, locating graves, observing stars, forecasting fortunes, breaking barriers, slaying tigers, and subduing dragons. Wen Tao boldly proclaimed that if the descendants of the Li family could master even a few of these techniques, they would reap boundless benefits throughout their lives. I must admit, the 36 Techniques of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas possesses an enchanting allure that rendered me unable to set it down, even when old Jiang called out to me several times. Primarily, I discovered that the archaeological textbooks I had previously studied, along with the confidential documents from Qilin, could all be seamlessly integrated with the wisdom contained in the 36 techniques. It was as if I had unlocked the unparalleled martial arts from the pages of a comic book, opening my meridians and allowing me to wield formless power more effectively than any technique. In the depths of my heart, I secretly admired Wen Tao, truly deserving of the title King of Tomb Raiding. If one were to master all the skills presented in the book, there would indeed be no tomb that could not be breached. Of course, there were numerous instances of confusion along the way. Whenever such moments arose, I would cling tightly to old Jiang, imploring him for explanations, leaving him both exhausted and famished, his eyes clouded with fatigue. Old Jiang hurriedly took the precious documents and the recorder, ascending directly to the 4th floor by elevator, claiming that the situation was of utmost urgency and required immediate reporting to superiors. Alas, my rank did not grant me access to the 4th floor, leaving me to wait on the 1st. After a prolonged wait of over half an hour, old Jiang finally descended. Clutching my stomach, I urged, "Let us hasten to the cafeteria. I feel as though I might perish from hunger." Old Jiang, upon touching his own belly, found himself in a similar predicament, and we promptly made our way to the living quarters on the 2nd floor. However, our timing proved unfortunate, as the cafeteria had already run out of food, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. My stomach protested audibly, reminiscent of my day spent engrossed in reading on the train, neglecting sustenance entirely, my eyes now seeming to hunger for nourishment. Fortunately, old Jiang was a clever man. He immediately offered to drive me to a restaurant in the city of Beiping. "I wish to indulge in mutton hot pot," I declared without hesitation, and old Jiang readily acquiesced, stating that this time I had indeed performed a great service, and he would seek out whatever delicacies I desired. Yet, just as we were on the verge of departure, a tantalizing aroma wafted into the air, ensnaring my appetite. Following the scent, I discovered it emanated from the conference hall. Peering through the crack of the door, I beheld an empty hall, yet upon the table lay 2 exquisitely prepared dishes, rich in flavor and color. There were dishes of meat and vegetables, accompanied by a bowl of emerald tofu soup. On one plate lay a succulent chicken leg, dripping with juices. "Master, look!" I exclaimed as I pushed the door open. "There's no shortage of rice. It's clearly a delightful surprise for us, considering our significant achievements in Lei Town. They've even prepared a special meal." Old Jiang nodded in agreement. "I suspect it was Director Lin who arranged this. He may appear tough but has a soft heart." With that, he scooped up his food and began to eat, lighting a cigarette without a second thought. I quickly reminded him, "Master, isn't tea smoking prohibited here? Have you forgotten the last incident?" "What do you know?" Old Jiang scoffed. "We are heroes now. It's fragrant, truly fragrant. This chicken leg is exquisite." I couldn't help but express my admiration, my taste buds dancing with delight. However, at that moment, I keenly noticed a melodious tinkling of bells outside. Yet my hunger overshadowed the sound, and I paid it no mind until the conference room door swung open, revealing a furious figure who shouted, "What are you doing?" Strangely, she carried a large bamboo basket on her back, tightly covered, making it impossible to discern its contents. The basket was imposing, standing 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, emphasizing the diminutive stature of the girl. She slammed the chili sauce she held onto the table and pointed menacingly at me, declaring, "Who dares to steal my chicken leg?" Upon closer inspection, I realized she was extraordinarily beautiful. Her petite nose and lively gaze, combined with facial features that exude an exotic charm unique to certain ethnic groups, render her irresistibly adorable even when her cheeks puff up in indignation. "Are you even listening to me?" she exclaimed, taking a step closer when she noticed my silence. Just as I was about to respond, the chicken leg in my mouth fell to the ground. The girl glanced between the fallen chicken leg and me, her demeanor instantly transforming as if a volcano had erupted. I hastily cast a pleading look towards Lao Jiang, hoping to discern the origins of this fiery maiden. But he, too, appeared stricken with fear, cowering behind me. Fortunately, the girl became preoccupied with Lao Jiang, who incessantly used me as a shield. At that moment, who suddenly let out a meow. The murderous intent in the girl's eyes vanished in an instant as she cupped her chin, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, what a cute cat." Just as she reached out to pet him, I swatted her hand away. "You can't touch him," I declared, then affectionately called out to who promptly leaped onto my shoulder, nuzzling my chin with his soft face. The girl, witnessing this scene, stomped her feet in frustration. Her cheeks puffed up as she pointed at me and shouted, You bad person." I ignored her, cradling the cat and preparing to leave, but she called out, "Stop. You stole my food and hit my hand, and you're just going to walk away like this?" I chuckled. "Neither of those meals had your name on them, so what makes you think they belong to you?" A young girl obstructed the path, and only after the seasoned Jiang intervened, promising to treat her as an apology, did her expression slightly improve. "Compensate me with 5 meals, she demanded. Jiang, rummaging through his pockets, inquired if 4 would suffice. The girl shook her head defiantly. "Then make it 10 with no restrictions on time or place. I also want to indulge in my favorite filling cake." "All right, my dear little aunt, I shall keep a tab for you," Jiang replied, his demeanor raising my suspicions about who truly was the disciple here. To my knowledge, Jiang had always been as stingy as a penny-pinching miser. His sudden generosity was astonishing. The girl paid him no mind, while Jiang beamed with a smile so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. With a face full of resentment, I turned to him and asked, "Are you still the Black Knife Qilin?" Jiang, however, offered no leniency, coldly resting his hand on his waist. "What's the matter? Do you wish to test the swiftness of my blade?" A chill ran down my neck, and I hastily buried my head in my meal. Yet my curiosity lingered about the girl's origins. What could possibly grant her such an influence over Jiang? Earlier, he had mentioned sending his regards to her master. Could it be that her teacher was someone of great significance? After our meal, Jiang busied himself, instructing me to await further news. Eventually, he roused me, announcing an urgent meeting at 3 o'clock in the conference hall. As I was deemed a significant contributor to this mission, I was granted an exception to attend. However, his expression was grim, his brows furrowed tightly, indicating that this meeting would not be straightforward. I keenly sensed that the contents of the document were likely terrifying, so much so that even the Qilin felt uncertain. As I stepped out in the afternoon, I intentionally left behind my large companion, only to unexpectedly encounter the bell-ringing girl on the second floor. Once again, she carried that enormous bamboo basket, towering over her, and playfully brandished her little fist at me, declaring, "Thief of food. Humph, my pet has thousands." With that, she mysteriously extracted a bamboo tube from her basket, opened the lid and called out, "What do you think, Mau Mau?" Noticing that the tube was empty, I chose to ignore her and proceeded directly to the conference hall. Among the attendees, there were even 4 or 5 Black Knife Qilin, including Helan Shui. I observed that only Lao Jiang and Helan Shui had vacant seats beside them, so I hurried to occupy one of those spaces. However, as soon as I settled down, an unbearable itch erupted across my body, prompting uncontrollable giggles to escape my lips. Lao Jiang coughed several times, signaling me to be quiet, yet I was utterly unable to restrain myself until Lao Jiang, thoroughly exasperated, whispered a warning. "Young man, just look at the people present today. Do not bring me shame." I grimaced at Lao Jiang, shaking my head while scratching my armpit. At that moment, Helan Shui seemed to sense something amiss and gently called out, "Een Linger." As her voice faded, the bell-ringing girl I had just bumped into gracefully bounded into the conference hall. Lao Jiang finally understood the situation, producing a packet of white powder and blowing it onto the areas of my body that itched intolerably, all the while exclaiming, "Heavens, how have you offended that little lady again?" I am unfamiliar with the nature of those powdered medicines. However, the itching on my body subsided significantly. I quickly turned my gaze towards the orchestrator behind this, only to see a girl sitting beside Helan Shui, her face radiating with delight as she affectionately called her master. Helan Shui, however, issued a frigid warning. "Een Linger, that young man is your Uncle Zhang's disciple, Li Jinglan. Do not torment him again." The girl stuck out her tongue, while Uncle Zhang chuckled amiably. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Young people engaging in playful banter is entirely normal." I shot a fierce glare at Uncle Zhang, realizing that since the itch did not afflict him, he was indifferent to it. Uncle Zhang then stepped on my foot, urging me to promptly greet Helan Shui. Observing the instigator's haughty demeanor, I understood that this grudge was irrevocably established. Chapter 22. Death Note. My impression of Helan Shui was exceedingly positive. After all, we had fought side by side in Shoshui village. Thus, I courteously greeted her. Helan Shui slightly nodded. "Indeed, you have made considerable progress since our last encounter." I modestly replied, "Oh, it's nothing," yet inwardly I was elated. Witnessing my master generously praise another, Een Linger, filled with indignation, came over and deliberately placed a large bamboo basket beside me. I could faintly hear a strange buzzing sound emanating from within, nearly causing me to slip off my chair in fright. Uncle Zhang swiftly steadied me, and just as I was about to lodge a complaint, I heard him hiss at me. Meanwhile, the grand door of the conference hall swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, who slowly entered while pushing a wheelchair. This venerable figure appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, seemingly slender, yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority with every gesture. Most striking were his eyes, which sparkled with an intense brilliance. Who could he be? Just as I pondered this, everyone present rose in unison, including even the likes of old Jiang and several members of the Black Knife Qilin, who stood in reverent silence. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I nudged old Jiang and inquired, "Why ISNT Director Lin here this time?" Old Jiang swiftly covered my mouth, his face etched with alarm. "You'd best remain silent, young man." The mysterious elder cast a sharp glance in my direction, his gaze piercing like a dagger, before taking his seat at the head of the long table. It was then that I noticed a chair crafted from black sandalwood, intricately carved with a qilin, distinctly different from ours. This immediately alerted me to the extraordinary status of this enigmatic elder. Once settled, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "The purpose of convening you all today is due to an urgent report from old Jiang. It appears that the Een Ruins archaeological team may be in peril." "What?" His words sent shockwaves through the assembly, prompting furtive glances among the attendees. Wasn't the Een Ruins archaeological team always operating smoothly? Indeed, they were excavating within the safety zone we had delineated, making it implausible for them to encounter danger. The tape recorder emitted a continuous crackling sound, akin to a horde of specters pursuing the archaeologists, devouring them one by one. Among such seasoned experts gathered, how could they fail to discern the underlying anomalies? In an instant, the faces of everyone present turned ashen. Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "What is happening? What have they unearthed at the archaeological site that has led to such a catastrophe?" The elder raised his hand, restoring calm to the conference hall before speaking. "Through voice comparison, we have at least confirmed that one individual in the recording is Lin Jianya, the captain of the Een Ruins archaeological team. We attempted to contact Director Ho of the Hunan Archaeological Institute by phone, only to be informed that the archaeological team at the Een Ruins encountered an incident a week ago. The specifics of the event remain vague, yet they repeatedly implored for Qilin's intervention. I am well aware of Director Ho's character. He has always been self-important and would not bow his head even under duress. His sudden plea for assistance from Qilin indicates that the situation is far worse than we can imagine. Are you suggesting that we must intervene?" A member of Qilin asked cautiously. "Indeed, we must provide aid." After uttering these words, The elder activated the projector, and a flurry of densely packed text immediately appeared on the screen. Although this content was hastily transcribed by Lao Jiang, it delivered an overwhelming visual impact to all present, for it was none other than the death notes penned by the infamous tomb raider, Wen Tao. In the first year of the Tiansheng era, Wen Tao unexpectedly acquired a mysterious ancient scroll, which detailed the existence of a lost royal city buried beneath the wasteland, concealing countless treasures and perilous traps that could claim lives without a moment's hesitation. Wen Tao, who has always harbored a profound passion for tomb raiding, found himself irresistibly drawn to what he perceived as the ultimate challenge. Thus, he gathered an army of 10,000 diggers and set forth to Anyang, Hunan, only to discover that this endeavor would morph into a lifelong nightmare. On the 6th day of the 2nd month in the first year of Tiansheng, Wen Tao excavated 3 feet near the Yin ruins, yet he unearthed naught. Ultimately, with the assistance of a mysterious advisor, he discerned the true entrance to the Yin ruins by interpreting the varying directions of the sundial throughout the 4 seasons. Wen Tao meticulously documented his method for locating the entrance, encompassing the calculations of the 4 symbols and the orientations of the 3 enclosures. At this juncture, I was reminded of the tome in my possession, The 36 Strategies of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, which elucidates how ancient royal tombs often corresponded with celestial constellations, harnessing the fortuity of the heavens to ensure the dynasty's immortality. The celestial palace of the heavenly emperor is known as the Ziwei enclosure, the court of officials is termed the Taiwei enclosure, and the marketplace of the common folk is referred to as the Tianxiyuan, collectively identified as the 3 enclosures. The Yin ruins are not merely an expansive tomb. They represent a lost royal city, perfectly aligning with the 3 enclosures. Before descending into the tomb, Wen Tao brimmed with confidence, even proclaiming that he would grant wealth and prosperity to his 10,000 diggers for a lifetime, which elicited cheers from his soldiers. However, on the very first day, he suffered a loss of over 300 men, and beyond the first gate lay nothing but crimson demons. That voice pursued us, intent on chasing us to the ends of the earth. The trees bore the fruits of the deceased, and the bronze vessels seemed to open their eyes upon us. We faced defeat after defeat, with rivers of blood flowing as time progressed. I could perceive the profound humiliation and boundless terror deeply embedded in Wen Tao's words. The legendary tomb raider experienced for the first time a profound sense of bewilderment. The curse. We have all succumbed to the curse of the Shang King, slowly transforming into specters, becoming his puppets. Wen Tao's blood-written account abruptly concludes here. I recognize this is merely half of the tale, yet its impact upon me is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, Wen Tao led the excavation team to the entrance of the Yin ruins and successfully ventured into the tomb. However, the outcome was not one of abundant spoils but rather a scene of grievous casualties, accompanied by the misfortunes of the curse. What then did he behold? Why did the bronze vessels appear to awaken, and why did the trees bear the fruit of the deceased? Once the screening concluded, the elder spoke. Acquiring this text was exceedingly arduous, for a mysterious force has also set its sights upon it, even invading Lei Town for this purpose. Fortuitously, there was old Jiang, along with his newly acquired disciple, Li Jinglan. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, the forthcoming mission is exceedingly formidable. We must not only remain vigilant against that enigmatic power but also investigate the true events that transpired within the Yin ruins, as the danger level has escalated to SSS. The elder's words caused the attendees to gasp in shock once more. My heart sank. Heavens, confronting the bloodthirsty spirits of Shoshui village nearly led to our utter demise. Just how terrifying could these 3 S-level threats be? Simultaneously, I harbored an ominous premonition that this task would once again fall upon my shoulders. I cast a glance at old Jiang, only to find him with his head bowed in avoidance. Indeed, it seemed that the more one spoke, the more it manifested. The elder smiled and inquired, "Who do you believe would be the most suitable candidate for this mission?" Nearly half of the individuals turned their gaze toward Lao Jiang, and I silently thought to myself, "It is over." Another person nodded in agreement, stating the adage, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never lose a battle." I looked at Lao Jiang in astonishment. Had he once traversed the Yin ruins? Why had he never mentioned it to me? Lao Jiang, with an awkward cough, responded, "Can we not discuss matters of the past?" Yes, my fourth sister and I have indeed visited the Een ruins, but we only ventured into the periphery of the underground royal city. Moreover, the experiences we encountered there left a significant psychological shadow, as you are well aware. Upon hearing this, I noticed that Een Linger was also curiously glancing at Helanshua. Clearly, their expedition to the Een ruins had become a psychological taboo for both Lao Jiang and Helanshua, a secret they had kept from each other. Yet, given their remarkable skills, what kind of psychological trauma could they have possibly endured? The recently played recording seemed to have deliberately omitted this particular statement. My intuition suggested that this statement was the key to unraveling all the mysteries. Chapter 23. Memories of the past. I had little time to ponder further when the elder seated at the center decisively proclaimed, "Very well. This task shall be entrusted to Jiang Donghu and Helanshua, as it is an excellent opportunity for you to train your disciples. Accompany them?" Lao Jiang looked at me and Een Linger in astonishment. "Are you implying that the coffins in Beiping are not selling well?" The elder patted his wheelchair and said, "You have misunderstood my intentions. This journey is merely to investigate two matters. First, to ascertain what the archaeological team at the Een ruins truly encountered, and second, to locate the genuine entrance to the Een ruins." "But," Lao Jiang hesitated, searching for the right words. The elder replied calmly, "You should be aware of the discipline of the Qilin." Unbeknownst to me, the elder, despite wearing a smile, emanated an oppressive chill that descended upon us like the weight of Mount Tai. Old Jiang immediately shivered, rising alongside Helanshua, and together they resolutely proclaimed, "We vow to fulfill the task." Each word resonated with unwavering conviction. Subsequently, Old Jiang seized me by the arm, compelling me to join Silver Bell in making a similar promise. As the meeting concluded, all eyes followed the elder's departure, tinged with a peculiar reverence. Even the formidable Black Blade Qilin dared not utter a sound until the elder's figure had completely vanished from sight. To my astonishment, a decade had elapsed, yet calamity had once again befallen Een ruins. The Black Blade Qilin, adorned in sunglasses, sighed in contemplation. The one surnamed Shin appeared significantly younger than Old Jiang, with long hair tied back, resembling a rebellious vagabond. Yet, the scar beneath his sunglasses suggested a history fraught with peril. Young Shin adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, "How profound is your obsession with that place? Outsiders may be oblivious, but the leader is certainly aware. Even if I remain silent, you are undoubtedly the first choice in the leader's mind." Leader? Upon hearing this title, I was momentarily taken aback. So, this young individual was encountering the Qilin leader for the first time? The Black Blade Qilin, surnamed Shin, regarded me with keen interest. "I have heard that you are Li Jinglan, the sole survivor of the trials in the number 1102 tomb. Not only did you successfully resolve the bloodshed in Shoshui village, but you also assisted Leijin in overcoming its crisis. Such a pity. What a pity," I inquired with curiosity. "Regrettably, your fate is misfortunate, having followed a master with a destiny that is detrimental to his disciples. Do you have any idea how many of his students have perished over the years?" Shaoshin deliberately counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Upon hearing this, Old Jiang was nearly driven to the brink of fury, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his knife as he coldly declared, "Shin Xiaoyu, shall we step outside for a duel?" Shaoshin sat there, laughing heartily. "Jinglan, do you see this? Your master is tempestuous, brimming with courage yet devoid of strategy. You would be better off aligning with me." At that moment, Old Jiang had already unsheathed his blade, but alas, his opponent was too swift, vanishing from the conference hall in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, Old Jiang turned to me, repeatedly questioning, "Do I appear to be a hot-headed person? Am I truly lacking in strategy?" Witnessing this scene, Helanshua and the others could only shake their heads in disbelief as they exited the hall. However, I had no intention of coddling him. Instead, I pointedly remarked, "You are not without strategy. Otherwise, why would you only reveal half of your thoughts to me?" "What do you mean?" Old Jiang inquired. "Have you ever been to Insu? And who, pray tell, was the man whose voice was recorded at the end?" I was determined to delve deeper into the matter. Upon returning to my dormitory, Old Jiang impatiently lit a cigarette for himself. Just as I thought he had finished, he lit another, causing me to pace anxiously. It was not until he had consumed nearly an entire pack of Hardiman that his emotions finally calmed. Slowly, he retrieved his wallet, his eyes reddening as he gazed at a black-and-white photograph nestled within. As a result, we fell into a trap. The mechanisms within the tomb exceeded our wildest imaginations. Although we narrowly escaped, we forever lost a companion, and our organization suffered the loss of an elite member, the Black Blade Kirin. Later, we discovered that the tomb was merely a facade of the Ain ruins, a trap that paled in comparison to the true horrors that lay hundreds of times more terrifying within the actual ruins. With our persuasion, the archaeological team withdrew entirely, and the Ain ruins were permanently sealed. "Look, there he is, my fifth brother, your sacrificed master uncle." Lao Jiang pointed to the black-and-white photograph. I focused my gaze and noted that in the picture, Lao Jiang and He Lanxue appeared to be merely in their 30s. In the center stood a man radiating joy, one hand resting on Lao Jiang's shoulder and the other on He Lanxue's, his eyes bright and clear, exuding happiness. We had traversed ancient tombs together and battled the undead side by side. Our bond was closer than that of blood brothers. Yet, how fleeting is life, as a person can vanish in the blink of an eye. Lao Jiang exhaled a cloud of smoke that lingered on the window, slowly tracing the contours of his nostalgia. I witnessed my fifth brother fall. It has been 10 years, and I never expected to hear his voice again. I gazed at Lao Jiang in astonishment. What? The voice of that man on the recorder was Uncle Wu? Lao Jiang nodded, affirming, indeed, it was my fifth brother. We have faced life and death countless times together. Even if his voice turned to ash, I would recognize it. Could it be that he did not perish? There was no joy in the reunion of his voice with Lao Jiang, but rather a profound resentment. Was there a hidden secret from those years past? Just as Lao Jiang surmised, did the adversary truly perish due to the mechanisms? This is the knot in my heart, as well as in Sister Four's. Lao Jiang extinguished his cigarette and turned to me, urging, hurry and pack your clothes. I will fetch the travel documents, and we shall set off early tomorrow. It seems that the resolution of their dilemmas hinges upon my involvement. As Shen Xiaoyu aptly remarked, Lao Jiang is undoubtedly the terminator of apprentices. After Lao Jiang departed, I was about to tidy up De Hue's provisions when unexpectedly, Lao Jiang reappeared and said, "By the way, you need not bring the cat this time." Why? At that moment, I was oblivious to Lao Jiang's intent, until one day I witnessed the contents of the bamboo basket that Yin Linger was carrying, which made everything clear. However, if I were to leave, I would have to entrust the cat's care to another. That evening, while I was out searching for people, I fortuitously encountered Shen Xiaoyu. This time, De Hu did not hesitate, swiftly leaping into Shen Xiaoyu's embrace. Were it not for the loyalty De Hu has shown me, I might have suspected him of being an adversary planted by Shen Xiaoyu. Observing De Hu's fondness for Shen Xiaoyu, I contemplated entrusting him to her care, when suddenly Shen Xiaoyu inquired, "So, have you given any thought to changing masters?" He burst into laughter, but at that moment, his expression abruptly froze, and he retreated with the cat in a hasty manner. Chapter 24. Dragon Bone Shen Xiaoyu vanished with remarkable swiftness. I couldn't help but wonder if his prowess in evasion was the reason he had attained the title of Black Knife Qilin. Just as I was about to make my own escape, Lao Jiang seized the nape of my neck, presenting the familiar two questions. "Li Jinglan, do you truly believe I have a volatile temper and am a bane to my apprentices?" Wherever the matter lies, we happen to cross paths. Gazing at the ominous black blade poised to rest upon my neck, I hastily sought to clarify. Yet, Lao Jiang interjected, "I witnessed you entrusting De Hu to him." His tone bore an unmistakable tinge of jealousy, reminiscent of a scorned wife. Realizing further debate would be futile, I promptly shifted the conversation. "Master, we shall be departing from Beiping tomorrow. Should we not attend to the affairs of Donglishan? I fear we might miss the chance to savor authentic mutton hot pot." The thought of lamb immersed in sesame sauce with chives was utterly tantalizing. After devouring 5 large platters of lamb, Lao Jiang had completely forgotten about Shen Xiaoyu, as we both contemplated indulging in a hearty meal to stave off any potential starvation. At the break of dawn the following day, we convened with He Lanxue and her apprentice before embarking on our journey. Curiously, Yin Linger hoisted that oversized bamboo basket, towering above her stature. Considering we were setting off on a long journey, It seemed absurd that she would carry such a cumbersome load. Upon sensing my gaze, she defiantly brandished her bracelet, pouting as she threatened, "If you keep staring, I shall pluck out your eyes." Her tone suggested I was a lecherous onlooker, as if I were fixated on her visage. Such narcissism. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. At a mere height of 1.50 meters, carrying that massive basket, it's no wonder she hasn't grown taller. To my surprise, Lao Jiang swiftly covered my mouth, admonishing, "Kid, I truly have no intention of taking on another apprentice in the next 6 months. You ought to cherish your life." What on earth was happening? I turned to old Jiang, who quietly explained, "That bamboo basket is the life of Linger. If you wish to live a little longer, keep your distance from that basket." "Is what's inside it truly terrifying?" I inquired. At that moment, Lanxue suddenly cast a glance in my direction. Old Jiang swallowed hard and said, "That's not something you should concern yourself with. After all, even I regard what lies within with trepidation. You should temper your curiosity. What is so formidable about it? Did she not claim that it contained all her little companions?" I retorted, "I have a golden tortoiseshell cat, and even Big Tiger dared to snarl at the blood fiends." I added, lifting my chin and striding ahead of old Jiang with a sense of pride. Armed with that enigmatic official pass, our journey was smooth, and by the following evening, we arrived in Anyang, Hunan. However, to my surprise, Linger had a nose more acute than a dog's. She followed the scent to an old temple beef restaurant, where the crowd was overwhelming, and not a single seat was available. We had no choice but to check into the adjacent inn first. "Innkeeper, 2 rooms. The proprietor gave us a knowing glance and replied, "Very well." To our astonishment, he mistakenly assumed that old Jiang and Lanxue were a couple, while Linger and I were paired together, thus unwittingly placing us in close quarters. Old Jiang's eyes crinkled with amusement, yet he cast a fearful glance at Lanxue. Meanwhile, Linger erupted, "Li Jinglan, you scoundrel, do not think you can take advantage of me." "Take advantage of you?" I was about to say you were the one trying to take advantage of me. I found myself embroiled in a quarrel with Linger, while Lanxue remained composed and decisive. Suddenly, with a sharp clang, the flame sword materialized in her hand, pointed menacingly at the throat of the innkeeper. "So you and this gentleman are not married," she remarked, a revelation dawning upon her. The innkeeper, in a flurry, began rearranging matters, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as I suspected this might be the closest he had ever come to death. The 2 couples' rooms were swiftly converted into 2 commercial lodgings, and the innkeeper, trembling, handed us the keys, incessantly apologizing, "I am truly sorry, my sincerest apologies." Lanxue nodded towards Linger, who, upon receiving the key, skipped joyfully behind her, leading me to wonder if she had once been a rabbit in a past life, carrying such a large bamboo basket intended for medicinal concoctions. In contrast to the aloofness of Lanxue and her apprentice, Lao Jiang displayed a warmth that was palpable, engaging the innkeeper in lively conversation as he held the keys. "You nearly fulfilled a dream I never dared to dream in my lifetime." Seeing Lao Jiang doubled over with laughter, I hesitated to urge him to depart. Our room was on the 2nd floor, allowing us a clear view of the bustling queue at the neighboring beef noodle restaurant. Thus, when I noticed the long line had suddenly diminished, I hurriedly beckoned Lao Jiang to follow me down the stairs. To my surprise, Linger had already secured a table with Lanxue. Given the scarcity of seating elsewhere, Lao Jiang promptly led me over, cheerfully suggesting we share the table. Linger raised her chin in disdain, letting out a scoff. Yet, Lanxue signaled that it was acceptable, softly admonishing Linger to temper her spoiled demeanor, warning her that such behavior could lead to significant troubles in the future. Old Jiang chuckled and said, "It's nothing. With a darling like Linger, who wouldn't want to indulge her?" After speaking, he waved his hand and ordered several plates of Anyang beef, encouraging Silver Bell to help herself without restraint, assuring her that Uncle Jiang was treating. Silver Bell was entirely oblivious to the notion of modesty. Once she confirmed that the meal was on old Jiang, she went ahead and ordered a pot of braised chicken feet, mutton soup, cold noodles, and more. She spared nothing from the menu. In contrast, Lanxue merely opted for a bowl of plain noodles. I gazed at Silver Bell, pondering whether she could possibly finish such a feast. However, Since it was old Zhang's treat, I had no cause for concern. Soon, the waiter began to serve our dishes. By the end of our meal, I was quite full, my belly round, while old Zhang leisurely picked his teeth, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Helan Shui, on the other hand, cradled a cup of Longjing tea, her gaze fixed introspectively, observing the world in silence. As for Silver Bell, she had not paused since the beginning. Astonishingly, despite her petite stature, she had an appetite surpassing both mine and old Zhang's, devouring meat by the pound. At this point, the entire restaurant was deserted except for our table, with even the later patrons having settled their bills and departed, leaving Silver Bell still feasting. Could it be that this child hadn't eaten for several days? Just then, a commotion erupted from the counter. "Boss, you are magnanimous. Please advance me a few days' wages," a waiter pleaded, kneeling before the owner, grasping his leg in desperation. The owner retorted angrily, "Look at you. Your wages have already been advanced to next month, and you scarcely lift a finger for your work. I feel as though I am not in business, but rather engaged in charity. However, my mother's condition is truly dire, and I am unable to gather enough funds for her medicinal expenses. Please, kind sir, have mercy." The young attendant could not help but weep, yet the proprietor dismissed him with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "That is your mother, not mine. I have done all I can. One cannot expect me to support your family for eternity. I have my own mother and wife to care for." As the proprietor attempted to leave, the young attendant clung to him desperately. In a fit of anger, the proprietor kicked him to the ground. As the young attendant fell, the contents he was carrying scattered across the floor. Observing this injustice, an elderly man named Lao Jiang stepped forward and said, "Young man, how much do you owe the proprietor? I shall assist you in settling your debt. Life is fraught with difficulties. Do not judge a person by their circumstances." While Lao Jiang consoled the young attendant and helped him gather his belongings, he suddenly paused, a spark of insight lighting up his eyes. Sensing something amiss, I hurried over. I noticed that the scattered items were herbal prescriptions the young attendant had gathered for his mother, and Lao Jiang appeared transfixed by a few pieces of dragon bone he had picked up. I was aware that dragon bone refers to turtle shell fossils, which, according to the Compendium of Materia Medica, are believed to have calming properties and are commonly used for palpitations, chronic diarrhea, and can serve as a remedy in serious illnesses. Yet, what could possibly draw Lao Jiang's attention to this seemingly ordinary turtle shell? "Brother, kind-hearted brother." The young attendant grasped Lao Jiang's hand, interrupting my contemplation. Lao Jiang directly inquired how much more was needed for the medicinal expenses, expressing his willingness to help. The young attendant indicated a sum, and Lao Jiang rummaged through his pocket for his wallet. Upon retrieving it, he called out, "Fourth sister." Helan Shui seemed to have an inkling of what was to come, as she approached with a handful of silver coins, playfully chiding Lao Jiang. "You will always be this way." Lao Jiang, unperturbed, smiled and replied, "Sister 4 understands me. Sister 4 truly understands me." Helan Shui graciously covered our dinner expenses, but just as the waiter was about to depart, Lao Jiang requested all the dragon bones from his medicine pouch. The waiter readily complied, explaining that the dragon bones were meant for his mother's treatment at a traditional medicine shop, and he could easily procure more. "Which pharmacy?" "Liang Yi Traditional Medicine Shop. Just follow this road and turn right," the waiter introduced. "Excellent." Lao Jiang revealed a hint of mysterious delight. After we concluded our business, Linger, having satisfied her appetite, cheerfully called out to Helan Shui, "Master, I am full now." "Then let us be on our way," Helan Shui replied, nodding ever so slightly. With her hands gesticulating, Linger skipped over, her water-green attire glowing softly in the dim light, her radiant smile exuding the innocence of a child who would never grow up. As the evening breeze carried the delicate chime of tiny bells, I found myself unknowingly smiling. Chapter 25. King Wu Ding. Before me lay a piece of black velvet, a small flashlight, and a magnifying glass. At that moment, even my dullest instincts recognized the significance of these dragon bones, compelling me to rush upstairs in a flurry of excitement. Soon, Lao Jiang and I knocked on Helan Shui's door. "Sister 4, are you there? I've made a significant discovery, and I believe it would be best if we examined it together," Lao Jiang exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Come in." A chilling voice resonated as Lao Jiang, and I pushed open the door, instantly enveloped by a gentle, serene fragrance that pervaded the room. This aroma penetrated deep into the senses, inducing an involuntary relaxation of both body and mind. At that moment, He Lanxue sat gracefully at the table, adorned in a modest gray robe, her fair right hand delicately holding an exquisitely carved seal, gently pressing it into a lotus-shaped incense burner. I inquired of Lao Jiang about her activities. He quietly explained, "This is the art of incense. One must first lay down the incense ash, then craft the incense sticks, and only then can they be ignited. This is a cultural heritage passed down for centuries, as renowned as the tea ceremony. Though few can truly master the art of incense today, Si Mei is one of them." With a sense of vague understanding, I observed He Lanxue, who indeed possessed a unique beauty amidst the fragrant haze. However, in stark contrast to her tranquility, the nearby Ling heir was incessantly chattering. "Master, why did you allow that old man and the little one to enter? They are so bothersome." He Lanxue shot her a glare. "Ling heir, my intention in having you learn the art of incense is for you to appreciate the meditative process. You are to marry one day. Keep your voice down and refrain from bouncing around, or who would dare to wed you?" Ling heir, feeling indignant, retorted, "Then why is master so quiet, yet still unmarried?" Lao Jiang, sensing the tension, pointed to the sword hanging on the wall and said, "Master, don't you want that anymore?" He Lanxue cast a frosty glance at the sword, prompting Lao Jiang to hastily redirect the conversation. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. The matter at hand." He shifted the oil lamp a tad closer, then laid a generous handful of tortoise shells flat upon the table, carefully wiping them with a velvety cloth. My attention, however, was drawn to the incense prepared by He Lanxue, a lifelike lotus emerging from the incense burner. Once ignited, a waft of fragrance ascended from the heart of the lotus, richer than the scent from before. I licked my lips, akin to savoring the sweetest mountain spring water. The craftsmanship of the ancients is truly remarkable. I could not help but exclaim, while old Jiang, peering through a magnifying glass at the dragon bone, added, "Do not underestimate these incense. It was precisely through them that Fourth Sister helped us find our way out during our venture into an unnamed ancient tomb." I recalled that the incense had been quite extraordinary, with the smoke drifting downward, reminiscent of a gentle stream, slipping into the crevices of the tomb. As old Jiang continued his lengthy discourse, He Lanxue coughed lightly, signaling him to focus on the task at hand. Curiosity welled within me, and I inquired whether this incense could truly lead to an exit, or if it was merely a jest. Previously, I had only heard of humans lighting candles while ghosts blew out lanterns. This notion of incense guiding the way in a tomb was wholly unfamiliar. Naturally, incense holds significant utility in tomb exploration, for instance. Just as He Lanxue was about to elaborate further, the nearby Silver Bell could no longer contain herself, deliberately shaking her large bamboo basket to capture our attention. He Lanxue frowned slightly, but Silver Bell, feigning innocence, teased, "Mao Mao, are you jealous that my master is teaching me the art of pilfering? Do not fret, my dear Linger does not mind. She possesses a hearty appetite and a robust belly, capable of supporting a grand vessel." I gently corrected her, remarking that it is the magnanimity of a prime minister that can accommodate such a ship. Linger raised her delicate nose, letting out a soft huff. Yet, in the next moment, she tenderly nestled against He Lanxue's arm, cooing sweetly while playfully whining. "Master, you are the most beautiful of all." I began to understand why He Lanxue found it difficult to reprimand Linger. One could hardly bear to display genuine anger towards such a charming little creature. Old Jiang, however, was different. He bellowed with authority. "Li Jinglan, why aren't you helping me switch on the flashlight?" At that moment, old Jiang held a piece of dragon bone in one hand and a magnifying glass in the other, with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, exuding an air of expertise. I could not help but murmur to myself, aware that I was merely being summoned, yet I obediently took the flashlight to assist him in illuminating his work. Old Jiang remained silent, swiftly shifting from one piece to the next after examining each with the magnifying glass. By the time he had scrutinized a dozen pieces of dragon bone, beads of sweat had begun to form on the nape of his neck. He Lanxue inquired whether he had made any discoveries. Old Jiang first erupted into a hearty laugh 3 times before responding with pride. I always said that good deeds are rewarded. Who would have thought that lending a hand to that shopkeeper would lead me to uncover such a grand secret? Fourth sister, do you know? The inscriptions carved on these dragon bones are all oracle bone script, dating back to the Yin and Shang dynasties, the earliest form of Chinese writing. Old Jiang had extensive knowledge of ancient characters, and with a combination of informed speculation and educated guesses, he was able to decipher the contents of the dragon bones with considerable accuracy. Silver Bell, being quite young, could not comprehend Old Jiang's words. She picked up a piece of dragon bone, her eyes wide with curiosity, and exclaimed, "Characters? Isn't this merely a turtle shell? It seems to have some peculiar little illustrations and some cracks. Where is the writing?" At this point, Silver Bell could not help but glance at Old Jiang. Her large eyes filled with innocence and confusion. Old Jiang explained, "Indeed, the earliest forms of writing were inscribed on turtle shells and animal bones, primarily in the form of pictographs. For instance, Silver Bell, look at this character. Doesn't it resemble a person swaying their limbs while walking? Hence, it signifies to walk. This character, does it not resemble an ear? Therefore, it denotes ear." As Old Jiang pointed at the illustrations, he elucidated that during the Shang dynasty, the utmost reverence was given to rituals. They relied on divination for decisions in all matters, great and small, and performed divination daily. Consequently, there existed a specialized department known as the diviners. The diviners employed turtle shells or animal bones for divination, casting them into fierce flames. The resulting cracks were referred to as divination signs, with their size and length signifying fortune or misfortune. The inscriptions carved on the bones were the records kept by the diviners of the outcomes of these rituals. Old Jiang continued, "In theory, the turtle shells used for divination are exceedingly rare. The carapace must not be too large nor too small, neither too thick nor too thin, truly a selection from thousands. Thus, even royal families would use only one shell for each divination due to its exorbitant cost. Yet, the fragments of turtle shells recount a singular event, the enigmatic ritual conducted by King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, a ceremony that bore significance for the entire fate of the Shang realm. What manner of ritual could it have been? I could not help but inquire. Lao Jiang shook his head, indicating only that it transpired during the waning years of Ding, when a comet descended from the heavens. However, it is certain that these oracle bones are inextricably linked to the ruins of Yin. Indeed, we were fortunate. On our very first day in Anyang, we had made such a remarkable discovery. I cast a glance at Yin Ling who had been gnawing on her finger, seemingly lost in confusion. Upon sensing my gaze, she shot me a fierce glare. Chapter 26. The mysterious caravan. I interjected. Did not the archaeological team at the Yin ruins urgently request our assistance? Is it prudent for us to linger in this small county? Lao Jiang glared at me. What do you know? The archaeological team has long since lost contact. Delaying our arrival by a few days will not make a significant difference. However, if we pursue this lead further, we may indeed uncover the entrance to the Yin ruins. In our line of work, clues bestowed upon us from the heavens are often divine gifts. Remember, young one, never squander such a blessing. At that moment, I presumed Lao Jiang was deliberately employing Master S manner to pressure me, and I grasped only a fraction of his words. It was only later, as I encountered more and more events, that I finally comprehended the profound truth of his statement. After agreeing to visit the Liangyi traditional medicine shop the following day, Yin Ling began to usher us out, exclaiming, "It reeks. You all ought to take a proper bath this evening." Her delicate fingers pinched her petite nose, exuding an indescribable charm and cuteness. Upon noticing my gaze, she shot me a fierce glare, then turned her head and pitifully tugged at Helan Shue's clothing, calling out, "Master." Helan Shue nodded and urged us to depart. Afterward, Lao Jiang rushed over to sniff me. At his insistence, we both enjoyed a hot bath, which was my first realization of Lao Jiang's surprising cleanliness. Once we were finished tidying up, we finally had the chance to rest. However, just before sleep, I heard Lao Jiang mumbling to himself, "What kind of sacrificial ceremony requires so many oracle bones?" I covered my head with the quilt, and at last, the world became serene. The following morning, we had a light breakfast at the inn before setting off towards Liang Yi's traditional Chinese medicine shop. As the innkeeper had mentioned, Liang Yi's shop was quite nearby, and within the span of a tea's brewing, we were greeted by the sight of its elegantly inscribed sign. Even before entering, a rich aroma of herbal medicine wafted toward us. There were not many patients seeking pulse diagnoses at this early hour. Inside, an elderly man with a goatee was accompanied by a young apprentice. The elderly gentleman, clad in a gray robe, appeared quite spirited as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, urging the apprentice to grind the herbs. Lao Jiang exchanged a glance with me, then boldly stepped over the threshold and called out, "Dr. Liang." The lean, goateed elder adjusted his glasses and approached us, inquiring about our needs. Lao Jiang, without any preamble, placed several pieces of turtle shell onto the counter and cheerfully stated, "We are not here for treatment. Rather, we wish to inquire about something from Dr. Liang." Dr. Liang cast a fleeting glance at the few turtle shells, remaining silent. Old Jiang laid bare the purpose of his visit and bluntly inquired about the origin of these shells. "What do you mean by origin?" Dr. Liang retorted angrily, "These are merely ordinary dragon bones, used to restore a patient's vitality. Don't think your numbers give you the audacity to create trouble. Believe it or not, a shout from me and the constables will arrive." Old Jiang chuckled. "It would be even better if the constables come. I wish to ask why only your dragon bones bear inscriptions. Did they perhaps come from some tomb?" Dr. Liang remained unperturbed, instead surveying Old Jiang with a sardonic gaze. "Do not speak without evidence. I observe that your complexion is pallid and lacking luster. If I am not mistaken, you must be suffering from severe kidney deficiency? Do you often feel weakness in your limbs, dizziness and tinnitus? Is it that you struggle during certain activities?" At this remark, Old Jiang erupted with indignation, while Silver Bell beside him burst into laughter, and even He Lanxue wore a face of barely restrained mirth. Old Jiang seized Dr. Liang with fervor, shouting, "Who are you saying is incapable? Who are you saying is incapable?" Dr. Liang, taken aback by Old Jiang's tenacity, feigned calmness and replied, "I merely perceive signs of kidney deficiency in you. Please set me down so I may take your pulse properly." His address had shifted to a more respectful form, clearly indicating a retreat. Old Jiang, with a flushed face, vehemently protested, "I am not kidney deficient. I assure you my kidneys are in fine condition." I, too, could not suppress a laugh, yet I feared the wrath of Old Jiang. It was not until Dr. Liang's complexion turned crimson, and he appeared to be gasping for breath that He Lanxue finally intervened, cautioning Old Jiang, "That is enough. Do not let this escalate to a fatal outcome." Although Old Jiang was nearly beside himself with rage, he heeded He Lanxue's words and released Dr. Liang, who promptly collapsed onto the ground, inhaling the fresh air deeply. The apprentice cautiously approached to assist him in regaining his composure. With a look of grievance, Old Jiang turned to He Lanxue, resembling a petulant spouse, and lamented, "Fourth sister, I am truly innocent." However, He Lanxue had little time to entertain his complaints. She simply gestured for him to produce the item. Still reeling from his earlier indignation, Old Jiang inquired what item she meant. I hurried to remind him, "Did not Qilin provide you with a pass before we left?" Instantly, Old Jiang retrieved the mysterious document, brandishing it before Dr. Liang, exclaiming, "Open your eyes wide and recognize who we are." He stammered for a full minute. Old Jiang, with a fierce tone, reiterated, "I shall ask you once more, from where did you procure those dragon bones? Otherwise, should the constabulary arrive, I assure you, they will execute both of you on the spot." By the way, that group also deals in bronze artifacts, suggesting their dealings are dubious. Dr. Liang weakly added this remark, implying that the individuals in question were likely grave robbers, as he was aware those items had been unearthed from ancient tombs, which explained his earlier reluctance to divulge the origins of the dragon bones. Old Jiang's eyes visibly brightened, yet he lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you know where that mysterious group of merchants can be found?" Dr. Liang remarked after sunset, "You may venture to the western streets and try your luck. They typically appear at the ghost market, selling rare curiosities." Lao Jiang agreed. It seemed that Dr. Liang realized something and was about to concoct an excuse to decline, but Lao Jiang, with a mischievous grin, added, "You know these items have dubious origins. They must all be confiscated. Otherwise, 2 more restless souls will haunt the execution grounds come autumn." Indeed, there are 2 large bags. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. I shall fetch them right away. Chapter 27. The blood-red bones seizing the opportunity. Lao Jiang stepped out to make a phone call to the telegraph office. He let out a cold grunt, requesting me to light the lamp for him. However, after swiftly examining those dragon bones, his expression darkened immediately. "What's the matter?" I inquired. "You will see for yourself." Lao Jiang sighed. It was then I noticed that although the dragon bones were inscribed with characters, they were fundamentally similar to those we had obtained the previous night, recounting that enigmatic ritual. Relying solely on these artifacts would leave us in a state of perpetual busyness. Lao Jiang hurled the dragon bone he held onto the ground, cursing, "Keep searching. I refuse to believe we won't find a clue once we capture that gang of tomb raiders." With that, he intended to lead us away, but before departing, Dr. Liang inquired if we should not take the dragon bones with us. Through the window, I noticed beads of sweat trickling down Dr. Liang's brow, yet he felt compelled to adhere to Lao Jiang's directive. He launched a glance at Lao Jiang, remarking, "Is this truly worth quibbling over?" To this, Linger responded with a knowing smile, "Uncle Jiang has a commendable habit. He should maintain it." He Lan Shui inquired of old Jiang about any new discoveries. Old Jiang shook his head, indicating that although the dragon bones in the traditional Chinese medicine shop were plentiful, the recorded content was largely similar to what they already possessed. The oracle bones from the Shang dynasty are classified into 2 categories, the Ziwen and the Muwen. The Ziwen chronicles the time, place, and events, while the Muwen encompasses the royal secrets behind these occurrences. Currently, all the oracle bones unearthed are of the Ziwen type, yet he firmly believes that among those excavated simultaneously, there must exist a piece of Muwen. Only by locating that Muwen can their expedition hold significance. The pressing matter remains to track down the group of tomb raiders. He has a strong intuition that the artifacts are still in their possession. Old Jiang reflected. Nevertheless, the oracle bones in the medicine shop are also classified as cultural relics. Hence he informed the nearby Kirin informants to promptly deliver them to the archaeological department. Lan Shui nodded in response, tilting her head slightly. We proceeded towards the streets in the west, and upon our arrival it was still midday. Ling Er, clutching her stomach, stood before a stall, sniffing eagerly as she gazed longingly at the golden-brown pan-fried buns simmering in a large pot, her eyes nearly popping out with desire. I distinctly heard the sound of her swallowing. Observing Ling Er, I noticed her little hands tugging insistently at Lan Shui's clothing, softly calling out Master to prevent her from leaving. "You, it seems, are not here for business. You are clearly just seeking a free meal," Lan Shui remarked with a sigh, lightly tapping Ling Er's forehead. However, old Jiang decisively took charge and requested 4 large bowls of san bujan and an order of buns from the vendor, justifying it with the saying, "One must eat well to work effectively." Once seated, Ling Er, drooling, inquired of old Jiang, "What does san bujan mean?" Old Jiang informed her that it was a delicacy from Anyang, prepared by mixing eggs, starch, and sugar with water, then stir-frying until done. It does not stick to the pan, the chopsticks, or the teeth, hence it is aptly named the 3 non-sticks. This gentleman is indeed knowledgeable. When serving the meal, the proprietor complimented old Jiang, inquiring if we were not locals. Old Jiang cleared his throat and replied that he was merely a passing merchant, having heard tales of a ghost market after sunset in this area, prompting him to seek some treasures. The proprietor chuckled and responded, "You have come to the right person. I have been running this shop for many years. I am well aware of which stalls at the ghost market are legitimate and which are shady." Old Jiang felt a spark of curiosity and inquired whether there had been a group recently selling turtle shells and bronze artifacts. To be frank, my father has a keen interest in bronze items, and I did not bring him anything on this trip. I was hoping to find something, he said, placing a silver dollar on the table. The proprietor waved a white towel and grinned. "Are you referring to Wang Liuzi and his crew? That bunch consists of a few local ruffians who spend their days wandering into the mountains. Instead of learning something worthwhile, they have chosen to disturb graves, a profession laden with misfortune and curses." It was evident that the proprietor was familiar with them and subtly informed old Jiang that those individuals were tomb raiders, their merchandise of dubious origin. Old Jiang exchanged a knowing glance with me, sensing an opportunity, and quickly inquired about their whereabouts. Although the proprietor continued to offer advice, He eventually divulged, albeit reluctantly due to the expected gratuity, they usually loiter around Erlong Mountain, where there is a dilapidated temple. You might find goods there. Very well. Thank you, my friend, old Jiang replied. By the time we finished our inquiries, Linger had already emptied her bowl, her eyes shining as she looked at Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang, may I have another bowl? No problem. Uncle Jiang remained generous, and without hesitation, Linger turned to the proprietor and called out, bring me 2 more large bowls. However, as customary, the payment came from He Lanshua's wallet, for we all understood Uncle Jiang's nature. Though he pretended to be wealthy, his pockets were emptier than anyone else's. Erlong Mountain lay in close proximity to the county seat, a barren little hill. After an hour's walk, we soon discovered the dilapidated Bodhisattva temple nestled halfway up the slope. Uncle Jiang instructed He Lanshue and her apprentice to wait outside before leading me through the broken door. Upon witnessing strangers kicking the door, a burly man at the forefront chuckled, Brother, you've taken a wrong turn? Haven to you? Uncle Jiang, with a sharp gaze, unsheathed his black knife from his waist. Take a good look at who I am. Now, leave your belongings behind and sever a finger. Perhaps I may grant you a chance at survival. This gang of tomb raiders, however, was composed of novices, unfamiliar with the likes of Qilin. We exchanged glances, questioning one another, who are these lunatics? Many shook their heads and proceeded to search for weapons, preparing to eliminate us. In the meantime, Uncle Jiang's knife glinted as it was drawn, and his entire body followed the shining blade into the room. The air was rent with a sound reminiscent of tearing silk. As several men fell to the ground, clutching their severed fingers and rolling in agony, their dismembered digits still twitching in reflex. What a swift blade! I mused silently. Perceiving my vulnerability, some individuals approached with blades drawn, intent on harm. In a moment of urgency, I leapt from the window to escape, pursued by 3 or 4 men. Upon reaching the temple's rear, I was disheartened to discover a slender iron chain bridge precariously spanning the cliffside. Instinctively, I called out for Lao Jiang, only to be intercepted by a shadowy figure who coldly commanded, retreat to the bridge. The figure was none other than He Lanshui, who stood resolutely at the bridge's edge, her sword still sheathed, strands of her hair dancing in the valley's breeze. She appeared as a black eagle, poised and unyielding. With no escape route, the brutish men leered at He Lanshui, their eyes gleaming with desire. Yet they gravely underestimated her prowess. I found myself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the formidable presence He Lanshui exuded at that moment. Just then, Lao Jiang arrived, having concluded his own skirmish, eager to boast. Fourth sister, all the individuals in the temple have been captured. He Lanshui inclined her head slightly, acknowledging him. I have no prisoners here. Within the temple lay numerous dragon bones and bronze artifacts, predominantly small drinking vessels of little value to us. Lao Jiang's gaze, however, was drawn to a striking crimson bone amid the multitude of dragon bones, his expression shifting to one of elation as he grasped the red relic. I inquired whether this was the so-called maternal text, but Lao Jiang, mindful of the tomb raiders still present, refrained from elaborating, instead questioning the origins of their stolen goods. The leader displayed a look of trepidation, and He Lanshui abruptly declared in a chilling tone, I will count to 3. If you do not speak, I shall cast you off the cliff. In truth, we were not tomb raiders. These items were serendipitously acquired. It appeared there truly existed individuals unafraid of death. He Lanshui seized him, preparing to approach the precipice, and the leader, terrified to the core, exclaimed, We genuinely found them. If there is a single falsehood, may lightning strike me. After a thorough confession, we learned that indeed, these treasures were salvaged by them. It turned out that this ruffian, led by He Er, had been roaming near Anyang, occasionally pilfering items from ancestral graves to sell for a pittance, merely to procure cigarettes or seek the company of women. Until 10 days prior, they had discovered an archaeological team stealthily venturing into the depths of the Yin ruins. Although He Er lacked the skill of feng shui divination, he astutely sensed that this archaeological team might unearth a grand tomb. Thus, he and his companions stealthily followed in the wake of the archaeologists, hoping to intercept them along the way. They crouched for an entire day and night, eventually witnessing the archaeologists extracting a multitude of bronze artifacts, among which was a row of objects resembling musical instruments, quite exquisite in nature. The archaeologists were exulting, proclaiming they had made the most significant discovery of the century. Then, I heard a most peculiar sound, one so strange that it sent shivers down my spine. However, it emanated from too great a distance for me to discern its source. The leader of the tomb raiders recounted. Following the emergence of that sound, chaos erupted within the archaeological team. Some screamed, others fled, and a few succumbed to madness. Before the other party could finish speaking, old Jiang furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Madness?" The grave robber brother forced a smile and replied, "Indeed. Can you imagine that a person who appears cultured and refined would go so far as to tear into his own companion and rip out his entrails? It terrified us to the point where we dared not show ourselves." "What happened to that group of archaeologists?" Silver Bell inquired, astonished at their audacity to collect such items. Once everything was disclosed, they asked old Jiang if they could leave. After the grave robbers exited the temple, I exchanged a knowing glance with old Jiang and remarked, "It seems that there has indeed been an incident with the Ain Ruins archaeological team, and it occurred deep within the ruins. But what emboldened them to venture forth without a word of warning? After all, the tombs in the depths of the Ain Ruins are a source of deep trepidation, even for the likes of the Black Knife Qilin." Chapter 28. The archaeological team's fright. Old Jiang shared his perspective on the matter. Either they stumbled upon some clue by chance, igniting their ambition to claim this monumental achievement for themselves. After all, whoever unlocks the secrets of the Ain Ruins, the largest ancient tomb cluster in Huaxia, could etch their name into the annals of history, or perhaps a mysterious force is luring them deeper into the Ain Ruins. At this point, old Jiang asked if I still remembered Lei Town. I clenched my teeth and replied, "Of course, I remember. The face of that wicked girl and the vendetta of the old town chief are etched in my mind." Old Jiang nodded, suggesting that the latter possibility seemed more plausible. After all, that mysterious force possesses the remnants of ancient texts and is aware that the Ain Ruins are perilous to navigate. Thus, they lured the archaeological team here to assist them in the tomb exploration, all the while discreetly removing this particular nail. Such malevolence is unmistakable, I concurred. Silver Bell, curious, glanced over and inquired about this mysterious force. Old Jiang immediately donned a doting smile, stating, "They are a group of nefarious villains. Qilin has already dispatched someone to investigate, so there is no need for you to worry, Linger." Every time old Jiang referred to me as a little rascal, he exhibited an unexpectedly tender demeanor towards Silver Bell, leading me to suspect that he must have been a devoted father figure in a previous life. I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and poked old Jiang's elbow, questioning why he was so anxious about that crimson bone earlier. Old Jiang cautiously retrieved the dark red bone from his pocket, and my curiosity piqued as I asked, "Ah, this doesn't seem to be a turtle shell, does it?" Old Jiang replied, "Of course not. This is a human bone, excavated from a living person's shoulder." Silver Bell's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced between the bone and old Jiang. He continued to elucidate, "There have been records of human sacrifices in the ancient divination texts. In those times, people were unequal, and the lowest tier of slaves were referred to as human livestock, implying they could be slaughtered and traded at will." Old Jiang further informed us that the blood-red hue of this bone was likely connected to the blood sacrifices of the Shang dynasty. Large numbers of slaves would have their throats slit to drain their blood, which was then boiled repeatedly until it condensed into a small bowl of the purest essence. The oracle bones infused with this essence could remain uncorrupted for millennia, retaining their brilliance. Therefore, this bone must be the most precious among all oracle bones. A sudden clarity washed over me. Old Jiang nodded thoughtfully, expressing his delight as he remarked, "Moreover, it is highly likely that this is the original text we seek." Curious, I inquired about the content inscribed upon it. Old Jiang uttered a peculiar phrase. "A rainbow emerges from the north, drinking from which river?" What could it mean? We simultaneously furrowed our brows, gazing at old Jiang, who merely shook his head in contemplation, pondering, perhaps it describes the weather at that time? After the rain, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Yet, to use such an important original text to merely comment on the weather seems rather absurd. I stroked my chin and suggested, could it be some sort of code related to the secrets of the Ain Ruins? Unable to decipher the meaning of this red bone, old Jiang decided to tuck it away for the time being, believing that such matters would reveal themselves when the moment was right. Little did we anticipate that, on a subsequent day, we would indeed find use for that phrase, particularly when unlocking the final great door of the Ain ruins. But that is a tale for another time. Upon exiting the temple, we discovered that the group of ruffians still knelt at the entrance, gazing at us with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Old Jiang first delivered a lecture to them about how tomb raiders tarnish their moral integrity and bring misfortune upon their descendants, urging them to pursue legitimate livelihoods in the county instead. Otherwise, he warned, should we meet again, your fortunes may not be so favorable. The leader, Hier, nodded eagerly, inquiring if there were any further instructions. Old Jiang replied, we have pressing matters to attend to. You may wait here in the temple for a while. Wait here? The tomb raiders exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty. Old Jiang pressed the black blade at his waist, speaking in a chilling tone. Guard the treasures within these graves. Should anyone dare to stray, no matter where they flee, they shall not escape the reach of this knife. The tomb raiders knelt on the ground, promptly pledging their obedience. After descending the mountain, Old Jiang sought a place to make a phone call, instructing someone to retrieve items from the dilapidated temple. I inquired about the extent of the Qilin's surveillance in this area, to which Old Jiang merely smiled in silence, glancing at his watch and stating, it is time to meet the archaeological team at the Ain ruins. We hastily filled our stomachs by the roadside before setting off. As we journeyed, the signs of civilization dwindled, and the cart that had carried us halted at a desolate patch of land, refusing to proceed further. We had no choice but to disembark and continue on foot. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily empty. Apart from the stars above, the only remnants of life were the wild paths beneath our feet and the gnarled, lifeless trees flanking the road, their twisted branches resembling the claws of a fearsome demon. The word desolation was the only term that resonated in my mind. Silver Bell directly questioned Old Jiang. We've reached a desolate region. Are you certain the archaeological camp lies ahead? Old Jiang urged everyone to have faith in him. We continued southward, the squelching of mud beneath our feet accompanying our steps. After an indeterminate time, wisps of smoke finally materialized ahead. Smoke signifies fire, and fire indicates the presence of people. We ascended a dirt slope, and at last, we beheld a row of peculiar houses in the distance, standing like tombstones in the desolate expanse. Scattered around the vicinity were 7 or 8 tents, enclosed by a towering barbed wire fence over 2 meters high, accompanied by a watchtower. From the tower, soldiers clutching rifles peered out with an air of heightened vigilance. Just as Silver Bell was about to point, Heelan Shui abruptly pressed her head down, cautioning her to be careful. Old Jiang pulled me behind a large rock, then carefully extracted a pair of binoculars for closer observation. It was peculiar. Why would there be military presence here? Heelan Shui pondered aloud. Old Jiang replied, moreover, these soldiers do not appear to be from Anyang. They seem hastily dispatched from elsewhere. The insignia on their vehicles indicates they belong to an elite unit. Additionally, the barbed wire outside raises further suspicion. At that instant, a piercing scream erupted from the camp, a sound so high-pitched and thin that it felt akin to fingernails scraping against an eardrum, sending a shiver down one's spine. Almost immediately, several armed soldiers rushed toward the source of the scream. Old Jiang smacked his thigh in alarm, exclaiming, this situation may be more dire than we anticipated. Heelan Shui furrowed her brows, and the large bamboo basket carried by Silver Bell began to shake violently, as if something with sensed impending danger, crashing against the sides of the basket. Silver Bell gently removed the basket, softly patting it while tenderly inquiring about its distress. Just then, the soldier in the watchtower seemed to notice movement on the hillside. An alarm blared, and soon 4 or 5 soldiers, rifles in hand, began to encircle us. Old Jiang immediately stepped forward, smiling as he raised his hand, proclaiming, one of us, in this desolate wilderness. Could one merely utter such words to dispel any concerns? One of the soldiers had already readied his weapon. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, swiftly seizing the standard-issue rifle and disassembling it with a series of crisp clicks. The soldier gasped in astonishment and trembled as he inquired, who are you? Heelan Shui coldly commanded, tell your men to lower their weapons. The 3 other soldiers hesitated, prompting Old Jiang to raise the official document in front of them. Behold, we are special commissioners operating within the jurisdiction of the 3rd Inspectorate in the U region. All public officials must comply fully. Just as he was about to seek further clarification, more than 10 soldiers ascended the hillside, one of whom, donned in a white-gloved coat, was evidently the commanding officer. Squad Leader Zhang. The soldiers swiftly presented the document, and upon catching a glimpse of the black blade at old Zhang's waist, Squad Leader Zhang's expression transformed from concern to delight. After eagerly awaiting, we have finally encountered esteemed individuals. Please come in, come in. He gestured with utmost respect, welcoming us into the camp. The soldiers lowered their weapons, and as we passed one of them, Silver Bell playfully nudged him with the large bamboo basket she was carrying, seemingly laden with significance. In the next instant, that soldier suddenly succumbed to uncontrollable convulsions, his gaze revealing an unsettling shade of green. The soldiers swiftly aimed their rifles at him. This is bad. Li Si has also been affected. Yet, how had Li Si contracted the affliction without any contact with that group? The crowd was perplexed, yet from their discourse, it became evident that a peculiar affliction was sweeping through the area. Commander Zhang promptly ordered the military doctor to come and investigate. Lanchua's cold gaze flickered as she turned to Linger, inquiring whether matters had deteriorated to such an extent. There is something truly fearsome lurking within the camp. I have just sent my companions to probe the situation. Commander Zhang looked at Linger in astonishment, asking if she was the one who had saved the earlier individual. Lao Jiang stepped forward to clarify. The young girl possesses the greatest abilities among us, but judging by your expressions, this place is rather unsettled? He then cast a meaningful glance toward the house ensnared by barbed wire. With a deep sigh, Commander Zhang remarked, "Let us seek counsel indoors, wise one." Chapter 29. The haunting embrace. Upon entering the encampment, we immediately sensed an oppressive atmosphere enveloping us. Though the soldiers were elite, their eyes betrayed an overwhelming fatigue, as if they had not rested properly for days on end. Lao Jiang observed everything keenly. He offered Commander Zhang a cigarette, and the two of them adeptly indulged in the swirling smoke. Linger pouted. "We are not mind readers. How could we possibly divine your hidden intentions?" Commander Zhang took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to speak, but rather, after so many years in the military, I have never encountered such an uncanny situation. It turned out that 11 days prior, the higher-ups received a telegram from Lin Jianya, the leader of the Yin Ruins archaeological team. Lin declared his intention to unveil the Yin Ruins, heralding it as the most significant archaeological discovery of the century. The superiors questioned him as to why he disregarded orders and acted independently. Lin Jianya, however, offered no explanation, merely stating that a set of exquisite bronze chimes, instruments of the Shang dynasty royal court, had been unearthed. When the higher authorities received another telegram, it contained an urgent distress signal, repeating the words help, 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 numerous times. The archaeological team included several seasoned experts whose loss would be unacceptable. Consequently, the higher authorities swiftly dispatched a battle-hardened reinforcement squad for rescue, led by Captain Zhang. Following the coordinates from which the signal had last vanished, they finally located the archaeological team at the Yin Ruins. I had presumed they had fallen victim to bandit attacks or were trapped. However, upon our arrival, I was astounded to find them all in a state of madness, behaving like demons. That day, it rained lightly, and the sky was overcast. As the rescue truck came to a halt, we discovered that half of the archaeological team had perished, while the survivors, resembling zombies with bloodshot eyes, were feasting on the flesh of their companions. These entities, whether still human or not, possessed remarkably keen hearing. Although they detected the sound of the truck from afar, they disguised themselves adeptly. As soon as the soldiers approached, they bared their ghastly teeth and lunged forward. Several soldiers had their necks bitten through, collapsing in agony on the ground. Fortunately, these soldiers were elite troops and quickly regained their composure, opening fire. "Did you fire your weapons?" Before old Zhang could finish his question, Captain Zhang gestured for calm, assuring, "Do not worry, there are survivors. We only shot those who were beyond control, while those unconscious and non-threatening, as well as those who remained manageable, have been spared." I suddenly recalled the small houses surrounded by barbed wire and inquired of Sergeant Zhang whether those individuals were confined within. What was the outcome of the inspection? Old Zhang squinted as he asked. Sergeant Zhang sighed, raising his hand to light a cigarette, only to realize the ember had burned down to his fingers, prompting him to hastily extinguish it beneath his foot. After igniting another, he inhaled deeply, casting a languid glance our way. Have you ever heard of being haunted by a ghost? Haunted by a ghost? We exchanged bewildered looks, when suddenly, Silver Bell recalled something. I haven't heard of being haunted by a ghost, but in our Miao region, we speak of being entwined by a snake. If someone strikes a snake or disturbs its nest, the Serpent King will take notice and leave its mark around your waist. Initially, it manifests as red rashes, but over time, it evolves into a series of bite marks. By the time you realize it, it is already too late. Thus the saying, entwined by a snake, a coffin awaits, your life ends in 7 days. Sergeant Zhang remarked, being haunted by a ghost is quite similar to being entwined by a snake. One is afflicted by a ghost, the other by a snake, both resulting in an unusual rash around the waist that ultimately transforms into a row of bite marks. Old Zhang interjected, how about this? You take us to the house to see for ourselves. Only by understanding the madness can I discern how to offer salvation. Sergeant Zhang was taken aback, his face blanching. You wish to see them? No, absolutely not. What if they bite you? I queried Sergeant Zhang. Aren't those individuals restrained? As I spoke, Sergeant Zhang slammed his fist down hard upon the table. He closed his eyes, tears glistening as they gently streamed down his cheeks. I have already lost several brothers to this calamity. These fiends are more monstrous than demons. Once bitten, the wounds fester with alarming rapidity, some even burning as if the blood within were boiling. Anyone afflicted by their bite seldom survives the night. As he spoke, a chilling wail echoed from outside, piercing the stillness. Sergeant Zhang leapt to his feet, fury etched upon his face, and bellowed towards the source of the sound. They've come again. They are back. I turned to Lao Jiang, inquiring about the commotion. Sergeant Zhang informed us that as night fell, those tormented souls would unleash harrowing cries from the dim confines of a small room. Some would hurl themselves against the walls, while others scribbled frantically, as if something from beyond was beckoning them. Particularly in the latter half of the night, the cacophony resembled a gathering of infernal spirits. It was only during midday that we dared to escort the military doctor inside to assess any improvements in the afflicted. At all other times, we feared to breach that door. Lao Jiang questioned if there were any who had shown signs of recovery. Sergeant Zhang shook his head. Due to our prompt rescue efforts, only the archaeological team leader, Lin Jianya, is in relatively stable condition. He sustained grave injuries and remains in a deep slumber. We have placed him in the innermost room, sustained by nutritional fluids around the clock. The military doctor's daily task primarily revolves around observing Lin Jianya's condition, seeking a suitable antidote from his plight. Since earlier, Lao Zhang's brow had been furrowed, undeterred even by Sergeant Zhang's repeated warnings. He remained resolute in his desire to witness the frenzied state of the archaeologists with his own eyes. Wise one, you must contemplate carefully. Should any misfortune befall us, we cannot bear the consequences. Sergeant Zhang attempted to dissuade old Jiang, yet he turned to Helanxue, inquiring her thoughts. Sister, are you afraid? Helanxue offered a faint smile, casting a glance at the sword behind her. Even if fear resides within me, it is they who should fear me. Linger rose as well. If master is going, then I shall accompany. A chorus of tinkling bells resonated, rendering the situation less daunting. Observing our resolute determination, Sergeant Zhang ceased his persuasion, providing us with several protective suits and dispatching a handful of soldiers to escort us inside. We appreciate your assistance. Old Jiang expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards Sergeant Zhang. However, neither he nor Helanxue was accustomed to wearing armor. Initially, I thought it better to wear some than none at all, but seeing Linger's fearless demeanor, I felt that if I donned the armor alone, it would appear as though I were excessively afraid of death. Reluctantly conforming to the collective sentiment, I tearfully declined the armor. Sergeant Zhang directed his men to unlock the several heavy padlocks on the exterior of the building, yet he himself showed no intention of entering, for it was imperative that someone maintain oversight. If those in charge ventured inside to meet their demise, the soldiers outside would likely not escape the impending calamity either. With a creak, the long-sealed iron door swung open. The soldiers at the forefront illuminated their headlamps, and in the encompassing darkness, I beheld pairs of eyes gleaming with a spectral blue light. They resembled wolves lurking in the night. Faces contorted in rage, they lunged towards us, yet their hands and feet were bound by iron chains, rendering them momentarily unable to break free. The soldier beside me cautioned that the witching hour was when they possessed the greatest strength, yet we must remain vigilant. After observing for a moment, I noticed that the afflicted archaeologists emitted a rasping sound from their throats. They bore an uncanny resemblance to us, yet their eyes were filled with the primal hunger and murderous intent of beasts, evoking a terror far greater than that of zombies or ghosts. "Old Jiang, what do you see over there?" I inquired, directing his attention to a series of bizarre symbols smeared across the walls in vivid crimson. They were large and striking. Old Jiang, rendered speechless by the sight of those red characters, stammered in astonishment. "The Tan script? These are all Tan characters. How could they write in Tan?" Just as old Jiang was grappling with his shock, I suddenly heard a noise above us. Instinctively, I looked up to see a humanoid creature twisting and crawling along the ceiling. Before I could utter a word, the sound of clanking handcuffs echoed, and the creature lunged towards us. In an instant, with a sharp command, Helan Shui had seized its throat, expressionless as she hurled it against the wall. Old Jiang, with a sycophantic tone, exclaimed, "Thank you, fourth sister." Helan Shui did not even glance at him, merely advising me to be cautious. "Do not assume you possess multiple lives." Silver Bell chimed in, teasing old Jiang and questioning how his black-bladed qilin came to be, noting that it was always his master who came to his rescue. Old Jiang chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, the nearby soldiers finally reacted, drawing their pistols in panic. It appeared that the individuals here had only whites in their eyes. They did not seem possessed, but rather as if they had lost their very souls. I turned to old Jiang and spoke. Fortunately, the only ones who had lost control were those few madmen. After they were dealt with, the soldiers escorted us to the residence of Lin Jianya for treatment. We immediately spotted a frail figure lying on the bed, his limbs restrained and in a state of unconsciousness, utterly motionless. The soldiers informed us that the military doctor came daily to administer intravenous fluids and injections to sustain his life. However, after enduring so many days, Lin Jianya was on the verge of giving in. "Oh!" Lao Jiang abruptly lifted Lin Jianya's garments, revealing a myriad of red rashes encircling his waist and abdomen, within which wriggled white worms. Silver Bell's eyes widened in astonishment. This indeed resembled a snake coiling around the waist. Lao Jiang inquired if she had a remedy. Silver Bell nodded. "I can give it a try." With that, she set down her large bamboo basket and began to sing a little tune. "Fluffy, oh Fluffy, you are the handsomest, lullaby, oh lullaby, you are the most obedient. Come forth to assist your mother. Tomorrow I shall feed you stars from the sea." I was utterly baffled, unsure of what Silver Bell was attempting. Suddenly, she spread her hand, revealing nothing upon it, then reached towards Lin Jianya's abdomen. A rustling sound ensued, and Lin Jianya's belly began to swell rapidly. I glanced at Silver Bell, then at Lin Jianya, and could not help but turn to Lao Jiang, only to find him completely unfazed. The soldiers, however, were bewildered, questioning whether the patient's belly might burst. Silver Bell lifted her chin and retorted, "I am here to save him." Before long, Lin Jianya's abdomen began to recede, and then a myriad of red and black insects emerged from his navel, crawling out in rows and columns. Suddenly, a pair of icy, lifeless hands seized me. I beheld Lin Jianya on the bed abruptly open his eyes, fixating on me with his ghastly pale orbs devoid of pupils, a sinister curve gracing his lips. "It is about to emerge. It is about to emerge." I cannot articulate the sheer horror of that moment, only that I was covered in goosebumps as if I had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 30. A prison of lines. What is about to emerge? I was utterly perplexed, while Lin Jianya clutched me tightly, his fingernails nearly embedding into my flesh. "Master, help me." Beads of sweat, as large as beans, cascaded from my forehead, and I found myself unable to endure any longer. Yet, Lao Jiang merely called out curiously, "Li Jinglan, what have you been muttering about?" I turned abruptly to the hand that gripped me, only to discover that Lin Jianye had not awakened. He lay peacefully on the bed. However, just moments ago, someone had clearly grasped me. Do not believe me? Look for yourselves. I rolled up my sleeve, revealing an immaculate arm, not a trace of red marks to be found. Logically, with Lin Jianye gripping me so forcefully, there should have been marks. I examined my arm repeatedly, rendering Lao Jiang nearly frantic, while he Lanshua frowned slightly, suggesting, perhaps it was merely a fright. What had transpired was so vividly real that I could hardly bring myself to believe it. Resultantly, old Jiang expressed that he had not heard the phrase, "It is about to emerge." The soldiers urged us to ascertain how much longer it would take, for the perilous moment was swiftly approaching, and it seemed they had developed a profound dread of the impending situation. Silver Bell lowered her head to examine her insect, pouting as she remarked, "No, Lulu has eaten too much. Today, there is no room for more." "What? We must return tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers nearly succumbed to despair. Old Jiang decisively declared, "Open the restraints on the bed. We shall take Lin Jianye outside." The soldiers retreated in protest, asserting that it was unfeasible. Should Lin Jianye lose his sanity, no one could bear the consequences, and it was likely that the entire camp would suffer. They had witnessed the madness of such individuals, demons, nay, even more terrifying than demons. One sentinel had his arm wrenched off. Had it not been for my habit of sleeping with a gun in hand, I too would have met a similar fate. That scene had evidently become a haunting nightmare etched into his very bones. How could they possibly allow a single individual to exit when they were already so distrustful? Old Jiang inquired of Silver Bell, "In your opinion, would Lin Jianye go mad if he were to go outside?" Silver Bell replied that it was uncertain, yet as long as Lin Jianye received a few more doses of toxic blood, the grievances within his body would be purged, leaving no significant issues. "By the way, I possess another treasure." Silver Bell retrieved a bamboo tube from the large basket and opened it, declaring, "The slumbering spirit has awoken to labor." Instantly, a brown creature flapped its wings and took flight. Silver Bell whispered a melody into its ear, and the creature vanished. Silver Bell asserted that it was now possible to release Lin Jianye from his confinement. The soldiers appeared somewhat skeptical. Silver Bell remarked, "Oh dear, I have already placed the sleep-inducing insect on this old man. Rest assured, he will not awaken until noon tomorrow. It will only take a moment to secure him once again." A few soldiers hesitated, but the anguished screams from outside grew increasingly piercing, clanking chains resonating ominously in the air. Old Jiang commanded, "If we delay any further, our escape will be impossible." These words provoked the soldiers, who gritted their teeth and ultimately approached Lin Jianye. However, the deep-seated fear remained unaltered. As soon as one soldier unlocked Lin Jianye, he sprinted away with several others, as if terrified of being bitten by wild dogs. Old Jiang supported Lin Jianye and urged me to assist as well. I was genuinely afraid of Lin Jianye, yet Old Jiang berated me for being cowardly and timid, claiming I was even less daring than Silver Bell. With gritted teeth, I joined Old Jiang in aiding Lin Jianye forward, while Helan Shui cleared our path with her sword. At this juncture, close to midnight, the members of the archaeological team grew increasingly frenzied, dragging their chains towards the west, desperately clawing at the ground with bloodied hands. Several individuals had lost their fingernails, exposing raw flesh and white bone, yet they persisted with fervor. In that moment, they bore no resemblance to human beings. Their limbs scraped the earth, and drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, resembling undignified slaves. Suddenly, my gaze locked with that of another individual. His eyes lacked pupils, merely consisting of white sclera, yet I could distinctly sense an undeniable thrill and fervor emanating from him, as if he were being summoned by some unseen force. Inexplicably, at this moment, I felt as though I could finally comprehend those ancient inscriptions, which faintly proclaimed, "Our King Wu Ding, invincible in battle. Our Queen Fu Hao, undefeated in assault.
Majestic Dashang, subduing all directions."
Yet those who oppose shall be forsaken by both man and deity. As these words materialized before me, I sensed a growing heat in my third eye, as if something were on the verge of emergence. My entire being felt as though it had been engulfed in flames. an unbearable fervor enveloping me. I yearned to articulate my discomfort, yet my throat was parched, rendering me mute. Fortunately, He Lanxue discerned the anomaly. She took the lead while instructing Yinlinger to safeguard Jinglan. Upon our egress from that dwelling, the soldiers outside hastily secured the heavy lock. The cold wind caressed my skin, providing some relief. Just as I intended to express my gratitude to Yinlinger, she had already released me, pouting as she sought recognition from He Lanxue. He Lanxue, however, was preoccupied, for after witnessing us escorting Lin Jianye out, squad leader Zhang regarded us as harbingers of misfortune, with a dozen soldiers leveling their rifles at us. Oh no, to be precise, they were aimed at Lin Jianye. Old Zhang, with a stern visage, inquired whether they were inciting rebellion. Squad leader Zhang's complexion had turned ashen, his lips trembling as he questioned why we had brought Lin Jianye out, asserting that he would endanger the remaining individuals. Old Zhang clarified the misunderstanding and lifted Lin Jianye's garment to reveal, "Rest assured, he poses no threat at present." The moment old Zhang unveiled the clothing, all the soldiers instinctively recoiled, and squad leader Zhang covered his nose. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that Lin Jianye's affliction has diminished by half. We are poised to effect a complete cure within the next few days, and we assure you that he shall remain in slumber until noon tomorrow.
What is this?
Before Sergeant Zhang could finish his statement, he was interrupted by an attending military doctor, who had summoned several other physicians to stand by in case of unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the doctor observed Lin Jianye's remarkable improvement and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is this possible? He has truly recovered by half." The others echoed his astonishment, speculating that it might be some lethal bacterium or perhaps a curse from malevolent spirits, wondering how such a condition could be remedied. Silver Bell briefly described her method, and the physician's gaze shifted from surprise to astonishment, ultimately transforming into profound admiration. It is remarkable that someone so young possesses such extraordinary abilities. In response, Silver Bell proudly raised her chin, her demeanor sweetened. "Thank you, uncle." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Sergeant Zhang immediately ordered his men to lower their weapons and approached us to apologize. "Esteemed practitioners, Zhang is too blind to recognize greatness and has misjudged you." As he leaned forward in deference, old Zhang quickly supported him, stating, "Now is not the time for pleasantries. To be on the safe side, we should find a place to secure Professor Lin." "Do you doubt my abilities, sleepyhead?" Silver Bell pouted. Old Zhang explained, "This is merely a precaution." Fortunately, Silver Bell did not dwell on the matter excessively. Sergeant Zhang, possessing considerable experience, led us to a tent to rest, simultaneously securing Lin Jianye with shackles beside us. I remained fixated on Lin Jianye, yet I was unsure if Silver Bell's slumber-inducing charm was particularly potent. During the witching hour, his body convulsed momentarily, and he murmured an odd sound. Beyond that, nothing else seemed amiss. Meanwhile, my forehead began to throb once more. Chapter 31. The striped bronze bell. The following morning, Silver Bell roused me with a spirited call. "You lazy sloth, awaken." Upon opening my eyes, I was startled to behold Lin Jianye, his complexion ashen and eyes bloodshot, causing me to leap up in fright and retreat behind old Zhang. He clicked his tongue in surprise. "I never imagined you could sleep so soundly while watching over Lin Jianye." Thankfully, Linger's charm proved effective. Otherwise, I would have been burdened with yet another apprentice. With that, he exaggeratedly squeezed out a couple of crocodile tears. Silver Bell, now puffed with pride, strode over to Lin Jianye with an air of a young lady, and resumed her task of unsealing the bamboo tube, releasing those translucent insects. "Go on, my little Lulu." The red rashes on Lin Jianye's abdomen pulsated, and I couldn't help but inquire of old Zhang, "Just who is Silver Bell?" "She is merely a young girl, yet she possesses such vast knowledge." Old Zhang replied, "I have long warned you not to provoke this little ancestor. She hails from Miaojiang. Although she currently possesses only the strength of a silver, she is fully capable of rivaling the golden, and may even aspire to become a black blade Qilin in the future." He Lanxue cast a cold gaze at old Zhang, who wore a fawning expression. "Sister, your unwavering stare is quite disconcerting. You ought to reconsider your smoking habit," He Lanxue remarked dismissively. Old Jiang muttered softly, "It's not something I can easily change." I could distinctly perceive a flicker of melancholy in his eyes, as if his smoking were merely a veil for some deep-seated concern. Before long, the insects began to emerge from Lin Jianya's abdomen, each one transforming into a dark blue hue, while the red rashes on Lin Jianya's waist had diminished to a mere trace. Lulu is truly remarkable. Initially, I thought that another smoke in the evening would suffice, but Linger cautioned that while the visible rashes were fading, there remained toxins hidden from view, indicating that Lin Jianya had been afflicted by a profoundly vengeful entity. This matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. Only when Lulu can no longer extract poisonous blood will Lin Jianya truly recover. At noon, the military doctor returned to examine Lin Jianya and administer nutritional injections, subtly inquiring with Linger about remedies for the affliction known as ghost entanglement. The doctor, however, could say little more, hoping only to save Lin Jianya and subsequently explore the possibility of rescuing those trapped within the small house, where several esteemed archaeologists were confined. It was not a sustainable situation. Old Jiang reassured everyone. Once Captain Lin awakens and learns of the archaeological team's experiences, we will be better equipped to devise a solution. During this period, Captain Zhang visited us several times, inquiring about our needs. Linger continued to assist Lin Jianya in detoxifying, and after 3 days, those parasites could no longer extract anything. When they emerged from Lin Jianya's body, they still appeared translucent, and Linger finally declared that it was sufficient. She mentioned that Lin Jianya would awaken in a couple of hours. After her words, she turned to play with Lulu and the sleepy bug, stating that they had contributed significantly this time and deserved a proper reward. It seemed that Linger truly regarded these creatures as companions. Upon hearing my remark, she shot a fierce glance in my direction and corrected me. "They are my little partners, far more useful than you." Very well, a remarkable contribution indeed. I dared not provoke this little sovereign, lest I be subjected to her playful tricks once more. Old Jiang was also a man of unconventional methods. He had no intention of waiting for Lin Jianya to awaken on his own, and instead employed his own means to rouse him, such as stimulating the acupoints on his head with silver needles. As the needle pierced, Lin Jianya let out a yelp and finally regained consciousness. Confused, he looked around and questioned his whereabouts, then turned to us in bewilderment, asking who we were. Old Jiang casually revealed the black dagger at his waist, asserting his identity. "Has it been merely a decade, and you've already forgotten me? Do you recall who assisted you in your reconnaissance at the ruins back then? You are that black dagger Qilin from those days?" Lin Jianya's spirits finally lifted as he recognized him. His voice was hoarse, almost as if it were about to smoke, prompting me to swiftly hand him a cup of water and some food. Unable to resist, I cast a glance towards Lao Jiang, realizing that he was acquainted with Lin Jianya. Lao Jiang, oblivious to my gaze, succinctly outlined the current situation before turning to Lin Jianya and inquiring, "Pray tell, what precisely transpired with your archaeological team? How did you end up in such a ghastly state?" Lin Jianya, still groggy from his recent awakening, took a sip of water and declared that this was a matter of archaeological confidentiality. It was only when we summoned squad leader Zhang, who confirmed our official appointment, that Lin Jianya, in a moment of anguish, ran his fingers through his hair and lamented, "Alas, it is all my fault. I was too eager to uncover the secrets of the ruins and took a gamble, resulting in the misfortune of us all." Lao Jiang, offering a cigarette for comfort, encouraged him to speak at his own pace. It transpired that half a month prior, the archaeological team had unearthed a bronze ritual vessel at the periphery of the ruins, upon which a map was inscribed. Following the map's directions, they resolved to take a risk, venturing beyond the safety zone into the desolate depths of the ruins. Initially, we approached this with a spirit of tentative exploration, thinking that if it proved fruitless we could simply retreat, as we were not far from the safety zone. However, to our astonishment, their excavations yielded a plethora of treasures. Can you fathom it? Precious oracle bones were carelessly strewn in heaps within the pits, and there were 4 or 5 such pits. At that moment, I felt an irresistible urge to continue excavating, convinced that further digging would unveil even more treasures. Lin Jianya admitted that their initial plan for exploratory digging shifted dramatically upon the discovery of those oracle bones. The entire team exhibited an extraordinary sense of harmony, unanimously agreeing to delve deeper. Their overwhelming greed rendered them oblivious to the ancient warning of the Qilin, for it was widely acknowledged that the veracity of the Shang dynasty remained unrecognized by the world. If they were to unearth the ruins of Yin, they could potentially elevate the Shang dynasty to the status of China's first historically documented civilization, etching their names into the annals of history. Do you comprehend the significance of the Yin ruins for the Huaxia people? It possesses the power to advance our history by a millennium, allowing us to proudly inform the world that we have transcended our primitive past. We possess written language and advanced bronze metallurgy. Indeed, in addition to an abundance of oracle bones, they successfully unearthed numerous bronze artifacts. We excavated several sacrificial pits until we reached the largest one, which contained an impressively large musical instrument, entirely cast in bronze, adorned with royal motifs. We were genuinely astounded by the exquisite craftsmanship of a musical instrument from thousands of years ago, and it was evident that the people of that era possessed an understanding of musical harmony. However, Lin Jianya hesitated. However, what? Lao Jiang pressed for clarification. However, at that moment, a dozen or so team members and I felt an unsettling aura emanating from the instrument. Despite the temperature being around 26 or 27 degrees, we felt an inexplicable chill as we approached it, penetrating us to the very marrow of our bones. Yet, at the time, we paid it little heed, focusing intently on our research, ultimately confirming it to be an instrument from the reign of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, the tiger-striped bronze chime. Can you believe it? As the millennia have passed, the ancient bronze gong remarkably remains capable of being struck. When I dared to strike it, an unfamiliar and peculiar melody resonated, one that I had never encountered in my life. No, my head is pounding. It aches terribly. The excitement and fervor on Lin Jianya's face were entirely supplanted by anguish. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he inquired, "Is it after awakening that artifact that your archaeological team began to experience troubles?" Lin Jianya turned to Old Zhang, nodding emphatically. Indeed, from the moment it was awakened, the entire archaeological team began to behave strangely. Initially, I witnessed Old Su start to bleed from his nose. Then Old Yang's 7 orifices began to bleed. Everyone's health deteriorated inexplicably, and a deep-seated fear took hold, as though they had glimpsed something emerging from the sacrificial pit. Ultimately, some fled while others descended into madness, gnawing at their own kind. At this juncture, I suddenly recalled that the previous tomb raiders had mentioned something akin to a musical instrument, describing it as quite exquisite, which had elicited cheers from the entire archaeological team. However, upon hearing an extraordinarily bizarre sound from a distance, the raiders' scalps nearly erupted in terror, while simultaneously, the archaeologists surrounding the bronze artifact began to scream, flee, and engage in brutal conflict, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Old Jiang and I exchanged a glance, exclaiming in unison that bronze gong is the key to the madness of the archaeological team. He Lanxue coldly smiled. Do you remember? As midnight approached, those individuals would frantically crawl with iron chains towards the west, as if something were beckoning them. It seems clear now that it must have been that bronze gong. The key to unraveling everything lies in locating that bronze gong. Chapter 32. The first sacrificial pit. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Why don't we wait until the witching hour and send out 2 members of the archaeological team to see if they can reach the source of the summoning? Upon hearing this suggestion, it was promptly dismissed by Sergeant Zhang. He shook his head vigorously, declaring, "No, that would be far too reckless. If they were to lose their senses right here in the camp, I might end up sacrificing several of my brothers." Absolutely not. Seeing Zhang's unwavering resolve, having repeated his refusal thrice, Old Zhang chose not to press the matter further, for he truly admired the sergeant's deep concern for his subordinates. "I can lead you there. The bronze gong should still be in the sacrificial pit." At that moment, Lin Jianya attempted to sit up, but the severity of his injuries left him with little strength. Old Zhang, observing Lin's condition, believed it would be best for him to remain in the camp and recuperate under the care of the military doctor for a few days. Otherwise, after such a bumpy journey, his survival would be in jeopardy. Yet, with so many comrades still in peril, how could he possibly abandon them? His conscience would not allow it. A tear slipped from the corner of Lin Jianya's eye, filled with guilt and regret. At that juncture, Sergeant Zhang proposed a solution. We were conducting our search and rescue operations near the sacrificial pit when we located the archaeological team. My men are familiar with the location. He suggested that Lin Jianye take the time to recover in the camp while he appointed 2 astute soldiers to guide them. We all found this plan viable and readily agreed. Without further ado, we set off that very day. A soldier was tasked with driving the truck while another stood guard with a firearm. I, along with Lao Jiang and Yin Linger, settled beside the open rear gate of the vehicle as it sped westward. Within a mere 10 minutes, we arrived at a designated safe zone. Lao Jiang pointed out to us, "This is the place I visited with fourth sister a decade ago." We also ventured eastward. Helan Shui cast a sidelong glance at Lao Jiang, remarking, "If my memory serves me right, your habit of smoking began after your time at the Yin ruins." Lao Jiang smirked slightly, producing a Haidman cigarette to sniff before tossing it toward the east. "Fifth brother, indulge yourself." I gazed eastward, where no one was visible. Yet, Lao Jiang's expression was grave. If I were to surmise correctly, the man in that old photograph had perished in that direction. The vehicle continued its westward journey and finally came to a halt as dusk approached. "We apprehended someone here last time," remarked the soldier at the wheel. Upon disembarking, we discovered 2 or 3 corpses riddled with bullets, their remains long decayed, emitting a foul odor. Yin Linger pinched her nose in disgust, exclaiming, "How dreadful!" She leapt back in horror, only to stumble and cry out in surprise. Fortunately, Helan Shui, quick on her feet, promptly used her agility to reach Yin Linger, pulling her to safety. To our dismay, however, Yin Linger had nearly stepped into the very pit of sacrifice that was the source of this calamity. Old Jiang immediately spotted the enormous bronze chime lying outside the sacrificial pit and bellowed, "Do not move!" Silver Bell, pouting in annoyance, joined us, and upon our arrival, we discovered that the sacrificial pit was as vast as a football field. Aside from the colossal bronze chime unearthed by the archaeological team, several smaller bronze chimes remained buried within the pit, 2 of medium size and 3 of petite dimensions. Each bronze chime was adorned with exquisite engravings. The largest featured dragon motifs, the medium ones bore the patterns of Tao Tai, while the smaller ones displayed cloud designs. However, I keenly sensed a powerful aura of malevolence surging from the pit, ascending towards the heavens. This relentless energy forced the surrounding soil to exude glistening droplets of water, a hallmark of the rare phenomenon known in geomancy as the eternal Yin pit. It was uncertain what malevolent entities might have been nurtured within such a pit. I conveyed my concerns to old Jiang, who reassured me, claiming that everything was still under control. 2 soldiers stood nearby, conversing skeptically. "Aren't these merely a few bronze trinkets? Can they truly drive one to madness?" Their disbelief was evident, for they had witnessed firsthand the frenzied state of the archaeologists, who had transformed into something utterly inhuman, akin to demons from the depths of hell. I scrutinized the bronze chimes closely. Their surfaces resembled tiles, encrusted with verdant copper oxidation, and their bodies were uniformly carved with menacing flying dragons, presenting an eerie spectacle. I even suspected that the ominous energy emanating from the eternal Yin pit originated from these chimes. As we drew nearer, a chill enveloped us. It seemed they were spontaneously releasing a wave of coldness. Yet, apart from this unsettling phenomenon, nothing appeared amiss. Old Jiang swallowed hard and inquired if we wanted to strike the bronze gong, to ascertain if it truly possessed the ominous qualities that Lin Jianye had described. If there were indeed any peculiarities, it would undoubtedly endanger these children. In He Lanshua's eyes, both Yin Linger and I, along with the 2 young soldiers, were mere children. After a moment's contemplation, old Jiang suggested you should retreat to 50 meters away. The farther, the better. Just ensure you can still observe with binoculars. "What about my master?" Yin Linger asked. With a dismissive huff, she expressed her reluctance to part ways with He Lanshua, who cast a cold glance in her direction. "When you have gained the experience and strength of the Black Blade Qilin, you may remain." The implication was clear. Yin Linger needed to temper her playful spirit and embrace a sense of responsibility. Seeing that He Lanshua had spoken, Yin Linger begrudgingly followed us away. We made our way to a hillside. Though distanced, we could constantly observe old Jiang and He Lanshua's every move. I watched as old Jiang retrieved a slender silver needle from his wallet and deftly inserted it behind He Lanshua's ear. Recognizing this as old Zhang's unique skill, I surmised he was likely needling her auditory acupoints to temporarily numb her hearing nerves, preparing for the impending sound. He then repeated the procedure on himself. Subsequently, old Zhang rummaged through the truck for a wrench and tentatively struck the bronze gongs. A piercing sound erupted, sharp enough to cleave through the air, sending an icy shiver coursing through my mind as if my skull had been split open. Despite the vast distance, in that fleeting moment, my ears fell silent, and even my eyes were shrouded in darkness, as if ensnared by a myriad of ghostly hands dragging me into the abyss. They invaded my mind, seeking to seize control. Only when the cacophony ceased did I find some respite. I turned my gaze towards Silver Bell, who wore a pained expression, particularly as the large bamboo basket she carried buzzed incessantly. After a prolonged effort to soothe it, the noise finally subsided. We relayed the peculiar sounds we had encountered to old Zhang, and I was nearly convinced that the disturbances within the archaeological team were the work of this bronze chime. If we were to shatter it, would those deranged individuals not awaken from their trance? Silver Bell was eager to act. However, old Zhang displayed a pained countenance. This is an artifact from the Shang dynasty. To destroy it would be a grievous loss. But if we do not dismantle it, what shall become of the experts? Surely we cannot allow them to linger in this half-life. A soldier inquired. He Lanxue interjected, expressing concern that even if the bronze chime were destroyed, they might remain beyond recovery. The pressing question we needed to unravel was why this bronze chime influenced the human psyche. To untie the knot, one must first grasp the cord. Gazing at the bronze chime, I recalled Lin Jianya mentioning that it was a musical instrument from the reign of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty. Unlike the bianzhong, which served as a source of entertainment, the chime was a military instrument, also referred to as a zhang, primarily utilized during the march of the armies. I remembered the crimson, blood-stained inscriptions on the walls of that dark room, echoing the haunting phrases. Our King Wu Ding, invincible in battle. Our Lady Fu Hao, undefeated in conquest. Majestic de Shang, commanding all directions. Yet, those who dare to resist shall be forsaken by both gods and men. Just moments ago, that peculiar sound seemed to be a sequence of ancient notes. The largest bronze gong resonated in a major key, the second in a neutral key, and the smallest in a minor key. An overwhelming impulse compelled me to inquire of Lao Jiang. Have you ever heard of the song that breaks the formation of the stepmother? Chapter 33. The blood fly of human skin. Lao Jiang abruptly turned his gaze towards me, his eyes reflecting a sudden clarity. The song that breaks the formation of the stepmother? Furthermore, Fu Hao was entrusted by her husband, King Wu Ding, with significant responsibilities, overseeing all rituals across the realm. Whenever a military campaign was to commence, divinations would be sought to ascertain fortune and misfortune. It is said that during an expedition against a certain tribe, the omens were unfavorable. Nevertheless, Fu Hao insisted on proceeding. When the two armies clashed, she commanded the military band to play, and as the strains of the song that breaks the formation of the stepmother filled the air, the soldiers surged forward with unstoppable momentum, successfully conquering that tribe. At that time, I believed the so-called song that breaks the formation of the stepmother was merely a morale-boosting anthem. However, it now appears that the truth is far more profound. Lao Jiang regarded me with astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, he raised his thumb in approval. Well done, young one, your studies have not been in vain. I continued, if the melody played by the bronze gong moments ago was indeed the song that breaks the formation of the stepmother, then those who hear it would be entranced, their minds clouded with bloodlust and violence, rendering them impervious to pain, able to take on 100 foes. Only such an army could be invincible in the world. Silver Bell let out a soft cry, questioning whether this would be too cruel. Old Jiang informed her that the society of that time was distinctly different from the present. During the Shang dynasty, slaves were hardly regarded as human beings, often sacrificed to appease the heavens. Thus, it was undoubtedly the slaves who were the first to charge into death. One soldier present, however, seemed unfazed by this grim reality. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, wouldn't the use of these bronze gongs on the current battlefield significantly enhance our combat capabilities? Another soldier countered, but these instruments possess a sinister nature. What if, after the battle, we transform into monstrous beings that attack anyone we encounter? I understood that old Zhang's intention was not to destroy these bronze gongs, for they were artifacts of considerable historical value. Yet, no matter how precious, they could never outweigh the worth of an entire archaeological team from the Yin ruins. He stood by, wearing a troubled expression, when Lan Xue interjected, "I believe the matter is far more complex. We lack expertise in music. How could mere sounds produced haphazardly disrupt the minds of men? Unless these gongs harbor some hidden power, even if we were to destroy them, those archaeologists would remain oblivious." Old Zhang found her reasoning compelling. He crouched down, requesting that I hold the flashlight for him as he began to examine the largest bronze gong with a magnifying glass. As he scrutinized it, he noticed something peculiar within the gong. "Look, how could there be so many intricate patterns inside?" Old Zhang pointed out. Following his gesture, I peered into the dark cavity and indeed discovered numerous fine, crimson lines etched within. They were so delicate that one might not discern them without the aid of a magnifying glass. These intricate patterns resemble the rippling surface of a lake, disturbed by the wind, creating concentric circles of disturbance. What could this be? I too am engulfed in confusion. Yet, a voice deep within my subconscious suggests that the enigmatic secret behind the madness of the Yin Ruins archaeological team must be intricately connected to these crimson lines. At this moment, old Zhang paces before the sacrificial pit with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly ruminating intensely. A sudden realization strikes me. Just as I continue to ponder, old Zhang abruptly slaps his thigh and poses the question, "Have you ever heard of a phonograph?" Phonographs were not uncommon in the Republican era. I had encountered melodies such as "The moon is round and the flowers are beautiful" and "Rose, Rose, I love you" in dance halls. Yet, it soon dawned on me what old Zhang was implying. "Are you suggesting?" I scrutinized the crimson patterns once more. Old Zhang nods and explains. "The principle of a phonograph is to record sound through intricate grooves, which can then be played back. Therefore, the song we just heard, the stepmother's battle song, was not performed by us. Rather, it emanated from the internal grooves of the bronze gong after we struck it. However, these patterns are so minuscule that they are imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving me in disbelief as to how people from thousands of years ago could achieve such precision. Do not underestimate the ancients. Their wisdom is boundless," old Zhang sighs. "Even with an understanding of this principle, we remain uncertain about how to alleviate the frenzied state of the archaeological team. After all, to witness artifacts from the Shang dynasty, dating back millennia, is a rare fortune, a fortune that old Zhang hopes future generations may also experience." The group finds this notion agreeable and consents to the idea. However, when we removed several bronze gongs from the sacrificial pit, we were confronted with a dilemma. What if they were inadvertently struck during transport, causing them to emit sound? If the driver lost control in a frenzy, the entire vehicle would be in peril. Old Zhang assured us that this was manageable. We could stuff the gongs tightly with our soft garments, ensuring that the delicate red patterns would not vibrate and resonate. I retrieved the spare cotton jackets from the vehicle. A soldier volunteered to approach the truck. Yet, just as we busied ourselves stuffing the gongs with clothing, a sudden, translucent, paper-thin fragment fluttered out from one of the gongs and struck a nearby soldier in the eyes. "It hurts. It burns. Help, I can't see." The paper clung stubbornly to his face, and despite his frantic attempts to tear it away, he could only weep blood. "Stand still," old Zhang commanded sharply, and with a swift motion, he drew his black blade, aiming to dislodge the paper from the soldier's visage. To our astonishment, the paper seemed almost sentient. In the next moment, it crawled along the blade towards old Zhang's hand, refusing to be shaken off. Yet old Zhang, a man seasoned by the trials of battle, remained composed in the face of danger. He deftly reversed the grip of his knife and plunged it towards his own hand. The paper, seemingly anticipating his move, drifted towards my direction. Driven by a surge of adrenaline, I seized a shovel and swung it with force. The dark shovel shattered the paper into countless fragments. Yet as the pieces cascaded down, I distinctly observed 4 or 5 crimson insects fluttering their wings as they ascended into the air. Those scraps of paper danced gracefully in midair, accompanied by a chorus of buzzing insects. In that moment, I realized with horror that these were no mere paper fragments. They were indeed strips of human skin. The skins were alarmingly thin, allowing the very pores of humanity to be discerned with clarity. They resembled spectral figures, akin to painted ghostly women, swirling around us in a mesmerizing yet terrifying display. Old Jiang shouted at me with urgency, "Kid, these are human skins infested by blood flies. Do not let them touch you, or you shall be consumed in an instant." One of the skins darted towards old Jiang, but with a flash of his gleaming black blade, he cleaved it in two, releasing a swarm of crimson flying insects. It seemed those creatures were wise enough to recognize that Helan Shui and old Jiang were formidable foes, and thus they turned their attention to me and Silver Bell. Silver Bell shook her bamboo basket, and the human skins recoiled in fear, leaving me and an unfortunate soldier to run while crying out for help. The soldier's eyes were obscured by blood as he hurriedly loaded his weapon and fired at the floating skins. However, they were far too agile, effortlessly evading his shots. Frustration gnawed at me, and in a moment of desperation, I seized his rifle and swiftly shot down two approaching skins. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, old Jiang suddenly roared, "Run!" Whenever old Jiang used such a tone, it signified imminent danger, so without a second thought, I discarded the spent rifle and fled. Unfortunately, the soldier beside me was not as fortunate. A horde of densely packed crimson insects surged forth like a tide of blood, instantly engulfing his form. The soldier struggled for but a brief moment before succumbing to his fate. His exposed skin, arms, neck, and calves, was covered in a swarm of those crimson insects, rendering the scene utterly horrifying, with the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Fortunately, these creatures possessed a rather low intelligence. Upon sighting the corpse, they recklessly ascended upon it. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Jiang poured an entire canister of gasoline over the body and tossed a match into the conflagration. Instantly, a roaring inferno engulfed the corpse, flames dancing fiercely in the wind. The red insects, in a frenzy, collided chaotically. Those few that managed to escape quickly fell to the ground, lifeless within mere moments. Just moments ago, there had been nothing within the bronze gong. Where had these creatures emerged from? Disappeared? How could that be? We had just... My words trailed off as a realization struck me. Could it be that the fine patterns were the skin of the living beings adhering to the bronze gong? They had disguised themselves so well that we were utterly oblivious to their existence. Thus, the true secret of the bronze gong was unveiled. Simultaneously, Lao Jiang informed me that the bloodflies were an extinct order of insects, akin to bees, where males held a subordinate status to females. Thus this swarm was under the dominion of a singular queen fly. The midnight hour was indeed the time for the queen to summon them for their hunt. Chapter 34. The Antidote. Lao Jiang's words left me gasping in disbelief. Could such ferocious insects truly exist in this world? Suddenly, an idea struck me. The group of mountain tigers guarding the stone carvings in the town of Lei bears a striking resemblance to this bloodfly. Could it be? At that moment, Yin Linger interrupted my contemplation, exclaiming, "Li Jinglan, have you gone completely daft? You look quite adorable in your bewilderment." I shot her a glare and chose to remain silent. The sacrifice of our comrade weighed heavily on the remaining soldier, who was driving us. His sorrow was palpable. Lao Jiang offered him a cigarette, gently suggesting, "Take a moment to bid farewell to your brother." After that, Lao Jiang moved aside, requesting my assistance in gathering all the carcasses of the insects scattered on the ground. "This is utterly revolting. What do you need them for?" I grimaced in distaste. Lao Jiang, however, touched the black knife at his waist, compelling me to comply without further protest. I collected all the insect bodies outside the fire pit into a leather sack, but the ones within had already turned to ashes, leaving me with no other options. The soldier had finished saying his goodbyes to his fallen comrade. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Lao Jiang incinerated the remains of the archaeologists we had encountered earlier. Although we were in a remote area, we could not rule out the possibility of grave robbers passing through. Thus, it was imperative to dispose of the bodies properly. Once all was completed, we were finally ready to set off. Shortly thereafter, squad leader Zhang emerged from within, eagerly inquiring whether the matter had been resolved, but he abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing that one of our number was missing. Zhang scanned the surroundings frantically, and the soldier accompanying him lowered his head, solemnly reporting, "Report. Squad leader, Dongzi. Dongzi is gone." Captain Zhang endeavored to suppress his sorrow, yet he could not refrain from clutching his chest. His face contorted in anguish as he spoke. To sacrifice oneself for the cause of archaeology is a glorious death. After uttering these words, he instructed one of his subordinates to ensure that Dongzi's family would receive compensation. We felt a certain awkwardness, but Captain Zhang feigned a sense of ease, diverting the conversation to inquire about our findings on this expedition. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Lao Jiang reassured them, stating that the malevolent entity within the bronze bell had been subdued, and now the bronze bell was merely a historical artifact. He had even wrapped the bronze bell carefully to prevent any sound from escaping. It was now time to awaken the individuals confined within the small house. "Do you truly have a solution?" Captain Zhang asked. Lao Jiang nodded and briefly recounted the events that transpired at the sacrificial pit, then instructed me to fetch a clay pot along with a leather bag filled with deceased insects. "What? Preparing a pot? Am I mistaken? Or do you intend to stew these insects?" I found myself baffled. However, Silver Bell immediately grasped the implication, her innocent fingers dancing in the air as she exclaimed, "I understand. This is the method to heal the archaeological team. In our Miao region, there exists a snake known as the whip snake, which lurks amidst dense underbrush. Due to its venom, a person bitten will succumb within 3 days unless the snake is killed, and its gallbladder is extracted and consumed as an antidote to the poison. Those insects are the embodiment of the grievances of the ancient tomb, and they are also the key to driving the archaeological team to madness. Uncle Zhang likely intends for the team to consume a soup brewed from these insects, to see if it can alleviate the resentment they bear. Am I right?" Linger proudly gazed at old Zhang, who immediately responded with a fond expression, smiling as he nodded in approval, saying, "Our Linger is indeed clever, unlike certain individuals who are always reluctant to do anything." I clutched the bag and turned to leave. Old Jiang inquired about my destination, and I replied over my shoulder, "If certain individuals continue to shirk their responsibilities, they will soon find even standing around becomes a source of disdain." Squad leader Zhang had specifically dispatched 2 soldiers to assist us, and we placed all the insects into a small clay pot to simmer. Old Zhang continuously reminded me to use minimal water and to keep the heat low. After a full half-hour of simmering, Old Zhang declared it was ready and urged me to quickly serve the insects. However, a new dilemma arose. While we had prepared the concoction, how were we to administer it to the frenzied archaeologists? At that moment, Lin Jianya, disregarding his physical discomfort, leaned on a cane, supported by others, and anxiously approached the door of the small house, his brow furrowed. "Master, I believe this is no longer my concern, is it? To be honest, the last time I entered the small house and encountered that group of devilish madmen, I was nearly overcome with chills. This time, I truly wish to avoid going in again." Old Zhang, however, scoffed dismissively. "Look at you, quaking in your boots. What if you get bitten? Don't we have the antidote?" I widened my eyes, questioning whether Old Zhang meant for me to partake in this dish of insects as well. Before Old Zhang could nod, I immediately exclaimed, "What if I were to be devoured right away? Then no matter how many insects I consume, it would be futile. Moreover, Master, can you truly bear to let me take such a risk?" Old Zhang cast me a sidelong glance and muttered, "Well, it would merely mean finding a new apprentice. However, you are indeed a descendant of Wen Tao, so perhaps you might prove to be of great use." After weighing his options, he consented to allow me to remain outside the door. Yet, to my surprise, Silver Bell giggled. "This is the first time I've encountered such a timid boy. Master, I'm not afraid. I want to go in too." The silver bells on her attire jingled melodiously, causing my face to flush with embarrassment. Who's afraid? I am merely concerned for my master's safety and urging him to think carefully. How could I possibly be frightened? I am not afraid. I gritted my teeth in defiance at Silver Bell. Old Zhang advised me not to put on a brave front, and seeing how everyone was expressing their thoughts, I could no longer restrain myself. As soon as Captain Zhang ordered the door to be unlocked, I was the first to dash inside. The iron door creaked open, and a chilling, damp sensation rushed towards me, reminiscent of a long-sealed morgue, saturated with the scent of death. I involuntarily shivered, my legs growing weak and numb. The soldiers activated the searchlight above, revealing blood-red graffiti adorning the walls, while the archaeologists were shackled like trapped beasts. some sprawled, others standing, swaying precariously. This time, I was cautious and glanced upwards, relieved to find no one there. Otherwise, I would have genuinely feared being seized by a sudden ambush. Strangely, the group of archaeologists was now sound asleep, devoid of their earlier frenzied aggression. Lao Jiang informed us that the death of the Fly Queen had severed their connection to her summons. He Lanxue, with her characteristic brevity, coldly commanded, "What are you dawdling for? Administer the medicine." We hastily complied, while nearby soldiers restrained the archaeologist's limbs. We took bowls and began to feed the soup to them. For reasons unknown, their bodies felt chillingly cold, reminiscent of corpses long dead. A pungent odor of decay emanated from them, making me nearly retch. Struggling to suppress my rising fear, I pried open one man's mouth and poured the soup inside. Suddenly, he awoke, his pearly white eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that suggested he longed to devour me. In that moment of eye contact, I felt as if my heart had momentarily ceased to beat. The soldiers nearby held his limbs firmly, urging me to continue feeding him. Trembling, I seized his jaw, tilting the bowl toward him. Remarkably, he showed no resistance, as if he had been starved for an eternity, and began to savor the soup. The sound of crunching echoed from his mouth, his bones shifting as he swallowed. "What are you standing around for? Hurry and leave," a soldier shouted at me, prompting me to hastily step away. This time, I dared not glance around, fearful of being ensnared by those ominous blood-red symbols. Yet, the sounds around me grew increasingly pronounced, crunching and cracking, a cacophony of terrifying mastication and chilling gulps. It felt less like a prison and more like a ghastly den, a place where one might be consumed whole. I fled from the small house as if escaping, and shortly thereafter, Lao Jiang and the others emerged from within. Only 5 remained alive. The rest had succumbed to their severe injuries. Lao Jiang instructed us to closely observe the reactions of these 5 individuals, hoping for any signs of improvement. He also insisted that the deceased be thoroughly cremated to prevent any potential transformation. As time passed, we stood at the small window by the door, intently watching for any response from inside, but despite the prolonged wait, there was no indication of life from those individuals. Could it be that the antidote was ineffective? Lao Jiang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be the case. Could my hypothesis be flawed?" Linger shook her head, replying, "Your situation was different. You were merely injured, but these individuals are gravely ill. Without addressing the root cause, there is no hope." Lin Jianye began to pound his chest in despair, crying out as he shook the iron door, "It is my fault they are suffering. I am guilty." Observing Lin Jianye's outburst, Squad Leader Zhang signaled to his subordinates to take him away, fearing he might act recklessly. However, at that moment, a soldier monitoring through the small window suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Wait, look at their eyes." We quickly turned our gaze inward and saw that the once vacant, white eyes were beginning to reveal a dark hue. Pupils, long absent, seemed to be gradually returning. Moreover, they ceased their frantic movements and began to stand upright. Chapter 35. All personnel mobilized. Witnessing this scene, the entire camp erupted in fervent cheers. They are awake. They have truly awakened. After all, the nerves of all the soldiers have been in a state of heightened fear these days. At this moment, that taut string can finally be loosened. Lin Jianye, leaning on his cane, trembled as he approached the small window, sobbing while reaching out to touch it, his eyes brimming with tears. "Are they truly all right?" Squad Leader Zhang reassured him. "I believe they will soon return to normal. Indeed, true masters reside among the people." Meanwhile, old Jiang emitted a proud laugh. "Haha, I am the Black Blade Qilin." His demeanor was utterly outrageous. I glanced at Helan Shui, who was evidently accustomed to old Jiang's antics. She cleared her throat, subtly hinting that he should temper his exuberance to avoid making a spectacle before outsiders. At that moment, old Jiang resembled an arrogant peacock, feigning modesty as he declared, "It was merely a trivial maneuver, hardly worth mentioning." With tears streaming down his face, Lin Jianye, like a man ready to kneel before us, proclaimed, "It is you who saved the archaeological team, who saved me, a sinner." Old Jiang swiftly supported Lin Jianye, repeatedly insisting that such sentiments were unwarranted. Lin Jianye, choked with gratitude, expressed that he could never repay the life-saving kindness. Without your aid, the Yin Ruins archaeological team would have surely met its demise. Old Jiang was at a loss for how to decline such gratitude and could only continue to support him. Fortunately, squad leader Zhang was a man of words. He advised Lin Jianye to focus on his recovery first, as that would provide him the opportunity to repay us. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in a difficult position if he cried his eyes out. Indeed, our journey to Anyang holds even more significant tasks. Captain Lin, you have worked here for over a decade. Surely you are more familiar than I. I shall seek your guidance in the future, Old Jiang added. Lin Jianye repeatedly affirmed, as long as there is a place where my frail old bones can be of use, I shall not hesitate. Approximately an hour later, the individuals within the small house regained their normal sight. Some, plagued by excruciating pain from their injuries, gasped involuntarily, while others, upon discovering themselves bound by iron chains, were so frightened that they burst into tears. Lao Jiang indicated that it was time to rescue them. After several displays of valor, the soldiers in the camp regarded us as their lifeline, their gazes now imbued with a hint of admiration. Thus, when Lao Jiang spoke, no one opposed him. Rather, they eagerly vied to enter and save the trapped souls. Nonetheless, Commander Zhang cautioned them to exercise utmost caution. After they had successfully extricated the 5 surviving archaeologists, Lao Jiang led us to conduct the final arrangements within the small house. Inside lay 3 corpses, their bodies already decomposing and emitting a foul stench. Their mouths were agape, revealing a ghastly array of white teeth, while their fingers bore long, sharp nails, creating an indescribably terrifying atmosphere in the dim, damp surroundings. Lao Jiang could not suppress a sigh, lamenting, had we arrived sooner, perhaps they might have survived. He Lanxue remarked, this is the best outcome we could hope for. At least the majority have been rescued. Yin Linger, pinching her nose, leaped about nearby, saying, I say they can only blame themselves. They should have had a sense of their own capabilities instead of seeking death at Yinsu. Li Jinglan, don't you agree? Suddenly called upon. I was momentarily taken aback. Lao Jiang, sensing my unease, hurriedly inquired about my condition. I remarked that it was nothing, continuing to assist them in transporting the corpses while donning gloves. Yet my gaze could not help but wander towards the surrounding walls. The blood-red inscriptions of the ancient civilization remained unchanged, but strangely, this time I found them utterly incomprehensible. Was it possible that only the group of archaeologists was still in a state of frenzy, and that I could only decipher the inscriptions when the summons of the bronze gong had ceased? Could it be that the descendants of Wen Tao possessed some unique trait? Although the old town mayor did not personally impart the ancient script to me, he claimed that I was chosen by our ancestors. Perhaps one day, under the right circumstances, I would suddenly acquire the ability to understand these inscriptions. A multitude of questions swirled in my mind, creating a tumultuous confusion within me. My thoughts were so scattered that I could hardly recall how old Jiang dealt with the remains. I only knew that, after the corpses had been disinfected with lime water, they set them ablaze, intending to eradicate any lurking pathogens. Once this was accomplished, we departed from that small dwelling. Lieutenant Zhang specifically assigned 2 soldiers to stand guard outside, to prevent the fire from spreading. Subsequently, we inspected the bodies of the 5 archaeologists. The military doctor noted their evident improvement, yet due to severe nutritional deficiencies, they would need to replenish their strength after the wounds were treated. Upon further inquiry, I learned that these 5 archaeologists were indeed among the foremost experts in the nation. Among them were geologists, historians, and botanists, along with several seasoned archaeologists who had participated in the excavation of numerous grand tombs. No wonder the authorities had spared no effort in dispatching troops for their rescue. I had previously heard of the illustrious name of Qilin. After our encounter, it became evident that you are far more formidable than the legend suggested, an expert remarked. Lao Jiang took this compliment to heart, while Helan Shui humbly dismissed it as mere flattery. We had spent numerous days in the camp, where the soldiers provided us with ample food and drink, treating us with utmost respect. I was almost under the illusion of having transformed into an esteemed leader. However, Yin Linger, puffing her cheeks, reminded me that it was merely their courtesy. I was simply riding on the coattails of fortune. Unable to restrain myself, I murmured, "Aren't you just a silver scale as well?" Yin Linger retorted with a scoff, Better to be a silver scale than to be nothing at all. I then inquired of Lao Jiang whether the villages of Shoshui and Leijin were not significant accomplishments. Excited, I asked him when we would be visiting. Lao Jiang indicated he would consult with Helan Shui, who was currently engaged in meditation. Upon understanding our eagerness to locate the entrance, she expressed her agreement. Yet, just as we were about to take our leave, Lin Jianya's expression altered abruptly, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Did you not say you would allow us to assist?" He sprang to his feet, casting aside his crutch. Lao Jiang shook his head gently, tactfully declining. A mere sacrificial pit nearly led to your entire battalion's demise. The depths of Yin-Ru are fraught with peril, and even I lack absolute certainty. Your bodies have yet to recover. How could I bear to send you, still ailing, to face certain death? Lin Jianya, however, insisted on accompanying us, believing that the archaeological team had spent over a decade at the Yin ruins and was far more familiar with the area than we were. The expanse of the Yin ruins stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It would be utterly impossible for just the four of you to locate the entrance. The other experts shared this sentiment. Privately, you are our lifesavers, and we must repay your kindness. Publicly, discovering the entrance to the Yin ruins would hold epoch-making significance for the entire archaeological community. Even if it means facing peril, we are determined to resurrect the ancient Shang dynasty. This is our resolve and ambition, and we hope you, our benefactors, will not decline our request. Their words were heartfelt, and given that they had indeed regained their strength over the past few days, we were eager to assist in any way we could. After some contemplation, Lao Jiang ultimately chose to agree. However, while packing my belongings, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a peculiar smile at the corner of Lin Jianya's mouth. That smile carried an air of cunning triumph. I wondered if I had misinterpreted it. Chapter 36. The suspicion of Lin Jianya, that sinister smile flashed briefly, and when I looked again, it had vanished without a trace. Lin Jianya then inquired with concern if I had forgotten something. I scratched the back of my head, replied that it was nothing, and advised him to rest well before departing. Upon returning, I pondered whether I should share this incident with Lao Jiang, but he was already sprawled on the bed, snoring thunderously, so loud that it made me want to kick him. I truly question whether I am a disciple of the old ginger, for this fellow possesses none of the virtues of cherishing the young. The vast expanse of the bed occupies a significant portion of the space, leaving me to huddle in a corner in discomfort. A night devoid of dreams passed, and upon awakening, breakfast was already prepared. This particular meal was especially sumptuous, featuring not only steamed white buns but also a piping hot meat broth. After we had our fill, we intended to set out on our journey, only to be surprised by the revelation that Sergeant Zhang would be accompanying us. He mentioned that he had already sought approval from his superiors. The higher-ups indicated that this mission was fraught with peril, and since they were armed, their duty was to ensure the safety of the archaeological team while providing us with some assistance. You are too courteous, Sergeant Zhang. The old ginger's eyes darted about, contemplating whether to acquiesce. However, Lin Jianya preemptively declined on his behalf, stating, "We have already troubled you soldiers for long enough. It is truly too much." Sergeant Zhang asserted that a soldier's primary duty is to obey orders, and he would select a contingent of elite troops to safeguard our safety. Thus, we inadvertently gained considerable firepower support. Lin Jianya persistently refused, yet the old ginger ultimately acquiesced, reasoning that Sergeant Zhang commanded seasoned warriors who might indeed be of great assistance. With the old ginger's endorsement, Lin Jianya found it difficult to voice further objections, though a frown creased his brow, suggesting his unease. Unable to restrain himself, the old ginger turned to Lin Jianya and remarked, "Captain Lin, how have you become so timid over the past decade? You were once remarkably bold." Lin Jianya paused for a moment before taking a sip from his teacup, responding, "I have erred gravely and must proceed with caution." Several experts offered their reassurances to Lin Jianya, emphasizing that the decision made was a collective one, and no single individual could be blamed. Nevertheless, Lin Jianya let out a deep sigh. Lao Jiang squinted as he observed Lin Jianya, remarking on his remarkable recovery, recalling how often he had suffered from colds in the past. Lin Jianya, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders, stating that it was the result of being compelled to endure life outdoors, exposed to the elements. Had he remained as fragile as before, he would have long since succumbed. Ah, but enough of this talk. Let us eat. Lin Jianya seemed reluctant to dwell on past matters, urging everyone to partake generously, for there would be no warm meals on the road ahead. The group of archaeological experts appeared to be recovering adequately, though their hands remained bound in thick bandages. The military medic had assured them that the finest anti-inflammatory medication had been administered, but given the short duration of treatment, full recovery would require a month or so. However, the experts remained undeterred, asserting that despite their injuries, their minds and vision were intact and still of great utility. After breakfast, squad leader Zhang took a head count, leaving a portion of the team behind for support while the rest set off, totaling 5 soldiers under his command. Aware of the intricate circumstances at the Yin ruins, they even brought along explosives and grenades. There were 6 members of the archaeological team, along with myself, Lao Jiang, He Lanxue, and Yin Ling making nearly 20 individuals for this expedition. Squad leader Zhang had arranged for 3 fuel-laden trucks, and just before departure, Lao Jiang suddenly began rummaging around the camp, procuring a substantial bundle of long white wax rods. I recognized these as leveling rods used in archaeology to establish horizontal lines. However, it suffices to carry just 1 or 2, yet old Jiang had brought nearly 50, almost occupying half of the rear compartment. What was once a spacious area suddenly became cramped, much to the displeasure of Captain Zhang, who inquired of old Jiang the purpose of bringing such useless items. Old Jiang cast a glance at Lin Jianya and replied with a smile, saying, "Their utility is significant. You shall understand in due time." Lin Jianya, unwavering in his support for old Jiang, addressed Captain Zhang, "Let us heed Mr. Jiang's counsel. His experience is vast, and following him will surely lead us right." Once everyone was settled, the group embarked on their journey with great momentum. The 4 of us from Qilin and the Yin Ruins archaeological team shared one vehicle. Captain Zhang, along with the white wax poles, occupied the second, while the remaining soldiers rode in the last vehicle. In Captain Zhang's words, this arrangement facilitated communication among us professionals while they focused solely on protection, keeping away from classified matters. Old Jiang instructed the soldier driving to head north, while he gripped a compass and a map tightly in his hands. The rumbling wheels stirred up dust, clouding our vision. Silver Bell, filled with curiosity, questioned old Jiang if he had made a mistake, suggesting it should be a south-pointing compass instead. I burst into laughter, pointing at Silver Bell in jest. "How can you, a Silver Lin, not know this?" Silver Bell shot me an adorable glare, her expression utterly charming. Old Jiang shot me a sidelong glance but continued to explain to Silver Bell with a smile, stating that the north-pointing compass is even more crucial in archaeology than the south-pointing one. It utilizes the magnetic field to indicate the direction of the north, ensuring we do not lose our way during our travels. Each field has its own expertise. "Linger, your talent lies in insect arts, which is quite understandable," remarked old Jiang. Silver Linger elongated her tone in response, followed by a sweet "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Old Jiang appeared quite pleased, his eyes crinkling into slits as he complimented Silver Linger for being well-behaved. The journey was jostled several times, prompting both He Lanxue and old Jiang to remind Silver Linger to be cautious, which led me to ponder my own status as a disciple. Was I truly without a mentor? Was it that Silver Linger was a bona fide treasure while I was merely a foundling? Lin Jianya interjected, "How could I possibly forget? We previously unearthed some bronze wine vessels here. However, it is thanks to you that we have carved out a safe zone. Otherwise, we would surely have fallen victim to the traps of Yin Su." Throughout the journey, wherever the vehicle traveled, old Jiang posed inquiries, including several personal questions, such as the year Lin Jianya arrived at Yin Su and when his wife gave birth to their second child. Was the child born in the year of the rooster or the rabbit? I cast a curious glance at old Jiang, wondering when he became so invested in others' affairs and so nosy. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that old Jiang's inquiries were not merely casual. He was probing for something deeper. Could it be that Lin Jianya indeed harbored secrets? During the latter part of the journey, old Jiang fell silent, holding up a large map that bore an uncanny resemblance to the aerial photographs of Yin Su I had previously seen in the Qilin conference room. The undulating hills and neatly arranged pits formed an eerie visage of a human face. The visage was colossal beyond comprehension, its eyes resembling 2 immense black voids, while its mouth formed an ancient, gate-like shape, akin to a gaping maw from the abyss, poised to devour all life within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. No matter how many times I had encountered that photograph, the sense of terror it evoked had never diminished in the slightest. It felt as though a venomous serpent slithered up my spine, hissing a warning, and I swallowed hard, casting a glance at old Jiang. He produced a marker and circled in red the locations of the face's eyes, nose, and mouth, declaring, "I believe these are the suspicious points. One of them must lead to an exit." Several experts exchanged glances, expressing skepticism about the vast distances involved, questioning whether it was feasible to investigate each point individually. This seemed utterly impractical. Silver Bell also pursed her pink lips, remarking that if they were to search one by one, they might as well wait until the year of the monkey. Yet, I directed my gaze toward the bundle of rods in the second vehicle, sensing that old Jiang must have devised a strategy, for he wouldn't have brought such items otherwise. In response, old Jiang merely lit a cigarette, glanced skyward, and cryptically stated, "Once night falls, it will be manageable." Chapter 37. Midnight Taboo. The truck made only one stop along the journey, allowing everyone to address their needs. Apart from that, all sustenance was consumed within the vehicle. The ground was uneven and pockmarked, causing the truck to crawl along at a slow and jarring pace, and the desolation only intensified as we advanced. His eyes remained fixated on the compass, reluctant to shift their gaze. Yet, she would occasionally inquire of Helan Shui, "Master, look. That fluffy little bird is so adorable. Master, master, why are all the trees here so bare? Master, master, look over there. There's actually..." Helan Shui was nearly driven mad by Linger's incessant chatter, repeatedly uttering 6 words. "Close your mouth, close your eyes, calm your mind." She urged Linger to cease her constant prattling and to take a moment to rest, yet Linger could not be restrained. This left me perplexed. After all, she was a member of the Qilin clan, surely not so lacking in worldly experience. Linger pouted, tearing at a leaf. "Always complaining that I'm annoying. Why don't you find a mute gourd to be your disciple instead?" Her sulking demeanor was utterly endearing. A gentle breeze caressed the tips of Linger's hair, causing the delicate bells to jingle softly, resonating deeply within my heart. With a proud tilt of her chin, Linger's demeanor softened noticeably towards me. I inquired if it was her first visit to Anyang. She nodded, huffing in annoyance. "Master rarely takes me on missions. I've hardly ventured north before. So, you have mostly stayed in Miaojiang?" I recalled old Jiang mentioning that Linger hailed from Miaojiang. She affirmed with a sound, explaining that she had followed Helan Shui for 2 years. But before she could elaborate further, old Jiang suddenly coughed. I glanced over to find Lin Jianye staring at us intently. Upon noticing my gaze, he chuckled and remarked, "I never expected the Qilin clan to have such a young and charming girl. Truly, talent abounds, each generation surpassing the last." Having spoken, Lin Jianye turned to old Jiang, inquiring about his thoughts. Old Jiang squinted his eyes, casting a fond gaze at Linger, proclaiming, "Our Linger is truly remarkable. Despite her tender age, she possesses extraordinary abilities. Is she even more formidable than you were in your youth?" I sought to cleverly counter old Jiang's assertion. Instinctively, old Jiang was about to deny it, stating, "Compared to me, of course." However, a sharp glare interrupted him, prompting old Jiang to amend his words. "Well, she is undoubtedly far more capable than I ever was." Linger nodded in satisfaction, producing a bag of dried fruits to nibble on. Summoning my courage, I inquired about old Jiang's opinion of me, only to find him as oblivious as if he had not heard my question, fixated on the compass instead. The disparity in treatment was palpable. Was this truly my master? He appeared utterly devoted to another's daughter. In my irritation, I turned my head away, yet my thoughts drifted back to Linger's words. She was indeed from Miaojiang and had joined Qilin 2 years prior. However, judging by old Jiang's reaction, her association with Qilin was not a mere coincidence. There seemed to be a deeper narrative beneath it all. Old Jiang, wary of Linger accidentally revealing too much, had intentionally interrupted our conversation. As the afternoon wore on, more individuals began inquiring about when we would halt, particularly the experts among us. Old Jiang urged everyone to persevere, and Captain Zhang also commanded us to continue our march. Finally, as dusk approached, Old Jiang abruptly halted, gesturing emphatically with the compass. Once the soldiers came to a stop, Old Jiang announced, "Let us set up camp and rest here." At that moment, the sun hung low in the western sky, and we found ourselves in an entirely unfamiliar location. The vast expanse surrounding us was breathtaking, with a towering sand dune standing majestically in the center, where the boundless desolation met the evening glow, creating an indescribable grandeur. The soldiers had begun to set up camp and light fires, the curling smoke rising gently into the air. Not far off, the sun hung low on the horizon, teetering between setting and remaining, evoking in me the words of an ancient poem. In the vast desert, solitary smoke rises straight, while the long river reflects the round sun. Helan Shui stood at the foot of the sand dune, the gentle breeze lifting the hem of her long garments, captivating all who beheld her. She resembled a gallant heroine. Unable to restrain my admiration, I praised her, only to be interrupted by Lao Zhang's voice. "Li Jinglan, what on earth are you babbling about over there? Hurry up and come help me, you lazy rascal." The momentary beauty was shattered, and with reluctance, I approached Lao Zhang, feeling as though the picturesque scenery had suddenly dimmed in comparison. Once all the tents were erected, Lao Zhang declared that everyone was weary from the journey, suggesting we have a hearty meal and rest well. The soldiers had already begun to hang their steel helmets and boil water. Squad leader Zhang, somewhat perplexed, inquired whether we would be staying here for the night. Lao Zhang affirmed with a simple Zhang glanced at the soldiers and then surveyed the surroundings, questioning, "Is there anything particularly special about this place?" In my view, it pales in comparison to the previous location, where at least there was a small river. Before Zhang could finish his thought, a specialist from the archaeological team suddenly gave a thumbs up to Lao Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, you have a keen eye." The specialist, named Qiu Xiuxiu, was a skilled female archaeologist who had previously participated in the excavation of several ancient tombs. In her 30s or 40s, she carried a military shovel, with her hair styled in a bun, revealing her graceful neck and exuding an air of sophistication. Old Zhang, with a warm smile, inquired, "Did the young lady notice as well?" Qiu Xiuxiu replied affirmatively, explaining that it was a matter of professional habit to probe into every locale she visited. The Yin ruins are vast, yet Mr. Zhang managed to identify a prime location simply by calling out to halt, without any divination or excavation. Truly, a master reveals their prowess with a single gesture. However, the tomb was astonishingly enormous, making the search for its entrance rather challenging. Old Zhang nodded in approval, acknowledging Qiu Xiuxiu's astute observations. Unexpectedly, Helan Shui interjected sharply, "Since we have arrived, why allow everyone to rest so early? Shouldn't we seek the tomb in daylight instead of waiting until nightfall when visibility is compromised?" It seemed to me that Helan Shui was subtly ridiculing Old Zhang. Suddenly, Old Zhang's expression grew grave as he addressed me and Yin Linger with deliberate clarity. "Indeed, everyone must retreat into the tents. Prior to midnight, no one is to leave the tents under any circumstances. Regardless of what you hear or see, silence is imperative." Yin Linger and I exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Old Zhang's intentions. Curiously, however, Lin Jianye and the others seemed to understand immediately, nodding in tacit agreement. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger and thirst, they gradually retreated into the tents to rest. Those needing to relieve themselves discreetly formed small groups to do so nearby. Yet, unexpectedly, when squad leader Zhang instinctively began to assign sentries for the night, Old Zhang interjected, "There's no need for that tonight. We shall extinguish the lights and rest." Squad leader Zhang hesitated. "But what if there is danger?" Old Zhang's expression turned stern. "There are no exceptions. All living souls must enter the tent." Squad leader Zhang hesitated, but Lin Jianye leaned in to whisper something, prompting Zhang to acquiesce and instruct the others to extinguish the remaining bonfires. Instantly, darkness enveloped us, leaving only the faint glow of the lamp within the tent. The night was eerily silent. I could even sense the absence of nearby insects chirping. What might transpire this night? A flicker of fear gripped me, yet an inexplicable curiosity and excitement lingered beneath. Chapter 38. The frightening sand. The sky gradually darkened. Each tent housed a solitary flickering kerosene lamp, and we sat in silence, exchanging glances. I tentatively called out, "Master, could you share how to locate the entrance to Yin ruins? Do you already have a plan in mind?" Old Jiang retorted sharply, "This is a time for rest. Speak again, and I shall sew your mouth shut." Silver Bell stifled a laugh, and to my surprise, Old Jiang not only refrained from scolding her but even praised her charm. A surge of indignation welled within me. If not for the fear of Old Jiang, I would have imparted some lessons on manners. Lin Jianya kindly reassured me, "Your master has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He fears you might disturb the entities outside, leading to unforeseen consequences." Entities outside? I peeked through a small gap in the tent, revealing a desolate expanse devoid of life. Lin Jianya urged me to close my eyes and listen. After a considerable time, apart from the sand stirred by the night wind, there was not a single sound from the insects. Lin Jianya nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, it is the sound of the sand." I find myself somewhat perplexed. Lin Jianya elucidated. "In fact, there exists an ancient nursery rhyme passed down through generations in the Yin ruins. The sun is sandy, the moon is sandy. Beware of the ghostly sands at midnight." The first half resonates with me, as the soil in the Yin ruins is abundant. When fierce winds arise, it envelopes the sky, obscuring both the sun and the moon. However, the latter half piqued my curiosity, prompting me to inquire, "What, pray tell, are the ghostly sands?" Lin Jianya chuckled. "As for the nature of these ghostly sands, even we, a group of seasoned archaeologists who have toiled in the Yin ruins for over a decade, remain in the dark. It is rather enigmatic. The phenomenon of ghostly sands manifests solely between the hours of 11 and 12 at night. Should a living soul encounter it, they may find their vitality drained, potentially leading to a grave illness the following day. In severe cases, their very essence may be whisked away." What, then, could this ghostly sand phenomenon entail? This was my first encounter with such a notion. At this juncture, the charming Qiu Xiuxiu smiled knowingly, suggesting that if fortune favored me, I might witness it shortly. "Dear sister, this is not a matter of good fortune. It is rather a stroke of misfortune," Lao Jiang interjected. Qiu Xiuxiu appeared quite fond of Lao Jiang and did not dispute his claim, instead agreeing, "Indeed, encountering ghostly sands while traveling at night is hardly the epitome of good luck." As the conversation unfolded, Qiu Xiuxiu recounted a true incident from 3 years prior, when a group of grave robbers, driven by some inexplicable frenzy, descended upon the Yin ruins to scout the area. To evade detection by the archaeological team, they resorted to excavating their illicit tunnels solely under the cover of night. As a result, they encountered the ghostly sandstorm, and by the next day, all that remained were headless corpses. The scene was utterly horrific, with not a single survivor among the 20 or so individuals. When the accomplices of the tomb raiders arrived to search, the stench of blood still lingered in the air, sending chills down their spines. Naturally, the remaining members of the tomb raiding group quickly disbanded. Many sought refuge in temples to partake in vegetarian meals and chant scriptures to atone for their sins, while a few capable ones pledged allegiance to the archaeological team, hoping to partake in official provisions. How eerie! A sudden chill coursed down my spine, prompting me to instinctively retract my neck. Qiu Xiuxiu responded with a hum, stating, "This is indeed true. Several of them are still employed at the Archaeological Institute. The last time I encountered one of them, he appeared fierce and formidable, yet his demeanor shifted drastically upon mentioning the ghostly sandstorm. He repeatedly cautioned the Yin Su archaeological team to be exceedingly vigilant, advising them to lie in their tents and feign death if confronted by the ghostly sandstorm, insisting they should not speak or move, not even release a whisper of breath. I could not help but swallow hard and inquired what would happen if one ventured out of the tent. At that moment, old Jiang chimed in, chuckling as he remarked, "Then I would have the opportunity to take on a new apprentice." My expression immediately fell. It seemed he was particularly eager to replace his pupils. Just as I was about to approach old Jiang for clarification, I was abruptly restrained by Lin Jianya, who firmly pressed me down. He tightly covered my mouth and hissed at me. It was then I realized that despite his advanced age, he possessed a robust and powerful physique, akin to Mount Tai, rendering me utterly immobile. He had been severely injured before, yet had recovered so swiftly? As I found myself engulfed in confusion, a sudden wailing wind swept through the outside, resembling the mournful sobs of countless female spirits, their voices sharp and piercing, evoking an eerie chill. Could this be the fabled ghostly wind? Accompanying the gusts were grains of sand, striking against the tent with a series of sharp thuds, echoing like a relentless barrage. To my astonishment, from the previously desolate wilderness emerged the sound of footsteps. Yes, I was not mistaken. It was a regimented march of footsteps. The rhythmic clatter resonated as if 1,000 troops were trampling upon my very heart. My pulse raced, threatening to burst forth. Lao Jiang cast a glance my way, subtly shaking his head, as if to convey, "Do not speak, do not move." Before long, the footsteps grew ever closer, and I beheld countless elongated black silhouettes cast upon our tent, marching in orderly lines, resolutely advancing under the moonlight. The sight was utterly bone-chilling. The contours of the shadows revealed armor and spears, reminiscent of ancient soldiers, yet curiously devoid of heads. Could they be phantoms? Would spectral warriors cast shadows? My mind swirled with questions, while Lin Jianya, seemingly aware of his earlier indiscretion, offered me an apologetic smile, refraining from further restraint. Yet, uncontrollably, I found myself crouching within the tent, scrutinizing the scene outside. Despite the gnawing fear, an inexplicable thrill ignited within my veins. In a daze, I felt my forehead burn with heat, and a vision materialized before me. A valiant female general standing atop a mound, surveying the army beneath her command. The soldiers donned bronze armor, with a line of chariots leading at the forefront. Although it may appear rudimentary to me, it is undoubtedly the most formidable army of that era. The commanding presence of this female general could subdue this powerful force completely. Suddenly, familiar phrases from the blood-soaked annals of history emerged in my mind. Our King Wu Ding invincible in battle. Our Empress Fu Hao unmatched in offense. The mighty Shang, subduing all directions. But those who oppose shall be forsaken by both man and deity. Each word seemed etched into my consciousness, as shadows passed by our tent, armed and seemingly emerging from the depths of the underworld. Suddenly, a soldier's terrified scream pierced the air from another tent. Something was amiss outside. The marching shadows halted. Squad leader Zhang and the others were in the adjacent tent, and old Zhang was in a state of agitation, fearing that their actions might invite calamity, yet fully aware that it was not the moment for him to venture out. In a moment of desperation, I mimicked the roar of a tiger, but old Zhang promptly smacked my head in disapproval. Was my imitation of a cat truly a mistake? As I watched the shadows shift their focus, now standing before our tent, I realized I might have unwittingly exacerbated the situation. The foremost figures, headless and towering 2 or 3 meters high, loomed ominously, as if poised to breach our shelter at any moment. My breath caught in my throat. At that instant, I completely forgot how to think. Chapter 39. The Shadow Soldier's borrowing path. Just as old Jiang and He Lanxue were about to take action, in that critical moment, Silver Bell released a swarm of peculiar insects. These creatures resembled fireflies, their tails twinkling with a constellation of faint lights. However, their heads were resplendently golden, and upon closer inspection, they bore a striking resemblance to a large tiger. The insects flitted through the crevices of the tent, their faint luminescence enticing several tall, slender shadowy figures that spun in place. One of the shadows raised a spear, yet when it fell, it caused no harm to the flying insects. The shadow continued to repeat that mechanical motion, still to no avail. At that moment, I heard a distant, mournful horn sound, seemingly summoning the shadowy figures to regroup. The headless apparitions did not linger any longer. They formed a line and finally departed. Old Jiang glanced at his watch and exhaled, saying, "It's past midnight. We should be safe now." I hastily patted my chest, unable to contain my fear, exclaiming, "That was truly terrifying." Those things were right outside our tent. Qiu Xiuxiu struck a match to reignite the oil lamp, extinguishing the match with a puff, and remarked, "Thanks to this lovely little girl, we owe her our gratitude." Linger curled her lips in a smug smile, radiating satisfaction. I inquired about the name of those flying insects and why they did not glow inside the bamboo basket. Linger replied, "You silly, they obviously don't shine while sleeping. These adorable creatures accompanied me since I got lost in the vast mountains of Miaojiang when I was a child. I named them Little Stars, and you may also refer to them as our saviors. I was momentarily speechless, finally managing to utter, I merely thought they resembled the large tiger from my home. I was just asking casually. As Lao Jiang was on the verge of elucidating the situation, a rustling sound emanated from the adjacent tent. Squad leader Zhang lowered his voice and cautiously inquired whether the crisis had indeed passed, noting that we seemed to be engaged in casual conversation. Lao Jiang responded affirmatively, stating that there were no significant issues after midnight. Before long, Zhang and his squad poured into our tent, seemingly seeking the comfort of companionship in numbers. However, our tent was rather limited in space, and accommodating too many individuals was impractical. Lao Jiang promptly suggested that we light a bonfire outside and converse there. The soldiers constructed 3 large bonfires, and we gathered around them, animatedly recounting the terrifying incident we had just experienced. We had distinctly heard a peculiar group of soldiers passing by outside, only for them to vanish in an instant. Initially, we suspected a bandit raid, but soon realized that the figures were headless, which deterred us from recklessly charging out. Lin Jianye and Xiao Xiao recounted the tale of the ghostly sand, and upon hearing about the fate of the grave robbers, everyone instinctively touched their heads, contemplating that had they rushed outside, they too might now be devoid of their heads, claimed by that eerie procession of headless specters. At that moment, a geologist named He Mu explained that this phenomenon could very well be a natural occurrence, akin to a folk saying regarding the passage of headless soldiers. This so-called headless soldiers borrowing the road refers to the sighting of armies long deceased wandering the roads during nights heavy with energy in desolate wildernesses. Such an explanation seemed too fantastical to some. One soldier expressed skepticism, finding it utterly implausible. In Yunnan, there exists a sinister place known as the Frightened Horse Trench. It is a foreboding ravine where the mountain folk's horses, upon entering, encounter an inexplicable barrier, refusing to proceed, as if paralyzed by some unseen terror. Once, a lost villager unwittingly stumbled into this eerie location and witnessed spectral steeds neighing in distress, the clash of swords and iron, as 2 peculiar armies engaged in combat. Despite the presence of severed limbs scattered about, not a single drop of blood was shed. According to the elders' accounts, this was likely a remnant of the Shu army's campaign to subdue the southern tribes centuries ago. Shortly thereafter, that villager met his demise. Ultimately, He Mu offered a somewhat scientific explanation. He posited that a great battle had transpired at the site of the Yin ruins, the magnetic field having captured the event, which replayed itself in cycles, allowing the scenes from centuries past to manifest once more. I could not suppress my furrowed brow and curiously inquired, if it is merely a playback, how can they still hear our voices? Why did they nearly attack us moments ago? He Mu hesitated, evidently at a loss for an answer. At that moment, old Jiang interjected, "Youngster, all things are born of nature. Whether divine or demonic, existence is justification enough. Whenever you enter a new place, be mindful not to transgress its taboos, lest you bring misfortune upon yourself." The implication was clear. Had I not imitated the roar of the great tiger moments ago, I would not have summoned that entity. Yet I had only acted with good intentions. This petty old Jiang always took advantage of me. Heelan Shui cast an annoyed glance at old Jiang and stated solemnly, "Did we not agree to act once night falls? Encountering a ghostly sandstorm is no trivial matter, and now the outside world is shrouded in darkness, making it nearly impossible to discern one's surroundings. Where shall we seek the entrance?" Old Jiang, with a smile, rose to his feet and brushed off his trousers, saying, "Fourth sister, do not fret. The moment has arrived." He lifted his gaze to the starry sky, noting the clear weather, with stars scattered across the night like a chessboard, sparkling like gems and vast as the ocean. "It seems the heavens are aiding us." With a sigh of reflection, old Jiang commanded everyone to commence their endeavors. Zhang, the squad leader, taken aback, questioned whether he had misheard, asking old Jiang if he truly intended to search for the tomb in the dead of night. Old Jiang nodded affirmatively, asserting that it would be impossible to locate it by day. The bundles of white wax rods on the truck now found their purpose. Old Jiang instructed us to divide into 4 teams. Heelan Shui would lead 1 team, Zhang the squad leader another, Lin Jianye a third, and Xiao Xiao the fourth. Each team would head in a different direction, bearing 10 wax rods each, setting forth towards the east, south, west, and north. Though we were perplexed, we knew old Jiang was always composed and resolute. Thus we complied with his orders. Just before we set out, I inquired of old Jiang what purpose these rods served. He, leisurely roasting by the fire, feigned mystery and kept me in suspense. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a kindly master. Rather, he resembled a cunning old fox. Chapter 40. The fateful mystique of the dark bird. Following old Jiang's stratagem, we commenced our march. Before long, the first white wax rod was planted in each of the cardinal directions. Whether it was old Jiang's clever machinations or mere coincidence, each rod was astonishingly coated with phosphorescent powder, radiating a greenish glow amidst the darkness. At first, all seemed well, but as we ventured further, murmurs began to arise. Why did it feel as though we were merely playing house? Could we truly uncover the entrance to the tomb? Lin Jianye offered gentle reassurances, stating, "Mr. Jiang's abilities far exceed yours. He will not err." His words dripped with confidence, as if everything lay firmly within old Jiang's grasp. Nevertheless, here we were, roaming about at this late hour with nothing but our poles. Perhaps it was best not to voice our doubts, for he was indeed our savior. Despite the grumbling, the thought of old Jiang's life-saving intervention silenced the complaints. We pressed onward, maintaining a straight path. As we walked, I couldn't help but glance toward the west, pondering the situation of He Lanxue and Yin Linger. Lin Jianye questioned the purpose of the poles, and began to sketch a series of small dots in the 4 cardinal directions around his nose. A thought struck me, and I asked old Jiang if these represented our pole placements. He nodded and inquired if I remembered the cryptic script deciphered by the former town mayor, which was indeed the death note left by Wen Tao. Suddenly, it all came rushing back. On the 6th day of the 2nd month in the 1st year of Tianqing, Wen Tao excavated 3 feet near the Yin ruins, yet found nothing. Ultimately, with the assistance of a mysterious aid, he discerned the true entrance to the Yin ruins through the differing orientations of a sundial across the seasons. Wen Tao meticulously documented his methods for locating the entrance, including the calculations of the 4 symbols and the positions of the 3 enclosures. Could it be that old Jiang was employing Wen Tao's techniques to uncover the entrance to the Yin ruins? As I previously lowered the rod, I felt a sense of unawareness. However, upon seeing the map marked by Mr. Jiang, a sudden realization dawned upon me. The cardinal directions we established, east, west, south, and north, indeed represent the celestial constellations: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. Lin Jianye suddenly approached, his face lit with excitement, stating, "Mr. Jiang, you truly live up to the title of the Black Knife Qilin. I sensed you had it all figured out when we parked earlier. The hill allows for a broader perspective. Is that what you mean, Mr. Jiang?" Qiu Xiuxiu interjected. Mr. Jiang shook his head. "Not quite. This hill is no ordinary elevation. It is known in feng shui as the Star Observation Platform." "Star Observation Platform," I mused, inquiring whether it is used for observing the constellations. Mr. Jiang, maintaining an air of mystery, indicated that the riddle would unveil itself in due time. With a flourish, he gestured for everyone to ascend the hill. Upon reaching the summit, we beheld the entirety of our surroundings, including the rods marking the cardinal directions, which stood out vividly against the night. "Why do those rods emit light?" Lin Jianye furrowed his brow. Mr. Jiang explained that he had discreetly sprinkled luminous powder on the rods while no one was paying attention. Lin Jianye cast a deep glance at Mr. Jiang before breaking into a smile. "It appears you were well prepared all along." "Indeed, nothing escapes my keen observation, Mr. Jiang remarked with profound significance. After a night of excitement, Yin Linger was nearly exhausted, plopping down on the hill and inquiring how much longer until the riddle was revealed. Mr. Jiang glanced at his watch and replied with a smile, "It is time." Yin Linger widened her eyes and peered down, expressing her inability to discern any anomalies regarding those white wax poles. Lao Jiang handed her a telescope, clarifying that it was not meant for observing the poles, but rather for gazing at the stars above. "Gaze at the stars?" Yin Linger questioned, perplexed. Lao Jiang nodded and elaborated, "A stargazing platform is, of course, intended for stargazing. Many grand tombs not only harmonize with the terrestrial feng shui and the dragon veins of the earth, but also correspond with the celestial constellations. Linger listened, somewhat bewildered, and skeptically accepted the telescope. Before long, she pointed at the stars, exclaiming that one resembled a caterpillar, another seemed like a rabbit, and the one furthest away looked akin to a large bamboo basket. It appeared that in her eyes, there were only those little creatures. No, rather, her companions. Observing that he could not convey his message clearly to Linger, Lao Jiang directly distributed the remaining imported telescopes among the team. To my astonishment, I was fortunate enough to receive one. Grateful, I turned to Lao Jiang, ready to express my thanks. However, he threw a command my way. Remember, keep your eyes fixed on those stars. Do not blink. Inform me the moment they shift. It seemed that his intention was not to coddle his apprentice, but rather to assign a laborious task. Besides, how could stars possibly move? Surely, Lao Jiang was not attempting to deceive me again? Yet, as I raised the telescope to observe the celestial bodies, the contents of the 36 techniques of moving mountains and filling seas, which the mayor had entrusted to me, suddenly surfaced in my mind. Among those techniques was a section on stargazing. It stated that the foremost tomb raiders could determine the location of tombs based on the constellations of the heavens. The second-rate tomb raiders must pay heed to the water's mouth. All grand tombs adhere to the principles of geomancy. At times, the direction of the water flow can determine whether a burial site exists in a particular location. As for the third-rate individuals, they merely wander about with a compass in search of treasures. I quietly recited the incantations from the 36 techniques of moving mountains and filling seas, gradually discerning the various celestial constellations. At that moment, I was astonished to discover that the stars in the center were indeed moving. Over a dozen stars suddenly accelerated their twinkling, forming a mysterious pattern. As they grew brighter, the design became increasingly clear, ultimately transforming into a magnificent bird with outstretched wings. This majestic creature soared against the night sky, its beauty akin to pearls embedded in the darkness. Suddenly, the bird stirred. Whether it was an optical illusion or the influence of the stars, I was captivated by the sight of the bird gracefully gliding within my field of vision, its wings fluttering as it descended. Fortunately, I had not forgotten to alert old Jiang, who snatched a soldier's telescope and exclaimed, "So, when Tao's notes were indeed true, one can determine the burial site through the 4 symbols and 3 enclosures." We followed the bird's movement, marveling at the spectacle. At that moment, Lin Jianya, overwhelmed with joy, proclaimed, "The celestial bird of destiny descends to give rise to commerce. The legend is indeed real." Chapter 41. A clash of wits. We all turned our gazes towards Lin Jianya, only to find him with tears of joy brimming in his eyes. He repeated fervently, "The celestial bird of destiny descends to give rise to commerce." The other archaeological experts could not contain their admiration, exclaiming, "After over a decade of toil at the Yin ruins, we have achieved less than what Mr. Jiang has accomplished in just a few days." Qiu Xiuxiu gazed intently at the mysterious bird, stating, "Mr. Jiang is a person of great capability. How can we possibly compare? To witness the descent of the celestial bird in this lifetime is worth even death." Old Jiang modestly remarked that she was overpraising him. However, the experts present were utterly captivated. Linger could not contain herself and interjected, "What significance does this star-formed bird hold? The fated celestial bird's descent and its connection to the Shang dynasty. What does it mean?" Lin Jianya elucidated. According to legend, the ancestors of the Shang people were, in fact, a celestial bird. It is said that a maiden named Jiang Di consumed a celestial bird's egg and unexpectedly became pregnant, giving rise to generations of merchants. Consequently, the merchants of later times regarded the celestial bird as the totem of their clan. Consuming an egg can lead to pregnancy? Linger gasped in disbelief. Yet she could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation as she observed the slowly descending celestial bird. Another historian named Bai Shui added, "In truth, the Shang dynasty relocated its capital here because of a great emperor, Pangung, who followed the trail of a celestial bird and journeyed thousands of miles to Yin. Upon witnessing the bird resting in Yin, he smiled and proclaimed to his people, 'From now on our home shall be here, we shall not depart.'" At that time, the Shang had already devised a calendar based on astronomical observations. What we commonly refer to as the lunar calendar is not derived from the Yin in Yin and Yang, but rather from Yin Su, as it reflects the calendar of the Shang. What I had never anticipated is that the celestial bird, which Pan Gung diligently sought, was indeed a constellation in the heavens. Bai Shui felt that the perplexities that had troubled him for decades were suddenly unraveled. Overwhelmed with emotion, he declared, "Indeed, the Shen bird is the guardian deity of the Shang dynasty. Whether the Shang dynasty exists or not, it shall continue to protect this land of Yin ruins." With that, Bai Shui gave a hearty pat on Lao Zhang's shoulder. Lao Zhang merely gazed quietly at the enchanting night sky, saying, "I have merely mastered the techniques of my predecessors. It was not I who discovered the entrance to the Yin ruins, but rather the legendary tomb raider Wen Tao." In those days, Wen Tao realized that this site, with the Taihang Mountains to the west and the Huan River to the east, was not obstructed by geomantic forces, allowing the two energies to interconnect. It was evident that ancient tombs of the Shang must lie hidden beneath. However, after a prolonged search for the tomb's entrance, he ingeniously referred to the constellations in the sky and ultimately located the passage. Although his tomb-raiding endeavor ultimately failed, he left behind a notebook that documented the methods of tomb-seeking. Lin Jianya's eyes sparkled with interest, and he was unable to divert his attention from the moving trajectory of the Shen bird in the telescope. He stared intently at Lao Zhang, inquiring about Wen Tao's notes. "Mr. Zhang, might I be fortunate enough to observe them?" Lao Zhang laughed heartily, stating that the writings were in obscure script and that even if they were brought forth, Lin Jianya would not comprehend them. In the face of Lao Zhang's refusal, Lin Jianya boldly asserted, "If you do not present them, how can you ascertain my understanding?" Lao Zhang chose to ignore him, and as Lin Jianya prepared to ask again, Lao Zhang cast a surprised glance in his direction. At that moment, I quickly called out to Lao Zhang, "Master, the Shen bird is about to land." Lao Zhang immediately commanded the group, "From this moment on, everyone fixate your gaze on that bird. Do not even blink." As Lin Jianya stood frozen in place, Lao Zhang swiftly seized his binoculars, saying, "Captain Lin, I understand you are weary. Allow me to bear the burden for a while." Moments later, we witnessed a momentous event. At that instant, we comprehended why Lao Zhang had urged us to venture so far to set up the poles. For under the glow of the light, we distinctly observed the mysterious bird alight upon the third pole in the north before vanishing. This was a clear sign of the northern constellation of Xuanwu. Pointing excitedly, Lao Zhang exclaimed, "If all goes as expected, that location is indeed one of the true entrances to Yin Su." At that moment, the historical expert Bai Shui could not resist adding, "I believe that Emperor Pangu pursued the mysterious bird to this very spot, and based on the constellations, established his capital here." Bai Shui then recited a complex verse in classical Chinese. "Wang Zai, Shang Shang, Jin Yu Jiang Shi Eru Qian, Yong Jian Nai Jia." He explained that this phrase was what Pangu proclaimed to his people during the migration to Yin, signifying, "Follow me, I will lead you to a new home, where you shall dwell eternally." Perhaps in Pangu's eyes, this mysterious bird would safeguard the Shang dynasty for generations, ensuring their enduring existence. Lin Jianya, brimming with excitement, was ready to lead the team northward. However, Lao Zhang gestured for him to pause. "What is the rush? After a night of toil, if everyone does not rest, their bodies will not withstand it." Qiu Xiuxiu felt that Lao Zhang was showing consideration for the archaeological team present and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Haimu and Bai Shui, along with others, were equally impressed by Lao Zhang's expertise, adopting a demeanor that reflected their unwavering willingness to follow his guidance. Lieutenant Zhang also deemed Lao Zhang's arrangements quite reasonable. The soldiers were in good health, yet the archaeologists appeared visibly fatigued. The soldiers' primary duty was to ensure the safety of the archaeological team. A unanimous decision was made to rest well this evening and resume excavation the following day. Lao Zhang squinted, casting a meaningful glance towards him. "Captain Lin, when did you develop such an interest in Wen Tao? I recall how you once described him as the most infamous tomb raider in history, responsible for the destruction of countless ancient tombs. Such a scoundrel is to be utterly condemned by every archaeologist. So, are you now finding yourself intrigued by the very scoundrel you once denounced?" Lao Zhang scrutinized Lin Jianya from head to toe. Lin Jianya swallowed hard, managing an awkward smile. "Well, it must be said that while Wen Tao is indeed notorious, His ability to locate the true entrance to Yin ruins has contributed to archaeological endeavors. If we could access that notebook, it might very well cause a sensation in the archaeological community. As he spoke the latter part, Lao Jiang noticeably elongated his tone, making me feel that he was implying something deeper. Moreover, we only possessed a half-deciphered human skin manuscript left by Wen Tao before his demise. There was no complete notebook to speak of, making Lao Jiang's claim seem nonsensical. Or perhaps he had ulterior motives. Chapter 42. Seeking the dragon's measure the next morning. At the break of dawn, Lao Jiang roused everyone, announcing that it was time to get to work. After a simple breakfast, we followed Lao Jiang northward. Despite the passage of a night, our excitement had only intensified, with everyone eagerly discussing the Yin ruins. If there truly lies the genuine entrance to the Yin ruins, such a discovery would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of Huaxia. The first dynasty documented in written history is finally poised to resurface. Several archaeological experts engaged in endless discourse about the Yin ruins, their eyes ablaze with fervor for this monumental find. Although Lin Jianya participated in the discussion, I found it peculiar that he continually steered the conversation towards the topic of Shenwen. As Lao Jiang remarked, Lin Jianya's fascination with Wen Tao seemed to far surpass his interest in the ancient mausoleum of the Yin ruins. Yet, the question arises, is not the Yin ruins the lifelong dream of Lin Jianya? This behavior struck me as rather odd. Before long, we arrived at the third marker directly north of the location where the mysterious Shen Niao vanished last night. Unlike the striking appearance it exhibited under the glow of night, this white wax pole appeared remarkably ordinary in the daylight. However, this did nothing to diminish our excitement. Zhang's squad leader curiously inquired of Lao Jiang whether we should simply dig down along this pole. Lao Jiang, however, waved his hand and said, "Wait." He then retrieved a mysterious cross-shaped tool from his backpack. The tool gleamed a brilliant gold, featuring a handle at the bottom and a magnetic needle suspended above. Before I could fully inquire, Qiu Xiuxiu interjected, "If I'm not mistaken, this must be the legendary dragon-seeking ruler." Lao Jiang nodded in affirmation, while Yin Linger leaned in. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the small instrument, seemingly encountering it for the first time. This led me to realize that Helan Shui must have shielded Yin Linger well, likely not having taken her into ancient tombs on numerous occasions, resulting in her relatively limited experience and exposure. Old Zhang patiently explained to Yin Linger, "The dragon-seeking ruler is an ancient tool utilized by geomancers and tomb raiders, employed during the quest for dragon veins and auspicious burial sites. Its unique design enables it to sense the Earth's dragon currents and the surrounding energy fields, endowing it with remarkable sensitivity." Yin Linger inquired if it truly possessed such capabilities. With a nod that suggested partial understanding, she affirmed. It was then that old Zhang turned his gaze towards me, clearly hoping that I would commit every word to memory, despite his explanation being directed at another. "Li Jinglan, observe how I wield it." He positioned the dragon-seeking ruler parallel to the ground beneath his feet, then promptly closed his eyes and intoned, "When Gong's dragon-seeking ruler, a divine artifact of heaven and earth, yin and yang in constant harmony, the true form of the dragon's lair revealed. This ruler is me and I am the ruler. Ruler and I are one, connecting with all spirits." Initially, the pointer on the ruler remained steady, but upon the completion of his incantation, it astonishingly began to move before our very eyes. With each step old Zhang took towards the north, the tremors of the needle intensified. He Lanchua softly cautioned me that old Zhang had entered a profound state of harmony with the cosmos and must not be disturbed. After several steps, old Zhang suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with an intense light, as if sensing something extraordinary. I rushed forward to see that the pointer of the dragon-seeking ruler was distinctly directed towards the ground, approximately 20 meters from the stake, suggesting that the stake was for rough positioning while the ruler provided precise location. Meanwhile, old Zhang sat down, panting heavily. "Are you all right?" I asked, momentarily taken aback. Old Zhang let out a dismissive grunt at me, declaring, "I am perfectly fine." Observing his demeanor, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. However, old Zhang paid me no mind. Instead, he commanded the others to dig in the direction indicated by the dragon-seeking ruler. The group, filled with enthusiasm, promptly grabbed their entrenching tools and pickaxes to commence the excavation. Several soldiers, possessing considerable strength, raised clouds of sand and dirt with each thrust of their shovels, while other archaeologists joined to lend their assistance. Yet, as they continued to dig, the expressions on their faces began to shift. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The team had excavated a full 3 meters, and not only had they failed to uncover a tomb entrance, but not even a single piece of oracle bone was in sight. The initial excitement gradually waned, replaced by disappointment. Even though everyone respected old Jiang, one brave soul could not help but pose a question. Mr. Jiang, it's not that we doubt your abilities, but historically, after digging for such a duration, one would expect to find something. Is it possible that the dragon-seeking ruler has led us astray? Old Jiang, who had been smoking nearby, lifted his gaze upon hearing this remark. Trust me, it will not be wrong. With his assurance, the group resumed their digging. Another meter down, and the murmurs of skepticism grew louder. Even I found myself glancing at old Jiang. After all, the dragon-seeking ruler did not resemble any sophisticated instrument, and it surely possessed some margin of error. I inquired if he might consider alternative methods. The group continued to laboriously dig, yet this time their willingness was markedly diminished. They harbored a growing suspicion that their efforts might prove futile. The expressions on their faces turned grim, as if they were attempting to compel old Jiang to concede. Meanwhile, Silver Bell, sitting nearby and playing with a worm while swinging her legs, could not restrain herself from looking at old Jiang and quipped, "Is that lady perhaps fond of you?" Old Jiang was nearly choked by the smoke, wisps of white mist emanating from his nostrils, struggling to deny it but unable to utter a word. Turning to Qiu Xiuxiu, he was taken aback to see her blushing. "Oh, old Jiang, at your age, still attracting romantic attention, it's quite beyond my comprehension." With that, he approached He Lanxue, wearing a facade of flattery, inquiring if she desired anything to eat. He Lanxue remained frosty, and just then, the shouts of soldiers erupted from a deep pit nearby. "Dig! We've struck something." We hurried over, and the soldiers reported that their shovels had encountered something remarkably hard. Squad leader Zhang immediately commanded everyone to proceed, and after a brief incense's worth of time, a massive bronze plate, deeply buried in the earth, revealed itself before all. It was adorned with the grotesque visage of a bird's head. The bird's eyes were narrowed slightly, bearing an expression that was both amused and eerie, its face oddly reminiscent of a human's, strikingly sinister. An owl, unmistakably. Beneath us lay the ruins of Yin. Old Jiang cast aside his cigarette butt and declared emphatically, each word resonating with conviction. Chapter 43. Codename 0562. Old Jiang's pronouncement undeniably invigorated the morale of the entire army. No longer did they voice their fatigue. They labored tirelessly, excavating alongside the bronze plate, eager to discover the true magnitude of this tomb's entrance. However, squad leader Zhang couldn't resist posing a question to old Jiang. "Mr. Jiang, why is there a bird depicted on this tomb entrance?" In his mind, a sculpture of a tiger or lion would surely convey greater ferocity. Old Jiang smiled and explained, "This bird is far from ordinary. It is known as the owl, the very creature we refer to today. Since owls only emerge at night, they were regarded during the Shang dynasty as messengers of the supernatural, often heralding the arrival of divine edicts. At that moment, I suddenly recalled the shamanic cloak worn by the old town mayor when he deciphered the ancient script. It too bore the embroidery of an owl. Everything seemed to be intricately linked to the Shang dynasty. Yet, curiously, no matter how fervently the crowd excavated to either side, they could not reach an end. It was almost unimaginable how vast this bronze plate truly was. Old Jiang furrowed his brow and promptly leaped into the pit. He then bent down, pressing his ear against the bronze plate, and cautiously twisted the bird's head. To my astonishment, the bird's head was indeed rotatable, but old Jiang approached each movement with utmost care, as if a misstep could unleash catastrophic consequences. Thus, while he listened intently to the subtle sounds emanating from within the bronze plate, he would turn it, each rotation merely a millimeter or two before pausing. Click! Click! The bird's head, adorned with a human visage, rotated in old Jiang's hands, grinning in an eerily sinister manner. This peculiar scenario persisted for a full half hour, and I could not ascertain whether old Jiang had finally unlocked the mechanism beneath the plate. But suddenly, the entire bronze slab began to tremble violently. Old Jiang sprang from the pit in a matter of moments. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Someone, still in a daze, received a nudge from a companion. I thought to myself, wait for old Jiang. Let us honor the bond of master and disciple between us. Nevertheless, old Jiang did not forget to drag me along in our flight for survival, gripping the nape of my neck as we leaped towards the hill. Yet, amidst our frantic escape, the sound of rolling gravel echoed relentlessly behind us. The noise grew increasingly thunderous, and even the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. As if a magnitude 8 earthquake was unfolding, the earth quaking incessantly. At this very moment, a singular phrase reverberates in my mind. The earth collapses, mountains crumble. The site where we once unearthed the bronze tablet now resembles a scene of devastation, having sunken entirely to reveal an unfathomable abyss. We were utterly astonished, scarcely able to fathom that beneath the ruins of Yin lay such a vast subterranean chasm. "Mr. Jiang, what shall we do now?" inquired Qiu Shouxiu of the older Jiang. With a cigarette poised between his lips, old Jiang fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the dark void, and after a prolonged silence, he declared, "Let us proceed and investigate." "Must we go forth?" Huomu expressed his astonishment. Old Jiang cast a sidelong glance at him, indicating that, without venturing closer, we could never ascertain whether this indeed served as the entrance to the ruins of Yin. After all, the ancients were shrewd. They might have crafted a false entrance to deceive the masses, thereby concealing the true location of the royal tomb. Qiu Shouxiu immediately voiced her support, while Captain Zhang raised a concern about potential aftershocks. Old Jiang clarified, the recent ground collapse was triggered by a mechanism, not a genuine earthquake. Thus, the probability of aftershocks is exceedingly low. Perhaps I and my apprentice shall venture forth to scout the path while you remain here, refraining from movement. Indeed, whenever there is a hint of adventure, old Jiang never forgets my presence. Helan Shui and Yin Ling also insisted on accompanying, believing that if action must be taken, it is best undertaken together. Old Jiang, touched by their determination, spoke tenderly. "Your words are indeed heartwarming, fourth sister." Helan Shui shot him a glance and retorted coolly, "I fear you might inadvertently lead Jinglan to misfortune. If it were only you, I would feel much more at ease." Old Jiang selectively disregarded Helan Shui's remark, murmuring to himself that she was merely tough on the outside yet soft-hearted within. Before setting off, Qiu Shouxiu insisted on joining us, alongside Lin Jianye, who passionately declared that the Yin ruins had been his lifelong dream, and he would not retreat now. Under the leadership of Lin Jianye and Qiu Shouxiu, the archaeological experts stepped forward, suggesting that we should all go together. The more hands, the better. Zhang, the squad leader, had the mission of safeguarding the archaeological team, so if they were going, the soldiers would naturally accompany them. Due to the powerful shockwave, the previously excavated pit had vanished, replaced by a vast black hole with a diameter of several meters. This abyss appeared bottomless and boundless, resembling a dark chasm that could consume anything. Lao Jiang tossed a torch into the depths, and moments later, it illuminated a glimpse of countless remnants of ancient war chariots and the white bones of war horses. Qiu Shouxiu crouched down and remarked, "It seems to be a burial pit." Lao Jiang stood resolutely before the abyss, squinting as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, what lies beneath could very well be the long-hidden royal tomb of the Shang dynasty. Come, fourth sister, let us go take a look." Lao Jiang turned to Helan Shui and began securing a rope from his backpack. With so many chariots and horses, one could only imagine the grandeur of the royal tomb within. The crowd, having never witnessed such a colossal grave, was left in awe. Lao Jiang explained, the Shang people practiced clan burials, meaning that relatives of the same bloodline would be interred together. They fought side by side in life and must reunite in the afterlife. Zhang, the squad leader, chuckled, "But aren't all human relationships intertwined? In this manner, one tomb adjacent to another, a remarkably vast necropolis is formed." Old Jiang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he gazed toward the abyss of darkness, stating, "This is the place where the mystical bird descends, at the very heart of the Shang dynasty, which should also serve as the true core of the ancient tombs. In other words, Beneath us may lie a collection of the most exquisite funerary treasures from the Yinshang period. Lin Jianya raised an eyebrow, inquiring of old Jiang. What then of the graves we previously excavated on the outskirts of Yinsu? Old Jiang scoffed derisively. This is the resting place of royalty. Naturally, the periphery would comprise ordinary generals and common folk, who, in life, guarded their king, and in death, continue to do so. Everyone was taken aback by old Jiang's words, and I could not restrain myself from asking, Master, do you mean to say that a multitude of tombs, both grand and modest, encircle Yinsu to accompany a dynasty in its burial? Sergeant Zhang gestured to the messenger behind him, who promptly removed his military green backpack and extracted an antenna, indicating that he had been prepared for this moment. It was indeed a radio. However, what did old Zhang intend to do with the radio? To my surprise, Lin Jianya, even more curious than I, stepped forward to question old Zhang about the preparation of the radio, of which Sergeant Zhang was unaware. Old Zhang smiled mysteriously. It is too early to disclose, lest you tire yourself. No sooner had he spoken than he adeptly transmitted a sequence of peculiar Morse code to a mysterious address. Having studied Morse code in university, I quickly deciphered it, 0562. At that very moment, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the panic etched on Lin Jianya's face. Chapter 44. The Abyss Below. Once that mysterious series of numbers was transmitted. However, Lao Zhang abruptly shifted his stance, halting the descent of the rope. I inquired about Lao Zhang's sudden change. He explained that the vast chasm appeared to be the site of the mythical phoenix's descent, possessing exceptional feng shui, yet the multitude of burial pits concealed an unknown accumulation of vengeful spirits of slaves who met their demise. For millennia, these spirits have lingered within the ruins of Yin, awaiting the arrival of the living. Even when Tao faced near annihilation, recklessly descending into such a place would yield no fortune. It would be prudent to await the arrival of the main contingent, as our directive was merely to locate the entrance. Upon hearing Lao Zhang's words, both Yinlinger and I nodded in agreement. Yet Lin Jianya urged, Mr. Zhang, the moment of witnessing history lies before us. Are you suggesting we all abandon our quest? For over a decade, our archaeological team has poured forth immense effort and sacrifice, losing countless comrades in the pursuit of unveiling the ruins of Yin. Shall their sacrifices be in vain? Or are we to relinquish our achievements to others? Lin Jianya's rhetoric proved to be highly incendiary, swiftly igniting a fervor within the team. The remaining experts rallied to his side, and the gratitude in their gazes transformed into hostility. The ruins of Yin are our responsibility. The first to enter must be us. Indeed, I stand with Captain Lin. After all, this coveted prize has surely attracted many longing eyes. Old Zhang gazed at Lin Jianya with a smile, while Lin Jianya met his gaze with a cunning glint in his eyes, showing no signs of retreat. The intensity of their locked stares seemed almost capable of igniting sparks. What scheme was Lin Jianya concocting? Why was he so eager to descend into the Yin ruins? And why was he fomenting discord between the team members and old Zhang? This man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. After an indeterminate passage of time, old Zhang finally lit a cigarette and declared, Since we all wish to proceed, let us go. With that, he busied himself alone. Once the ropes were secured, old Zhang was the first to slide down, followed closely by the archaeological experts, who, despite their frail appearance, exhibited surprising agility. Even Qiu Xiuxiu descended with remarkable confidence, gripping the rope with no hint of fear or hesitation. In the end, only He Lanxue, and Yinlinger remained. Yinlinger craned her neck to peer into the abyss below, swallowing hard. When He Lanxue inquired who would descend first, Yinlinger clutched at He Lanxue's garment, her large eyes wide with anticipation. Master, could you hold me as we go down? You did last time, she protested. He Lanxue replied coldly, but last time you explicitly stated you would descend on your own next time. Yinlinger clasped her hands together, adopting a pitiful expression. Master, I promise this will truly be the last time. It was uncertain if Yinlinger's declaration of last time had become too frequent, yet He Lanxue chose not to engage further. With a swift flick of her garment, she grasped the rope and descended rapidly. In other words, only Silver Bell and I remain. From the depths of the pit, the voice of old Jiang urged, Li Jinglan, you little rascal, hurry up, I hastily made my way towards the rope, only to be halted by something soft tugging at the hem of my clothing. Turning around, I saw Silver Bell, her snow-white teeth biting down on her lower lip, her beautiful eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "Brother Jinglong, could you please take me down with you?" The speed of her transformation was truly astonishing. It wasn't that I feared Silver Bell. Rather, I felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl left above. Thus, I wrapped my arms around her slender waist and slid down together with her. Silver Bell's large bamboo basket was quite cumbersome, yet she insisted that I find a way to manage it. I could only hold her close while dragging the cumbersome basket downward. Halfway down, an idea struck me, and without thinking, I blurted out, "You're not afraid of heights, are you?" Silver Bell glared at me fiercely. "You're the one afraid of heights." I feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What's that?" "There's something beneath your feet." Instinctively, Silver Bell glanced downward, only to be met with an unfathomable black abyss. The rope tethering us remained still. When I curiously looked over, I found her small face, no larger than a palm, had turned ashen with fright. She truly was afraid of heights. Regret surged within me for my earlier teasing, and just as I was about to apologize, I met her tear-filled gaze. Her lips pressed tightly together, clearly distressed to the utmost degree. My heart ached a little more as I pondered how to make amends. However, Silver Bell, with a choked voice, fiercely declared, "Li Jinglong, I shall remember you." A chill ran down my neck, prompting me to hasten my descent. Once we finally reached the ground, Silver Bell immediately jumped away from me as if I were a harbinger of disease. Old Jiang approached and gave me a kick on the backside, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling about?" At this moment, several archaeological experts had already leveraged their professional skills, swiftly occupying advantageous positions around the abyss. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, they ignited their torches. Nevertheless, due to the vastness of the abyss, this meager light was insufficient. Corporal Zhang promptly retrieved a launcher and fired 3 illumination flares. After the first flare was discharged, we could barely discern the contours of the abyss, yet the light still failed to reach its edges. Following the second flare, the outlines became clearer. It was only after the third flare illuminated the scene that the entire deep pit was finally revealed to us in all its brightness. We observed that this dark, immense chasm appeared to be of natural origin, roughly estimated to be at least 20 meters deep, which explained the increasing darkness as we descended. The external light could scarcely penetrate this void. Surrounding the rocky walls were intricately carved colossal bronze beast heads. This time, they were not owls, but rather fierce and wide-eyed, their gaping mouths revealing ominous fangs of the legendary Tautai. Each of these Tautai heads was as large as a door. The Tautai, one of the 4 fearsome beasts of ancient lore, is characterized predominantly by its insatiable greed for food. The presence of so many Tautais here may serve as a dire warning. Should anyone dare to approach the royal tomb, they would be devoured to the last morsel. At this moment, Lin Jianya suddenly raised his torch, surveying the surroundings, and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be an exceedingly rare, subterranean chasm eroded by groundwater." Linger pouted, placing her hands on her hips, and questioned, "Could a naturally occurring formation be this vast?" An expert from the archaeological team, Heimu, chuckled softly and recounted an old tale. "Before I joined the Jiangnan archaeological team, I was conducting research with the geological team from the northwest. During our explorations in Qinghai, we stumbled upon an underground space that was as expansive as an entire city. The research team even discovered what appeared to be a segment of a skeleton resembling a dragon, measuring over 20 meters in length, complete with dragon horns on its skull. This led us to speculate that dragons might indeed have existed, and perhaps they have never truly vanished, merely residing in realms we seldom encounter, such as the depths of the ocean or the heights of the sky." Old Jiang, intrigued, took a puff from his cigarette and inquired about what transpired next. I exchanged a glance with Old Jiang, harboring doubts that the research team may have genuinely uncovered something significant, prompting higher authorities to disband the entire group and reassign them across the nation. Consequently, this enigmatic expedition in Qinghai is likely sealed within classified archives. At this moment, I remain unaware of the astonishing opportunity that lies before me, the chance to personally engage with that clandestine dossier, which nearly led me to a perilous fate. Chapter 45. The death night, this vast chasm was densely dotted with numerous horse and chariot pits, numbering in the hundreds at the very least. The so-called horse and chariot pits were burial sites for ancient nobles, who, upon their demise, were interred with a certain number of carriages to ensure they could ride in style to the afterlife. With torches in hand, we approached to investigate, and Silver Bell pointed in astonishment at a pale, rectangular skull nestled within the earth. "Good heavens, whose head is this?" she exclaimed. With a haughty huff, Silver Bell turned away, while I knelt down to examine the pit. Besides the horse bones, I discovered numerous remnants of war chariots, decayed reins, shattered wheels, and the like, each enshrouded in a thick layer of dust. In its prime, possessing several hundred fully equipped chariots would have been sufficient to incite a war. My mind conjured images of rumbling wheels and countless Shang dynasty warriors brandishing bronze halberds, charging forth against their foes. At that moment, our group's historian, Bai Shui, remarked, "Throughout the millennia of the slave society, horses and chariots have symbolized status and identity. The variations in the style of these vehicles also indicated differing ranks. For instance, the emperor's chariot could be drawn by 6 horses, while a feudal lord was restricted to 5. Commoners, on the other hand, were permitted only a single horse. To act contrary to this established order would constitute an offense of usurpation, punishable by law, ranging from severe penalties to the complete annihilation of one's lineage. Thus, by merely observing the number of horses in each burial pit, one can ascertain the identity of the tomb's owner." Lin Jianya concurred with Bai Shui, asserting that the tomb owner must have held a position of considerable stature, and was undoubtedly a warlike king. He then proceeded to recount the significance of chariots during the Shang dynasty's campaigns against neighboring tribes. At that time, the northern borders were frequently beset by rebellions, prompting Wang Wuding's wife, Fu Hao, to take command of the expedition. This valiant female general instantly ignited the martial spirit of the troops. After all, with the queen leading the charge, what reason did they have to falter? But wait, as I surveyed the chariot pits, I abruptly lifted my gaze. Although Lin Jianya appeared somewhat displeased, he nonetheless inquired with a smile about what he had said that was incorrect. I disregarded his question and turned to Lao Jiang, saying, "Master, have you noticed that there are a total of 150 chariot pits here? Yet nearly 50 of them are empty. The horses and chariots have seemingly vanished." A soldier interjected, suggesting, "Perhaps there weren't enough chariots and horses for the burial." However, Lao Jiang's expression darkened instantly as he counted swiftly, declaring, "No, that cannot be the reason. The only explanation is that these empty chariot pits harbor secrets, and we may very well be ensnared in a trap." At this juncture, Lao Jiang promptly ordered a retreat. Haimu, on the other hand, deemed our concerns to be unfounded, considering that thousands of years had passed, and it was plausible that these ancient relics had turned to dust. Yet, just as he mocked our excessive caution, an eerie sound suddenly resonated. Clink, clink, clink. However, it was already too late. Surrounding us, the grotesque sculptures of the gluttonous beast on the rocky walls all gaped wide, revealing a series of dark, serpentine passages within. These passages were no escape routes. Instead, they were thoroughfares for vehicles, as I was astonished to discover that a chilling procession of war chariots was emerging. 8 in total, blocking every potential path of escape. Each chariot was wrought from bronze, exuding a faint, eerie green luminescence. Even the steeds that pulled them were mechanized, upon which sat rigid, puppet-like knights, each brandishing a bronze spear with synchronized precision. Yet, none bore facial features. Their visages were mere cold, square masks, reminiscent of deathly riders from the underworld, eliciting an instinctive dread. "What manner of creature is this?" Lieutenant Zhang inquired, his voice tinged with panic. "What shall we do now?" I turned to old Zhang. "Everyone, scatter and refrain from rash movements. Let us first ascertain the nature of this threat," old Zhang replied, narrowing his eyes. However, one soldier, overwhelmed by fear, accidentally discharged his weapon, the gunshot reverberating like thunder in the stillness, prompting the 8 chariots to spring into motion. Hark! That was the whinny of the mechanized steeds, and at that moment, the knight atop the foremost chariot raised his bronze spear high, as if awakened from a slumber. In an instant, the chariot surged forward at a terrifying speed, bearing down upon the soldier who had misfired. Clearly panicked, He trembled uncontrollably, and even when Lieutenant Zhang shouted for him to fire, his mind was lost in fear. At the critical moment, Sergeant Zhang swiftly chambered a round and fired, shattering the wooden knight's head with a single shot. In an instant, the knight's cranium burst apart like a ripe watermelon, splintered wood flying in all directions. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, impressed by Sergeant Zhang's marksmanship, I noticed that the war chariot showed no signs of halting. The headless wooden knight continued to wield its bronze spear, cleaving through the soldiers before it with ruthless precision. At the moment of impact, blood erupted, and the soldiers' entrails were flung several meters away. Other war chariots surged forward, their sharp bronze spears slicing through the darkness, accompanied by the ominous sound of whistling wind. The entire unit found itself cornered, and Sergeant Zhang shouted at old Zhang to devise a plan. Lin Jianye joined in, mockingly taunting old Zhang, suggesting that as the esteemed Black Blade Qilin, he should have detected such a colossal mechanism earlier. Suddenly, old Zhang bellowed, "Silence!" His eyes sparkled with intensity as he meticulously scrutinized the movements of the chariots. Gradually, his gaze fixed upon the wheels of the chariots. At that very moment, I too discerned the hidden truth, and we shouted in unison. Indeed, these chariots are on tracks. It turned out that the reason these chariots advanced in a straight line during their assaults was that their wheels glided along a concealed track, rendering the headless knight's demise inconsequential to the chariot's mobility. The tracks were obscured beneath a layer of dust, which had initially eluded our notice. Old Zhang directed us to locate areas devoid of tracks, as these would serve as the blind spots to evade the oncoming war chariots. Unexpectedly, as time passed, those battle chariots began to coalesce in groups of 2 or 3, charging forth. This meant that the blind spots of one chariot would inevitably be exploited by another. Goodness, how astute were those individuals from millennia ago, employing the art of warfare. Old Zhang, flustered and exasperated, led us in a frantic search for refuge. Gradually, the stamina of the archaeological experts began to wane, and one of them was struck on the arm by a chariot, a sharp crack of bone reverberating through the abyss, followed by a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout. Just as the next chariot approached, poised to deliver a fatal blow, Helan Shui extended her aid, employing her agility to whisk him away from danger. However, the available standing space in the pit was diminishing rapidly, and the chariot's trajectories grew increasingly perilous. If this continued, we would surely be overwhelmed. In a state of panic, I glanced at old Zhang, only to find him lost in thought. It turned out that his earlier silence was spent deciphering a pattern, and he had finally uncovered the secret. Old Zhang promptly revealed all the currently safe blind spots to us, urging an immediate retreat while he would confront the chariots alone. "Uncle Zhang, can you manage by yourself?" Silver Bell inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Old Zhang chuckled heartily, revealing a cunning smile. "Uncle Zhang still owes you 3 candied hawthorns. I shall be fine." With that, he discarded the cigarette butt from his mouth and charged towards the first battle chariot. In that moment, old Zhang was no longer the petty and lecherous figure. He transformed into a fierce black Qilin, capable of severing the malevolence of the world. With a mere touch of his finger, the black blade at his waist was drawn forth, ready for action. At this moment, I truly realized the astonishing speed and agility of old Zhang. His body darted and weaved with such finesse that every movement outpaced the naked eye, effortlessly navigating between the armored vehicles. Initially, I assumed he was merely attempting to showcase his prowess. Helan Shui furrowed her brow and muttered a reprimand, exclaiming that he was too old for such childish antics. However, it wasn't long before I sensed something amiss. Any armored vehicle that old Zhang made contact with seemed to lose control, careening towards the rocky walls. Some collided with one another, the rear vehicles crashing into the front, and those on the left into those on the right, resulting in utter chaos. In the span of mere moments, only 2 armored vehicles remained in the pit. Our area of movement expanded, yet the likelihood of collisions significantly diminished. Old Zhang's black blade glimmered with a cold light, swiftly slicing open the belly of one of the mechanical steeds. To my astonishment, I discovered that its interior contained gears in motion. However, the moment old Zhang yanked out a gear, that armored vehicle came to an immediate halt. It appeared that by dismantling the mechanisms within the belly of the mechanical horse, one could render the vehicle powerless. Witnessing this spectacle, Linger clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle Jiang, I finally believe you are indeed the Black Blade Qilin." Old Jiang, brimming with pride, lifted his chin and sheathed his black blade, striking a pose he believed would captivate all, only to realize that Helan Shui was entirely indifferent to him. "Fourth sister, am I impressive or what?" he boldly inquired of himself. The implication is clear. It is not surprising that Lao Jiang could crack the armored vehicle. His performance is rather mediocre, aligning with his usual capabilities. Lao Jiang, feeling somewhat disheartened, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. After enduring such a perilous episode, although the casualties were minimal, only one fatality and another injured, the morale of the group had evidently diminished, and the archaeologists wore expressions of lingering shock. "Are you willing to heed my counsel now? It is still not too late to ascend," Lao Jiang proposed. The experts, though visibly terrified, were also imbued with an unwavering determination. With a resigned sigh, they turned to Lao Jiang and inquired, "Will the Yin ruins ever be unearthed?" Despite Lin Jianya's persistent stance, the others began to waver, ultimately voting overwhelmingly, 80% for a retreat, as the sight of the bisected corpse before them was simply too harrowing.
Heimu.
A skilled climber within the archaeological team glanced at his companion's fractured arm and declared, "Old Lu, wait for me. I will be the first to pull you up once we ascend." The injured expert smiled at him and responded affirmatively. Heimu, agile as a monkey, grasped the ropes with both hands and deftly maneuvered his legs against the rock face, securing his ascent with precision until he reached the midpoint of the abyss. However, as he lowered his gaze to assure us of his safety, we collectively displayed expressions of sheer terror. Chapter 46. The Fiery Glaze of Heaven's Fire. Suddenly, a blinding white flame erupted from the deep, dark void, enveloping Heimu's form in an instant. The brilliance of the flames was so intense that it rendered us momentarily blind. Immediately, a heart-wrenching scream resonated from above, a cry belonging to Heimu. As our vision gradually cleared, the blinding white light dispersed like fireworks, revealing a dark object plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. It narrowly missed colliding with the crowd, thanks to Lao Jiang's quick reflexes, which prompted everyone to retreat a few steps. When we turned our gaze back to the charred object, a collective gasp escaped our lips. It was none other than the archaeological expert Heimu, who had just ascended moments ago. His body was completely blackened, lifeless, yet his limbs twitched involuntarily in a grotesque display. His eyes bulged out alarmingly, evoking an instinctive aversion to look any longer. At this moment, Qiu Xiuxiu and the others realized the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, only to be halted by Lin Jianya, who warned, "Heimu has fallen into a trap." "Everyone, tread carefully." As the team leader, he remained remarkably composed. However, the bond among the archaeological team, forged over years of shared endeavors, made it unbearable to witness the tragic demise of a comrade. They covered their eyes, yet tears betrayed their stoic facade. Even Sergeant Zhang could not suppress a swallow, exclaiming, "Goodness, what could have happened to him? How did he suddenly succumb to a blaze of white fire?" Having been on the battlefield, he had never encountered such a brutal death. The thought of ghostly flames flickered in my mind, but the notion seemed implausible. How could such a phenomenon scorch a living person in the blink of an eye? The moment the flames erupted only intensified my profound sense of dread. What precisely was that white flame? I furrowed my brow and cast a questioning glance at old Jiang, for at this moment, he seemed to be the only one capable of offering a reasonable explanation. However, upon turning to him, I discovered that he was silently fixated on the rocky wall that Blackwood had just ascended, his expression unusually grave. Following old Jiang's gaze, I could only see an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Was there something lurking there? Driven by curiosity, I took a step forward, squinting my eyes in an attempt to discern the elusive creature hidden within the shadows. Yet I remained empty-handed. "Old Jiang, what on earth are you staring at?" I couldn't help but inquire. "See for yourself," old Jiang replied, tugging me towards the edge of the rocky wall. This precipice stood over 20 meters high, and as we peered upward from the pit, we felt akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. No matter how high I tiptoed, I could discern nothing of significance. Just as I was about to urge old Jiang to cease his cryptic behavior, something glimmering caught my attention. I noticed several shiny tiles embedded at an angle in the rocky wall Blackwood had just traversed. Scattered and seemingly ordinary, they resembled either common stones or decorative relics from an ancient tomb. Old Jiang pointed and declared, "This is what caused Blackwood's demise." "What? Aren't those just ordinary tiles?" I retorted. Old Jiang slapped the back of my head. "What tiles? You little rascal. Pay attention." I pondered deeply, still unable to grasp the nature of the objects, when old Jiang's voice sliced through the air like a blade. "Celestial fire glazed tiles, ignite upon encounter, and burn upon contact." He spoke with painstaking care, each word almost bursting forth, his face a deep shade of ashen gray. Heavenly fire glazed tiles? Could this truly be the legendary artifact? Upon hearing this, Qiu Xiuxiu eagerly approached and inquired, "Isn't this something only spoken of in tales?" Lao Jiang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, only to be met with a fierce glare from Helan Shui, who warned, "Should you dare to ignite a flame, you risk becoming the next Haimu." In response, Lao Jiang merely chuckled. The surrounding experts exchanged glances, sighing, "If this truly is that kind of object, we may indeed be trapped here forever." Zhang, the squad leader, expressed his confusion. "Surely that cannot be. Such a small object capable of incinerating a living person? The flames I witnessed earlier were akin to cannon fire. How could such a diminutive item be responsible?" The historian, Bai Shui, stepped forward, saying, "Squad leader Zhang, you are unaware that the heavenly fire glazed tiles were a fearsome form of theft prevention in ancient times. Some tomb owners would cover the ceilings of their chambers with these tiles, creating a dragon fire glazed roof. Should any grave robber dare to intrude, they would be reduced to ashes." After elucidating the terrors of these tiles, Bai Shui proceeded to explain their mechanism. The tomb owners, often of noble birth, would have artisans craft a thin layer of glazed tiles in particularly frigid conditions, infusing them with a highly flammable oil known as dragon fire oil. Upon any external force stepping upon them, the tiles would shatter, exposing the oil to air and igniting a ferocious blaze that would swiftly engulf the intruder. Due to the excessively dim environment here, and the deliberately scattered glazed tiles on the tomb walls, taking even a single misstep would result in a fate of being engulfed by flames. However, relying solely on their arms to climb the rope without the aid of the tomb walls was simply beyond human capability. As the saying goes, descending the rope is easy, but ascending it is a different matter entirely. Sergeant Zhang clenched his teeth and muttered an expletive, then turned to old Jiang, inquiring about their next course of action. Old Jiang extinguished the cigarette he had just finished, offering a wry smile as he replied, "What else can we do? Haikmu has already sacrificed his life to prove that the original path is impassable. We dare not take further risks and must alter our plans to continue exploring deeper into the Yin ruins. Let us not lose heart. Perhaps we will inadvertently uncover the tomb." Sergeant Zhang, with ample experience in leading teams, understood the importance of boosting morale at this moment and hastened to encourage everyone. Yet, the surrounding darkness of the pit was all-encompassing, rendering visibility non-existent, as if they were immersed in the depths of the underworld. For a moment, they truly did not know which direction to take. An oppressive atmosphere circulated among the group, gradually eroding their psychological defenses. In unison, they turned to old Jiang, clearly viewing him as the backbone of the entire team. Old Jiang furrowed his brow, glancing first to the east and then to the west. As he appeared increasingly indecisive, the weight of pressure became evident. Lin Jianya squinted and suggested, "Why don't we head west, Mr. Jiang?" When old Jiang asked why they should go west, Lin Jianya merely smiled. "After a person dies, it is said they ride a crane to the west. I'm just throwing out random suggestions. Ultimately, the final decision rests with you." At that moment, I was suddenly enveloped by a faint, delicate fragrance. I turned to see Helan Shui, who had unknowingly lifted a lotus incense lamp, atop which stood a lit incense stick. Wisps of white smoke cascaded down from the lamp, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream, or perhaps a living entity brimming with vitality. Now, as she lit incense in the grave, it surely held significant purpose. Chapter 47. The priestess I observed as the tendril of white smoke swirled in place, seemingly sensing something, before it began to drift westward. Helan Shui followed closely behind the smoke, her black attire exuding a unique elegance, while Silver Bell frolicked alongside her, eager to inquire but ultimately silencing her curiosity. We ignited several torches, meticulously trailing behind them, and before long, a narrow path emerged within the dimly lit pit. At the end of this path stood an immaculate jade door. More remarkably, the door was adorned with a vividly carved bird, poised as if ready to take flight, its majestic wings outstretched in song, seemingly on the verge of soaring into the heavens. The craftsmanship of the bird was so lifelike, so noble and elegant, it appeared almost sentient. "Where are we?" A voice suddenly rang out from within the group. Qiu Xiuxiu swallowed hard and questioned why the smoke had led us to this place. The incense on the lotus lamp had not yet extinguished, yet it abruptly went out, and the white smoke gradually dissipated into the air. Could it be the mystical bird of the Shang dynasty? The fateful bird that heralded the birth of Shang. We discovered the Tumes entrance guided by this celestial creature, and now this very bird seemed to await our arrival to unveil the jade door. If the direction was not mistaken, how did Lin Jianye know to head west? Even he Lanxue, as the black knife Qilin, had to rely on the reverse fragrance. Could it be that Lin Jianye merely stumbled upon the correct path by sheer luck? I cannot shake the feeling that Lin Jianye is an extraordinary individual, seemingly concealing numerous exceptional qualities unknown to us. This is certainly understandable. Otherwise, how could he possibly oversee the archaeological excavations at Yin ruins? Are we truly going to proceed? One expert expressed concern about encountering a situation akin to that of the recent encounter with the Black Wood. Yet Lao Jiang remarked that since retreat was not an option, we must forge ahead. It is preferable to risk delving into the Yin ruins than to be ensnared in the pit of despair. With that, Lao Jiang gently pushed open the jade tomb door before him. One must recognize that jade is inherently rare and precious, and the sheer size of this naturally formed piece renders its value immeasurable. Furthermore, it is adorned with a meticulously carved, lifelike Xian bird. I have encountered numerous guardian beasts on jade doors, but it is exceedingly rare to see a Xian bird perched upon one. The Xian bird before me, reminiscent of the mythical phoenix, exudes an air of nobility and sanctity, making it difficult to gaze directly upon it. Qiu Xiuxiu remarked, "Thus, this must indeed be the royal tomb of the Shang dynasty. The level of opulence is truly beyond comprehension. It is evident that the finest offerings have been bestowed upon the tomb's master, reflecting the profound reverence for him." With this thought, the spirits of the group were somewhat uplifted, and one by one, they followed in Lao Jiang's footsteps. Beyond the Jade Gate lies an extensive corridor, once shrouded in darkness, but at the moment the gate swung open, an astonishing array of verdant flames flickered to life, illuminating the path beneath in a vibrant green hue. As I scrutinized the flames, I discovered they emanated from bronze lamps that stood sentinel on either side. These bronze fixtures were sculpted in the likeness of a maiden, her hands cradling a dish brimming with lamp oil, from which a wick protruded. The eerie green light danced from the wick, reminiscent of a demon's tongue. I swallowed hard, uncertain if the peculiar, oppressive scent wafting through the corridor, untouched for millennia, was the source of my discomfort, prompting me to cover my nose with my hand. Some in the group found the flames unsettling, while others expressed fascination with the bronze lamps. Good heavens! The bronze craftsmanship of the Shang dynasty is truly remarkable. Just look at the exquisite detail of the maiden's face, her expression captured with such lifelike precision. Indeed, the Shang dynasty stands as a paragon of the rise of bronze civilization in China. Whitewater replied with a sense of pride. Wait, look at the walls on either side. They are adorned with numerous depictions of dancing women. Someone directed a torch towards the walls, revealing a dense tapestry of colorful murals. The frescoes illustrated a throng of long-haired women clad in white garments and red skirts, gracefully dancing. These are the priestesses of the Shang dynasty, Whitewater remarked after a brief glance. The priestesses depicted in the murals were youthful and enchanting, their supple bodies capable of executing a myriad of astonishing movements. Yet, what should have been a scene of ethereal beauty turned utterly bizarre due to the objects they held in their hands. Some priestesses played flutes crafted from human bones, while others cradled grotesque skulls. There were those who sang atop corpses, their delicate feet stained with fresh blood. At the center stood the eldest priestess, brandishing a rattle that evoked memories of the human skin drum employed by Mayor Lei during his deciphering of the ancient script. Were these priestesses truly dancing? The more I observed, the more an unsettling chill enveloped me, as if someone were exhaling cold breath against the nape of my neck. Old Jiang elucidated. The people of the Shang dynasty revered sacrificial rites, believing that only through such offerings to spirits could the nation thrive and its armies achieve unblemished victories. Besides the shamans, they also possessed a cadre of priestesses dedicated to presiding over these rituals. These priestesses were required to be youthful and beautiful, pure and skilled in song and dance. However, the dances of that era were not mere entertainment. They stemmed from ancient sorcery, serving as a ritual for communication between humans and deities. Thus, the content of this mural does not depict priestesses dancing but rather illustrates their communion with the spirits. Upon hearing the mention of sorcery, a palpable urgency quickened our pace. I noticed scattered burial items beginning to appear on the ground, yet they failed to capture anyone's attention, as they were merely decayed remnants of daily life. At that moment, I was inexplicably drawn to a small, circular object nestled in a corner. It seemed to possess an enchanting allure, beckoning me to pick it up. Upon grasping it, I discovered it was but a bronze mirror, unmistakably of feminine design, its back adorned with elegant engravings. Yet, for reasons unknown, a voice within me incessantly beckons, urging me to gaze into the mirror. As curiosity piqued my intent to comply, I found myself utterly transfixed, for the visage reflected was not my own, but that of a woman with enchanting features. Her face was adorned with a ghastly white makeup, and a vivid red line traced beneath her eyes, unmistakably the sorceress I had just observed in the mural, playing the bone flute. At this very moment, the woman in the mirror smiled at me. Her smile grew increasingly exaggerated, her mouth stretching wider until it consumed the entire reflective surface. I felt as though struck by a jolt of electricity, and in sheer terror, I hastily discarded the mirror. However, the instant the mirror shattered upon the ground, the pale woman emerged from its depths, her long hair cascading about her, dragging her form forward. As her equally pallid hand reached out towards me, a chilling series of cackles escaped her lips, resonating eerily. I screamed for Lao Jiang to save me, but he had vanished, as if evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. He Lanxue in Linger, Lin Jianya, and the others were also nowhere to be found. Everyone had disappeared within this corridor, and no matter how fervently I called out, only the inching sorceress approached. Her rigid limbs and spine-chilling laughter resembled that of a vengeful spirit. A bone-chilling sensation coursed through me from the soles of my feet, rendering my heart icy with dread. Summoning all my strength, I managed to kick her away, propelling myself a few meters back, only to discover that the path I had traversed was now filled with sorceresses, each one crowding closer. They extended their pallid arms, surrounding me completely. I cried out for them to leave me be, yet no one heeded my pleas. I yearned to flee, but escape eluded me. I was utterly overwhelmed by the countless witches pressing upon me, to the point of tears. Gradually, the exquisitely beautiful faces of these sorceresses appeared to melt like wax, dripping away to reveal terrifying, ghastly skulls. Meanwhile, their bodies retained the smooth skin of youth, as they encircled me in a grotesque dance, a sight utterly revolting. "Oh, where have you gone, old Jiang?" I silently invoked his name, hoping against hope for his timely arrival. Just then, those icy, pale hands simultaneously clutched my throat. The suffocating agony surged within my chest. Yet these apparitions had no intention of releasing me. They erupted into triumphant laughter, as if intent on dragging me into the depths of hell for eternal damnation. Was I destined to perish? Would the curse of Thunder Town remain unbroken, forcing my mother to spend her days in the dark abyss? Strangely, I suddenly thought of Big Tiger, that mischievous chubby cat. Would anyone care for him? I truly wished he could always have meat to eat and remain plump. In despair, I closed my eyes. But just as despair threatened to engulf me, a deep, resonant male voice reverberated through the corridor. I groggily opened my eyes and beheld old Jiang's face. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with intensity, radiating an overwhelming presence. As his right hand poised like a sword, pointing at my brow, it was this very gesture that roused me from the depths of my despair. I am unsure of the arcane powers that old Jiang has summoned, but his recent shout seemed akin to an invisible blade, shattering the several priestesses encircling me into fragments. At this moment, the remaining priestesses could no longer muster laughter. They emitted piercing screams, in a state of terror, desperately attempting to merge into the murals. Yet, before old Jiang, they disintegrated one by one, turning to ashes. What is happening? I blinked, evidently astonished by old Jiang's display. Regaining my composure, I glanced around, and the entire corridor of the tomb lay still and silent, the murals on either side pristine as ever. Where were the female ghosts? Not a soul was missing from our ranks. Silver Bell pouted, "What a useless lot. Among the 4 Qilin members, only you fell for it. Jinglan's performance has been commendable. Linger, refrain from your words." Helan Xue suddenly shot a glare at Silver Bell, urging her to reflect upon how she had descended, suggesting that it was ungracious to forget the kindness of others while casting stones. This remark sent a jolt through me. Could it be that death in the illusion meant death in reality? How terrifying. Old Jiang elucidated. "Ha! Were it not for my reluctance to take on a new apprentice just yet, you would be eternally bound to those priestesses." It turns out that the art of divination was a profoundly dreadful sorcery from the Shang dynasty. Once ensnared, one's soul would be dragged into an illusion from which escape was impossible. In simpler terms, it meant the loss of one's soul. Should one lose their soul, the consequences could be fatal or result in madness. Old Jiang's earlier bellow was intended to dispel the sorcery, while his gesture aimed to anchor my spirit. In the Shang dynasty, the art of divination was often employed to punish those who did not believe in the spirits, both men and women. It is indeed unexpected that such practices would be found within the tomb passage, leaving one utterly unguarded. Upon hearing this, I instinctively touched my clever head, fearful of any potential misfortune. Fortunately, I was not alone in this predicament. Nearly all the soldiers and archaeologists had fallen victim to the divination. Just moments ago, old Jiang had chosen to rescue me last, fearing that the others might succumb to their wavering resolve and remain in a stupor. His protective instincts were commendable. However, upon reflecting on how those priestesses nearly choked me to death, I felt an urge to deliver a punch to old Jiang. Surprisingly, he remained unperturbed, instead lighting a cigarette. The experts present inquired about the nature of the divination and how the priestesses mysteriously descended from the murals. With a genial smile, old Jiang explained, "Do you know why the lights here emit a green hue? I suspect they have incorporated special incense, which, when ignited, releases an aroma capable of disorienting our minds." He continued, "So when you entered, you lit a cigarette but hardly had a chance to smoke it. What was your intention?" At that moment, Helan Xue cast a glance at old Jiang. "Indeed, my intention was to use the smoke to dispel the incense," old Jiang affirmed with a nod. "Yet, I did not anticipate the potency of the divination set within this tomb passage. My smoke could only diminish its effects to a degree. But does the art of divination truly exist?" The historian Bai Xue queried, his expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Old Jiang smirked sideways. "If you doubt it, feel free to take a shovel and scrape away at the murals to uncover what lies beneath." Several experts exchanged glances, their faces reflecting concern. "This is rather troubling. These murals are artifacts, and what if?" Qiu Xiuxiu, however, remained unfazed. She withdrew a military shovel from behind her and struck the mural with force, sending dirt flying and revealing an eerie white flute. Upon merely touching it, her expression soured, for the flute was indeed crafted from the bones of a child. More significantly, it precisely matched the image of the shaman playing a bone flute depicted in the mural. The other experts, witnessing this unsettling scene, joined in the excavation, quickly discovering that the wall concealed numerous skeletal remains. Notably, the pelvic bones indicated that all belonged to young women. The postures of these young women mirrored the dance depicted in the mural, unmistakably resembling the shamans portrayed therein. It became evident that they had been deliberately arranged in such a peculiar manner and embedded within the wall after their demise. If they had indeed been shamans in life, it would not be surprising for them to have wielded sorcery. Yet, these archaeological experts held a deep reverence for the artifacts. They only damaged one wall, preserving the other intact for future generations to study. After all, the Yin ruins were vast, and even if they returned victorious, They could only carry away 1 or 2 relics to attest to that glorious era. Let us proceed. Old Jiang squinted, exhaling a thick ring of smoke, and casually walked ahead. Yet we had traversed only half of this long corridor, with the other half adorned by an increased number of murals depicting sorceresses. As the bronze lamps flickered, the haunting scent within the tomb grew ever more intense. Could old Jiang manage this alone? The assembled archaeologists, along with the soldiers present, exchanged uneasy glances, for they had all witnessed the terror these sorceresses could invoke. However, it became evident that we had underestimated old Jiang. As the sound of his polished shoes echoed further down the corridor, the sorceresses began to struggle free from their painted confines. With flowing hair cascading around their enchanting faces, they extended their icy hands towards old Jiang's throat. Yet he did not flinch. Instead, he inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. The swirling smoke encircled him like a talisman against malevolence, dispersing the outstretched arms of the sorceresses. A chorus of feeble wails erupted from the sorceresses as they faced him, yet old Jiang remained unfazed. With each step he took and every puff he inhaled, any sorceress that dared to approach was reduced to mere ash. Witnessing this sequence of events left us in a stupor. Was this truly the same old Jiang, miserly, lecherous, and treacherous? He seemed to embody a divine presence. Chapter 49. Breaking the arrow formation before long, the sorceresses on both sides had been vanquished by old Jiang. As his cigarette burned to its end, he yawned and stretched languidly at the corridor's conclusion, beckoning us forward with a gesture that indicated it was safe to pass. The archaeologists and soldiers exchanged glances, each raising their thumbs in admiration. Soon, everyone traversed the corridor, yet the dark end did not lead to a tomb chamber, but rather to a peculiar passageway. In stark contrast to the previously spacious corridor that could accommodate a carriage, this passage was adorned with damp, narrow slabs of blue stone, barely allowing 2 individuals to walk side by side. Upon closer inspection, the passage resembled an arrow shot forth, extending straight ahead, seemingly without end. It is the unknown that breeds the greatest fear. Moments ago, vibrant murals were visible, yet here, only stark bricks remained, raising suspicions. I cast a furtive glance at old Jiang, noticing his furrowed brow, suggesting he too harbored doubts about the passage before us. "Master, do you discern the way?" I inquired. If he deemed it complex, then surely. Just as I felt a wave of anxiety, Bai Shui, the historian within our midst, was the first to step forward, claiming he wished to study the brickwork of the Shang dynasty. It was old Jiang. Bai Shui stumbled to his feet, questioning old Jiang's intent, to which old Jiang replied with a cold chuckle, "Of course, to save your life. But I merely wish to take a look. Not venture far, this passageway is not for you to enter." Old Jiang, disinterested in further discussion, fixed his gaze unwaveringly ahead. The others present, aware of old Jiang's temperament, refrained from further inquiries. Me? Lin Jianya pointed to his own nose, astonished. Old Jiang, with a smile, remarked, "Given your prowess in the divination earlier, and your escape from misfortune, I believe this time the risk is minimal." Cho Shoshio interjected, "Oh, wait a moment." Captain Lin clearly fell victim as well, although his reaction appears quite different from ours. We were rendered voiceless, as if our souls had been snatched away, while he simply fainted. I turned my gaze towards Lin Jianya, feeling perplexed. Logically, it made sense that Lao Jiang and He Lanxue, being the Black Blade Qilin, remained unscathed. Silver Bell, protected by a basket of cursed insects, also had a shield of sorts. But what about Lin Jianya? Why did his response to the spell differ from everyone else's? Unless, as Lao Jiang suggested, he had not truly been affected and had been merely acting throughout. But what could be the motivation behind such a performance? Lin Jianya appeared utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Mr. Jiang, are you jesting? Just moments ago, I witnessed numerous long-haired women emerge from the mural to attack me, which left me fainted. I have no recollection of what transpired in between. If Mr. Jiang has held any opinions of me along the way, he should voice them directly. My life was saved by Mr. Jiang, and I am willing to pave the way for everyone. But Mr. Jiang must not wrongfully accuse me. I, Lin Jianya, have devoted decades to archaeology, serving my country and my people with integrity, and I cannot bear such a label." At that moment, Lao Jiang suddenly erupted in laughter. "Old Lin, I was merely joking with you. Why the overreaction? However, Lin Jianya firmly insisted that such jesting was inappropriate. Squad leader Zhang volunteered, offering to send a few soldiers inside to scout the area. He had 2 men under his command, nicknamed Mountain Leopard and Chameleon, both adept at reconnaissance and guerrilla tactics. Yet Lao Jiang waved his hand dismissively, inquiring if he had brought any canned goods. Indeed, Sergeant Zhang provided several boxes of military canned pork. Old Jiang hefted one can in his hand, gauging its weight, and then hurled it down the corridor as if he were bowling. Clang, clang. A multitude of colossal bronze crossbows emerged from the blue bricks. With a swift whoosh, countless gleaming bronze arrows shot forth, densely filling the air. Not only did the arrows pierce the can, but they also riddled the entire path with holes. The scene could aptly be described as a rain of arrows. My heavens! It was fortunate I hadn't ventured in earlier. Otherwise, I would have been transformed into a hedgehog. Bai Shui patted his chest, feeling a wave of relief. He finally understood old Zhang's intentions, his previous ire dissipating as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Qiu Shoushou praised old Zhang effusively. Thank goodness, Mr. Zhang has such a keen eye. Truly, no mechanism escapes your notice. Old Zhang, filled with pride, seemed almost to have his tail wagging towards the heavens. Lin Jianya inquired, "What shall we do now?" It appears these bronze crossbows are crafted by skilled artisans, capable of automatic reloading and firing. Who knows when the tension in the bowstrings will be exhausted? We cannot simply continue tossing objects. We must force our way through, old Zhang declared, discarding the burnt-out cigarette butt and crushing it underfoot. Just as I was about to step aside and admire old Zhang's performance, I suddenly heard my name. Li Jinglan, come here. It was none other than old Zhang himself. He actually wanted me to venture ahead to scout the way. Hadn't he already spoken sweetly? Why should I bear the burden of this peril while he remained unscathed? I resolutely refused, asserting that throughout history, over 5,000 years, I had never encountered such a treacherous mentor. Old Zhang sighed deeply, reminiscing. The black knife Qilin has always charged into battle in this manner. I recall the days when my master led me, along with my 4th sister and 5th brother, to conquer one ancient tomb after another. Indeed, this tradition of putting disciples in peril has been passed down through generations. I urged old Zhang to extract the essence while discarding the dross, yet he remained unmoved, asserting his seniority. As a newcomer to the Qilin, how can it be justifiable for the juniors to lead the charge? I glanced at Silver Bell and suggested, "Isn't there another one? Why shouldn't Silver Bell take the lead?" Reluctantly, I stood at the entrance of the corridor, craning my neck to peer inside. The sight of the densely packed bronze arrows extinguished any flicker of courage within me. If I were to enter, I would undoubtedly reincarnate as a hedgehog in my next life. Old Zhang, I shall haunt you even in death. I bellowed his name, only to be met by the rustling sound of the bronze crossbows springing to life. With no other recourse, I adopted a desperate stance, rushing forward like a madman. As a flurry of arrows flew toward me, my heart sank. Their speed was so astonishing that even the naked eye struggled to track them. Each time an arrow whistled through the air, it was deftly deflected by old Zhang's black knife, while Helan Shui stood on old Zhang's shoulders, piercing through the bronze crossbows that incessantly spat out arrows with her long sword. In a mere second, she had already dismantled 4 of those bronze contraptions. Around me, the glint of blades was fierce, and overhead, shadows of swords danced wildly. A man and a woman, one robust and the other ethereal, safeguarded my safety along the wall, ensuring that I reached the end unscathed. Meanwhile, Helan Shui and old Zhang had dismantled all the traps. Helan Shui stood amidst a sea of arrows, her black attire exuding an indescribable elegance, her hair perfectly in place. Old Zhang, removing the cigarette from his lips, remarked with disdain, "Took me the effort of just 1 cigarette this time." His tone suggested a sense of regression, yet the reality was that a volley of arrows had just been unleashed. Even a seasoned tomb-raiding crew would struggle to navigate such peril unscathed. Yet, old Zhang and Helan Shui, merely 2 individuals, had managed it in the span of a single cigarette. The strength of the Black Blade Qilin was astounding. I felt as though my understanding was being continually upended, and astonishingly, there were countless others like old Zhang who bore the title of Black Blade Qilin. Chapter 50. The tomb of the digging army. As I touched my intact body, an overwhelming sense of pride welled within me, as if I had single-handedly vanquished the arrow trap. Yet, I could not dismiss the notion that my own sacrifice played a pivotal role. I silently reassured myself, but when I glanced at old Jiang and Helan Shui, I could not help but reveal my envy. Old Jiang, sensing my gaze, burst into hearty laughter. "Do not look at me with such eyes, young one. Within 10 years you shall surpass me." I thought he was merely jesting, only to discover that old Jiang spoke with earnestness. He claimed that I possessed the Wan Tao bloodline, an innate gift surpassing that of ordinary folk. And now I had also acquired the ancestral technique known as the 36 arts of moving mountains and filling seas. The future creations will undoubtedly surpass him. Silver Bell approached with a lively bounce, her jingling laughter uplifting our spirits. As the arrow formation broke, Captain Zhang escorted Lin Jianye and others towards us. Upon reuniting, they couldn't help but praise old Jiang and Helan Shui. Qiu Xiuxiu, however, seemed more curious about the relationship between Helan Shui and old Jiang. "Mr. Jiang calls you fourth sister. Are you fellow apprentices? Or is there another connection?" Old Jiang coughed, his face flushing like a monkey's rear. Yet, Helan Shui paid him no mind and strode forward. After a few steps, when Helan Shui pushed open a small stone door at the end of the passage, a vast clearing, roughly the size of several football fields, unfolded before our eyes. The entire area was covered in black soil, devoid of any vegetation, resembling a gigantic ghostly claw stretching outwards. Even the tomb's apex seemed to rise several meters, making us feel as if we had entered another realm. This tomb was far beyond our comprehension. Typically, a burial chamber would follow a passage, yet we had seen none thus far. Old Jiang remarked, "Perhaps we have yet to reach the edge of the royal tomb. We are still on the outskirts of the Yin ruins." This time, the archaeologists had learned their lesson. They wisely refrained from rushing in, instead standing with their torches on guard, awaiting old Jiang's command. After surveying the area and confirming there was no danger, old Jiang led us down into the hollow. To our astonishment, the vast depression was entirely blanketed with crimson artifacts, their vivid hue contrasting starkly against the dark soil. As we approached, it became evident that these were numerous rusted red armors. The expert accompanying us, Du Wenbin, a scholar renowned for his studies on bronze artifacts, appeared refined yet spoke little throughout our journey. His insights garnered much agreement, as Qiu Xiuxiu inquired of Lao Jiang whether the martial disposition of the Shang king necessitated the burial of armors. Lao Jiang, however, shook his head, asserting that this was not a mere burial practice but rather indicative of a brutal battle that had transpired. This army, for reasons unknown, had arrived at this location only to fall prey to an unseen ambush, resulting in their complete annihilation. Even after the passage of several millennia, the marks of their desperate flight and ferocious struggle remain etched deeply in the soil, with numerous arrows still protruding from various spots. This evokes a line from an ancient poem: "To chase the light cavalry, the heavy snow covers bow and blade." Expert Lu Baoping pondered whether the gravediggers were reenacting a battle, questioning why only armor was found and not a single corpse, considering that hundreds had fallen in combat. "Surely, there cannot be a complete absence of remains," he exclaimed. However, these seemed not to belong to the Shang army. Qiu Xiuxiu suddenly posed a pivotal question. "To my knowledge, the Shang army never donned red armor. Historically, the dynasty most fond of such hues was." Before she could finish, Bai Shui leaped into the depression, and after a mere glance, he exclaimed in shock, "The Tang dynasty. These armors belong to the Tang, specifically the Mingguang armor worn by their elite forces." Du Wenbin could not help but step forward and inquire, "The Tang dynasty? Is this not the Yin ruins? How could there be armor from the Tang dynasty here, which is a discrepancy of over 1600 years?" Upon hearing this, I immediately turned my gaze towards old Jiang, who appeared unfazed, as if he had long possessed all the answers within his mind. With a grim expression, old Jiang leaped down into the depression, lifted a heavy suit of armor, and tore off an emblem from the chest plate, tossing it towards me. "Youngster, do you recognize this?" My eyes instantly lit up. Of course I recognize it. How could I not? It was this very tattoo that allowed me to unlock Wan Tao's copper box. If I recall correctly, you once told me this is the insignia of the Juzi army. commanded by Wen Tao. This implies that these fallen warriors. At this point, I looked towards old Jiang, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is the insignia of the Juzi army, the 6 underworld beasts. Coupled with the equipment they bear, these individuals must have been part of the Juzi army that accompanied Wen Tao into the tomb. With old Jiang's guidance, I quickly realized that this army was predominantly equipped not with swords and blades, but rather with an array of tomb-raiding tools. There were not only shovels and spades, but also ropes and grappling hooks, as well as their most favored weapon, the longtail bow. The archery skills of the Juzi army were formidable, as we had already experienced through the young men of Lasian, who seemed to never miss their mark. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the connection to Wen Tao, Lin Jianye immediately approached, asking, "What did you say?" "This is the Juzi army under Wen Tao." Old Jiang cast a glance at him, unwilling to elaborate. However, Qiu Xiuxiu and the others became intrigued and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, when you initially sought the tomb entrance, you mentioned being inspired by Wen Tao's notes, utilizing celestial constellations to locate the land of the fated mysterious bird. Now, with Wen Tao's traces appearing in this tomb, would you kindly elaborate on that manuscript?" Previously, old Jiang could dismiss inquiries on the grounds that it was not the right time. Yet, with the emergence of a considerable number of excavation soldiers' armor, he could only briefly mention the notes. He explained that they had fortuitously acquired that testament, revealing that Wen Tao had plundered countless grand tombs, but it was the Yin ruins that left him with deep regrets, becoming his haunting obsession. Regrettably, not long after, Wen Tao fell victim to the emperor's machinations, and thus he secretly recorded the methods for tomb searching, hoping that future generations might fulfill his unrequited wishes. These armors likely belonged to the diggers from that ill-fated expedition, sighed old Jiang. Lin Jianye then posed a question. Each piece of armor is intact, complete with helmets and gauntlets, which does not suggest they were discarded in haste. But what of the individuals within? Even if their corpses have decayed, there should remain at least a few bones, shouldn't there? Lin Jianye's observation was astute. The armors did not appear to have been simply removed, but rather, it seemed as if the occupants had inexplicably vanished. Yet, with so many suits of armor, at least 200 or 300 belonging to the most elite excavation forces, what calamity could have befallen them to result in such total annihilation, leaving no trace of their remains, only the armor behind? Mysteries unfolded before us, and the archaeologists eagerly anticipated a reasonable explanation from old Jiang. Shaking his head, old Jiang remarked, "Wen Tao's dying words were inscribed in the ancient text. Despite our arduous efforts, we have only deciphered half of it, leaving us utterly perplexed about the specifics. I only recall a phrase. On the very first day, I lost over 300 men. Beyond the first door lies a realm of red demons." I interjected, "Surely, Wen Tao referred to the losses of our army beneath us, but what are these red demons? It seems we have yet to witness them." Old Jiang squinted and surveyed the surroundings, and wherever he went, I followed closely. After all, being near old Jiang was the safest place to be. However, Lin Jianye appeared exceedingly interested in Wen Tao's notes, trailing behind us while inquiring incessantly, eager to catch a glimpse of the ancient text, perhaps hoping to unravel its secrets. This was quite bothersome. "Mr. Jiang, you possess many admirable qualities, yet your distrust of others is overwhelming. I extend my goodwill, yet you consistently keep me at arm's length." Lin Jianye wore a pained expression, and Qiu Xiuxiu attempted to intercede on his behalf, but old Jiang feigned a search in the depression, pretending not to hear. Yet, aside from the red armor, there was nothing else of crimson hue. There were no demons to be found, nor even a blade of grass. We continued our search, with Lin Jianye and several archaeological experts closely following. Before long, Commander Zhang suddenly pointed to a massive pit in the depression and exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" Old Jiang fixed his gaze and exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, "A secret tunnel." A hearty laugh erupted from him. "Wen Tao! Oh, Wen Tao! I underestimated you. I was wondering why there were no signs of intruders in the previous challenges. It turns out you bypassed them entirely, creating a clandestine passage to this very spot. Truly astute." Old Jiang lavished praise upon Wen Tao, acknowledging this cleverness that had not been mentioned in the last will, leaving one to ponder whether it was a precaution against outsiders or perhaps a deliberate test for his own descendants. If one could uncover the secret tunnel, It would indeed simplify matters. Otherwise, those with a straightforward mindset would have to face the challenges head-on. Bai Shui, on the other hand, held a rather unfavorable view of Wen Tao, declaring, "What a tomb raider. He is nothing but a destroyer." Old Jiang instinctively glanced at me, and I refrained from arguing. Though Wen Tao is my ancestor, many of his actions are indeed questionable. Moreover, with so many outsiders present, I was not foolish enough to reveal my identity before them. Since there appeared to be no so-called red devils here, perhaps they had been eradicated by Wen Tao. We should press onward. Having said this, Old Jiang produced a cigarette. Yet strangely, despite there being one left in the pack, he pretended not to notice and crumpled the box, tossing it into the secret tunnel. This act seemed deliberately concealed behind my back, as if it carried a deeper significance. Lin Jianya, who had been stretching his neck to peer around, was suddenly jolted when the playful silver bell, in her exuberance, collided with him, causing him to stagger backwards several paces. Thus, is there an issue with the cigarette case? Without me needing to inquire further, Lao Jiang had already quietly inscribed a symbol in the palm of my hand. The symbol was encircled, with a significant dot at its center. I felt as though I had been struck by a bolt of enlightenment and turned to Lao Jiang, who merely inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 51. The Peril in the Royal City. The dot within the circle was a covert signal used within the Qilin. It conveyed a caution. Beware, there is a traitor among us. This was something Lao Jiang had explained to me during our game of code on the train. Whenever we found ourselves in a situation where verbal communication was inconvenient, we would utilize such signals to alert one another. This implies that Lao Jiang discarded the cigarette case because he was certain there was a problem within our ranks, hoping for swift reinforcement from Qilin. Yet, I wondered when their arrival would be. But could that truly have been an ordinary Haidman cigarette case? I found it hard to believe. Regrettably, Lao Jiang had hastily departed, urging us to follow him onward. We soon left the ominous depression behind, remaining vigilant as we scanned our surroundings. Yet we encountered no anomalies and suffered no attacks. A pungent scent of water assailed our senses, accompanied by the sound of flowing currents. To our astonishment, less than a few dozen meters from the depression, a long subterranean river encircled us. No, it wasn't merely surrounding the depression. Rather, it enveloped a foreboding royal city. Beyond the river, towering walls stretched endlessly, and a colossal palace with black walls and golden domes rose majestically from the ground. The chilling waters of the river exuded an air of forbidding, as if a giant serpent coiled protectively around that grand subterranean royal city. There lies the true royal tomb of the Yinshang. Our eyes were almost glued to the sight of that royal city, captivated and invigorated. It seemed that only by stepping into that place could we truly witness the former grandeur of the Shang kingdom. Only by crossing the dark river could we genuinely enter the ruins of Yin. Lao Jiang took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Years ago, when Tao, through geomantic calculations, discovered that this place, bordered by the Taihang Mountains to the west and the Huan River to the east, with the two energies in harmony, must surely conceal the ancient tombs of the Shang dynasty beneath. If I am not mistaken, this underground river should be the source of the Huan River. The presence of a figure of significant military merit and high status is evident. Lu Baoping speculated about the identity of the tomb's owner as he spoke. We all understood that this journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. Such a high level of treatment must belong to a most esteemed interred individual. Du Wenbin gazed at the city walls in admiration, continuously expressing his awe. He remarked that even though he had only seen the walls and not the palaces within, the exterior alone suggested that it almost entirely restored the capital of the Yinshang period, with the moat quietly guarding this place. Qiu Xiuxiu praised. The city walls from thousands of years ago are so solid and majestic. It's no wonder that the Shang was the mightiest of kingdoms. These are our ancestors. Our great Huaxia far surpasses the barbaric tribes. Bai Shui, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke with tears in his eyes, uttering a muffled statement. Just then, a strange sound of a horn suddenly wafted from the distant moat.
Oh.
The sound of horns in warfare is imbued with masculine vigor, igniting a surge of fervor within one's chest, urging a bold assault. Yet, at that moment, the sound of the horn was imbued with an eerie chill, as if frigid air were seeping through my ears, freezing our very souls and thus manipulating our actions. The sinister coldness surged from the soles of my feet, ascending to my crown. Instantly, I summoned every ounce of alertness, urging everyone to ignite their torches and all available sources of illumination. Even Sergeant Zhang fired off a precious flare to avert impending danger. The heavy, muffled sound of footsteps echoed ominously in our ears. Before long, a peculiar troop of soldiers emerged from the distance, shrouded in dense black mist, rendering their forms and limbs indistinguishable. They patrolled the edges of the moat with an unsettlingly strange gait, moving in rows and columns, akin to marionettes on strings. The darkness enveloping them cast sinister shadows upon the water's surface. More troubling still was their bizarre manner of locomotion. Instead of lifting their legs and placing them down, they appeared to glide forward in a straight line. Were these spectral soldiers? We exchanged bewildered glances, recalling the appearance of the spectral troops we had encountered before. Yet the scene before us was starkly dissimilar. The previous phantoms had engaged in conflict, whereas the present figures were far more mechanical, chilling, and formidable. The coldness emanating from them was the essence of the underworld. A collision with the living would disperse our vital flame. This legion of shadowy soldiers did not roam within the moat but rather on our side, as if guarding the moat itself. Who dared to trespass would find themselves utterly annihilated. First there was one, then two, and soon the entire group turned their gaze towards me. What was even more terrifying was that they possessed no faces. Within their helmets were mere clusters of bright red eyes, at least hundreds of them. It resembled a multitude of ignited match heads congregating together, densely packed and layered. I could not ascertain whether it was fear or revulsion that overwhelmed me more profoundly. My stomach churned violently, and I felt on the verge of retching. However, when those crimson dots fixated on me, they abruptly halted their advance and shifted direction, drifting towards me. The sound was akin to those red points colliding against armor, propelling it forward. Many of us were paralyzed by the sight, but fortunately, Sergeant Zhang reacted swiftly, commanding his subordinates to open fire. The crackle of gunfire ensued after a flurry of shots. The dark mist enveloping the armor dissipated, yet the gunfire seemed to have little effect on them. In an instant, one of the spectral soldiers, upon being struck, was reduced to mere armor that clattered to the ground, while a swarm of insect-like red dots scattered in all directions. This spectacle left us all in shock. Lao Jiang suddenly realized. No wonder the remains of the previous group of diggers had vanished without a trace. They had been consumed by these ghastly entities. I inquired, "What do you mean, consumed?" Lao Jiang asked if I did not find these beings familiar. Suddenly, I recalled that when I had unraveled the curse on the bronze gong, a swarm of small, winged red insects had been released. Could these also be blood flies? Before us, countless blood flies wove an immense crimson net, buzzing ominously as they surged toward us. The soldiers who had just been firing their weapons stood in stunned disbelief. "How am I supposed to shoot this thing?" lamented Sergeant Zhang, his face a mask of despair. Old Zhang urged everyone not to confront the swarm head-on. Even the digging troops had suffered severe losses against these creatures. Our only recourse was to retreat, employing a strategic withdrawal. As we fought and fell back, one of the soldiers covering our retreat lagged behind. He fired a single shot before being engulfed by the vast red net. The swarm descended upon him, as if igniting him in flames. The sound of crunching echoed, reminiscent of animals gnawing on bones, sending shivers down my spine. Sergeant Zhang remained steadfast, firing desperately in an attempt to save his subordinate. These creatures devoured anyone they ensnared. Escape was our sole option. Seizing the moment, old Zhang led us in flight, and then someone shouted, "Water! Into the water!" Several archaeologists, disregarding all else, bolted toward the moat. Initially, I suspected a trap, but to my surprise, old Zhang also urged me toward the river. Once we leapt into the dark waters, the blood flies astonishingly ceased their pursuit. Many of them, though freed from their constraints, lingered restlessly outside the moat, unwilling to approach. Could it be that the blood flies feared water? Having narrowly escaped the crisis, we finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Bai Shui suddenly expressed his gratitude to Lin Jianya, saying, "Captain Lin, it was fortunate that you discovered these blood flies cannot approach the water and promptly reminded us to dive for our escape. Otherwise, we would have all perished here." It was only upon hearing Bai Shui's words that I suddenly recalled the voice I had heard earlier. It was unmistakably Lin Jianya's. Old Jiang and I exchanged glances, and we found Lin Jianya simply smiling modestly. I merely stumbled upon the right solution. Once can be attributed to luck, twice to coincidence. But it cannot always be sheer fortune. Lin Jianya is evidently not an ordinary person. Chapter 52. The living buried alive nevertheless. Since he intends to continue his charade, let him play on. After all, even a cunning fox will eventually reveal its tail. Fortunately, the underground river posed no immediate danger. The water was merely chilly. We exerted ourselves immensely and finally managed to swim to the other bank. As we lay on the shore, we felt utterly drained. Each of us sat on the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies sticky and uncomfortable. Silver Bell, perhaps unaccustomed to such hardship, placed her bamboo basket aside and began wringing out her drenched clothing. Though Silver Bell could be quite willful, she was exceptionally kind to her companions. While everyone else was swimming, she had been preoccupied with holding her large bamboo basket high, fearful that the water might dampen the precious spirit insects inside. And it was He Lanxue who assisted her ashore. It seems that the tradition of deceiving apprentices has only been inherited by the old ginger. Sergeant Zhang, accompanied by his soldiers, kind-heartedly built a fire for us to dry our clothes and provided some sustenance to replenish our strength. After such a long journey, a moment of respite was indeed necessary. The old ginger then produced a miniature camera, no larger than half a palm, and aimed it at Wang Chang before pressing the shutter. I inquired about this advanced gadget, to which he explained it was a spy camera from abroad, equipped with a 20mm zoom lens, which he had acquired with considerable effort. Now that we had entered the ruins of Yin, he felt compelled to capture its most precious moments. Several archaeological experts expressed their astonishment, exclaiming that once these photographs graced the newspapers, the world would remember the ruins of Yin. However, as he continued to photograph, the old ginger suddenly gazed at the towering Wang Chang in a daze. To his surprise, the grand city gates stood ajar, a 2-meter-high entrance revealing a gap, with rusted bronze locks strewn on the ground, clearly indicating human tampering. This suggested that although Wen Tao had fallen into an ambush by the bloodflies, he had still managed to breach the ruins of Yin with the remnants of his army. After wringing out our clothes to the best of our ability and consuming some steaming food, we set off again after half an hour. At this point, not a single member of the team voiced any desire to retreat, nor did anyone concern themselves with when we might find an exit. Instead, each face radiated with eager anticipation. After all, this was a place that those experts had pondered over for a lifetime, and now to engage with it up close, one could leave this world without any regrets. Upon entering the city gates, we discovered that this underground royal city was far more magnificent than we had ever imagined. It is as if one has entered a condensed metropolis. Upon crossing the threshold, a broad pathway unfolds, resembling a central axis that bisects the city. To the left lies the humble abodes of the commoners from the Shang dynasty, while to the right sprawls a bustling marketplace for the exchange of goods. We continue forward in astonishment, discovering stalls lined up in succession, some offering cattle and sheep, others displaying grains such as millet and sorghum. However, the vendors at these stalls are not living beings, but rather intricately carved stone figures. Some stalls even showcase bronze wine vessels, silks, and enslaved individuals from foreign lands, bound by ropes and kneeling on the ground, available for sale. This vividly illustrates the might of the Shang dynasty, which not only subdued the surrounding tribes but also achieved an economic prowess of unparalleled stature. Who could have imagined that this was the Shang from millennia ago? Bai Shui, in genuine awe, expressed his admiration for the rich tapestry of Chinese history. Yet, the societal structure of that era was limited, class distinctions were stark, and wealth was concentrated solely within the royal lineage, relegating slaves to the status of mere livestock, subjected to selling and slaughter. Bai Shui elucidated, in those times, the people of the Shang did not possess a concept of measurement in meters. They gauged distance by the span of chariots. Observe the space between the cauldrons. It is precisely enough to accommodate 9 chariots, a measure known as the distance of 9 chariots. The edifices flanking us are referred to as the Ming houses on the left and the Ming market on the right, for the people of that time were deeply superstitious regarding spirits. They believed that a soul persists after death, and as long as there are ample burial goods, one could continue to relish the opulence of life after death. At this juncture, Bai Shui paused suddenly. But to witness an entire city dedicated to burial, I must confess, is an experience unlike any I have ever encountered or heard of. This is even grander than the burial specifications of the Shang kings recorded in historical texts. Moreover, the bronze tripods on either side are intricately adorned with phoenix motifs, which during the Shang dynasty symbolized the nobility of women, typically serving as burial accompaniments for royal females. Could it be that the occupant of this tomb is a woman? The very notion left Bai Shui incredulous. Such an expansive site of the Yin ruins, such opulent burial standards, would hardly befit even a king of that era, let alone be afforded to a woman. In response to Bai Shui's musings, Lao Jiang did not dispute but instead chuckled, remarking that the notable women of the Shang dynasty were few and far between. Almost immediately I thought of Fu Hao, that valiant general who conquered vast territories for her husband. At that moment, the leading Zhang, along with his soldiers, called out to us, "Look ahead, is there yet another large pit?" We hastened our steps and soon beheld a square-shaped pit. However, this was not a natural formation but rather a man-made sacrificial pit. This pit was immense, occupying nearly half of the royal city, densely filled with bones of various sizes. Lao Jiang cast a brief glance and stated, "This is the practice of live burial in the Shang dynasty. These are the slaves buried to accompany the tomb's master." Bai Shui, with great insight, promptly elaborated on the Shang dynasty's system of slavery. It turned out that the Shang held might in high regard, frequently launching campaigns against tribes that resisted their rule, thereby expanding their dominion into a formidable kingdom stretching from the Yangtze River in the south to the coastal regions in the east. Naturally, this led to the capture of numerous prisoners during their conquests. Indeed, even the most formidable nations harbor their share of backwardness. As I pondered this notion, my gaze was suddenly drawn to a chilling sight that sent me recoiling in fright, nearly causing me to stumble to the ground. Observing my alarm, old Jiang hastily inquired about my distress. I pointed towards a massive skeleton tucked away in the corner of the sacrificial pit and exclaimed, "Is that also a slave?" My words piqued the curiosity of the crowd, prompting them to peer into the depths of the pit. Archaeological expert Lu Baoping produced a measuring tape and, to his astonishment, discovered that the human remains, when assembled, stood an impressive height of 2.5 meters. The skull was thrice the size of an average human's. He marveled, wasn't it a common belief that ancient peoples were generally shorter than modern humans? How could such an extraordinary skeleton exist here? Qiu Xiuxiu chimed in, "The world is full of wonders. Perhaps this is merely one in a million." However, old Jiang shook his head, suggesting that this might very well be the remains of a legendary giant. At the mention of giants, the crowd reacted with astonishment, and just then, I was startled once more, inadvertently causing old Jiang to jolt as well. Regaining his composure, he playfully chided me, "You seem quite jumpy. Did you forget to bring your courage when you left home?" I gestured towards the giant's brow, urging old Jiang to observe closely. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a deep indentation resembling an eye socket on the vast forehead, strikingly similar to what we had encountered in Lasian. However, the individuals from Lasian were cursed, only developing a third eye at the age of 40. What, then, could be the story behind this giant? Old Jiang clearly understood my meaning. He gazed at me in astonishment and whispered, "The third eye? Could it be that this giant is also afflicted by the same curse? Or perhaps it was born with a third eye?" An indescribable sensation surged within me. Rather than fear, I felt a vague excitement. Perhaps the curse of Laytown could indeed be brought to an end by my own hands. In that case, I would be able to honor the deceased former mayor, and my mother could emerge from the dark, sunless depths. Chapter 53. The grief of the expedition I could not help but quicken my pace, for I knew that the truth likely lay just ahead. However, old Jiang delivered a swift kick to my rear. "Kid, remember, once you enter the tomb, you must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, a mere hook could send you tumbling into the abyss. This is what your master taught you." Old Jiang was reminding me not to let this curse cloud my judgment. I had to proceed slowly and carefully, step by step. We navigated around the sacrificial pit, our path dominated by the resplendent golden dome of the royal city and its towering walls, until we reached an exit that surprisingly led into the gaping maw of a colossal mountain. On either side of the entrance stood imposing statues of giants. These statues were likely crafted to a 1-to-1 scale of the giant race in their prime, boasting muscular physiques, clad in bronze armor, and wielding sharp axes. It seemed that, with a mere swing, those axes could cleave a person in two. I knew that such weaponry was referred to as a yu during the Shang dynasty, reserved solely for the royal guard. Confronted by two towering statues of giants, nearly 3 meters in height, we could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of dominance and grandeur, as if we had been diminished in stature, akin to emerging from a realm of diminutive beings. Was it possible that the armies of the Shang dynasty were indeed invincible? Imagine the terror instilled in their foes when accompanied by such formidable figures. Curiously, at the feet of each giant stood an enigmatic bronze vessel, as if these guardians were subduing some malevolent force. My gaze was instantly drawn to the bronze artifacts, and I inquired, why are there so many ding here? What significance do these vessels hold, trampled beneath their feet? Upon hearing my question, old Jiang shook his head, saying, "Those are not ding. They are zun." Zun? I looked at him in confusion. Old Jiang gestured towards the statues, affirming, "Indeed, what you see here is the bronze owl zun mentioned in historical texts, utilized in the Shang dynasty for rituals to appease the spirits. Do you not see how it resembles an owl's head?" With old Jiang's insight, I recognized the likeness. To my astonishment, I encountered yet another owl carving in this place. It truly is a messenger between the realms of the living and the divine. At that moment, Bai Shui approached and remarked, "Young companion, you should learn more from your master." In ancient China during the Shang dynasty, a zun was a type of bronze vessel for holding wine, but more often than not, the liquid within was not intended for human consumption. Rather, it was offered to the spirits. The intention behind this practice was to hope that the deities, after partaking of the wine, would alleviate the afflictions of those who presented the offerings. We have excavated several sacrificial pits around the Yin ruins, each containing a statue, yet none has displayed the exquisite craftsmanship of this bronze owl statue. Observe its form and lines. They are remarkably lifelike. This suggests that the offering person harbored immense wishes, perhaps burdened by significant afflictions. Could it be that the tomb owner succumbed to some mysterious illness? Hold on. It appears there are inscriptions upon it. At that moment, Bai Shui's eyes sparkled with insight, leveraging his expertise as an archaeological specialist. "Lao Lu, pass me my tools," Bai Shui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lu Baoping, behind him, promptly tossed over a backpack. Bai Shui retrieved a magnifying glass and meticulously scrutinized the surface, discovering that it was inscribed with oracle bone script, each character no larger than a grain of rice. Yet, as long as it wasn't the elusive script, he was undeterred. In fact, he translated each line with such swiftness that even Lao Jiang nodded in approval. During the time of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, a ruler of rare caliber, he was not only adept in warfare but also beloved by his people. His army, comprised of 100,000 elite Shang soldiers, was equipped with the finest bronze weapons and displayed unparalleled courage in battle. They swiftly vanquished various tribes, including the Chang, Yi, and Hu. Even the distant Fangfeng clan willingly submitted to the rule of the Shang and offered 4 of their mightiest giants as tribute to Wu Ding. The king, in turn, bestowed them upon his most cherished wife, Fu Hao, to serve as her personal guards. At that time, Fu Hao was not only a revered queen but also a beloved general among her soldiers, embodying both grace and valor. With such protection, Wu Ding could rest assured. Yinling, taken aback, gasped in astonishment as she gazed upon the colossal statue of the giant, then turned to look at the sacrificial pit they had just passed, inquiring, "Do giants truly exist in this world? Or perhaps an entire race?" In other words, the Fangfeng clan is indeed the clan of giants. Bai Shui elucidated that during the Shang dynasty, King Wu Ding governed with the aid of his wife, Fu Hao, who commanded the troops. The couple shared a profound respect and affection for one another, leading the nation to its zenith, a period historians later referred to as the revival of Wu Ding. However, this idyllic scene was shattered by a tragic event. One fateful day, a barely breathing border soldier was brought into the royal city. After reporting the dire state of affairs to Wu Ding, he drew his last breath. Enraged, Wu Ding learned that a northern nation, known as Mu, had instigated a rebellion. To quell the insurrection, Fu Hao, who had only just been entwined in marital bliss for less than a month, took command of the campaign, leading the elite troops of the Shang against the nation of Mu. Meanwhile, Wu Ding burned dragon bones for divination concerning his beloved wife and received an ominous omen, a rainbow emerging from the north, drinking from the rivers. Upon her return, Fu Hao fell gravely ill. Despite Wu Ding's relentless search for the finest physicians across the land, he could not cure her ailment, ultimately leading to their separation in life and death. The troops that had marched with her also faced a dreadful curse, and even among the Fangfeng giants, two sacrificed their lives to protect Fu Hao. In their honor, Wu Ding made an exception and interred their remains here, an act considered the highest honor for the Shang warriors. Does the text mention the nature of the curse they faced? I inquired eagerly. Bai Shui shook his head, responding, "No, it is only known that this curse is exceedingly fearsome." Both the physician and the shaman found themselves utterly powerless. It appeared that the curse was somehow related to the eyes, as the inscriptions depicted numerous peculiar eyes. Eyes! I exchanged a glance with Lao Jiang, who could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to seize the magnifying glass from Bai Shui to examine the owl statue. Indeed, the records concerning this curse were shrouded in mystery. We could find no other clues. At that moment, Bai Shui remained immersed in excitement, oblivious to the gravity etched upon our faces, as he continued. The phoenix pattern on the bronze tripod and the giant guardians in the burial pit seem to indicate that the true mistress of this Yin ruins is Fu Hao. To bestow upon a woman an underground royal city as her burial place signifies not only her elevated status but also the profound affection her husband held for her, perhaps even greater than his love for himself. In the Shang dynasty, only Fu Hao could bear such honor. Lao Jiang did not refute Bai Shui's assertion. Instead, he nodded and remarked, "The oracle bones we discovered also recorded, a rainbow emerged from the north, drinking from the rivers. It seems our conclusion regarding the tomb owner being Fu Hao is nearly indisputable." I tugged at Lao Jiang's sleeve, prompting him to continue inquiring about the curse. Perhaps Bai Shui possessed some knowledge? Lao Jiang shot me a glare, urging me to remain patient, then casually inquired, "Expert Bai, do you have any research on the Mu kingdom?" This was the first time I had heard of such a nation. Bai Shui furrowed his brow, indicating that he too had never heard of Fu Hao's campaign against the Mu kingdom. However, Fu Hao indeed subdued numerous small nations, ultimately departing from this world prematurely due to illness, yet he did not place credence in curses. At this juncture, Du Wenbin adjusted his glasses and interjected, "In the northern territories of the Shang dynasty, there existed a diminutive state known as Mu. The people of Mu revered the eye, employing it as their totem, until they were annihilated by the Shang, leaving no historical records." I was taken aback by the extent of Du Wenbin's knowledge. Bai Shui, intrigued, gestured for him to continue. Du Wenbin pointed at the recurring eye-shaped characters on the bronze owl vessel and remarked, "Bai Shui is correct. The curse pertains to the eye. It appears to have bestowed upon all invaders a sinister, unnatural eye, causing them to suffer a slow demise. Despite the invincible might of the Shang forces, who obliterated the Mu nation, the latter cast the most malevolent curse upon Fu Hao and his accompanying troops." Du Wenbin's words inspired a revelation within me, and I turned to him, saying, "Thus this curse indeed took effect. The skeletal remains of the giant serve as the most compelling evidence. The emergence of the third eye is a punishment levied by the curse of the Mu nation. Indeed, during my archaeological endeavors in the land of Shu, I once encountered a bronze mask from a millennium ago, which bore a third eye upon its forehead. Historical records have never documented the appearance of the Mu people. Yet, if they resembled ordinary humans, there would be nothing to conceal. The sole explanation is that their visage deviated from the norm, and documenting it would incite societal panic. Hence, even the owl vessel remains ambiguous in its depiction." Du Wenbin continued, elucidating further. "Cultural relics serve as the most authentic witnesses of history, whereas words can be manipulated and altered at will. Just as one mystery is unraveled, an even greater enigma envelopes me, leaving me nearly breathless. It is at this moment that I suddenly hear a series of sharp cracking sounds, as if something is shattering and cascading down in fragments. Simultaneously, A thunderous shout from Sergeant Zhang pierces the air. Beware! The statue has come to life. Before my eyes, two colossal statues, their bronze skin marred by rust, begin to shed their corroded layers, revealing a pair of enormous eyes that, to my astonishment, wink at me. Chapter 54. The awakening of the bronze golem. A pair of reddish-brown eyes gradually open, emitting a faint, eerie glow. This detail was noted in Wen Tao's journal, and while I was initially oblivious to its significance, I now comprehend its meaning. A piercing roar erupts from the throat of the giant, causing all the bronze fragments clinging to its body to shake loose, falling like a deluge of turquoise rain. "What are you doing?" Lu Baoping, who had been engrossed in deciphering the bronze owl vessel with Bai Shui, finds his magnifying glass sullied by bronze debris, igniting a flicker of irritation within him. Yet, upon raising his gaze to confront the source of the chaos, he is instantly paralyzed by fear. "Oh my God!" Lu Baoping's face pales, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. At this critical juncture, Sergeant Zhang displays the poise of a seasoned soldier, gripping Lu Baoping by the collar with one hand while pulling Bai Shui along with the other. "What are you waiting for? Do you intend to serve as a snack for this giant?" No one could have anticipated that the colossal figure before us would suddenly awaken. Moreover, it was not just one. The other giant merely let out a thunderous sneeze before brandishing a fearsome bronze axe towards us. The axe, with its wide blade, emitted a chilling gleam. Fortunately, although we were momentarily startled, our reflexes remained sharp as we darted towards a corner of the royal city, narrowly evading the hefty bronze weapon. The more we feared, the more our curiosity piqued. I could not help but steal a glance at the giant, only to discover that after shedding the layers of bronze corrosion, his stature had inexplicably swelled even further. If he had previously stood at 2.5 meters, he now approached 3 meters, his corpulent figure exuding boundless strength, with muscles rippling along his upper arms like impenetrable iron clumps. They remained still, merely bending slightly to deliver a downward slash, leaving a profound trench in the ground as the bronze axe struck, fracturing the cobblestones into a web of cracks. The resounding impact caused the entire royal city to tremble. It was unfathomable. Should that axe have struck a human, the scene would have been nothing short of horrifying. Suddenly, I recalled an ancient verse. Once there was a windbreaker, a yard tall, sweeping away the enemy chieftains who roamed the land. We fled the royal city in a frenzy, and as we exited the giant's attack range, he tilted his head back, revealing long tusks, and emitted a deafening roar. The air seemed to stir with two gales, carrying a putrid stench towards us, making us question whether the two giants had perhaps devoured hundreds of dead rats. The scent was utterly overwhelming. Qiu Xiuxiu anxiously inquired of Mr. Zhang, "What on earth is that? How can a bronze statue come to life? A living corpse?" Before Mr. Zhang could elucidate, a thunderous rumble reverberated across the ground. The two giants, in pursuit of us, slowly lifted their massive legs and brought them crashing down. Despite having fled to a considerable distance, they caught up to us in mere strides, rendering us as insignificant as ants in their presence. Their colossal bodies thudded against the earth, reminiscent of rampaging war chariots, causing the ground to tremble as if a minor earthquake had struck. Zhang, the squad leader, was unwilling to remain passive. He seized his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage towards the giants. The air was filled with the crackling of gunfire, yet upon striking the giants, the bullets merely left tiny indentations, having no effect on their movements. Not even a drop of blood was shed. I clearly shot through it. How can there be no consequence? Zhang was perplexed, but Mr. Jiang urged him not to waste his efforts. Did I not just explain? They are corpses, animated forms created through dark means. To become a living corpse, one must willingly embrace death. While still alive, they must subsist daily on freshly extracted corpse oil, abstaining from water and food, shunning all sustenance meant for the living, thus repelling the yang energy with the miasma of death. This corpse oil is derived from slaves, who endure immense suffering and thus harbor profound resentment. After consuming the malevolent essence of the corpse oil, the victim's bodily organs begin to decay gradually, and they develop an aversion to sunlight. Additionally, the resentment imbued within the oil alters their temperament, rendering them ferocious. At this juncture, they exist in a state that is neither entirely human nor wholly ghostly. The necromancer then administers a concoction of mercury, lime, and Sichuan pepper, meticulously injecting these substances into the cadaver's body to preserve its form, while simultaneously feeding it a copious amount of fresh blood from slaves to foster its bloodthirstiness. After a period of 49 days, a living corpse tasked with guarding the royal tomb is thus created. These two giants must have been forged through such nefarious methods. Initially, they willingly pledged to eternally protect the tomb, but after consuming the corpse oil and drinking the blood of their own kind, they have transformed into soulless zombies. Before Lao Jiang could finish his words, a resounding crash erupted as a bronze axe swung toward us. We scrambled to evade, but one soldier, standing in front of the archaeological team members, had his head cleaved off. Blood splattered everywhere, and the severed head was cast into the air, lifeless eyes staring blankly. Seeing this, squad leader Zhang's eyes filled with fury. "Chameleon, I care not whether you are human or zombie. Having slain my brother, I shall turn you into a sieve today." Yet, after expending an entire magazine, we merely halted one zombie's advance. At this moment, the only soldiers left to protect the archaeological team were squad leader Zhang and a soldier known as Mountain Leopard. The Mountain Leopard, a skilled marksman, wielded his Chinese-style rifle, continuously searching for suitable opportunities to shoot at the giants to cover our retreat. But alas, his efforts bore little fruit. "I'll take charge." Old Jiang let out a loud shout, seizing a rifle from the pool of blood, swiftly crouching to chamber around, and aimed at the giant's head. A yellow-orange shell ejected, and the bullet soared forth like an arrow released from its bow. Despite the giant's immense size, its movements were correspondingly slow and clumsy. Even though it raised its palm in an attempt to shield itself, the bullet struck true, piercing its reddish-brown eye. A flash of fire erupted, and the giant's eye was obliterated, eliciting a furious roar as it crashed to the ground. "Aim for the eyes," Old Jiang remarked coolly. At that moment, he exuded an aura of undeniable authority. Squad leader Zhang could not help but exclaim, "Excellent marksmanship." He then joined the Mountain Leopard in the sniping effort. However, our triumph was short-lived, for the giant rose once more. As it moved its hand away from its face, it revealed that, apart from the gaping hole where one eye had been, it bore no fatal wounds. Yet Old Jiang had thoroughly provoked its wrath. The giant pounded its chest furiously and charged at us. "Heavens, is this creature truly invincible?" Zhang exclaimed, wide-eyed. We all turned to Old Jiang, only to find he had discarded his weapon and was cursing. "These two beasts have been buried for millennia, older than my ancestors. I am at a loss. Everyone, let us employ the 36 stratagems and flee." As we dashed for our lives, Zhang attempted to delay the giant's advance with a grenade, but Old Jiang cautioned him against destroying the royal city. Our legs were nearly spent from running, for although the two giants moved sluggishly, each of their strides outpaced several of ours. They seemed inexhaustible, while we gasped for breath, panting heavily. Initially, we could circle the burial pit, but with their bronze axes in hand, each swing sent dirt and stones flying. Suddenly, Old Jiang, in a fit of madness, reversed direction and led us back the way we came. The giants resembled two rampaging deities of death, toying with us, their prey, as our strength waned, especially for Lu Baoping, who had previously fractured his arm and lamented that it felt as though it would break entirely. In this dire moment, squad leader Zhang had no choice but to hoist Lu Baoping onto his shoulders. Yet, the speed of their burdened escape was limited, and in an instant, a chilling glint of steel swung toward them. The advancing giant, intent on exterminating all who dared provoke it. Just as disaster loomed, the Mountain Leopard beside them summoned all its strength and shoved the two away, but it found itself completely exposed beneath the massive axe. With a sickening crunch, the sound of steel meeting flesh echoed, and the Mountain Leopard's legs were severed, hot blood gushing forth uncontrollably. One could hardly deny the courage of the Mountain Leopard. Despite the excruciating pain, it merely gasped, veins bulging on its forehead. Squad leader Zhang knew precisely who had saved him at that moment, and his heart sank as he cried out, tears welling in his fierce eyes, "Brother!" Witnessing this poignant scene, I rushed forward to assist without a second thought. However, at that very instant, I was unexpectedly shoved from behind, my feet slipping out from under me as I tumbled away like a discarded sandbag. As I rolled, I found myself before the giants. Simultaneously, I detected a strong scent of blood and realized that the person who had just pushed me had slipped a small, blood-stained pouch into my pocket. Damn it, who is conspiring against me? He gestured behind me, and with thunderous footsteps, the giants charged towards me with palpable excitement. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the two giants appeared to quicken their pace, their gazes filled with a ravenous desire, as if I bore some delectable essence that irresistibly attracted them. Chapter 55. A tragic struggle at this moment. Even the most foolish would recognize that I had been betrayed by Lin Jianya. Yet, in light of the present danger, thoughts of revenge were futile. My very life was at stake. I could only curse Lin Jianya and his ancestors while I fled in a state of disarray. I cast the cloth pouch aside, but the giants seemed oblivious, continuing their relentless pursuit. I longed to call for old Zhang's assistance. The massive bronze axe was raised high and came crashing down, shattering a bronze cauldron beside me with a resounding thud. Had I not dodged in time, I would have surely been the one to meet a similar fate. The predicament was dire. I was unarmed, devoid of any weaponry. The two giants toyed with me like a cat with a mouse, intimidating me as I floundered like a fish gasping for breath on a chopping block. I was nearly out of strength, and in my frantic escape, memories of that stormy night when I fled from Laytown resurfaced. There too, I had been pursued relentlessly, and I kept reminding myself, do not give up, do not abandon hope. Yet, at that moment, the people of Laytown were indeed my compatriots. The arrows they loosed always evaded my vital points, never intending to deal me a fatal blow. However, these two giants regarded me as their first meal after a millennium of slumber. It seemed they believed my escape was impossible, for they grew lethargic in wielding their bronze axes, opting instead to extend their colossal hands, which appeared as if sculpted from stone, cold and unyielding. My body was utterly ensnared within the grasp of one giant. An overwhelming pressure surged through my chest, rendering me breathless. Yet, rather than crush me, it slowly lifted its hand, then with a forceful motion, hurled me towards its gaping maw. I beheld the row of sharp, hook-like fangs within the giant's mouth, glimmering with a chilling light, more terrifying than that of a crocodile. A foul, putrid stench emanated, the remnants of countless decayed beings. In despair, I shut my eyes, tears cascading from the corners, aware that I had disappointed the old chief and my mother, realizing that all had misjudged me as the chosen one. Was I to accept my fate so easily? I was unwilling, I was defiant. I opened my eyes wide, determined that if I were to perish, I would at least shatter one of those monstrous teeth. Unexpectedly, at that critical moment, a shadow darted forth. She wielded a black long sword, her flowing hair billowing in the wind, her profile as stunningly cold as a daffodil. She appeared as though enveloped in a radiant golden aura, dazzling and captivating, rendering one unable to look away. Hilanshua thrust her sword into the giant's throat, causing it to grimace in pain and momentarily close its mouth, discarding me as if I were a mere annoyance. I plummeted from the heights, akin to an arrow shot from a bow, uncertain whether the several meters of descent would result in internal injuries. After landing safely, old Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief, remarking, "Fortunately, we were quick. Otherwise, I would have had to seek out a new disciple." Despite his apparent concern for my well-being, each word he uttered seemed increasingly irksome. I inquired whether we should assist Hilanshua, as both giants were now engaged with her. She swung her sword towards the chest of one giant, and though a dazzling arc of light followed her strike, it merely left superficial scratches upon the bronze armor, failing to injure the giant itself. The giant retaliated by raising its bronze halberd and charging at Hilanshua. With a graceful maneuver, she evaded the attack, causing the giant to nearly strike its companion instead. She was clearly exploiting the giant's sluggishness, hoping to manipulate her agility to incite them into a fratricidal conflict. However, despite their transformation into mere puppets, remnants of their former consciousness lingered. Recognizing that the bronze halberd could potentially harm one another, they discarded their weapons and thunderously charged towards Hilanshua, attempting to capture her with their massive hands. She parried with her sword but was still knocked back with a muted grunt. "Master, isn't the flame sword supposed to be effective against all zombies?" Why does it seem ineffective against these giants? I sensed something amiss and hastened to consult old Jiang. Old Jiang's expression was grave as he gazed anxiously at He Lanshu's figure. After a moment, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Fourth sister, do not confront them head-on. Flee at once." The two giants were not mortal beings. They felt no fatigue, yet they could deliberately wear down He Lanshu's stamina. Upon realizing that even the flame sword could not harm the giants fundamentally, fleeing became the only viable strategy. As He Lanshu fought while retreating, the giants closely pursued her. "Humph! Do not bully my master." Suddenly, Linger slammed her large bamboo basket, releasing a swarm of goo worms to disturb the two giants. "Go! Bite these two hefty fellows! Bite them to death!" She cheered them on, but the diminutive goo worms merely tickled the giants, and even Linger herself was struck by the giants several times. Witnessing this, old Jiang urged me to take care of myself before swiftly heading off to provide reinforcement. I hurriedly caught up with the main group, only to discover that, at some point, Du Wenbin had also fallen to the rear of the procession. Assuming he was injured, I noticed there was not a speck of dust on his clothing, and his complexion appeared natural, clearly indicating he was in good physical condition. Did he know old Jiang and He Lanshu? Why was he so concerned? Or was he, in fact, fixated on the giants? At that moment, I could not afford to ponder further, as I followed the others into the narrow exit of the royal city, which seemed to lead into a hollowed-out hill. I hoped the giants would not follow us inside. The mountain leopard's legs were already broken. Although successfully dragged into the cave, it continued to bleed profusely, leaving a long trail of blood behind us as we made our way. Zhang, the squad leader, frantically emptied the contents of his military pack onto the ground, retrieving hemostatic bandages and antibiotics to tend to the wounded Chuan Shanbao. However, Chuan Shanbao's face had drained of color. His lips pale and beads of sweat, resembling pearls, cascaded down his forehead, leaving one to wonder whether it was pain or fatigue that afflicted him. He grasped Zhang's hand firmly and implored, "Brother, do not squander time on me. Keep these supplies for yourself." Zhang, a seasoned soldier, felt his eyes welling with tears, unable to meet Chuan Shanbao's gaze. Lowering his head, he urged, "What are you saying? Steady yourself. I will ensure you return alive, honorably discharged, to witness your marriage and the birth of your children, to become a godfather to your son." Chuan Shanbao managed a bitter smile and replied, "After so many years of service, do you think I am unaware of how long my injuries will allow me to live? Let us not forget the mission entrusted to us by our superiors, to protect the Insu archaeological team. Even if we expend every last ounce of strength, we cannot afford to lose a single expert. They are the hope of our nation." I have always recognized that Zhang held his subordinates in high regard, viewing them as brothers bound by the trials of life and death. Only the weight of their mission could temporarily restore his composure. With great effort, he stifled his grief and said, "What would you have me do? You are my brother, my brother." He understood that a soldier's duty is to obey orders, yet he could not bear to abandon his comrade in such a dire moment. Chuan Shanbao grasped Zhang's hand and reassured him, "I understand. I truly do. I hope you can comprehend my sentiment just this once." The words of Chuan Shanbao caused squad leader Zhang to look up in astonishment, and I, who was watching nearby, felt a sense of foreboding arise within me. Could it be that he intends to? A soldier's death can occur in the wilderness. There is no need for his body to be wrapped in horsehide. Chuan Shanbao's eyes, which had nearly extinguished, suddenly ignited with fervent light. This was his resolve. He intended to hold the rear for us. Squad leader Zhang vehemently disagreed. "If there is to be sacrifice, it shall be I who makes it. I am the squad leader, you must heed my command." Yet, Chuan Shanbao smiled as he unfastened his belt, revealing 3 hand grenades concealed within. It was evident that he had long harbored thoughts of martyrdom. "Squad leader, promise me you will live well for our squad." "I shall take my leave first, brother." Before Zhang could utter another word, the thunderous footsteps of the giant echoed from outside. He Lanshui, Ling, and old Jiang also sought refuge within. This exit was not as high as the giant, yet unexpectedly, the giant lowered himself, attempting to squeeze inside. He began to sing a mountain song. Whether it was a tune from his hometown or a melody from the barracks, I could not discern. "My brother laughs at my arrogance. Sister, Do not blush. Oh, let us ascend the mountain. All I knew was that upon hearing his song, squad leader Zhang also choked up and joined in, while before my eyes, the visage of Lei Town seemed to materialize. Chuan Shanbao must have been missing home. Yet, he left not a single word of farewell for his family, instead smiling as he pulled the pin from the grenade. The 1st Special Squad of the 23rd Division, Private Li Chuanshan, reporting, the giant, overwhelmed by a pungent scent of blood, seized the mountain leopard with a single hand. As it devoured the creature, a thunderous explosion erupted from its throat, sending dazzling shards flying. In an instant, the very roof of the tomb began to tremble violently, causing the ground beneath our feet to sway precariously. Chapter 56. The fork in the road. The mountain leopard, in its demise, had granted us precious moments to retreat. Yet this was not the time for mourning our hero, for the shockwave from the explosion was fast approaching. We were all thrown to the ground, particularly Silver Bell, who, burdened by a large bamboo basket, spun like a top, teetering on the brink of being struck by the debris. Watch out! I rushed forward and pinned her down. Blushing, she understood my intent to protect her, offering a faint, almost inaudible thank you. Just then, another tremor shook the cavern, a deep rumbling. No, the earlier grenade could not have caused such a quake. My heart raced as I discerned a ferocious roar emanating from the swirling smoke. It turned out that the mountain leopard's sacrifice had merely resulted in the fall of one giant. Witnessing its fallen comrade, the remaining giant was engulfed in a tidal wave of wrath, pounding its chest and bellowing towards us, compelling us to cover our ears. This piercing wail echoed through the cavern, a lament for its fallen ally or a challenge directed at us. Having said this, I signaled for everyone to retreat deeper into the cave. The members of the archaeological team, once drained of energy, found themselves compelled to unleash their utmost potential for survival. Before long, we sprinted through the dark cavern into a man-made junction. It is termed a junction because 3 distinct paths lay before us, each obstructed by a door. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, we discerned the intricate designs upon the 3 doors with clarity. What shall we do? Which path shall we take? Bai Shui turned to Lao Jiang, seeking his counsel. Lao Jiang's expression was grave as he paced before the doors. I observed that the door to the east bore the carving of a resplendent shen bird, while the western door depicted a profound and shadowy owl, and the northern door illustrated a falling meteor. Qiu Xiuxiu spoke up, suggesting, since this is the tomb of the Shang kings, we ought to choose the shen bird, for it is said that the shen bird descended by divine decree to birth the Shang, serving as their totem. However, Lu Baoping countered, I believe we should take the path of the owl. Did we not witness the bronze owl statue beneath the giant's feet? The owl is said to communicate with spirits and ward off ailments for Wu Hao. Thus, it should lead us to the main burial chamber. Both turned their gaze toward Lao Jiang, anticipating his alignment with one of their perspectives. Yet, Lao Jiang squinted, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, indicating his uncertainty. At that moment, Du Wenbin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, Look, there are strange characters inscribed on the tomb door. If only we could decipher these inscriptions. Alas, my knowledge is but limited, and I cannot recognize a single one. We instinctively turned our gaze towards the historian Bai Shui, who also bore a look of frustration. If it were a script I had studied, perhaps I could be of assistance, he lamented, but this writing is entirely unfamiliar to me. I have neither heard nor seen it before. This is the script of annihilation. Upon recognizing the eerie and contorted radicals, both Lao Jiang and I spoke almost in unison. Lin Jianya, who had remained silent in the ranks, finally interjected, The script of annihilation? Surely Mr. Jiang can comprehend some of it, as it is said that the notes left by Wen Tao were inscribed in this very script. He insinuated that perhaps we needed to forge ahead to ignite inspiration and decipher the script. His words were unmistakably divisive, suggesting that Lao Jiang understood the script but chose to withhold his knowledge, intending to lead the living into peril. Lin Jianya's presence triggered memories of the earlier push, prompting me to point an accusatory finger at him and exclaim, What exactly are you? Time and again you sow discord, and just moments ago, you attempted to bring about my demise. Lin Jianya feigned surprise, questioning whether I had misunderstood something. Before the assembled crowd, I revealed the incident involving the push towards the giant. Yet Lin Jianya adamantly denied it, claiming he had not touched me nor displayed any sinister amusement. I witnessed it clearly. You indeed sought to harm Jinglan. At this moment, He Lanchua spoke coldly, her hand already resting upon the hilt of her sword. However, Lin Jianya still did not acknowledge it. Instead, he pointed at Lao Jiang and He Lanchua with a hint of grievance, saying, You and that little brat, you all conspire together to frame me. Naturally, I am left speechless. But I am a scholar, possessing the integrity of a man of letters. I shall never admit to something I did not do, even if it costs me my life. If a pathfinder is needed, I shall take on that role. Should I perish, you may take another route. Lin Jianya declared with righteous fervor. Comrade Bai Shui, the path ahead is yours to take. Remember, Yin ruins belong to the Chinese nation, and we must not allow certain unscrupulous individuals to pilfer any national treasures under our very noses. Qiu Xiuxiu interjected from the side. Captain Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. We have worked together for many years, and I trust your character. Mr. Jiang is our benefactor and would never harm us. Perhaps Jinglan simply misinterpreted the situation. Lin Jianya continued to feign agreement, and in an instant, all unfriendly gazes were directed towards me. I felt a wave of nausea rising. Yet, to my surprise, Lao Jiang did not exhibit anger. Instead, he stepped forward and patted Lin Jianya on the shoulder, saying, Captain Lin, my disciple is good in every way, except for his childhood penchant for deceit. I apologize on his behalf. This scene left me utterly astonished. My eyes wide as saucers. What scheme was Lao Jiang concocting, and why was I being used as a scapegoat? Master, I began, but Lao Jiang cut me off sharply. Silence. Haven't you caused enough commotion along the way? At that moment, the weight of my grievances felt insurmountable. Even Lu Baoping and Bai Shui began to point fingers at me, whispering, This young lad, so talented and charming, how could he behave like this? If not for his silver tongue, how could he have embraced his female peers? Lu Baoping scoffed disdainfully. Only He Lanchua regarded the situation with an amused gaze, as if watching a play. Yet, just as all eyes were fixed upon me, Lao Jiang suddenly sprang into action, swiftly reaching for Lin Jianya's face, revealing that this maneuver had been premeditated. Let us unveil your true self. However, Lao Jiang's smile lasted but a fleeting second, for he discovered that Lin Jianya's skin was impervious to his grasp. Strange. He muttered twice, as Lin Jianya stepped back, clutching his chin in pain, exclaiming, Ouch! Mr. Jiang, do you suspect I am an imposter? This left Lao Jiang in an awkward predicament, glancing between me and Lin Jianya, and forcing an embarrassed chuckle. Just a jest. Lu Baoping and several archaeological experts believed that Lao Jiang ought to apologize to Lin Jianya for his previous affront, as it insinuated that there was a traitor within the archaeological team. Such suspicions should never arise within a group, for they not only wound hearts but also fracture unity. I contemplated stepping forward to defend Lao Jiang when, suddenly, I heard a chorus of whispers, as if a multitude of spirits were confiding in my ear. This sensation had also manifested previously in the ancestral hall of Lei Town. I cast my gaze directly at the 3 tomb doors, yet I was captivated by the one adorned with shooting stars. In that moment, I inexplicably deciphered the inscription. There is a rainbow emerging from the north, drinking from which river? This sentence precisely corresponds to the crucial oracle bone script that Lao Jiang deciphered. The script is read, and at the time, I could not grasp its significance. Little did I know it would manifest within the ruins of Yin. Lu Baoping insisted that we, the master and disciple, acknowledge our mistake, but I chose to disregard him and instead borrowed a compass from Lao Jiang. To my delight, I discovered that true north aligned perfectly with the door adorned with a meteor. Elated, I exclaimed, Master, I understand. We must proceed north. However, my words were met with uproarious laughter from the archaeological team. Little trickster, that door was the first we dismissed. A fallen meteor holds no special meaning. Lao Jiang did not discourage me. Instead, he regarded me earnestly. Jinglan, are you certain? His eyes reflected my face, filled with trust. With the fate of Leijian at stake, I affirmed my certainty with a resolute nod. Lao Jiang declared, Very well, we shall go through this door. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the unlocked door and stepped forward. Heelan Shui followed closely behind with me and Ian Linger, allowing the archaeological team to make their own decision. Yet, amidst the thunderous sound of earth being excavated outside, I realized that the remaining giant was about to breach our sanctuary, and their time for deliberation was swiftly running out. Chapter 57. The classic of mountains and seas, the mountain of corpses. Beyond the door lay an immense underground expanse, even more vast than the sinkhole we had descended into. I couldn't help but marvel. These ruins of Een truly sprawl for thousands of miles, beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Moments later, Lin Jianye and his companions followed suit. Ian Linger could not help but mockingly remark, "Didn't we say we chose the wrong path? Why are they still following us?" Lin Jianye, wise enough not to engage, remained silent, while Qiu Xiuxiu comforted, "We have traversed this journey together. We cannot part ways now. Moreover, I have unwavering faith in Mr. Jiang's abilities." As a member of the archaeological team, Qiu Xiuxiu prioritized the team's interests, yet her admiration and trust in old Jiang were genuine. Jiang, still engulfed in the sorrow of losing his comrades, refrained from speaking. Suddenly, old Jiang seemed to sense something. He shut his eyes and listened intently, his ears twitching as if he were absorbing the sounds around them. After a moment, a smile graced his face. "There is a breeze. Ahead lies a way out." The presence of wind indicated that this place was not a confined space, affirming that the door I chose was indeed the correct one. The group regarded me with newfound respect, and Bai Shui was particularly generous with his praise. "Young man, quite impressive. What led you to select this door?" "Oh, he simply guessed," Ian Linger scoffed, unable to tolerate others' commendation of me. I felt no ire towards her. Rather, I found her demeanor, even at this moment, quite charming. After walking for several minutes, the path ahead began to widen. Yet Ian Linger suddenly wore a grave expression, glancing back. Lan Shui inquired about her concern. It was then that they noticed the large bamboo basket behind Ian Linger trembling quietly, the sound of buzzing insects emanating from within, as if sensing impending danger. "Be calm. Do not fear." Ian Linger gently tapped the bamboo basket and began to hum a soft melody, gradually calming the large basket down. She turned to Lan Shui and said, "Master, what lies ahead is quite terrifying. Even Lu and Mao Mao have been frightened." Lin Jianye seized the moment to deliberately remark, "We must be cautious. Encountering anything in this tomb could cost us our lives." This was a clear jab aimed at Zhang Paichong, who had lost all his subordinates and now stood alone, a solitary commander. Moreover, it hinted that Lin Jianye was subtly suggesting that the path he had chosen might not be the correct one. Though it was passable, it was fraught with peril. Qiu Xiuxiu, perceptive as ever, softly replied, "The fact that we can still advance is a blessing. Otherwise, if we were trapped in a cave, we would be devoured by giants." Even now, we could still hear the giants' labored breathing and the sound of stones colliding. It seemed that, even at this moment, they had not given up the pursuit, still intent on exterminating us, the intruders. As we spoke, I noticed an indistinct shadow looming ahead, tall and imposing. Could that be the tomb chamber? The flashlight's beam was too dim and scattered, swallowed by the darkness before it could reach the heights. Old Jiang glanced at Zhang Paichong and inquired whether there were any flares left. Soon after, a flare shot forth towards our front, and in the next moment, all present were astonished, their ears filled with a chorus of gasps. Before us stood not a tomb chamber, but a mound, a mountain of coffins, countless chains, rusted and green with age, cascaded down from the summit, suspending bronze coffins one after another. Each coffin hung vertically in a seemingly endless array, lined up one after another, densely packed and stretching beyond the horizon. My goodness, what on earth is this? It is our first encounter with such a terrifying multitude of bronze coffins. A millennium has passed, and green tendrils have entwined themselves around the bronze caskets. The elements have battered them, as if they have melded into one. From a distance, they appear as clusters of dark blue-black grapes suspended ominously in the air, a sight both eerie and foreboding. What is even more disconcerting is that these coffins lack lids, revealing the desiccated corpses within, laid bare before our eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. My heavens, there must be at least 1,000 bodies here. Lu Baoping took out his notebook, attempting to ascertain the number, but as he counted, he found himself unable to continue. From top to bottom, from left to right, all that surrounded us were bronze coffins and desiccated remains. The scene was utterly chilling. It resembled a waterfall composed entirely of coffins cascading before us. It even evoked a somewhat inapt ancient poem. Flowing straight down 3,000 feet, it seems as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. Everyone instinctively turned to old Jiang, who displayed a flicker of trepidation. This was the first time I had witnessed him in fear. Yet, in the presence of Helan Shui, old Jiang mustered his courage and declared, "Fear not, fourth sister, for I am here." Helan Shui chose to ignore him, while the silver bell-like figure shrugged nonchalantly. "Please, my master could never be afraid." Old Jiang never forgot to include me. He intended to investigate the lowest coffin for clues and beckoned me to follow. Reluctantly, I took a step forward, only to discover that the bronze coffin before me had deteriorated significantly over the years. However, aside from the liquefied fat, the skin and muscles of the corpse within remained surprisingly well preserved, resembling a mummified form. Moreover, a layer of white granules clung to its surface, akin to a frost. The other corpses appeared similarly preserved. Given the temperature of this place, such preservation seemed implausible. Old Jiang, perceiving my thoughts, corrected me from the side. "That is not frost. It is coarse salt." "Salt?" I exclaimed, astonished, and inquired whether that meant the body had become cured meat. Old Jiang admitted he was uncertain, yet he affirmed that the surface of the corpse was indeed coated in salt, likely preserved through a unique technique involving salting. Otherwise, after thousands of years, these bodies would have entirely decayed. When Tao had mentioned that the trees were laden with the fruits of the dead, could this mountain be the very tree he spoke of? Yet, from my perspective, it hardly resembled a tree of such magnitude. I glanced at old Jiang, who furrowed his brow and scrutinized the small hill, remarking, "It is perhaps a matter of shape. The entire mountain resembles an enormous tree crown, does it not? The intertwining green vines wrap around the chains, enveloping the coffins, reminiscent of fruit hanging from a tree." At that moment, Bai Shui approached. "Mr. Jiang, with your extensive experience, do you know the purpose of this small mountain? Typically, tombs are situated in accordance with auspicious feng shui, relying on significant dragon veins and mountains. Yet, what utility could a mountain filled with corpses possibly serve, aside from ill fortune?" Old Jiang squinted at the eerie mountain peak, remaining silent. At this moment, Du Wenbin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and mentioned a term. "Have any of you heard of the Corpse Mountain?" Inspired, Lao Zhang's eyes lit up as he inquired, "Are you referring to the Corpse Mountain in the Shanhai Jing?" In the Shanhai Jing, alongside the accounts of bizarre creatures, two of the most enigmatic places are recorded. One is Qingqiu, and the other is Corpse Mountain. It is said that Corpse Mountain is filled with decaying corpses, hanging one upon another, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Before Lao Jiang could finish speaking, Linger interjected, "Isn't that quite similar to our current predicament?" Lao Jiang urged Linger to remain patient and continue his explanation. "Over time, the corpses on the mountain's surface have rotted away, transforming into corpse water, while those closer to the ground, having absorbed this essence, began to take root and sprout, forming a grove of corpse trees. Although these trees bear human organs and flesh, their incompleteness renders them a peculiar form of vegetation, thriving on the essence of the sun and moon." A sudden realization struck me. Could it be that when Tao was referring to such an eerie plant? Lao Jiang nodded in approval, indicating the possibility, and continued, "In truth, Corpse Mountain itself is not terrifying. Rather, it is the plant known as gluttony that poses the true threat. As its name suggests, it consumes everything. Although the carnivorous plant thrives on the nourishment of decaying corpses, it embodies an essence so steeped in death that it belongs to the realm of the underworld, rather than the earthly domain. Prolonged exposure to this world cultivates a toxic experience, compelling it to consume anything alive, be it humans, animals, or flora. It relentlessly seizes the vitality of any living being within its grasp." At this juncture, old Jiang swallowed hard and declared, "In any case, we should hasten our departure from this place." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous rumble echoed through the air, accompanied by a cascade of gravel, as a colossal figure emerged before us. The ground here, not paved with blue bricks but composed of softer earth, yielded under the weight of the creature. leaving behind massive footprints. The giant is upon us, someone in the group shouted. In its relentless pursuit of us intruders, it hunched down and began to dig, using its enormous hands to claw at the soil, trailing after us all the way to this mountain of coffins. At this moment, we dared not utter another word about the mountain of corpses. Our only instinct was to flee for our lives. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look, the mountaintop has turned red. Following the direction of the pointed finger, we beheld the coffin mountain, once shrouded in ominous shadows, now seemingly exhaling vivid red tongues that transformed its very hue. Those crimson tendrils flickered rapidly, resplendent in color and saturated with a sanguine aroma. Old Jiang exclaimed in alarm. This is dire. The voracious plant truly exists upon the mountain, and it has blossomed. Chapter 58. The lethal technique of the silver bell, has it blossomed? I found myself perplexed by Lao Zhang's meaning as he shouted hoarsely. Did you not see those crimson tongues? That is the gluttonous flower. A deluge of small red blossoms spread across the mountain peak at an astonishing pace, reminiscent of scalding lava cascading down, instilling a sense of dread. Even more chilling were Lao Zhang's words. He informed us that gluttonous flowers typically do not bloom, as they require an exorbitant amount of nutrients. Often, after depleting an entire mountain, they find themselves devoid of sustenance and perish. Alternatively, a mountain of corpses may harbor 2 or more gluttonous flowers, which lack a sense of community. In their fierce competition for nourishment, they frequently engage in brutal combat, with the victor consuming the defeated. However, devouring their own kind leads to a sudden influx of toxins, resulting in wilting. Many gluttonous flowers live their entire lives without witnessing a single bloom, for flowering signifies maturity. Once they do bloom, they become carnivorous, producing a single small flower for every 10 living beings they consume. Staring in astonishment at the vibrant red mountain, I mused, the dense proliferation of flowers is utterly incalculable. How many lives have these monstrous beings devoured? Or perhaps the individuals within the bronze coffin were once alive, gradually siphoned of their vitality by the gluttonous flowers? Before I could delve deeper into my thoughts, the giant drew near, wielding a bronze axe, which he swung down with tremendous force, venting his pent-up fury. Yet this axe did not strike any of us. Instead, we adeptly evaded its deadly arc. The giant, intent on pursuing us, was suddenly besieged by countless tendrils that erupted from the bronze sarcophagus, resembling infinitely extending threads that surged forth at a breathtaking speed. In no time, the giant's arms were ensnared by the vines. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, the giant howled in defiance, causing the vines to momentarily shatter. Wielding his bronze axe, he cleaved at the encroaching tendrils, and a torrent of milky liquid erupted forth, thick and viscous, akin to curdled tofu or the very essence of human brain matter. However, the sheer multitude of the vines proved overwhelming, and the giant's movements grew sluggish. Soon, dark greenish-black tendrils began their relentless ascent up the giant's shoulders, spreading inexorably towards its chest. It is worth noting that this giant was once a valiant warrior of the Windward clan, imbued with formidable strength. Yet, despite his furious roars and exertion, he could not sever a single vine. These tendrils appeared to be guided by an unseen force, continuing their relentless advance once they had scaled his form. The eerie green vines enveloped the giant's visage, gradually infiltrating his mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils, until his features became unrecognizable. The encroachment continued down to his chest, legs, and feet. The 3-meter-tall giant was instantaneously bound by the dark vines, emitting muffled groans akin to a lamb ensnared by a constricting serpent. Meanwhile, I could not shake the unsettling notion that the giant's enveloped form seemed to be gradually diminishing, his muscles seemingly siphoned of their vitality. The small flowers atop the hill, resembling vibrant tongues, danced gracefully in the wind as if celebrating the moment. Vines had tossed the giant to those crimson tongues, and in an instant, they swiftly grazed over the giant's body, piercing through the once impenetrable bronze armor. The giant's form diminished rapidly, yet the crimson tongues did not wholly consume it. Instead, they cast it down the mountain. At that moment, we beheld a far more terrifying sight. A colossal, blood-red demon flower emerged slowly from the precipice, awakening at the scent of the giant. It unfurled its 5 petals, revealing sharp, menacing fangs akin to curved knives, and in one swift motion, it devoured the giant whole. The demon flower stood 3 or 4 meters tall, its vivid hue almost intoxicating, provoking tremors of fear. "Look at that," exclaimed the old ginger, directing my gaze. Beneath the flower dangled captured elk, tigers, and the mummified remains of soldiers clad in Tang Dynasty armor. How much sustenance had this creature stockpiled for itself? Yet, after consuming the giant, the demon flower did not cease. It opened its maw once more to swallow a dried corpse. The sight horrified us, and Cho anxiously inquired of the old ginger, "We haven't provoked it. It won't attack us, will it? Besides, it has so much food." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, losing conviction. After all, even if it was gluttonous and well-fed, it could treat us like the mummified soldiers, preserving us like cured meat in its little storage. Old Zhang's words left us chilled to the bone. Damn it, this flower awakens only once every few centuries, and we happen to be here at the wrong time. It's over, we should prepare for our final rites. In a state of slumber, one exists in the realm of the ethereal, and upon awakening, returns to the earthly plane. Especially beneath the ground, one can evade the consumption brought about by photosynthesis. Yet, every few hundred years, this insatiable entity must rouse itself. It needs to feast, consuming a substantial amount in one go to return to slumber, much like the hibernation of mammals. That mound of coffins serves as its source of sustenance. I surmise that when Tao entered, he was as unfortunate as we are, inadvertently awakening this flower. Consequently, the once invincible excavation army was devoured entirely, leaving the ruins as a shadow that haunted him for life. Old Zhang's pronouncement felt akin to a death sentence, and Bai Shui's face turned ashen. What shall we do? We can't even defeat the giants. Are we doomed to perish here? While we did not panic as Bai Shui did, we were all acutely aware of the peril that loomed over us. Thousands of years of existence, akin to the monsters described in the Shanhai Jing, how could we contend with such a terrifying presence? Why was such a formidable entity confined within a tomb, merely to guard it? This was not the time to ponder such questions, yet escape seemed impossible. There was nowhere to hide. Lin Jianya, like a vulture, took the opportunity to chastise me. "It's all your fault, obsessively wishing for our demise. Now look, you can't even save yourself. When did it become your place to speak out, my apprentice?" Old Zhang rested a hand on his black blade, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Regret for joining us is a choice you made, and it is of no concern to others." Lin Jianya was still eager to retort, when suddenly a series of hissing sounds emanated from the ground. Countless vines approached us like venomous snakes, exuding a terrifying menace. Squad leader Zhang immediately shouted for us to retreat, then unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the ground ahead. It was then that I noticed the vines were adorned with tentacles, resembling peculiar little mouths, sending shivers down one's spine. The gunfire echoed, as squad leader Zhang managed to eliminate several vines, yet even more encircled us from another direction. We found ourselves with no avenue of escape. Helan Shui unsheathed her long sword, and amidst the chilling gleam of the blade, several vines were severed, releasing a repulsive white liquid. Lao Jiang also drew his black knife, battling back-to-back with Helan Shui. Lin Jianya continued to mock from the sidelines, when suddenly Linger shouted, "Enough of your noise, you old turtle! What did you call me? You dare call me an old turtle?" Lin Jianya retorted, visibly infuriated. Yet Linger continued, stating that he was utterly inept at everything except for sowing discord, even surpassing Edo in his ability to claim the title of the most ineffectual king of a faltering kingdom. Lin Jianya nearly choked with rage, wishing to solicit the opinions of a few archaeologists for some reason, only to find everyone else had taken up their shovels, wholeheartedly collaborating to confront the encroaching vines. It was only Lu Baoping who offered a moment of clarity, yet even he compelled Lin Jianya to accept reality. No one had coerced us to follow them. Our legs are our own, so how could we blame that young fellow? At this moment, I found myself unarmed, trailing behind Linger, who had unleashed the insects from the large bamboo basket. The black swarm surged forth like a miniature tornado, fending off the encroaching vines, forming a protective circle around Helan Shui and me. "Devour them, consume them," Linger incessantly commanded. I could only perceive a relentless buzzing in my ears as the dark insects flitted about, deftly gnawing at the vines before us. Their bodies were plump, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling bees at first glance. However, the vines only multiplied, and it was evident that Linger was reaching her limits. In the end, her eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had been weeping. Linger, with her pearly white teeth bared, cried out, "Master, lend me your strength." With that, she abruptly set down the bamboo basket and sat on the ground, indulging in candy. As I watched her unwrapping the sugary treats, consuming one after another, I couldn't help but wonder whether she even bothered to chew. What was the time, and how could she still focus on sweets amidst such chaos? I found this utterly perplexing until Hilanshua urged me to keep a watchful eye on Linger, ensuring no one interrupted her. I inquired about the situation from Hilanshua, only to be met with disbelief at the revelation that the entire team's hope rested upon Linger. I glanced at her, noticing her cheeks puffed as she audaciously swallowed a handful of candy. While I could believe she had an insatiable appetite, the notion that she could contend with the gluttonous flower was beyond my imagination. After all, this gluttonous flower, which has thrived for millennia, caused the invincible Digger army to stumble and turned the giants of the Fongfong clan into mere fertilizer. Even the seasoned old ginger, the Black Blade Kirin, and Helan Shui found themselves powerless against it. Yet, since Helan Shui had spoken, I could do naught but keep a vigilant eye on Linger. During this time, Lin Jianye attempted to intervene deliberately, only to be halted by Qiu Xiuxiu. Perhaps facing imminent doom, Qiu Xiuxiu suddenly took the opportunity to reminisce with Lin Jianye. In the past, we left our homeland for the West, unreservedly embracing our mission to acquire foreign scientific knowledge and contribute to the archaeological endeavors of our homeland. Now, over a decade has flown by in the blink of an eye. Lin Jianye, reflecting on this, expressed, "Indeed, time passes so swiftly. You were merely a young girl back then, much like that lively little Kirin girl, full of laughter and spirit. Yet now, a few strands of gray have crept into your hair, and we still have not managed to unveil the secrets of the Yin ruins to the world. How many decades can one truly claim in a lifetime?" Previously, Old Ginger and I harbored suspicions that Lin Jianye might be a mole within our ranks. Yet Old Ginger refrained from tearing off the mask of deceit from Lin Jianye's face. Could it be that Lin Jianye's identity is beyond reproach, and he merely perceives our challenge to his authority as a reason to target us? After all, Lin Jianye has never resorted to violence against the archaeological team. However, this notion is difficult to accept. After all, it is only in our presence that the archaeological team can safely depart from the Yin ruins. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated by the war chariots long ago. The more I pondered, the stranger it seemed. An unsettling feeling lingered, yet I could not pinpoint the source of my unease. Just then, Linger unexpectedly let out a loud belch, drawing my attention. The resounding belch that erupted from the petite girl left me utterly incredulous. Surely, even a 300-pound behemoth could not produce such a guttural sound. However, before I could voice my astonishment, I witnessed the girl, Ling, suddenly rolling her eyes back as if possessed, extending her neck towards the tomb's apex, and then opening her mouth wide. From her lips emerged a resplendent golden silkworm, which visibly sprouted wings and gradually grew larger before my very eyes. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a creature the size of a fist, alighting upon Ling's shoulder. Concern washed over me as I felt an irresistible urge to approach her, but upon locking eyes with her, I recoiled in fear, retreating 3 steps. Her eyes. She possessed double pupils. Each eye socket contained 2 orbs, reminiscent of a fantastical creature. Yet, her beauty imbued a bewitching allure that was both enchanting and disconcerting. Gone was her previous vivacity. She rose slowly, exuding an almost magnetic charm. Beside her, Lu Baoping stood in stunned silence, muttering, "The golden silkworm goo. It is indeed the golden silkworm goo." Observing the creature as it writhed on the ground, I couldn't help but think of the Goo King that ruled over the vast Miao territories, where absolute power demanded fealty from all. Old Jiang inquired of Helan Shui, "Is there any issue with Ling's condition?" Helan Shui gazed at Ling with worry, admitting that this was her first encounter witnessing Ling summon the golden silkworm goo. Yet, there appeared to be no alternative course of action. Lu Baoping, an expert in flora and fauna, seemed particularly intrigued by the goo insect, hastily asking Helan Shui about Yinling's background and expressing disbelief that the legendary golden silkworm goo could be possessed by a mere child. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired previously, Lao Jiang mentioned that Linger is destined to become the Black Blade Qilin. Is this her unique trait? After all, the Qilin does not accept the useless. Lao Jiang sighed bitterly and replied, just look at her now. Who among us could surpass her? Helan Shui informed me, in truth, Linger is the daughter of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the Miao region, there exists a range of undulating hills, known as the 10,000 Great Mountains, due to the mountains beyond the mountains. Helan Shui shook her head at Lu Baoping's ignorance. To outsiders, it appears as a deathly zone where even the bones of the devoured remain unreturned. Yet to the Miao people, it is, their poison is my delicacy. Countless primitive goo insects thrive within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Any intruder is doomed to perish. However, the Miao people uphold a tradition that mandates both the black Miao and white Miao to enter the mountains in search of a goo insect and establish a contract before the age of 16, or they will be cast out from their homes. This is merely the requirement for ordinary Miao individuals. For the offspring of elders or clan leaders, they must venture into the mountains to seek goo by the age of 5, as the earlier the initiation, the stronger their future abilities. The first goo insect planted within them is their life goo, the most potent goo throughout a Miao person's life. Linger entered the 10,000 Great Mountains in the year of her birth, and her life goo is the most formidable among the goo insects, the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm goo absorbs the toxins of the 10,000 Great Mountains. On the day of its birth, flora withers, and all goo bow in submission. It has feasted on flowers for a millennium, and perhaps only the poison of the golden silkworm could pose a threat to it. This is also why Helan Shui refers to Linger as the hope of the entire team. However, I cannot fathom why, upon hearing Helan Shui's words, a sudden pang of bitterness arose within me. That naive and willful girl, whom I had always believed to be the darling of countless affections, was unexpectedly destined to bear the burden of a curse from birth. Is this not exceedingly cruel? Does her mother not fear that she might perish from poison? Contemplating these thoughts, I voiced my concerns, only to be met with a deep sigh from Helan Shui. Linger is the 9th child in her family. The previous ones all perished prematurely. The term premature death likely refers to being poisoned by the cursed insects upon birth. Linger is the most resilient among them and will also emerge as the strongest, much like the methods employed by the Miao people in their crafting of curses, where only the most toxic and powerful can survive. Yet, if Linger is a natural curse master, why would the Miao region allow her to roam free? Surely, she ought to be kept for their own purposes. I gazed at Helan Shui in confusion, but before I could articulate my thoughts, the moment was interrupted by the resurgence of the dark green vines that had lain low after devouring the blood-red demonic flower. With a swift motion, those ebony tendrils surged forth once more, twisting like venomous serpents, launching an assault upon us. Provoked, Linger grinned wickedly, shaking the bells in her hands, and declared in a sweet voice, seeking death. Her eyes retained their dual-pupil demonic appearance, and the golden silkworm resting on her shoulder radiated a luminous glow, enveloping Linger in a gilded aura reminiscent of a divine light. She advanced slowly towards the azure vines. With each step she took, the approaching tendrils seemed to encounter a natural enemy, retreating in haste and producing a series of crackling sounds. Upon witnessing this scene, Linger chuckled. This is what you get for bullying me just moments ago. Suddenly, she thrust her legs into the ground, bearing the weight of a massive bamboo basket, and began to sprint with an astonishing speed, bending low as she charged towards the left front of the demonic flower. My heavens, was Linger risking her life? My eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief as I observed her remain unflustered, the bells in her hands ringing increasingly louder, while she hummed an ancient melody. Poisonous snakes and eels, red centipedes, toads and scorpions packed in boxes. Great green caterpillars in the palm. Mantises wait until the Dragon Boat Festival. The most venomous is the golden silkworm, invisible and colorless, hard to guard against. Poisoning feels like 1,000 insects biting. Dear sister, you cannot escape death. Suddenly, a surge of black insects erupted from the bamboo basket. I could hardly believe my eyes. Was I mistaken, or could they reproduce in midair? As they left the basket, the swarm grew larger, as if capable of fission. Countless green vines encircled the front of the demonic flower, attempting to intercept the tide of insects, yet Linger merely laughed triumphantly. It turned out that this was merely a feint. The true assault was the golden silkworm. The silkworm had been hiding within the black swarm, but as it neared the flower, it discreetly separated from the main force and stealthily crept around to the back of the flower, settling upon its plump petal to begin feeding. In Chapter 60, a desperate struggle ensues. The spot where the golden silkworm fed visibly transformed into a pitch-black void. Initially, the demonic flower remained oblivious to the anomaly, but as the entire petal turned to a charred hue, it finally began to panic. Frantically, it thrashed its flower stamen, yet it could not break free from the grasp of the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm seemed to have become an inseparable part of the enchanting flower, clinging to it with an almost tenacious grip. Fortunately, the mystical bloom had thrived underground for a millennium and had developed a form of sentience. It recognized that the one manipulating the golden silkworm was the diminutive girl before it. Realizing it could not contend with the silkworm directly, it issued commands to the group of red tongues perched upon the mountain's crest. Yet, Silver Bell did not retreat. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, fiercely glaring at the enchanting flower. Countless tendrils launched a reckless assault towards Silver Bell, but an even greater swarm of black insects surged forth like a tidal wave, intercepting the tendrils in their path. This swarm blotted out the sky as it emerged from the bamboo basket, producing a resonant hum that formed a protective barrier around Silver Bell. How could such a multitude of insects possibly fit within that mere bamboo basket? Murmured Bai Shui, perplexed. Perhaps this spectacle had long surpassed the comprehension of a historian like him. Meanwhile, Lu Baoping, with a discerning touch to his chin, reflected, "The world is vast and full of wonders. Some phenomena elude even the explanations of Western science. It is important to remember that this little girl is the daughter of the 10,000 Great Mountains, a place shrouded in taboos due to the myriad of inexplicable occurrences that abound. Moreover, for the Miao people it holds a maternal significance. I have heard tales of Miao individuals who nurture the Gu, with Gu kings swarming with insects. With a mere flick of their sleeve, they can command legions of Gu insects to attack. Some of these creatures are impervious to fire and water, and upon encountering any living being, they unleash their ferocity, whether against humans, livestock, or malevolent spirits, obeying only their master's command. When the master orders them forward, the Gu advance. When commanded to retreat, the swarm will fight to the death to cover their escape. A lifetime devoted to a single master, and in return that master is safeguarded for life. As I gazed upon the overwhelming tide of dark insects that obscured the sky, an undeniable sense of awe and shock enveloped everyone present. At that moment, I suddenly heard a cold chuckle. Turning my head, I beheld Du Wenbin fixated on Linger with unwavering intensity. The daughter of the 10,000 Great Mountains. How intriguing, he mused to himself. In that instant, I perceived a flicker of faint jealousy in his demeanor. Concerned for Linger, I stepped forward and inquired, "Expert Du, do you have any connections with the 10,000 Great Mountains? Do you know Linger? What do you think, descendant of Wan Tao?" Upon hearing this, my heart sank and I instinctively took a step back. How could Du Wenbin discern my lineage as a descendant of Wan Tao when I had never mentioned it? Observing my startled reaction, Du Wenbin burst into hearty laughter. "Just jesting. Why are you so frightened? If it weren't for your name, Li Jinglan, I might have genuinely believed you were linked to Wan Tao. Oh, but wait, wasn't Wan Tao bestowed the surname Li by Emperor Tang?" Du Wenbin regarded me with keen interest, his golden-rimmed glasses framing eyes as deep as the abyss. His irises, dark as obsidian, exuded an intimidating aura that was both captivating and unsettling. For a moment, I felt flustered. Despite my certainty of having revealed nothing, I sensed my every move was fraught with peril. Everything associated with Wan Tao seemed inextricably tied to me. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward you." Perhaps sensing my unease, Du Wenbin gently patted my shoulder and adjusted his glasses before returning to assist. At that moment, the monstrous flower relentlessly assailed Linger, its crimson tongues cascading down the mountainside. This situation starkly reveals its current predicament. Initially, it maintained a leisurely pace, playfully devouring giants before turning its attention to us. Now, having lost a petal to the golden silkworm, it has completely lost its composure. Countless green vines lunged towards Silver Bell, only to be intercepted by the relentless tide of black insects. Both sides were densely packed, making it difficult for me to discern whether this was a war of numbers or a contest of strength. All I knew was that the vines, which suspended the bronze coffins, writhed and descended, revealing massive bronze chains. It became evident that these chains had initially bound the coffins. However, after millennia they had decayed, and now only the vines held them aloft on the mountainside, forming a seemingly endless series of human meat grapes. Thus, in the instant the vines receded, the bronze coffins plummeted rapidly. Boom! 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 Coffin after coffin crashed to the ground, creating deep craters one after another. The mountain of coffins caused the entire ruins to tremble, and I felt the ground beneath me shake, making it difficult to maintain my balance. Looking back at Silver Bell, she still wore a cold expression. Yet even she, burdened with a bamboo basket, was affected. That petite figure was contending with an entire mountain of vines, filling me with both anxiety and tension. The golden silkworm clung to the massive demon flower, greedily consuming it, and in mere moments, yet another petal was destroyed, revealing its determination to fight to the last. Silver Bell continued to manipulate the insect swarm. While her insects could split mid-air, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming, and with each insect that perished, her forces dwindled. Despite the victory achieved by the golden silkworm at the demon flower, Silver Bell found herself increasingly ensnared in a passive predicament. Numerous black goo insects, having feasted excessively on the vines, collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a state of slumber. In their stead, insects of other hues emerged from the bamboo baskets. Yet this solution proved unsustainable. The protective circle around Silver Bell diminished progressively, transforming from black to a kaleidoscope of colors, while the onslaught of the vines grew ever more vicious and relentless. As the red tongues cascaded down the mountain, they began to devour the immobilized goo insects that had fallen due to their overindulgence. Witnessing this scene, Silver Bell could no longer contain herself. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she bellowed, "Do not consume my companions. I shall see you all perish." A gust of wind erupted from her being, and a multitude of goo insects surged forth, her pupils now a vivid crimson, her fury unmistakable. I anxiously cried out for Lao Jiang and He Lanxue, urging them to hasten to her aid. I even wished for the vines to redirect their assault towards us instead of fixating solely on Silver Bell. After all, she was just a child. No, I must assist her. As I observed Silver Bell struggle, beads of sweat the size of beans soaked her bangs. Her face drained of color, and she appeared on the brink of collapse. Grasping a spade from the ground, I charged forward, disregarding whose expertise it belonged to. However, just as I reached Silver Bell, my first strike barely severed a few vines before a multitude of them began to slither up my legs, akin to venomous serpents, emanating a chilling hiss. The ground was entwined with creeping vines, interspersed with some crimson tongues. It was only then that I discerned the true nature of those crimson tongues. They bore a striking resemblance to a large flower, with 5 petals, each adorned with chilling, backward-facing fangs, starkly white and terrifying. The crimson tongues inched closer to me, and I could almost envision the sensation of being devoured. Suddenly, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. It turned out that Sergeant Zhang had come to assist. He wielded a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon those crimson tongues from a short distance away, obliterating them into a mangled mess. Upon sensing the interference, the vines began to crawl towards Sergeant Zhang's direction. At that moment, I noticed Qiu Xiuxiu and Bai Shui standing beside him, each armed with a pickaxe and a spade. Though they dared not approach us, their presence was a significant source of comfort. However, Lu Baoping's antics were somewhat amusing. Having lost his shovel to me, he had apparently scavenged a stash of firecrackers from someone's backpack, tossing them into the tangle of vines before me, producing a relentless crackling noise. Many vines were severed, and several fangs from the crimson tongues were dislodged, some even splattering onto my face, grazing my skin like razor blades. Yet, despite our collective efforts, we were still unable to contend with this malevolent flower. Yin Ling could only release more cursed insects to shield us, but her complexion had turned an ashen shade. Just then, the sinister flower began to struggle and crawl out from the depths of the valley. At that moment, its petals were nearly withered, charred and blackened, rendering its original hue unrecognizable. Yet the golden silkworm goo did not relent, instead turning its attention to the root and stem, continuing its insatiable feast. I could scarcely fathom the true length of this demonic flower's roots. All I knew was that it relentlessly advanced toward us, revealing a structure akin to human veins. Its stem, indeed, it had become sentient. The malevolent bloom swiftly slithered in the direction of Silver Bell, with all its tendrils and crimson tongues acting as vanguards, clearing the path for the fiendish flower. I began to comprehend the flower's sinister intent. It was undoubtedly determined to perish alongside Silver Bell in a reckless mutual destruction. I struggled to assist, but the tendrils bound me, rendering me immobile. One by one, they ascended my chest, coiling around my neck, nearly choking the breath from my lungs, while my face was soon engulfed by the damp, shadowy sensation, my vision fading into obscurity. I could only vaguely discern the overwhelming tide of insects colliding with the multitude of green tendrils, as the bloodthirsty, cruel crimson tongues whirled like chainsaws, incessantly seeking to carve a path through the swarm. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, the demonic flower had reached Silver Bell's side. In that critical moment, my vision plunged into darkness, the green vines shrouding my sight like a spider's web. Chapter 61, The Temple of the Merchant King. Silver Bell, O Silver Bell, you must not come to harm. At this moment, I entirely forgot my own peril, as well as Silver Bell's earlier mockery. My gaze was solely fixated on her expression of utter satisfaction, while the delicate sound of tiny bells tinkled in my ears, tugging at my heartstrings. Even her spoiled demeanor appeared to me as extraordinarily endearing. I found myself frantically calling out for Linger, feeling utterly helpless, devoid of the ability to save her. At that moment, I seemed to hear a familiar sound of footsteps. Immediately, the black blade was unsheathed, and numerous azure vines severed before my eyes, my vision finally becoming clear once more. Before me stood the smiling figure of old Jiang. To oppose my disciple is to oppose me, old Jiang. Grasping the black blade, forged from some unknown metal, it resembled a divine weapon from the heavens, swiftly slicing through the vines that ensnared me. With the sound of vines snapping, I gradually regained my breath, and without waiting for my limbs to be freed, I hurriedly turned my gaze toward Linger. Various types of goo insects swirled in the air, valiantly resisting wave after wave of vines. Meanwhile, He Lanxue shielded the bleeding Linger behind her, standing resolutely with her sword, forming an impregnable barrier. The long sword shattered those crimson tongues, while the demon flower fought desperately, its gaping maw attempting to swallow He Lanxue whole. Unexpectedly, at that moment, old Jiang suddenly appeared from behind. Gripping the black blade, he leapt into the air, propelled by flower petals, moving so swiftly that his figure was nearly imperceptible. All I knew was that as old Jiang sheathed his blade, the blood-red flower stem, as thick as a foot, was severed, and a thick liquid gushed forth, resembling a vast crimson fountain, pouring out blood plasma. Simultaneously, the demon flower, deprived of its stem's support, plummeted to the ground. The 5 petals had turned to a charred black, while the surrounding crimson tongues sought to offer protection, only to be met with a swift barrage of bullets from Sergeant Zhang, rendering them motionless. Lu Baoping, in a fit of desperation, flung all his firecrackers into the fray without a second thought. Fortunately, old Jiang was quick enough to evade, or he would have surely suffered the consequences. I hurried to Silver Bell's side, only to find her visage pale to the point of transparency, devoid of any color as though she were a victim of severe blood loss. Yet, in the next instant, it seemed she summoned every ounce of her strength to smile before collapsing, and I swiftly caught her in my arms. "How are you?" I inquired with concern. Even at such a moment, Silver Bell insisted on putting up a brave front, asking word by word, "Am I formidable?" "Indeed, you are the most formidable girl I have ever encountered," I affirmed repeatedly. Her eyes gradually regained their normal hue as she gazed at He Lanxue, pointing to her back and calling out "Master," before finally losing consciousness in my embrace. It was then that I noticed, at some point, a deep gash had been torn into He Lanxue's back, as if mercilessly whipped by the very vines. Her alabaster skin was speckled with numerous tiny thorns, and the blood flowing from her wound was a dark hue, a sight both shocking and tragic. Old Jiang, heartbroken, quickly fetched medicine to apply, but Helan Shui coldly snatched the bottle from him, exclaiming, "Where are your eyes looking? I can tend to it myself." No, fourth sister, you misunderstand. Given your condition, I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Besides, who among the Qilin clan does not know that I am a person of integrity? Old Jiang shamelessly retorted. At an advanced age, words spoken are met with skepticism, even from her own apprentice. Helan Shui adeptly wrapped a bandage around herself, the excruciating pain causing her brow to furrow involuntarily. She lowered her gaze to the unconscious Linger and couldn't help but gently stroke her small head. Despite having been cruelly treated by her own mother from birth, there remain those in this world who genuinely care for her, love her, and are willing to sacrifice their lives for her. It is best we hasten our departure from this place of turmoil, Helan Shui declared. The crimson tongue had ceased its assault, now wholly absorbed in savoring the bright red liquid seeping from the flower stem. A pungent scent of blood assailed my senses, leading me to increasingly believe that the fluid coursing through the stem was indeed human blood. Old Jiang led the way ahead, while I carried Linger closely behind. Helan Shui, with her wound continuously oozing black blood, began to wobble as she walked, necessitating the support of the team member Qiu Xiuxiu, who assisted her in moving forward. Meanwhile, squad leader Zhang took up the rear, armed with a submachine gun. As we traversed the path, Helan Shui expressed concern for Linger's condition. Old Jiang, however, reassured her, stating, "I have already checked. Linger has not sustained any severe injuries. She is still merely a child, and to have endured so long while forcibly unleashing her life-sustaining goo for battle is nothing short of miraculous. Now, she is exhausted and requires proper rest. Fourth sister, you would do well to worry more about yourself. Your injuries are far more grave." Just then, as old Jiang spoke, he suddenly swayed unsteadily. It was at that moment I noticed a wound on his arm, which I had not seen before. The injury was clearly festering and infected, indicating it was not a recent occurrence. This old fellow had somehow endured in silence until now. Upon seeing that old Jiang was injured, Qiu Xiuxiu rushed forward with concern. It must have happened during the arrow formation, when he shielded Jinglan and was grazed by a crossbow bolt. Little did we know that the arrowhead had been contaminated over time, resulting in a bacterial infection. Old Jiang touched his forehead, indicating he felt a slight fever and suggested he would tend to it later. Qiu Xiuxiu immediately turned to Lin Jianya. "Captain, don't you have some fever-reducing injections? Please hand one to me shortly." It was only then that I remembered Lin Jianya. During the earlier battle, while everyone else was engaged, he had seemingly vanished. Now, upon hearing that we were all injured, he feigned concern, saying, "What are we to do now that both Mr. Jiang and Miss Helan are hurt? We were counting on the two of you to guide us out of the ruins." Old Jiang dismissed him with indifference, and Lin Jianya, refraining from being overly bothersome, inquired about Linger's background. Given that she hailed from Miaojiang, how had she come to join the Qilin organization? Although Helan Shui appeared cold and unfeeling, she was deeply concerned for Linger. Upon hearing Lin Jianya's intrusive questions about her, her voice turned as frigid as the frost of February. "Captain Lin, mind your own business and refrain from asking questions that do not concern you. Matters pertaining to Qilin and Miaojiang are not for you to dictate." Her words served as a clear warning. Unexpectedly, Lin Jianya was not angry. Rather, it seemed he was beyond the capacity for anger. His eyes were brimming with concealed pride, and a faint smile graced his lips. I hastily followed Lao Jiang, trying to distance myself from Lin Jianya. However, Lao Jiang weakly glanced at the equally frail Helan Shui and remarked, "Fourth sister, do you not see the resemblance between Jinglan and Linger and how we once were? It is a pity." As if lost in thought, the light in Lao Jiang's eyes quickly dimmed, and he silently retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. I inquired what he found regrettable, but he remained silent, turning instead to scold me. "You should take a page out of Linger's book. She is younger than you, more obedient, possesses superior martial skills, and is stronger than you. Meanwhile, you are preoccupied with a multitude of questions." His words implied that I had brought him considerable embarrassment. Fortunately, we soon exited the Coffin Mountain, though I remained unaware that, throughout our conversation, Lin Jianya had been staring at us expressionlessly from the back of the group. At that moment, I still believed Lin Jianya. We trekked along the valley, and after half an hour, we began to notice a change in the path beneath our feet, as chunks of blue bricks appeared artfully stacked. Continuing onward, the blue brick path transformed into an even more opulent road, as the entire ground was paved with exquisite jade. The abundance of jade was indeed extravagant. Could it be that we were nearing the main burial chamber? Bai Shui, filled with wonder, looked around excitedly and exclaimed. Lin Jianya, equally exuberant, pointed ahead and said, "Look over there." As we were all captivated by the white jade beneath our feet, an even more astonishing sight lay not far away. Before us, within a colossal cavern, stood a resplendent bronze palace, soaring majestically, adorned with intricate beams and painted rafters, supported by 16 magnificent bronze pillars. The eternal lamps illuminated the entire bronze edifice, casting a radiant glow as if a cascade of colorful light were pouring forth from within, rendering it extraordinarily grand. At the entrance of the great hall stood 2 uniquely designed lamps, resembling the crowns of trees. Crafted with gilded artistry, they shimmered with brilliance, fueled by what seemed to be whale oil captured from the depths of the ocean. Bai Shui exclaimed joyfully, "The guiding soul lamps. These are the guiding soul lamps. We must have reached the main burial chamber." Chapter 62. The state-stabilizing Mother Wu Ding. We exchanged glances, utterly incredulous that the long-awaited main burial chamber had revealed itself before us. It was worth it. This life had been worth it. The typically composed historian Bai Shui was now so exhilarated he nearly leaped with joy, unabashedly expressing his elation. He glanced at Lin Jianya and then at our teammates behind us, his eyes brimming with tears. The hardships and sacrifices we had encountered along the way paled in comparison to this moment. Lu Baoping sighed wistfully. If only Haimu could witness this scene. Qiu Xiuxiu comforted him, saying, "He will see it. He will certainly see it. We are his eyes." I believe that if Haimu knew we had truly found the main burial chamber, he would never regret his decision to descend into the tomb, for we had been so resolute and unwavering. Old Jiang, apprehensive of potential traps, took the initiative to walk at the forefront alongside Helan Shui, though their expressions were distinctly grim. Bai Shui and Qiu Xiuxiu, aware of their injuries, approached them, seemingly intent on preventing us from further jeopardizing their safety. Squad leader Zhang, having reloaded his submachine gun, remained visibly affected by the sorrow of losing comrades, yet his gaze remained fixed on the resplendent palace before us, seemingly captivated by its allure. As we pushed open the grand doors of the palace, we were truly enlightened to the meaning of magnificence. This was an unprecedented palace, having withstood the test of 1,000 years while retaining its opulent splendor. Beneath our feet lay flawless slabs of white jade, and around us stood bronze pillars intricately engraved with Taotai patterns. Even the ceiling was adorned with turquoise, malachite, pearls, and other precious jewels, enveloping us in an ethereal embrace akin to that of celestial stars. Bai Shui could no longer contain his exhilaration. Seizing Qiu Xiuxiu's arms, he exclaimed, "Do you see? We have done it. In our lifetime, we have finally set foot in the ruins of Yin. Our grand Huaxia, our magnificent Shang dynasty, every stroke and mark is a testament to our heritage." He was entirely immersed in the exquisite bronze palace, which resembled a three-dimensional rendition of the along the river during the Qingming festival from the Shang dynasty. Each corner of the palace featured miniature structures that simulated the customs and culture of the time, populated by vivid little clay figures diligently engaged in their tasks. Taking on the role of narrator, Bai Shui pointed to the nearest miniature building and remarked, "Do you see? That was the bronze casting workshop of the Shang dynasty." It is noteworthy that the Western historical community has long believed that the lost wax method was first invented in India. However, our illustrious Shang civilization predates India by a remarkable 500 years, surpassing it by a full millennium. As these facts were recounted, a sense of pride radiated from Bai Shui, reflecting his identity as a descendant of the Huaxia people. Lu Baoping, filled with excitement, urged Lin Jianya to pinch him. "Heavens! What I dared not even dream of seeing in my wildest fantasies has manifested before my eyes today." With laughter, Lu Baoping wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, seemingly overwhelmed with joy. Bai Shui patted his shoulder and then continued to point towards another miniature structure, stating this should be the Jade Workshop. Oracle bone inscriptions reveal that in the Shang dynasty, jade artifacts and shell currency were symbols of wealth. Possessing jade undoubtedly signified immense fortune. At that time, jade workshops were under royal control, which ensured that the craftsmanship and quantity of jade artifacts during the Yin Shang period remained unparalleled throughout 5 millennia. The other 2 workshops were dedicated to pottery and ritual practices, respectively. Although Shang pottery may not be widely recognized, it is worth mentioning that the Shang people had already mastered the use of glaze, applying a layer of it to their pottery, thus propelling the civilization of ceramics to new heights. As for the ritual workshop, it goes without saying that divination was an omnipresent practice among the Shang. For them, rituals were as vital as eating and sleeping. Bai Shui marveled. How magnificent is our Huaxia civilization. A millennium ago, they devoted their lives to a singular purpose, resulting in treasures that astonish the world. Despite the passage of millennia, the unearthing of certain treasures still stirs our emotions and brings tears to our eyes. This is the profound power of cultural relics, allowing us to engage in a dialogue with the ancients across the vast chasm of time, to feel their heartbeat and tremors. As time flows and landscapes change, the mystical bird of fortune bestowed faith upon merchants, enabling them to establish a formidable nation. Generations of merchant kings persevered for their homeland. Although ultimately their kingdom was reduced to ashes and the Shang dynasty transformed into ruins, some elements remain eternally unchanged. They continue to stand amidst these ruins, recounting the tales of yore across the river of time. Inspired, Qiu Shoushou reflected, "This is the reason I became an archaeologist. While I may not be an expert in the field, witnessing the tearful expressions of Bai Shui and others around me, I grasp the significance of this discovery for the Huaxia civilization. It is a pride capable of astonishing the world. Is it not? For 5,000 years, the flame of our heritage has been passed down. There exists no other like us in the world." Bai Shui wiped his eyes, attempting to compose himself, but upon glancing at the densely arranged burial artifacts to his left, he was so taken aback that he staggered back several steps. That is. He trembled as he extended a hand, revealing several bronze vessels meticulously lined up from left to right, with a grand and imposing bronze cauldron at the forefront. Behind it were a Gui, a Gu, and a Ju. All eyes in attendance were captivated by the cauldron, standing over a meter tall, its square body a striking emerald green adorned with intricate Taotai patterns. Old Jiang squinted, his expression turning serious. Lu Baoping exclaimed in haste, "Bai Shui, could this possibly be the legendary state-guarding Hutu Wooding?" Bai Shui nodded, affirming it is undoubtedly it. How many more wonders lie hidden within this enigmatic Yin ruins? In the context of Shang culture, the ding was utilized for cooking meat. The gui served as a vessel for food. The gu was employed for wine, while the ju was designed for drinking. Beyond their mundane functions, these artifacts embody a cultural order, reminding us that dining and toasting should adhere to the principle of ritual. The placement of this ding at the forefront signifies its esteemed and paramount status, serving as a testament to the identity of the tomb's occupant. Historical records unearthed previously recount that after the death of Fu Hao, Shang King Wu Ding mustered the strength of the realm to forge a national treasure, the Hutu Wooding, weighing over 800 kilograms, making it the largest and heaviest bronze ritual vessel known to exist. However, due to its prolonged absence from excavation, many experts speculated that this Hutu Wooding might not exist at all. The creation of an 800-kilogram bronze vessel would necessitate countless tons of copper ore. What magnitude of furnace would be required? What level of craftsmanship? Given the current state of technology, it remains a formidable challenge, let alone during the Shang dynasty over 3,000 years ago. Wu Ding's devotion to Fu Hao was profound, as Qiu Shoushou suddenly sighed and remarked, to forge the Hutu Wooding at any cost, Wu Ding truly sought to bestow upon Fu Hao the finest treasures of the world. What kind of emperor cherishes his wife so dearly, committing to a lifetime with but one partner? Bai Shui, in a surge of excitement, called out to Lao Jiang, urging him to swiftly capture the surrounding splendor with his camera. "I beseech you, these are the invaluable treasures bestowed upon us by our ancestors." As the narrative unfolds, Bai Shui is rendered speechless, tears cascading down her cheeks. Our gaze shifts to the right, where an array of jade artifacts is meticulously arranged. A grand ceremonial axe, intricately carved with dragon motifs, exudes an aura of immense power, yet behind it lies a collection of delicate, feminine adornments. Among them is a jade hairpin, akin to the hairpins of later generations, its top embellished with a phoenix design, presumably favored by Fu Hao during her lifetime. Following closely are jade combs, earrings, and other exquisite items, all displayed in an orderly manner, adhering to the principles of propriety. At the heart of the grand hall stands a statue of a woman, masterfully sculpted from a single piece of white jade, flawless and seamless. The woman possesses an extraordinary beauty, her face like congealed fat, lips resembling cherry blossoms, brows akin to ink paintings, and her spirit akin to autumn waters. Yet, within her enchanting presence lies a hint of valor, reminiscent of a budding lotus emerging from the earth, captivating yet sacred, evoking a sense of reverence. In her left hand, she wields a long sword, while her right hand gracefully holds a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Whether it is due to the interplay of light or the craftsman's ingenious design, her visage, although almost symmetrical, conveys a duality of fierce intensity and gentle grace, perfectly reflecting the items she bears. Undoubtedly, this woman is Fu Hao, as her warrior-like essence transports us back to the battlefields of the Shang dynasty. Yet, when one gazes upon her half-visage, a softness akin to flowing water emerges, showcasing the unique beauty of womanhood in its fullest expression. It may be said that Fu Hao embodied a perfect amalgamation of majesty and gentleness, which undoubtedly earned her the favor of Wu Ding. However, Bai Shui suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "This seems to diverge from the portrayal of Fu Hao in historical texts. The weapon typically wielded by Fu Hao was distinctly a massive bronze axe. How could she?" "No, look closely at her feet," an elderly voice interjected. Beneath the sculpture, a multitude of black hands clutched Fu Hao's feet, not in a supportive manner, but rather in a desperate attempt to drag her into an endless abyss. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sword in Fu Hao's grasp was actually aimed at those vividly depicted black hands. Lu Baoping, bewildered, inquired, how could Fu Hao appear in such a manner within the tomb? There must be profound significance behind this. Bai Shui surveyed the ceremonial vessels within the main burial chamber once more, lost in contemplation. But during the era of the Shang dynasty, was there not a fervent veneration of deities and spirits? What secrets lay concealed beneath this enigma? Chapter 63. The warrior goddess Fu Hao. We could not fathom this scene, and Lao Jiang even speculated that there might be deeper mysteries surrounding Fu Hao's death. Historical records indicate that she passed away in her 30s, with no account of her cause of death. I found myself irresistibly drawn closer to the statue, scrutinizing it in search of clues. Suddenly, someone jostled me, causing me to stumble, and my hand inadvertently struck the hilt of the jade sword. In the next moment, a single crystalline tear fell from Fu Hao's holy visage. As tears cascaded down, the entire main tomb chamber suddenly radiated with a blinding brilliance, as if the treasures within the dome had released centuries of accumulated light. It was truly reminiscent of the verse, "How could one pierce through the roots of white clouds, as the Milky Way cascades with a thunderous roar?" This abrupt transition from darkness left us momentarily disoriented. Once our eyes adjusted somewhat, a voice pierced the air. Lu Baoping exclaimed, "Look, wall paintings have appeared on both sides. Countless wall paintings." He marveled in disbelief, even questioning the reliability of his own vision, gesturing between the walls and himself, suspecting he had fallen into an illusion. However, Bai Shui gently lowered his astonished fingers one by one, declaring, "You are not mistaken. These are indeed real. Yet how could this be possible? From thousands of years ago." Lu Baoping hesitated, words caught in his throat. Bai Shui, equally at a loss for words to explain such a wondrous scene, was interrupted by Lao Jiang, who stroked his chin and remarked, "It must be a clever use of light and refraction principles. I suspect the walls have been coated with some special paint and powder. In the dim environment, those patterns and inscriptions were concealed. It was only when Jinglan inadvertently triggered the mechanism that the illumination burst forth, revealing these vividly lifelike murals." Once again, we were awestruck by the ingenuity of the ancients, but our discussion did not linger, for we were swiftly captivated by the content of the murals. They depicted a poignant tale, seemingly recounting the story of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty and his beloved Fu Hao, from their first meeting to their passionate love, and ultimately to their parting. Bai Shui, drawing upon his professional expertise, began to explain the first mural's content. The encounter. In those years, Pan Geng, in pursuit of the celestial bird's traces, established the capital of the Shang dynasty in Yin, a legacy passed down through generations. As the crown prince Wu Ding, young and handsome with grand ambitions, was deeply favored by the aged Shang king. Thus, the king set a 5-year term for Wu Ding, encouraging him to traverse the realm, observe the lives of the common people, and contemplate the means to fortify the Shang dynasty. During these 5 years, Wu Ding visited countless learned scholars, embracing knowledge with humility. He toiled alongside impoverished slaves, experiencing their hardships firsthand. Ultimately, he grasped a philosophy of governance, unexpectedly encountering his lifelong beloved, Fu Hao. On a drizzly day, having just visited the esteemed scholar Fu Shua and lacking an umbrella, Wu Ding found himself drenched as he hurried across a bridge. On the opposite end stood a woman clad in a flowing white garment and red skirt, her complexion fair as snow. Her name was Fu Hao. She held an umbrella, appearing like a budding daffodil amidst the gentle rain. "Here, take this umbrella." Fu Hao smiled at the disheveled young man before her, a smile that deepened the flush on Wu Ding's cheeks. Despite the persistent drizzle, the woman in the mural shimmered with brilliance, marking the moment Wu Ding fell irrevocably in love with Fu Hao. It was his heart's stirrings that bestowed a radiance upon her. On that day, Wu Ding presented a kuei-shaped hairpin, delicately placing it in Fu Hao's coiffure as a token of their bond. That day, he discovered Fu Hao was not only a shamaness but also a highly esteemed high priestess. "Wait for me, I will marry you," he vowed. "I shall await your return," she replied. According to the traditions of the Shang dynasty, successive Shang kings were bound by political marriages, and the queen was required to be the leader or princess of a neighboring state. Thus, even though Fu Hao was a shamaness, she could not wed into the royal family. Even the old Shang king Shao Yi, who had always cherished Wu Ding, could only sigh and shake his head. He urged his son to forsake personal affection for the sake of the nation, yet for the first time, the obedient Wu Ding defied his father's decree. He was resolute in his intention to marry Fu Hao, the woman with whom he had shared a fateful kiss. If he were to abandon his beloved, how could he hope to rejuvenate the Shang? Observing his son's fervor, Shao Yi recognized that Wu Ding had succumbed to an obsession, and thus he finally relented, deciding to meet the legendary woman who had captivated his son's senses. Initially, Shao Yi intended to find a pretext to disapprove of Fu Hao, but to his surprise, although she was a shamaness, she exuded an inexplicable charm of forthrightness and vigor. When she gazed at Wu Ding, however, she radiated a gentle femininity. Throughout their conversation, Fu Hao spoke with neither subservience nor arrogance, and Shao Yi immediately understood that this woman alone was worthy of the future heir of the great Shang. As it turned out, Shao Yi's judgment was not in error. With Fu Hao's assistance, Wu Ding elevated the Shang dynasty to unprecedented heights, an era renowned as the revitalization of Wu Ding. At that time, the Shang dynasty was steeped in superstition, and Shao Yi devised a scheme. He falsely proclaimed that he had dreamt of a celestial bird sending a divine woman to continue the royal lineage. Under Shao Yi's orchestration, Wu Ding finally realized his wish to marry Fu Hao. That night, Fu Hao shed her pristine shamanic robes for Wu Ding. Despite the power being wielded by the shamans and harboring animosity towards Wu Ding, they actively facilitated the marriage out of respect for Fu Hao's position as a priestess. In the end, Wu Ding and Fu Hao, bound together in love, shared a bond as inseparable as glue. By day, Wu Ding maintained a demeanor of solemnity in the court, yet at night, he tenderly inquired after Fu Hao's well-being. Despite being the heir apparent, he would daily adorn Fu Hao with makeup and embellishments, casting aside any semblance of royal arrogance. Alas, it was not long before the old King Shao Yi succumbed to illness, entrusting Wu Ding with a royal sword on his deathbed, admonishing him that it could only be drawn when he truly became king. The sword, hidden within its sheath, concealed its lethal edge. Once unsheathed, it must strike true, for failure would alert adversaries to his intentions. This was the final lesson imparted by his father. As a monarch, one must understand the virtue of forbearance. Following Xiao Yi's demise, the influence of the court shamans began to stir restlessly, seeking to undermine Wu Ding and seize control of the Shang dynasty. Wu Ding's comprehensive governance, although beneficial to the populace, significantly threatened the shaman's standing. Seizing the opportunity, the shaman leader, Zhen Ren, initiated discussions with Fu Hao, aspiring to persuade her to conspire against Wu Ding and usurp his power. It was at this juncture that Fu Hao, as the queen, became acutely aware of her husband's precarious situation. He traversed a treacherous path each day without uttering a word to her, wishing for her to remain in blissful ignorance as a cherished woman. Yet who was Fu Hao? Having once sheltered beneath the same umbrella with Wu Ding, she resolved that they must endure trials together in this lifetime. Thus, Fu Hao resolutely betrayed the shamans, for she recognized the righteousness of her husband's cause. As a priestess, she had witnessed the gruesome rituals and the shamans' exploitation of the divine to oppress the people. Only through the revival of ritual can the great Shang dynasty be rejuvenated. If the sorcery continues unchecked, society shall remain stagnant. Thus, Fu Hao shed her exquisite cosmetics and donned the heavy armor, personally leading the royal army of Shang to confront all the territories under the sorcerer's dominion. Meanwhile, Wu Ding summoned the sage Fu Shuo to serve as his chancellor, standing in opposition to the sorcerers within the court. Fu Hao, devoid of any heirs, shared the hardships and joys with the Shang warriors, earning the affection of all soldiers. Her gallant demeanor and her prowess in battle, where she invariably claimed the heads of enemies, garnered immense admiration from the subjects of the Shang king. In a series of campaigns, she expanded the territory of the Shang several-fold, conquering regions such as Shuo, Tu, Gue, and Yi. As she proclaimed, "Here, I present the realm to you. Why have you paused? Continue your tale." The audience, unwilling to see this beautiful and enigmatic story interrupted, urged Bai Shui to proceed. Bai Shui's eyes widened in shock as he glanced between the mural and Lao Jiang, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, Lao Jiang stepped forward, for he too understood the oracle bone script. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "Fu Hao truly deserves the title of the goddess of war. All of us, descendants of Huaxia, owe her our gratitude." I urged Lao Jiang to forego the suspense and speak quickly. However, Lao Jiang entrusted the narration once more to Bai Shui, recognizing his scholarly background and skill in storytelling. Together, they vanquished the ancient civilizations of India, Egypt, and Babylon, even casting covetous eyes upon ancient China, intending to sweep away the Huaxia in one fell swoop. At a critical moment, Fu Hao unsheathed her sword and led the armies of the Shang dynasty into battle, fiercely confronting and ultimately annihilating the nefarious Aryans beyond the borders of her nation. Thus, China emerged as the sole surviving ancient civilization. It is unfathomable to contemplate the fate we might have faced in defeat, perhaps submerged beneath the relentless iron heels of invaders like ancient Babylon. At this moment, a singular phrase resonated in my mind. Those who offend the Huaxia shall face retribution, regardless of distance. It was Fu Hao who repelled the onslaught of foreign aggressors, safeguarding the resplendent culture of 5 millennia. This act of reverence is not merely for Queen Fu Hao of the Shang dynasty, but for the indomitable spirit of our 5,000-year heritage. As I spoke, Bai Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. He bowed deeply in respect, kneeling before the statue of Fu Hao. Qiu Xiuxiu and the others were similarly moved, following suit in respectful homage. This is a testament to the warrior goddess we, as Chinese people, must forever remember. A surge of inexplicable gratitude ignited within my chest, prompting me to set down the silver bell and emulate the experts in bowing and kneeling. Even the typically aloof Lao Jiang and the haughty He Lanxue joined in, bending their bodies in reverence. Chapter 64. A lifetime devoted to one Fu Hao fulfilled the lifelong aspirations of Wu Ding, and in return, Wu Ding bestowed upon Fu Hao his unwavering devotion. The significant affairs of the Shang dynasty revolved around rituals and warfare. Rituals pertained to sacrifices, while warfare signified the call to arms. As the most vital aspect of these rituals, the oracle bone divination was frequently employed by Wu Ding to convey his affections. Bai Shui humorously recounted that among the oracle bones unearthed, The records concerning Fu Hao are innumerable, even surpassing those of several preceding kings. Wooding meticulously recorded every expedition and the poignant longing during each farewell to Fu Hao in oracle bone inscriptions, even noting her ailments such as colds and toothaches. As a revered monarch of the Shang dynasty, Wooding devoted nearly all his time to revitalizing the Shang, reserving the remainder solely for Fu Hao. His willingness to spend considerable time divining over trivial matters like colds and cavities reveals the unparalleled affection he harbored for her, a sentiment that seemed to eclipse even his concern for his own serious illnesses. In a mural, Fu Hao is depicted riding a magnificent white steed, wielding a dragon-patterned axe, leading her soldiers in a pre-battle prayer. Meanwhile, Wooding sits in the corner with a smile, his face radiating adoration and fascination as he admires his wife. His clear eyes are devoted to gazing at only one person, Fu Hao. The tenderness of his infatuation nearly overflows. Wooding is profoundly enamored with this petite woman. At this moment, another mural captures our attention. It reveals that Fu Hao had initially been barren. During a campaign against the barbarians, she rescued a child from a den of wolves and named him Banban, wishing for him to remain by their side. Cleansed and tender, Banban instantly evoked maternal instincts in Fu Hao, and Wooding, loving her dearly, extended that affection to the boy. Perhaps it was the charm of Banban that worked wonders. Before long, Fu Hao found herself expecting. Even after bearing her own child, she continued to cherish Banban as if he were her own, never treating him with anything less than kindness. In turn, Banban grew increasingly grateful, blossoming into a beloved young man adored by all. His extraordinary beauty draws the gaze of many as he strolls through the streets, yet he steadfastly remains by Fu Hao's side, accompanying her into battle. His striking visage, too alluring to be overlooked, compels him to don a fearsome wolf mask each time, serving as a deterrent to his foes. He harbors no desire for preferential treatment due to his noble lineage. Thus, within the ranks, no one is aware that he is Fu Hao's adopted son. They only know him as the valiant warrior adorned with the wolf mask, remarkable in bravery and unmatched in prowess, earning him the affectionate title of Wolf Commander. During several campaigns, when the enemy learned of Fu Hao and the Wolf Commander joining forces, they trembled at the prospect of this formidable duo, leading many smaller nations to surrender without a fight. However, on one fateful occasion, a sudden insurrection erupted in the state of Mu, prompting Fu Hao to hastily rally her troops. Wu Ding, sensing an ominous portent, swiftly consulted an oracle, receiving a foreboding omen. A rainbow appears in the north, drinking from the rivers. This was a dire sign, foretelling that the war goddess Fu Hao would fall like a meteor. Upon hearing the word curse, my heart raced with anticipation to uncover what had transpired. Was Fu Hao to be ensnared like the guards? How had Wen Tao and the Jiezi army fallen victim to this curse? It seemed our journey had been devoid of any such affliction, as none of the elder Jiang and his companions exhibited any signs of abnormality. In response to my barrage of inquiries, Bai Shui merely shook his head, indicating that the text did not elaborate on the specifics of the curse, but rather hinted at a sinister plot orchestrated by the shaman. The shaman understood that to oppose Wu Ding, it was imperative to eliminate Fu Hao, his virtuous consort. It was this three-eyed demon that brought calamity upon the once prosperous Shang dynasty, disrupting its harmony. The merchants and citizens revered this female warrior, yet they were also plagued by superstition. Under the incessant instigation of the shamanic forces, the populace wavered. They even believed that perhaps it was precisely due to Fu Hao's supernatural powers that she triumphed in battle time and again. They feared that if she continued unbridled, she would incite the wrath of the heavens, bringing forth greater calamities upon the world. As the shamans orchestrated further intrigues, a series of unfortunate events unfolded. Corrupted ministers clamored for King Wu Ding to depose her, urging him to eliminate this enchantress with his own hands. Yet Wu Ding, undeterred by their machinations, boldly declared in the court, before all, that should anyone dare to harm Fu Hao, they would have to step over his lifeless body. He would rather offend the entire realm than betray Fu Hao. However, Fu Hao's plight was dire. Due to the terrifying curse of the Mugwa, a third eye had manifested on her forehead, confining her to her sickbed, where renowned physicians summoned by Wu Ding experimented with various remedies. Yet, her condition deteriorated further, with some doctors even spreading rumors about the three-eyed demon lurking within the palace. Fu Hao contemplated self-sacrifice, but was dissuaded by her companion, Ban Ban. Ultimately, to quell the public's rage, Ban Ban stepped forward, declaring himself the true demon who had deceived both king and queen. He sacrificed himself for Fu Hao, but little did he know that the heartbroken Fu Hao could not bear this anguish. In her sorrow, she coughed up blood, and this time even divine intervention could not save her life. On her sickbed, Wu Ding grasped Fu Hao's hand, repeatedly expressing his remorse, lamenting his inability to protect his beloved and his adopted son. Yet, Fu Hao bore no resentment, for she felt that having one true love in her lifetime was a blessing earned from her past life. Do you still recall the scene of our first encounter? Your Majesty? In that moment, you appeared so Navi, so clumsy, yet so endearing that I felt an overwhelming desire to protect you. To be able to hold an umbrella for you and to assist you in uniting the realm brings me profound contentment. What more could I possibly wish for? You have bestowed upon me the entirety of a man's love, and I, in return, am willing to offer all the dedication of a woman to you. Cough, cough. Having spoken so much, my body trembles uncontrollably, and my complexion has turned pale. King Wu Ding urged me to rest, yet I yearn to rise, to adorn my brows and paint my face, ensuring that you will forever remember me in my most exquisite form. Allow me to assist you. King Wu Ding gently supported me as I sat before the vanity. He procured the blossoms from yen to stain my lips crimson, applied southern lead powder to define my brows, and utilized northern rice powder to enhance my complexion. Finally, he produced the token of our initial affection, the kuei-shaped hairpin, and placed it in my coiffure, smiling as he remarked, "So beautiful." That young lad took refuge beneath the girl's umbrella, captivated at first sight by her daffodil-like beauty. The forthright maiden patted his shoulder and declared, "I like you. Would you consider marrying me in the future?" At that moment, the young man gazed at her, utterly astonished, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. Reflecting upon that scene, I cannot help but lift the corners of my lips and caress King Wu Ding's cheek, softly murmuring, "I truly wish to linger with you a while longer, even if just for an hour." Tears glistened in his eyes, yet he forced a smile, conveying his deep affection, eager for me to comprehend the depth of his love for me. The king of the Shang wept inconsolably, pleading, "I beg you, do not depart." Fu Hao echoed his sentiments, "I shall not leave, I will not go." Her voice grew ever fainter, her breath increasingly shallow, until she gradually closed her eyes. "Here, take my final beauty. All of it is yours." The bereaved Wu Ding cradled Fu Hao's lifeless form, consumed by grief as he wept for 7 days and nights. This sorrowful display led his close advisor, Fu Shuo, to believe that the Shang dynasty was on the brink of a tempestuous upheaval. Meanwhile, the shamanic faction reveled in their triumph, even beginning to usurp Fu Hao's military command and lead the royal army. However, on the 8th day, the Shang king ascended to the court, his benevolent facade stripped away, revealing a countenance filled with an icy resolve to exact vengeance. For the first time, Wu Ding unsheathed the imperial sword bequeathed to him by his father. He had long adhered to his father's dying wish, concealing his brilliance and enduring with fortitude, striving to reconcile the tensions between propriety and the shamans. Yet, in the moment of losing Fu Hao, he resolved to declare war against the shamanic forces in defense of his beloved wife. He would challenge the superstitions of the gods with the principles of propriety, convinced that civilization would ultimately triumph over the primitive practices of shamanistic rites. By the decree of fate, the mysterious bird descends and gives rise to the Shang. Are we, the illustrious Shang, to be manipulated by mere shamans? In a decisive act of defiance, Wu Ding steeled himself for battle, rallying all court officials to his side who bore witness to his unwavering determination. The shamans, cornered, were compelled to retreat, culminating in Wu Ding's victorious claim over the Shang dynasty, revitalizing its glory. The lonely king finally avenged his beloved, yet from that moment hence, he truly became a solitary ruler. Gazing at the bloodied sword, Wu Ding murmured to himself, "Indeed, having encountered such an extraordinary wife, how could one harbor room for another?" Wu Ding often sought guidance through divination, pondering, "How fares Fu Hao? Is she at peace? Is she not present?" He yearned to ascertain Fu Hao's well-being, to know if anyone dared to wrong her, whether she was the valiant goddess of war or the immensely powerful shaman. In his heart, Fu Hao would forever remain a delicate woman, one he cherished and nurtured with tender affection. In her lifetime, Fu Hao helped Wu Ding conquer the realm, and in her death, she took with her his entire heart. The lonesome Wu Ding yearned each day for the moment he could join her. He established the entire underground in ruins in her honor, and even in death, they were interred together. Thus, this place is not merely Fu Hao's tomb but quite possibly the final resting place of King Wu Ding himself. Lu Baoping gazed at Bai Shui in astonishment, to which Bai Shui nodded slightly. The two, remarkably intertwined, transcended a millennium, narrating to the world their profound love. Beyond the murals, the fragments of oracle bone script, filled with tender inquiries, stand as testament to their enduring affection. Bai Shui could not help but sigh. Do you realize? It was Wu Ding's revitalization that ushered in the principles of propriety and law onto the historical stage, laying the groundwork for the ritual systems of the Zhou dynasty, and gradually steering Huaxia civilization away from superstition and ignorance. A palpable reverence filled the air, while old Jiang busily utilized the remaining film in his camera, striving to capture the essence of the day's discoveries. Chapter 65. The Death of Lin Jianye. Observing old Jiang's industrious figure, Lu Baoping remarked, without genuine engagement, one can never truly grasp the truth of history. Such is the mission of us, the archaeologists. While I am indeed captivated by the invincible warrior Fu Hao and moved by the poignant romance between her and Wu Ding, my heart cannot help but dwell upon the matter of the curse. I find myself deeply concerned with how Wen Tao and Zhu Zijun fell victim to it. After all, this issue involves the entire Lei town. If the curse remains unbroken, I too shall become a mere rat, hiding in the shadows beneath the earth after the age of 40. The only path to unraveling the curse is to forge ahead. The archaeological team members are equally drawn to the depths of the palace, each displaying eager anticipation, declaring, "It must be the resting place of Fu Hao, our ultimate destination." If the murals are to be believed, Wu Ding and Fu Hao were interred together. Perhaps we might indeed behold the grandeur of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty. Yet, for reasons unknown, I sensed a piercing gaze of hostility behind me. However, upon turning, I detected no anomaly, just an unsettling feeling. At that moment, the silver bell on my back suddenly groaned, murmuring, "Water, I need water." Her voice was so hoarse that it tugged at my heartstrings. I quickly set her down, placing her large bamboo basket aside. Just as I was about to fetch the water pouch for her, old Zhang's legs suddenly gave way, nearly toppling him to the ground. Fortunately, Lan Shui was quick-witted and caught him in time, supporting old Jiang as he leaned against the tomb chamber. Her tone, though indifferent, was laced with concern. "What is the matter with you?" Old Jiang's complexion was a ghastly yellow, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Concerned, Qiu Xiuxiu approached and inquired, "I recall Mr. Jiang mentioning he had a fever. It appears the situation may be more dire than we anticipated. His wound must be infected, and the inflammation has induced the fever. He must have forced himself to come here." As she spoke, Qiu Xiuxiu's voice choked with emotion, and she hurriedly turned to Lin Jianye for an antipyretic injection. Lin Jianye, realizing his oversight, chuckled lightly. "What a forgetful fool I am. You just asked me for it, and I completely overlooked it." Fortunately, Lin Jianye did not hesitate and readily handed over a dose of aspirin. Lan Shui, too, bore injuries, having only received rudimentary bandaging. Under the harsh glare of the light, her face was equally devoid of color. Apart from squad leader Zhang, the rest of us possessed scarcely any combat capability. Squad leader Zhang suggested that we take a moment to rest, emphasizing that there was no need to rush. It would be wiser to regain our strength before continuing onward. Qiu Xiuxiu administered a muscle injection to old Jiang while I supported Yin Linger, offering her water to drink. Lin Jianye leaned closer, expressing concern. "When will this little girl awaken?" I held no affection for Lin Jianye and frowned, retorting, "What business is it of yours concerning Linger?" Before I could finish my words, a sudden, chilling intent flashed through the air. Instinctively, I clutched my chest, but it was too late. A glinting dagger pierced through my palm and into my chest, and Lin Jianye, having achieved his sinister aim, laughed heartily. Kid, I knew you were always wary of me, but what use is that? Do you not realize that tending to others can be a distraction? I clutched my chest tightly and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lao Jiang was also frothing at the mouth, one hand pointing at Lin Jianya, struggling to speak. Qiu Xiuxiu shouted Lao Jiang's name, then turned and glared at Lin Jianya with fury, demanding to know what he had done. Lin Jianya remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he paced leisurely within the tomb. Humph, the drug's effect is indeed swift. It dawned on Qiu Xiuxiu that the antipyretic injection moments ago was compromised. Her anger flared as she interrogated Lin Jianya about his true intentions. Zhang's squad leader raised his submachine gun, aiming it at Lin Jianya, who squinted at him, saying, "Do you remember when I borrowed your gun earlier? Let's see if you can still pull the trigger now." It turned out Lin Jianya had dismantled the firing pin of the submachine gun, rendering it incapable of firing a bullet. The crowd was seething with rage. Even Lu Baoping, who had previously defended Lin Jianya, was now fuming, questioning whether Lin Jianya had lost his mind, squandering a monumental historical discovery for petty infighting. Lin Jianya looked down at Lu Baoping with disdain, coldly stating, "Foolish creature, do you not comprehend? Your Captain Lin has long since perished, and even the remnants of his corpse have been disposed of." It became evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. The Lin Jianya before us was an impostor, hailing from a clandestine organization that had long set its sights on the Yin ruins. They had located an individual who bore a striking resemblance to the true Lin Jianya, the leader of the archaeological team, and had undergone cosmetic alterations. The person standing before us was none other than an entity known as Shadow. He is but a shadow of Lin Jianya, whose appearance bears no flaws. He has long lived in close proximity to the archaeological team, meticulously observing their daily routines and mimicking every expression and gesture of Lin Jianya. Upon Lin Jianya's demise, this shadow wholly assumed his identity. So intimate was his familiarity with Lin Jianya that he seemed to know everything about him, including all the secrets of the archaeological team. Thus, throughout this journey, he exhibited no signs of imperfection. Otherwise, how could he have coexisted with the team day in and day out, eluding the cunning eyes of the wily He Dao Qilin? Although the old fox had harbored suspicions, he remained blissfully untroubled, shielded by several comrades in the archaeological team. From the onset of the plan at Lei Town, everything was orchestrated by us, the counterfeit Lin Jianya explained with a smile, detailing the assault on Lei Town, the theft of the ancient texts, and the deception of the Yinru archaeological team into perilous territory, all of which were intricately connected. He intended to enlist He Dao Qilin's assistance in locating the entrance to Yinru, to make the archaeological team mere fodder for the tomb, allowing everyone to serve as his stepping stones. He boasted of his exceptional intellect, proclaiming it a flawless scheme, seamless in execution. The sinister visage combined with his triumphant demeanor was nothing short of diabolical. At that moment, I slowly took a seat beside him, dusting off my clothes, and retorted, "A perfect scheme? You are rather overconfident, old man." "What? You are unscathed?" Lin Jianya exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. I pulled a concealed mirror from my clothing, smiling as I revealed to him that I had long been prepared, carrying with me a piece of armor salvaged from the excavation team. Otherwise, how could someone as fearful of death as I am fall into the same trap a second time? As for the earlier pretense of panic, grasping for the dagger, it served two purposes. First, to render my performance more convincing. Second, to enhance the tactile sensation of the blade-piercing flesh, thereby concealing the fact that I possess an invulnerable shield upon my chest. The injury I sustained in exchange for revealing the true nature of this buffoon, Lin Jianya, was worth it. And what of it? Among the Qilin quartet, one has fainted, another is gravely injured, and one has succumbed to my poison, leaving you, this insignificant wretch, utterly inconsequential. Lin Jianya sought to comfort himself with this thought. At that moment, Lao Jiang rose to his feet. Lin Jianya was so startled that his back collided with the mural. "Why, you," he stammered, pointing at Lao Jiang as if he had seen a ghost.
Lao Yiang.
With a smile, replied, "Did you not know? The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows. You fancied yourself the mantis, but I am the oriole." It turns out that Lao Jiang had not administered the poisoned aspirin. It was merely a ruse he had staged with Cho Shoushou. It appears that my little thespian has trained a seasoned actor, successfully deceiving Lin Jianya. Lin Jianya, in shock, turned to Cho Shoushou, unable to fathom that she would betray a comrade of over a decade for someone she had only just met. Do you remember our conversation the other day? Cho Shoushou asked Lin Jianya. Do you recall when I almost abandoned my archaeology studies while studying abroad? That incident was indeed true, but the reasons were fabricated. A woman, whose gaze is filled with artifacts, harbors no interest in men whatsoever. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as she spoke these words, Cho Shoushou suddenly cast a fleeting glance at old Jiang, her movement swift, as if fearing that a falsehood had been uttered and might be discovered. Lin Jianya realized he had been completely exposed. He hurled a flash bomb in a desperate bid to escape, but as he turned, he found a cold, glistening sword poised at his neck. It turned out that Helan Shui had also sustained minor injuries and had not moved from her position. She too was merely acting. After years of scheming, Lin Jianya ultimately miscalculated. Gazing at the captured Lin Jianya, old Jiang intended to conduct a thorough interrogation, his smile reminiscent of a cunning old fox. From the very beginning of the camp, I knew you were not who you claimed to be. I remained silent along the way simply to discern what schemes you harbored. Lin Jianya laughed heartily. It matters not if I divulge my origins. I hail from a place that is omnipresent. It will not cease until its goals are achieved, while you, the Qilin, will forever lag a step behind. In the future, you shall experience the terror that emanates from it. For reasons unknown, despite Lin Jianya's failure to specify who it was, old Jiang's expression shifted to one of profound fear, as if facing a formidable adversary. As Lin Jianya laughed, he suddenly fell silent. Old Jiang hurriedly approached to check for breath, only to discover that Lin Jianya had met his end, and astonishingly, he had died with a smile upon his lips. Upon examination, it was revealed that Lin Jianya had concealed a poison pill within his teeth, which, when crushed, would induce euphoric excitement, allowing one to pass away in ecstasy. Bai Shui could not help but express astonishment. Is there an organization more powerful than the Qilin in this world? He could not help but cast a glance at Lin Jianya on the ground, a wave of profound apprehension washing over him. This individual had stealthily mingled within their ranks for so long, and their failure to perceive the anomaly underscored the formidable nature of the adversary. Lao Jiang, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, remarked nonchalantly, I have indeed heard whispers of its existence. A terrifying organization that has persisted for a millennium. They harbor a keen interest in ancient tombs, moving like shadows, enigmatic and elusive. Despite the valiant sacrifices of numerous intelligence operatives from Qilin, only meager fragments of information have been uncovered. The reasons behind its existence and the identities of those orchestrating it remain shrouded in mystery. To my astonishment, its influence has already extended to Laytown and Yinsu. As Lin Jianya articulated, this organization was omnipresent and seemingly omnipotent. A deep sense of dread began to envelop Lao Jiang as he continued to ponder the matter of the curse, expressing that, with Lin Jianya now deceased, they must press on to uncover the true main burial chamber and the resting place of Fu Hao. Lao Jiang nodded in agreement, and suddenly, his gaze fell upon Helan Shui, seeking her assistance. Helan Shui approached with an icy demeanor, inquiring what was required of her. Lao Jiang replied with a smile, naturally, to facilitate the love between Fu Hao and Wu Ding. He instructed Helan Shui to position herself beside Fu Hao while he stood by Wu Ding. Together, they endeavored to unite the figures of the girl holding an umbrella and the man depicted in the final mural. Amidst the gentle, persistent rain, Wu Ding adorned Fu Hao with a kuei-shaped hairpin. This tender-hearted king finally forged an eternal bond of life and death with his beloved wife. At that moment, accompanied by a resounding roar, the last tomb gate gradually swung open. Chapter 66. The wolf leader acknowledges his master. Behind the tomb entrance lay a long curtain of beads, intricately strung together in varying hues, creating a remarkable image of a maiden holding an umbrella. Clad in a white robe and a red skirt, she stood in exquisite beauty, embodying the legendary grace of the revered Queen Fu Hao. Dressed in battle attire, she exuded valor. Adorned in sorceress garments, she radiated gentleness and purity. We gazed at the enchanting figure of Fu Hao upon the bead curtain, reluctant to mar her splendid visage. Bai Shui elucidated that the ailing Fu Hao, suffering in her sickbed, was perhaps a reminder from Wu Ding, wishing that all would remember her beauty alone. Thus, he had crafted this curtain of beads to shield her frailty from view. Though we hesitated to disrupt this beauty, our mission remained at the forefront of our minds. Squad leader Zhang, self-identified as a rough man, declared that he would take the initiative. He lifted the curtain, urging everyone to enter swiftly. In that moment, our eyes were drawn to a colossal bronze totem of the mystical Xian bird embedded in the wall, alongside two coffins, one large and one small, one being the primary coffin, while the other presumably served as a burial companion. Both coffins, uniquely boat-shaped, stood amidst a translucent layer of water. Beyond the curtain, a series of stone steps descended, leading into the water, the depth of which remained unknown, instilling a sense of trepidation. We stood poised on the steps, eager yet cautious, while Bai Shui suggested that this river alluded to the river of the underworld, with the boat-shaped coffins symbolizing the deceased's passage across it to reunite with their ancestors. Surely, there is nothing lurking in this water? Lu Baoping inquired timidly, craning his neck in apprehension. At that moment, old Jiang suddenly pointed at the bow of the ship and exclaimed, "Look over there. What is that?" Two tubes, as thick as a child's arm and nearly transparent, were seen. One end connected to the bows of the two boats, while the other delved deep into the water below. This immediately reminded me of the blood-red stem of the gluttonous flower from before. Qiu Xiuxiu, puzzled, remarked, "But the stem of that flower was distinctly crimson." Old Jiang shook his head. "No, remember? After the gluttonous flower withered completely, its stem gradually lost vitality. I was initially perplexed as to why King Shang would harbor such a creature in this underground mausoleum. It now appears he was, in fact, utilizing the stem of the gluttonous flower to sustain the eternal slumber of those within these coffins. The gluttonous flower can endure for a millennium, continuously supplying life force to these two sarcophagi." Qiu Xiuxiu's attention turned to the occupants of the tomb, inquiring of old Jiang, with one coffin larger than the other, could it be that they contain Fu Hao and Wu Ding? Given Wu Ding's affection for Fu Hao, it is highly probable that the main coffin housed Fu Hao. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder aloud. The mural clearly stated that the two were interred together. Did they truly rest in separate coffins after death? Lu Baoping expressed his concern that upon opening the coffins, they might encounter two large zongzi, for he had witnessed the power of that flower firsthand. Old Jiang, uncertain, suggested, "Let's give it a try." None could ascertain the true purpose of the gluttonous flower. Perhaps it merely prevented decomposition, or perhaps it could indeed cause the dead to rise. After all, the notion of the dead returning to life is utterly inconceivable. Old Jiang cast a stone into the river of the dead to test its depths, only to discover that the waters barely reached his knees. Summoning his courage, he waded in without encountering any anomalies. The others cautiously followed suit, advancing towards the coffin. Old Jiang and Bai Shui pried open the main coffin, revealing an unexpected three-tiered structure. The outermost layer was crafted from bronze. Within this grand bronze sarcophagus lay a smaller white jade coffin, and nestled inside that was an even smaller coffin made from golden silk Nanmu wood. Lu Baoping marveled at the discovery, noting that this was no ordinary golden silk Nanmu, but rather the legendary Tree King, which was said to remain uncorrupted for a millennium and to grow only at the intersection of yin and yang. Indeed, Wu Ding was truly remarkable. As old Jiang prepared to pry open the final layer of the golden silk Nanmu coffin, he instructed Bai Shui to step back, wary of any unforeseen events. However, the moment he lifted the lid, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone. They had speculated that the coffin might contain Wu Ding or Fu Hao, or perhaps the skeletal remains of the two interred together. But they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that the coffin was empty, save for a dark bronze artifact the size of a human head. At the same time, an overwhelming aura of resentment erupted from the bronze object, as if a slumbering demon, dormant for a millennium, had been awakened. The surface was intricately engraved with a fierce and savage tiger, its gaping maw poised to devour the head of a child. The grotesque imagery was so chilling that even the seasoned old Jiang felt a shiver of fear. Bai Shui informed them that this was a yu, a vessel used for serving wine during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties have always emphasized majesty and auspiciousness. Take for instance the Taotai motif, the mystical bird, or the dragon and phoenix. Yet, the depiction of a tiger poised to devour its prey is increasingly chilling with each glance. The nation reveres the power of malevolence. The more sinister the object, the more they are drawn to it. This ferocious tiger-shaped vessel, a veritable embodiment of evil, is replete with the curses of the departed. I could not help but interject. Since it is a cursed object, touching it moments ago shouldn't bring any ill fate upon you, right? At this, Lao Jiang shuddered momentarily, then touched his forehead, assuring me he felt no difference. He speculated that when Tao had indeed been cursed, but that such a curse had likely dissipated after centuries following the tomb's opening, which explained our continued safety thus far. The Hua Mother Wu Ding is a national treasure, yet it is too cumbersome for us to carry away. However, I am determined to bring forth this tiger-shaped vessel. Its exquisite patterns and exceptional craftsmanship are bound to astonish the world. Lao Jiang assisted the archaeological team in extracting the tiger vessel from the coffin. Bai Shui donned gloves and took it with utmost care, his movements gentle and deliberate, as though cradling a fragile artifact. Lao Jiang jested at his excessive caution, while he carefully wrapped the tiger vessel in layers of protective cloth before gently stowing it in his backpack. Meanwhile, I approached the small coffin nearby, tapping it lightly, uncertain if it contained a burial companion or additional offerings. Recalling how Lao Jiang had opened the main coffin without a scratch, curiosity compelled me to lift the lid of the accompanying coffin. After all, I, Li Jinglan, am a distinguished student of the Central Archaeological Institute, am I not? To my astonishment, there lay a man within the burial coffin. His head rested upon a massive floral stem, and he wore an ancient bronze wolf mask that instantly reminded me of the fierce wolf commander depicted in the murals. It felt as though an enigmatic voice was guiding me from the depths of the unknown. Quickly, remove his mask. This is the consequence of your past life and present existence. Old Jiang, having finally assembled the fearsome tiger-shaped vessel, sensed my movements and bellowed, "Li Jinglan, what are you doing?" Startled by his outburst, the voice in my mind intensified, transforming into a cacophony of whispers from countless spirits. This is the cause of your past life, the effect of your present life. Compelled by an unseen force, I reached out and tore away the wolf mask. It was only upon regaining my senses that I realized the enormity of my mistake. I had potentially triggered a transformation of the corpse. Yet, I was met with a face that had remained untouched by decay for a millennium. The man in the coffin possessed a noble nose, exquisitely shaped lips, and features that were chiseled like a sculpture, with his brows arching dramatically towards his temples. His long, flowing hair exuded an untamed, exotic wildness that rendered me momentarily spellbound. Could ancient people truly possess such beauty? Wasn't it a common belief that they were generally short and unattractive, standing only around 5 feet tall? Just as I was captivated by the visage of the deceased, he suddenly opened his eyes. His obsidian-like gaze radiated a fierce malice that immediately conjured images of a wolf pouncing upon its prey in the forest. In that instant, the very heavens seemed to shudder in terror. As I sensed the gravity of the situation, terror propelled me to leap up, only to be ensnared by the coffin, causing me to tumble unceremoniously into its depths, fortuitously landing atop the corpse of a man. "Please, don't eat me, dear brother," I implored, hastily shutting my eyes in desperation. Yet, I soon felt something soft and warm licking my face, its dampness evoking memories of Dahu. Upon opening my eyes, I was astonished to find it was indeed the corpse. Strangely, upon our first gaze, the fierce aura of malevolence in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming warmth. He harbored no intention of devouring me. Instead, he tilted his head like a playful puppy, nuzzling my chest and emitting a gentle whine. A woo! The sound seemed to call out to his master. My heavens, a millennia-old corpse was vocalizing, and he referred to me as his master? I was utterly bewildered. Chapter 67. The ghost among ghosts. In my moment of indecision, a sudden surge of force yanked me from the corpse, akin to an eagle snatching up a chick, flinging me out of the coffin. It was Lao Jiang. He had sensed my peril and exerted every ounce of his strength. In an instant he turned, drew his blade, and executed the maneuver almost in a heartbeat. A dark blade shot forth like lightning, aimed at the throat of the corpse. However, to Lao Zhang's astonishment, the speed of the corpse surpassed his own. In a mere blink, it left behind an afterimage within the coffin, leaping onto all fours to catch me as I was propelled away. He seemed devoid of malice, gently setting me down, resembling a puppy sitting obediently beside me, gazing up with innocent eyes, and once more letting out a soft awoo. At this moment, old Jiang was utterly perplexed. He glanced at the male corpse, then at me, and inquired, "Do you two know each other?" I shook my head, yet the male corpse vigorously nodded, inscribing a crooked character on the ground with his finger. It was none other than the oracle bone script for master. What? He considers you his master? Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, and I, too, was astonished. Bai Shui pondered aloud. Could he possibly be the adopted son of the legendary Lady Fu how depicted in the murals? The fierce wolf General Ban Ban? The resurrection of a 3,000-year-old corpse is indeed a rarity. I noted that the male corpse had indeed been wearing a wolf-shaped bronze mask. Yet now, why was he pursuing me with such fervor? Did he not sacrifice himself to save Fu Hao? How had he survived until now? Could it be the work of that enchanting flower? Strangely enough, despite my deep-seated fear of zombies, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Ban Ban before me. Perhaps, as the voice in the void suggested, this was the cause of a past life manifesting in this one. I extended my hand, and Ban Ban immediately nuzzled against it, his strikingly handsome, wolfish visage rolling back and forth in my palm. A privilege I had never even enjoyed with Dehu. I never imagined that a Zongzi from a millennium ago would grant me such delight today. Just as our entire group marveled in astonishment, a thick, milky mist suddenly surged within the tomb. The fog spread rapidly, soon obscuring our vision. Simultaneously, a series of hissing sounds echoed in our ears, and pairs of emerald green eyes emerged from the mist. Snakes! They are slithering out of the water, called out Lu Baoping. Countless venomous serpents emerged from the water, their slender, crimson tongues flickering as they slithered toward us. Qiu Xiuxiu immediately exclaimed, "Who has triggered the trap?" This could very well be the most brutal punishment employed by the Shang dynasty against its foes, the Zhai Pen. The term Zhai refers to innumerable poisonous creatures, while Zhai Pen signifies a pit filled with myriad toxins. When the Zhai Pen punishment was enacted, the executioner would meticulously strip a living person of their flesh and then cast them into the pit to be devoured by venomous creatures. This horrific torture had long since been forgotten for millennia, yet here it was, unexpectedly serving as the final line of defense for the Yin ruins. Lao Jiang, retreating, shouted, "Stop dawdling, we must flee. Behind the Shen bird totem lies the exit of this tomb." We all hurried in that direction, only to discover that the Shen bird totem had been activated by someone unbeknownst to us. Through the mist, a figure slowly turned, revealing itself to be the missing archaeologist.
Juwenba.
Gazing at Lao Jiang, he articulated each word with chilling clarity. "Jiang Donghu, I am aware of all that you have done in those years." His voice resounded like thunder from the heavens, rendering Lao Jiang and he Lanxue pale and speechless. Lao Jiang's complex expression was a tapestry of fear, shock, disbelief, and a hidden sense of guilt. I, too, was rendered speechless, for the voice I heard was no longer that of Du Wenbin, but rather another voice, identical to the one recorded on the tape left in Lasian. "Everything from those years will be repaid to you tenfold, 100-fold. I shall become the nightmare of Qilin for a lifetime." Lao Jiang's eyes widened in fury as he unsheathed his black knife, intent on pursuit, but he Lanxue firmly grasped his shoulder and declared, "You stay here to protect the archaeological team. I will go." Having spoken, he, with sword in hand, plunged into the exit of the Shen Niao. Behind him, Yin Linger murmured, "Master, master." I understood her concern for he Lanxue's safety and hurriedly followed suit. Little did I expect, however, that Ban Ban closely trailed my every step. With each stride I took, he mirrored it. When I halted, so did he. Fearful that I might abandon him, to alleviate the burden somewhat, I tossed Yin Linger's heavy bamboo basket to him, instructing him to carry it well. The serpents had all slithered out of the water, and the archaeological team was thrown into disarray. Old Jiang could only urge them to escape one by one through the exit, yet those pairs of emerald eyes drew ever nearer. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Sergeant Zhang suddenly cast aside his submachine gun and positioned himself at the rear of the line. What madness is this? Old Zhang squinted, inquiring. Leave this to me, Sergeant Zhang declared, as he drew a dagger from his waist and slashed open the artery on his wrist. One incision was insufficient. He made another on his thigh, and gouts of blood instantaneously stained his military uniform a deep crimson. It became clear that he intended to use his own blood to lure the vile serpents. The dozen or so snakes, on the verge of entering the exit, were drawn in by the scent of blood and surged forward in a frenzy. Sergeant Zhang, Bai Shui cried out in anguish, calling his name. Everyone present turned their gaze, but Sergeant Zhang merely offered a feeble salute, smiling as he proclaimed, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Protecting the Yin Su archaeological team is my responsibility. Depart quickly, my blood will not flow for long." With that, he bellowed and charged toward the main burial chamber, his blood splattering everywhere, attracting even more serpents. He sacrificed his life to protect us from the treacherous pitfall deliberately set by Du Wenbin. Yet the price to pay was to be devoured by a myriad of serpents. The air was thick with hissing sounds. I could envision countless snakes coiling around Sergeant Zhang's body, feasting on his blood and flesh. The only sound that remained was Zhang Yunfeng, sergeant of the 23 RD Division's 1st Special Platoon, reporting, "Soldiers may perish on the battlefield, yet there is no need for their bodies to be wrapped in horse hides. Such is their most cherished spirit." To honor Sergeant Zhang's sacrifice, we raced forward with all our might, sprinting along the mist-laden tomb passage. To our astonishment, the deep tomb pathway opened up to a sheer cliff, where a rickety suspension bridge swayed precariously. This bridge, constructed from 10 bronze chains, had succumbed to the ravages of time, now in a state of decay, presumably built by the craftsmen who had once constructed the tomb. Helan Shui moved with remarkable speed, having already employed her agility to reach the opposite shore, while I, burdened with Silver Bell, struggled to keep pace, panting heavily. Suddenly, beneath my feet, I heard the most dreaded sound. Crack! One of the bronze chains snapped in midair, plunging into the abyss below. Silver Bell fell from my back, and in a panic, I clutched her hand tightly with one hand while desperately gripping the chain with the other, resembling helpless grass hanging over the cliff, at the mercy of fate. Witnessing this scene, Helan Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Her astute mind instantly discerned the clean cut on the broken bronze chain, while several other chains had been deliberately severed halfway by some kind of golden-threaded saw. She shouted Silver Bell's name loudly, brandishing her sword towards the darkness. "Old Five, how despicable you are. If there is something to confront, come at me instead. Why target a child? What truly transpired in the ruins of Yin all those years ago? Why has Old Five returned from the dead?" At that moment, Silver Bell was fully awakened. Her gaze fixed on my hand that I held tightly, gritting her teeth. She exclaimed, "Li Jinglan, what are you pretending to be? A hero? Let go of your hand. Do you not know how much I loathe you?" I understood her concern that I might also fall, so I replied with a smile, "I won't let go, not even in death." By now, the veins in my arm were bulging, and it felt as though my whole limb was on the verge of dislocating. Suddenly, a howl echoed from behind. Ban Ban leapt forth like a proud wolf king of the forest, his limbs soaring as if traversing solid ground on the swaying suspension bridge. His eyes, like black gemstones, radiated a resolute gaze. As he grasped a bronze chain, he propelled himself forward with remarkable agility. With swift, fluid movements, he approached me. I urged him to leave quickly, as the situation was perilous, and as I spoke, the bridge sagged another inch. Witnessing this, Ban Ban suddenly lifted me by the waist, and in that moment, I comprehended the essence of absolute strength. This was the indomitable warrior of the Great Shang. Yet this state was precarious. In a moment of quick thinking, I commanded Ban Ban, "Save them, hurry!" Ban Ban seemed to grasp my intent, and in an instant, he scooped up Silver Bell, his movements as seamless as flowing water. However, after retrieving her, he stood still, rather foolishly, upon the 2 bronze chains. I quickly pointed to the opposite bank and urged, "Take us across the bridge, quickly." Originally, Ban Ban intended to pull me along, but realizing that this approach was rather slow, He swiftly lifted me with his other hand and secured me under his arm. Thus, he carried me at great speed across the bridge. My head was turned towards Lao Jiang, as I was concerned about the situation on his side. At this moment, Lao Jiang and the archaeological team members had managed to escape to the side of the suspension bridge, gazing at the precarious, crumbling bridge that loomed over the abyss. In silence, Lao Jiang lit a cigarette and inquired, "The situation exceeds my expectations. I can only take one person with me, and there is merely a 30% chance of success. Who among you will come?" To his surprise, Bai Shui, Lu Baoping, and Qiu Xiuxiu exchanged glances and suddenly broke into smiles. Bai Shui spoke up, "Mr. Jiang, if you were to take only the man-eating tiger vessel, would there not be a 100% chance of success?" Chapter 68. National treasure, what does this mean? He had anticipated that the 3 archaeological team members would be frightened, perhaps weeping or even fighting fiercely for the chance to survive. After all, who wishes to perish? Bai Shui questioned, if Mr. Jiang were to traverse the bridge alone, would he not be able to successfully carry away the man-eating tiger vessel? I ask you simply, yes or no? Yes. Lao Jiang nodded. Then we can rest easy. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shui removed his backpack and solemnly tied it around Lao Jiang. Hurry. The snake swarm will soon catch up. Yet, Lao Jiang could not bear to abandon the 3 lives. Is there truly no one willing to accompany me? If even one of you survives, the Yin Ruins archaeological team will endure, and your honor will be recognized by the world. Ha ha ha. Bai Shui erupted into a resounding laughter. Mr. Jiang, do you truly hold me in such disdain, believing that I devoted decades of my youth merely for the sake of leaving a mark in history? In the end, even our common folk have begun to question their own beliefs. Did the Xia dynasty truly exist? Did the Shang dynasty? We have lost our cultural confidence. China is ailing. At this moment, Qiu Xiuxiu interjected, this is precisely why we, the youth, have resolutely joined the archaeological team at the Yin Ruins. We aim to make the world aware that the Shang dynasty did exist. It was the first documented civilization of Huaxia, with our cultural roots extending back 3,000, 5,000 years or even longer. We seek to unearth each national treasure, to instill pride in every young descendant of Yan and Huang, as this is our original aspiration and the very purpose of our archaeological endeavors, much like your Qilin's declaration. For life and death, we pledge ourselves to the nation, with unwavering resolve. Please, having said this, Bai Shui deeply bowed to old Jiang, stating, to fight alongside the 2 most formidable black knife Qilins in history is the greatest honor of our lives. Then, before everyone, he unhesitatingly leaped into the abyss. Old Jiang was taken aback, reaching out only to grasp at empty air. In a bid to sever his instinct to save him, Bai Shui chose self-destruction. Lu Baoping wiped his eyes and similarly bowed to old Jiang. The entire team knows I am afraid of death. It is simply my nature since birth. However, there are things in this world that transcend life itself. The camera and the man-eating urn cannot be forsaken. I am willing to exchange my life for that additional 70% certainty. Lu Baoping, initially timid, inched toward the precipice. Gradually, he found himself devoid of fear. He beheld the white waters beckoning him and envisioned a future day when, upon the excavation of Yin Su, his name would be etched upon the monument there, while his son, in his early speech, would touch the monument and say, "Father was truly courageous." A smile graced his lips as he plummeted deeper into the abyss. Old Jiang, witnessing Qiuxiu also approach the edge of the cliff, quickly extended his hand in an attempt to save her, but Qiuxiu deftly evaded him. Her figure clung to the brink of the cliff, resembling a butterfly yearning for freedom. With tenderness in her gaze, Qiuxiu addressed old Jiang. Mr. Jiang, there are words I have long hesitated to express, but if I do not speak them now, I may never have another chance. In truth, I have always held a deep affection for you. Throughout their journey, old Jiang felt both love and fear towards Helan Shui. This profound sentiment was not lost on Qiuxiu, a woman attuned to the subtleties of emotion. She merely sought to avoid any regrets, wishing to convey to old Jiang that his shoulders were broad and his hands warm. Clad in an apricot-yellow archaeological outfit, Qiuxiu's visage, partially obscured by goggles, bore an added touch of melancholy. She tossed her hair aside and, with a gentle smile, posed one final question. Am I beautiful? Tears welled in old Zhang's eyes. Suppressing his sorrow, he nodded and replied, "You are beautiful, truly beautiful." Satisfied with his answer, Qiuxiu leaped into the embrace of Mother Earth, the eternal home of all archaeologists. Streams of tears traced old Zhang's face, and we too wept profusely, as none could have anticipated such an ending. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lao Zhang's eyes, and he transformed into a streak of black lightning, bearing the ferocious tiger's man-eating vessel upon his back. With his feet firmly planted on the swaying bridge, he leapt towards us at an astonishing speed. This was the strength bestowed upon him by all the fallen. Almost in the very millisecond he reached the opposite shore, the entire suspension bridge collapsed in an instant, massive bronze chains plummeting into the abyss, while the tide of serpents was effectively thwarted. We were left speechless, overwhelmed by sorrow, ultimately resolving to retreat. As we gasped for breath, we found ourselves inadvertently circling back to the underground royal city we had previously encountered. Gazing upon the familiar moat and the towering eaves adorned with golden roofs, we realized we had found salvation. This was not a dead end. If we followed the passage that Wen Tao had originally excavated, we could escape to safety. However, just as we reveled in our good fortune, a multitude of crimson lights flickered in the dark space, accompanied by a droning sound. The vile blood flies had returned. "Run!" I shouted urgently. Thousands of blood flies flapped their wings, weaving a vast scarlet net that surged toward us. At that moment we were utterly exhausted. Yet we could not afford to stop. Pausing would mean being drained of life by these insidious creatures. Lao Zhang supported He Lan Shui, while Ban Ban clutched onto Yin Ling Air, all of us racing frantically under my guidance. Little did we anticipate that ahead, beneath the immense excavation hole, two unwelcome guests awaited us. One of them was Xin Xiaoyu, still sporting a ponytail and clad in a crisp black Zhongshan suit, casually sitting there, munching on an apple. The ground was littered with apple cores, indicating he had been waiting for us for quite some time while snacking. Another figure was a bald man, his smooth scalp adorned with a fierce Kirin tattoo. Although I was oblivious to his identity, the black Zhongshan suit he wore and the black blade at his waist revealed him to be a formidable black blade Kirin. With this realization, I felt an immense weight lift from my shoulders. There was hope. How had things become so dire? Observing the injuries we all bore, Shen Xiaoyu was equally taken aback. "If you had descended into the Yin ruins, your bones would have been devoured," old Zhang scolded. "Why don't you swiftly block the blood flies behind us instead of merely munching on apples?" At that moment, it dawned on me that the cigarette case old Zhang had tossed was intended to summon the Kirin for our rescue. "All right, enough chatter. You all retreat," Shen Xiaoyu instructed, allowing the bald man to assist us as he revealed a wicked grin and dramatically unveiled what was concealed beneath layers of black cloth. To my astonishment, it was a Maxim machine gun, fully loaded. Now it was my turn to take center stage. A fiery intensity ignited in Shen Xiaoyu's eyes. Suddenly, I heard the deafening roar of gunfire erupting from the darkness. The air filled with the cacophony of gunshots as the terrifying tide of insects was violently torn apart by a barrage of bullets. It seemed that the blood flies would be unable to escape unscathed. The thought of this individual's propensity for violence sent a shiver down my spine. Once we emerged, I glanced back at the companion who had been shadowing us and couldn't help but ask old Zhang what our next step should be. As for fate, we neither cling to it nor force it. We shall simply allow everything to unfold as it should. Ban Ban is indeed a savior for both myself and Yin Linger. Moreover, he does not exhibit the mindless aggression of a zombie, making his presence a potentially advantageous choice. A wave of emotions washed over me as I extended my hand, and Ban Ban immediately leaned his handsome face closer. I gently stroked his head and, filled with aspirations, said, "From now on you shall accompany me. I will teach you to speak, to dine, and to experience the spectrum of human emotions. Though you are the formidable wolf king of commerce, you are also the best companion of Li Jinglan." As we boarded the truck heading home, gazing at the vast expanse of Yin Su and inhaling the swirling sands, I could not help but pull out my notebook, my thoughts lingering on the poignant image of Bai Shui and others leaping off the cliff one by one. I pondered aloud to old Zhang, many years from now, if we were to depart like them, would posterity remember us? Old Zhang lit the last cigarette in his pocket and, exhaling a cloud of smoke, replied, Qilin, it is not necessary to be remembered. They do not require remembrance either. Chapter 69. The return of the night wanderer upon seeing the towering black building of Qilin once more. My heart was a tumult of emotions, excitement, sorrow, and the relief of having survived calamity. As we stepped into the ground floor lobby, we were met with the enthusiastic calls of Director Yang from the Intelligence Department. To my astonishment, a multitude of individuals awaited us in the lobby, including colleagues from the Intelligence and Archives departments, and even a few imposing figures from the Black Blade Qilin. I wondered how old Jiang had garnered such a wide circle of acquaintances. In the midst of the crowd, a figure resembling a black-bladed unicorn boldly spoke. How perilous can the Yin ruins be, to have left you all wounded? Must we summon Shin Xiaoyu for assistance? Indeed, each of us bore injuries. Lao Jiang and He Lanxue were drenched in blood, while my own visage was bruised and battered. Particularly concerning was Yin Linger, who, in her struggle against the demonic flower, had harmed her life-bound insect, leaving her pallid face resting on He Lanxue's back in deep slumber. It would take months for her to recover. Lao Jiang offered no explanation, instead coldly retorting, had it been you, there would likely be nothing left but bone fragments. It became evident that the reason for their enthusiastic welcome was merely to catch a glimpse of the treasures of the Yin ruins. Yet, Lao Jiang asserted that these artifacts were exceedingly sinister. Without the leader's consent, he would never dare to unveil the package. With that, he led us directly to the conference hall on the second floor. Upon our arrival, the slender elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, whom we had encountered previously, was already awaiting us. He had been engrossed in reading the newspaper and, upon noticing our presence, nodded slightly, commanding us to sit. While Lao Jiang could jest lightly downstairs, before this venerable elder, he was utterly respectful, his demeanor serious and poised. Indeed, this enigmatic elder was the leader of the unicorns. The reverence I felt was palpable, as he embodied a presence so esteemed that one hesitated to approach carelessly. Before us stood a fearsome tiger-shaped vessel, its surface encrusted with verdant rust and shrouded in an eerie black mist. Yet, the exquisite bronze craftsmanship and intricate design represented the zenith of the Shang dynasty's artistry. Spanning over 5 centuries, the formidable tiger appeared almost lifelike, opening its gaping maw before us, devouring the head of a child. It was nothing short of divine, murmured the elder. Their sacrifice was not in vain. It allowed the Yin ruins to bask in the light of day once more, fulfilling a lifelong dream. The elder assured us that he would handle the man-eating tiger vessel with care, honoring both us and the spirits of the brave souls. However, we were confronted with 2 pressing dilemmas. Noticing Lao Jiang's hesitation, the elder furrowed his brow and sharply remarked, "When did you become so reticent, boss? I wish to inquire whether we should publicize the existence of the Yin ruins. Yet, should we disclose this information, the tomb raiding forces scattered across the land would inevitably stir, potentially subjecting the ruins to unwarranted calamity. How many bronze artifacts might be lost then? Would we not become the villains of history?" The elder, narrowing his eyes, listened attentively to Lao Jiang's concerns and replied calmly, "Rest assured, I will manage it well." Immediately thereafter, Lao Jiang glanced at me and posed the second question. After revealing the matter regarding Ban Ban to the elder, he surprisingly smiled, a knowing grin that seemed to peer into Lao Jiang's very soul. Your skill in safeguarding your disciple may be lacking, but your fortune in acquiring them is unparalleled. Rejoice in having discovered such a treasure." At this, I felt a pang of anxiety and could not help but exclaim, Although Ban Ban is a zombie, he possesses a gentle nature, is obedient, and even saved both me and Ling Er in the Yin ruins. Could you refrain from confining him and allow him to continue accompanying me? Li Jinglan, your fate is intertwined with both peril and fortune, a manifestation of destiny itself. Since the Wolf Commander acknowledges you as his leader, his decisions naturally rest in your hands. I was taken aback by the elder's remarkable openness, and I expressed my gratitude repeatedly. Silver Bell is still in a state of unconsciousness, evidently suffering from severe mental exhaustion, while He Lanxue carried her away. Old Jiang and I cautiously closed the conference room door behind us. I found it peculiar that Old Jiang had not reported the news of Old Five's survival, and He Lanxue, from beginning to end, had conspicuously refrained from revealing even a single word about it. However, this is their own dilemma, undoubtedly accompanied by their own considerations. As a disciple, I naturally cannot interfere with their private matters. Upon exiting, old Jiang unexpectedly patted the back of my head, praising my cleverness, seemingly pleased that I had not exposed his little schemes. He excitedly promised me, "Tomorrow, Master will take you to Donglishan for lamb hot pot. Order as much as you desire." Outside, my companion, anxious because I had not called for him, shouted my name and tugged at my clothes. I quickly reassured him I'll take you to eat soon. Old Jiang and I proceeded to the cafeteria, accompanied by my companion. Here, people seldom meddled in others' affairs, each engrossed in their own tasks. To our surprise, the cafeteria not only reserved meals for us but also added an abundance of ingredients. Beef, lamb, and chicken legs, presenting a veritable feast befitting honored guests. The chef kindly inquired what we would like for dinner, suggesting beef stew noodles as an option. As I exchanged glances with Lao Jiang, we were both filled with excitement. Who could tell how long we had been gnawing on those pastries? Our stomachs were long emptied, and I hurriedly began to list the dishes I desired, while also ordering a few for Helan Shui and her apprentice, acknowledging their considerable efforts during this journey. The adorable little silver bell appeared to be on the verge of exhaustion, and it was imperative that we nourish her well in the coming months. Without hesitation, the chef wiped his hands on his apron and declared, "All right, I shall go buy some meat shortly." Chapter 70. You Are Mine, Banban. In the days that followed, I unexpectedly took on the role of Banban's instructor, teaching him how to dress, how to eat, and how to integrate into the grand society of the Republic. Alas, it seemed I was not cut out for this role, and he was not a particularly willing student. "Hey, eat the cooked meat. Don't use your hands. The entire dining hall is watching us," pleaded. For heaven's sake, I had just joined Qilin, and I was already being made to feel like an outcast on my very first day. Witnessing Banban across the table, once again grasping a piece of raw beef pilfered from the kitchen and chewing it voraciously, I felt a headache coming on. Banban looked up at me, his gaze bewildered, as if he did not understand what had incited my irritation. His face bore a wild beauty from a distant land, his skin slightly sun-kissed after leaving the tomb. Having just consumed raw meat, the corner of his lips was smeared with a streak of alarming blood. Yet, his eyes, dark and profound, devoid of any emotion, gazed at me with an overwhelming sense of pity and helplessness, causing my frustration to dissipate significantly. "Forget it, let's eat. As long as it's not human flesh, it will suffice." Banban seemed to grasp my words, seizing a piece of raw meat and tearing into it, exposing its glistening white teeth, and even flashed me a grin that sent shivers down my spine. It appears that transforming this formidable wolf into a modern being is a daunting task. At that moment, I noticed the cafeteria chef whispering with several members of the Qilin, casting furtive glances at Banban and me. Their murmurs hinted at something like, "Have you ever seen a walking zombie? That esse bona fide zongzi, 3,000 years of vintage. What is this newcomer doing living and dining with a zombie? Is there some grand conspiracy afoot?" I could not help but bang the table, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a corpse being nurtured? Your ignorance is astounding." With that, I dragged Banban away from the cafeteria, yet an even greater dilemma loomed ahead. Where would this creature sleep? I spent the afternoon discussing this predicament with Lao Jiang in our dormitory. Banban, perched nearby with an eager expression, emitted soft whimpering sounds, unmistakably indicating that wherever I am, he would be there too. But what if he devoured me in the dead of night? The image of Banban voraciously chewing raw meat haunted my thoughts, and I dreaded the possibility of him succumbing to his wolfish instincts and turning me into his midnight snack. That would render me, Li Jinglan, the greatest joke in Qilin history. Lao Jiang, however, assured me that Banban, unchanged in his corpse-like nature, would likely be uncontrollable even in a different abode. "He only recognizes you. You must share a bed with him." I proposed a condition. I asked Lao Jiang to secure me a bunk bed, for I had no desire to share my pillow with a millennia-old corpse. Lao Jiang readily expressed no objections. He went to assist me in arranging the bed while I began tidying up the dormitory, dividing my water cup and toiletries into 2 portions.
However, Bonbon.
with his tall and robust physique, could not possibly fit into my clothes. Just as I was contemplating the whims of fate, a sudden thought struck me. Where is De Hu? I must remember that before heading to Insu, I entrusted De Hu to Xin Xiaoyu, but she had since gone to fetch us. This plump cat, left unattended, wouldn't he perish from hunger, would it? Meow. Suddenly, a familiar meow pierced through the air, prompting me to turn sharply. I beheld a large cat with golden fur and a tapestry of vibrant patterns charging down the corridor. Each hair on its body stood on end, and its coppery eyes widened in alarm as if confronted with the most perilous entity in existence. Not far away stood Xin Xiaoyu, calling out De Hu's name, yet De Hu paid her no heed. Instead, it resembled a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, both wary and irate, scratching the ground while emitting a thunderous roar. Huff! Huff! It sensed the essence of death, the stench of blood. The source of danger was none other than Ban Ban. Clearly, Xin Xiaoyu was about to return De Hu to its rightful owner when De Hu sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Ban Ban in the dormitory was also poised on all fours, his obsidian-like deep eyes radiating a sharp, murderous intent, reminiscent of a standoff between a tiger and a wolf in the forest. Were these two destined enemies? Alas, I found myself in a truly precarious position. I quickly leaped into the fray, bracing myself to restrain one of them, acting as a peacemaker. The feline companion displayed an impressive demeanor, immediately retracting its menacing white teeth upon my arrival. As for the formidable tiger, it cast a peculiar glance in my direction, from which I could discern a hint of resentment. It seemed to serve as a reminder that this creature was a monster, far more terrifying than the bloodthirsty specters of Shoshui village. Xin Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "At last, I have delivered this little tyrant to you. We had an agreement, remember? Unless you betray old Jiang and become my apprentice, do not expect me to extend my assistance in watching over this cat for another day." The cat's audacity was remarkable, even chasing the trio of precious wolfhounds, the only guardians of the Qilin, causing them to weep daily in fear. I must admit, Jinglan, your choice of name for this cat is astutely fitting. It truly believes itself to be a tiger, unafraid of anything. I cradled the tiger in my arms, initially met with its protests against being held. After assuring it that I would remain for a few days and would provide daily meals of meat, it reluctantly nestled into my embrace. Given that it had previously dared to confront even the bloodthirsty specters, I found this behavior quite unsurprising. This little creature possessed an innate ability to shake the very foundations of the world. The notion that it was merely a cat was utterly unfounded. Once the tiger departed, I introduced my companion to it, but to my surprise, the tiger merely glanced at the newcomer with hostility, dismissively turning its head before stubbornly demanding meat from me. However, my companion bore no ill will towards the tiger. Its exquisitely sculpted visage radiated tolerance, silently standing by my side, its eyes seemingly filled with fine wine, enchanting enough to intoxicate anyone in its presence. I wondered if the tiger sensed no threat to its status, as it gradually subdued its ferocity. To my astonishment, in the dead of night, beneath the luminous full moon, I was abruptly awakened by a terrifying sound of gnawing. The noise, crunch, 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 echoed like a demon feasting upon the living, its sharp fangs occasionally clashing against bone. Alarmed, I realized this was no mere dream and hastily rose from my bed. The first sight that met my eyes was a sinister silhouette, bathed in moonlight, voraciously devouring something. "Ban Ban, what are you doing?" I was so frightened that my very soul seemed to tremble, fearing that this creature might incite a calamity. If that were the case, no one could save him. He would simply be subdued or eliminated as a zombie. After a thorough inspection, I discovered that it was not human flesh he was consuming, but rather fresh pork stolen from the cafeteria, which relieved my anxious heart. "So, you stole this cauldron as well?" I glared at Ban Ban. "In the Shang dynasty, you were not a wolf general, but rather a professional pickpocket?" This bronze cauldron was quite familiar to me. It seemed to be the one an old man in the archives had used as a paperweight on his desk. It was not a rare artifact, but a modern imitation of a Shang dynasty Leiwen beast face flat-footed ding. The cauldron still radiated warmth, and beneath my feet lay several smoldering pieces of charcoal. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Was Ban Ban intending to With a charming smile in his eyes, Ban Ban vigorously nodded, pointed to his belly, emitted muffled sounds, and, with great effort, inscribed 2 crooked oracle bone characters in the blood on the ground. It meant ding food. While the ding is regarded as an artifact today, in ancient times it was the highest grade cooking utensil used for preparing meat. In the Shang dynasty, individuals often assessed one's noble status by the arrangement of cooking vessels. Ban Ban, having absorbed my words, refrained from consuming raw meat and instead taught himself to cook when hunger struck. This thought stirred a pang of sorrow within me, accompanied by a gentle warmth. "O Ban Ban, who claims you are merely a soulless automaton? Who dares to label you as the most fearsome entity in existence? You possess emotions, you exhibit gentleness, and you have continuously transformed for my sake." Unbeknownst to me, tears began to cascade down my cheeks. Ban Ban, mistaking his actions as wrong, clung to my leg, whimpering in fear of being cast out of the dormitory. I quickly reached out to stroke his head, offering a soft smile. "I shall never let you wander again, not for a lifetime." At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking interrupted our silence, accompanied by Lao Jiang's voice. "You little rascal, open the door." Upon opening the door, I was met with Lao Jiang's serious demeanor, clutching a newspaper that exuded the scent of fresh ink. In an instant, I realized he had come for another matter, and it was of monumental importance. Chapter 71. Silver Lin. Once inside, Lao Jiang's gaze fell upon the small cooking vessel in my arms, then on Ban Ban, whose mouth bore traces of blood yet to be wiped away. His perceptive mind grasped the situation immediately, and with a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Oh, when did you manage to swipe old Xia's precious cooking pot? Planning a late-night snack, are we? Should it be medium rare or rare?" "Master, it's not as you think," I hurriedly began to explain. "All right, as long as you two refrain from stewing old Xia, I have no further concerns." Old Jiang seems to comprehend that for Ban Ban, this millennial-old zombie, merely not attacking is a cause for celebration, so he refrains from reproaching me and instead tosses the newspaper into my hands. "Look, this is the evening edition marking the 20th anniversary of the Xinbao." The Xinbao is the most popular newspaper of the Republican era, due to its founder and president's fearless writing and candid expression, never pandering to the powerful, which resulted in massive sales, often witnessed by newsboys hawking it on the streets. However, in my recollection, the Xinbao was always published every 2 days. This is the first time I've encountered an evening issue. The headline is bold and striking, seemingly intent on etching each word into the hearts of every citizen. It even features a photograph of the ferocious tiger-shaped human-eating vessel, revealing a sinister bronze artifact intricately carved with a tiger, its jaws agape, poised to devour a child's head. The bizarre design is truly rare. The language within the newspaper is profoundly evocative, accompanied by several photographs taken by old Jiang in the tomb. Unfortunately, the lighting in the ancient tomb was too dim, and even with the finest spy camera of the time, the images remain somewhat unclear. Yet, it is sufficient to leave the populace in awe. I glance at old Jiang and then at the newspaper, filled with excitement. "Old Jiang, am I dreaming?" Old Jiang pats the back of my head. "Of course not. The boss has already entrusted the tiger-shaped vessel to the Beijing Museum. Those experts can hardly believe that our ancestors were capable of crafting such exquisite bronze artifacts thousands of years ago, employing a lost wax technique that was ahead of its time. We have succeeded." The name of the Qilin resonates once more within the realm of archaeology. Furthermore, this evening's newspaper has ignited a fervor within society. Even while strolling down the street, university students can be seen brandishing newspapers and exclaiming with pride. With the confirmation of the Shang dynasty, approximately 4,000 years ago, how far are we from substantiating a 5,000-year history? By the decree of the celestial mysterious bird, the Shang was born. Under the guidance of the enigmatic bird, the ancient Shang king traversed mountains and rivers, leading his people to establish a formidable kingdom. King Wu Ding, for the sake of his people, resolutely drew his sword against the deities. Lady Fu Hao commanded the armies of the Shang, vanquishing invaders and ensuring that Huaxia remained the sole survivor among the 4 great ancient civilizations, earning the title of Goddess of War. Courageous and resolute, never yielding, has always been synonymous with the Chinese nation. Though we now stand at a perilous juncture, I firmly believe that the younger generation can preserve the radiant legacy of 5,000 years of civilization. The confidence of our people flows through our veins. Your sacrifices are worthwhile. The sacrifices of all are indeed worth it. I clutched that newspaper tightly and inquired whether old Jiang could gift it to me. He nodded, saying, "Let it be a keepsake." After he departed, I cautiously tucked the newspaper into my bosom, donned an outer garment, and ventured out into the night. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the lights of the entire Qilin building had been extinguished. The darkness intertwined with the distant chirping of insects, sending a shiver down my spine. I found a secluded spot, set up a fire pit, and carefully cast the joss paper I had purchased days prior into the flames, softly invoking the names that felt both strange and familiar. By Shui, this newspaper has been specially reprinted for the Yin ruins. I am aware that your most cherished youth was spent there, and even in death, it remains with you. This reminiscence should not be left to me but rather to you. I carefully extracted the treasured newspaper and ignited it with a lighter. The flames swiftly leapt up, as if illuminating the scene of our united struggle. Tears gradually filled my eyes, and I could almost envision Bai Shui standing at the edge of a cliff, smiling faintly. In our youth, we left our homeland for the West, resolute and unrepentant, not for the allure of British and American pleasures, but to acquire the knowledge of the West, to contribute to the archaeology of our homeland. Professor Bai Shui, I will soon become an official member of the Qilin. Cheer for me, please. Shou Lao Jiang is doing well, you need not worry. As I spoke, I could not help but cry. The fire in the brazier blazed brighter, and it seemed as if invisible hands reached out from all directions, eager to witness the truths inscribed upon the newspaper. I was unaware of when Lao Jiang appeared behind me, the scent of Hadmen's cigarettes wafting into my nostrils, causing me to sneeze. I observed Lao Jiang take a deep drag from his cigarette, placing the remaining half beside the brazier. He spoke not a word, yet I understood he was honoring our comrades who faced life and death alongside him in his own manner. This is? My voice trembled slightly, laced with shock and excitement. To sacrifice life for one's country, to give it all. I bowed deeply to Lao Jiang, unable to restrain myself from caressing this extraordinary gift. As night enveloped me, I succumbed to a deep slumber. In my dreams, I found myself lying in a vast pit filled with an array of bronze artifacts, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. The only company was a collection of exaggeratedly expressive bronze masks, their surfaces marred by verdant rust. Yet, I could distinctly sense the presence of peculiar eyes lurking beneath each mask, gazing at me with an unsettling curiosity. This place was not the ruins of Yin, though it bore a striking resemblance. Both were sanctuaries of bronze used for rituals. Li Jinglan. Suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. I turned abruptly toward the source of the voice, only to hear another echoing from the depths of the pit. Li Jinglan. Gradually, voices began to arise from all directions, some reminiscent of my mother, others of the clan leader, some akin to the elder Jiang, and even the chime of unfamiliar voices.
Li Jinglan. Ah.
Yet, I could find no one. I was left alone, trembling as I groped my way through the abyss. Soon, I stumbled upon a more horrifying discovery. I touched a face embedded within the pit, its skin retaining a semblance of elasticity, even exuding warmth. Summoning my courage, I retrieved a lighter from my pocket to illuminate the darkness, only to reveal that it was yet another bronze mask. It mechanically opened its mouth and spoke. Li Jinglan, you have finally arrived. It dawned on me that each voice emanated from the myriad bronze masks, as if they were still alive, unleashing a chilling, hoarse, and frenzied cacophony. Who are you? I shouted, fixated on the face before me. I am your ancestor, Wen Tao. The corners of the face twisted into a peculiar smile, while the eyes remained hollow. Come find me to break the curse, or you and the entire Lei town shall meet your demise. Chapter 72. Divination. I was abruptly awakened from my slumber, my back drenched in cold sweat. Though merely a nightmare, a subtle feeling lingered in my heart, as if the voice from my dream truly beckoned me to a certain place, a realm filled with bronze masks. With this question in mind, the following day I returned to the archives on the second floor of the Qilin building, yet once again found nothing of significance. Ultimately, I decided to remain there with my companion, dedicating my mornings to reciting the mechanisms and traps of ancient tombs, my afternoons to perusing S-grade National Treasure records, and my evenings to studying the tome left by the former town chief, The 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. Having endured the battle at Een ruins, I gleaned a vital truth. One must forge oneself to wield strength. The more knowledge I acquire, the greater my chances of survival within the treacherous confines of ancient tombs. If only I had recognized the celestial fire glazed tile sooner, Professor Hayshan would not have perished in the blaze. If I had discerned the weakness of that enchanting flower earlier, Yinger would not have been so grievously wounded in her attempt to save us all. Every realization I encounter now may spare a life in the future. The 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas categorizes tomb raiding into 36 distinct realms, including seeking dragons, pressure points, stargazing, divination, breaking barriers, slaying tigers, and dragon slaughtering, among others. The esteemed ancestor Wen Tao boldly proclaimed that if the descendants of the Li family could grasp even a fragment of knowledge, they would reap boundless benefits throughout their lives. I have now mastered the art of divining the dragon's lair, having previously struggled with the celestial observations. However, after witnessing the ingenious method employed by the venerable Jiang to uncover the celestial phenomenon of the fallen Xian bird, thereby revealing the entrance to the Een ruins, I experienced an epiphany. The myriad challenges I had faced previously unraveled before me, and I am currently delving into the fourth realm of Qi observation. This is due to the ancient practice of selecting burial sites based on auspicious feng shui. The energies emitted from such sacred grounds differ significantly from ordinary soil. A land capable of nurturing emperors radiates dragon energy, while a site that produces ministers and generals exudes tiger energy. In contrast, a place that bestows prosperity upon descendants emanates precious energy. Thus, in the realm of tomb raiding, a true expert can discern the essence of a site with a mere glance. Whenever I encounter perplexing questions, I seek the wisdom of my mentor, the venerable Jiang. I inquired about the scenario of Helan Shui bathing in a book. This time, instead of responding directly, Master Jiang asked me what I found confusing and elaborated on those points. Although he is stringent with his disciples, he possesses remarkable expertise as a teacher, employing vivid examples to illustrate the principles of Qi observation. It is said that Zhu Yuanzhang, in his youth, came from humble beginnings. After the passing of his parents, they were laid to rest on a hillside with only a straw mat. Coincidentally, a landslide occurred that very day, displacing their remains to a location suffused with dragon energy. At that moment, the fortunes of the Yuan dynasty had waned, paving the way for the resurgence of the Han people. It was during this time that the young Zhu Yuanzhang endured numerous trials, ultimately ascending as the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. This illustrates the significance of the dragon's vitality. With the assistance of the elder Jiang, I immersed myself in my studies, often neglecting my own needs. It was only when my stomach grumbled in protest, or when the little companion displayed a pitiful gaze to indicate hunger for meat, that I would take him to the cafeteria for a meal. Initially, the elderly head xia in the archives kept his distance from my companion, questioning why the Qilin would allow a millennium-old zombie to roam freely. What if it bit someone and drained their blood? Who would be responsible? However, when my companion revealed his docile demeanor, with his handsome features and 2 little teeth on display, he immediately captured the heart of this 60-year-old man, who had neither children nor grandchildren. Each day, he would brew a pot of tea and chatter with my companion about trivial matters, indifferent to whether the little one understood. He even gifted my companion the stolen small tripod and frequently brought raw beef from the cafeteria to teach him how to start a fire to cook the meat. Little wolf cub, I hear your mother is Fu Hao. Do you people from the Shang dynasty really eat with your hands? Is that how Fu Hao does it too? Meat must be cooked thoroughly before consumption. Sprinkle a bit of Sichuan peppercorn. Would you care for a sip of mung bean juice? Alas, if I had a grandson, he would probably be about the same age as you and that troublesome boy Li Jinglan. Although Head Xia and I found ourselves on the same side, we were confronted with a dilemma. My companion was rescued from a wolf's den by Fu Hao and had been nurtured by a she-wolf's milk, later claiming the title of Wolf General whenever he went into battle. Thus, he possesses an innate ferocity akin to that of a wolf. Whenever night falls and he gazes upon the moon outside, he squats and raises his neck, emitting a haunting howl that resonates with an increasing intensity, reminiscent of a regal wolf king from a frigid realm, imbued with an indomitable spirit. However, to others, this has become a calamity. In recent days, members of the Qilin have been scouring the vicinity for the source of the sound. Xin Xiaoyu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, has been banging on the archive's door, exclaiming, "Li Jinglan, I know you're inside. For the sake of saving your life, spare me. Let that creature cease its midnight wailing." I realize that this predicament cannot persist indefinitely. Eventually, Banban will be driven away. It was not until old Jiang procured a small bronze rattle from an unknown source that I was able to soothe Banban to sleep each night. And once he fell into slumber, the howling ceased, temporarily alleviating this crisis. Old Jiang, having found leisure in this lull, remarked that recently there has been an unusual tranquility. Both domestic and international tomb raiding forces have ceased operations, and few significant tombs have been unearthed. Even the mysterious organization that opposed us in Lasian seems to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing. This fleeting peace surely harbors the potential for an impending tempest. All we can do is patiently await the storm's arrival. Chapter 73. The Heartfelt Concerns of Yin Linger. I cannot help but ponder how that little girl, having sustained such grave injuries, is faring now. Several times, I have implored old Jiang to allow me a glimpse, even if only a furtive glance from outside the door. He Lan Shui now stands vigil outside the hospital room for 24 hours, preparing medicine and bathing Yin Linger, even sleeping at the door of the ward. When will I be able to see her? I asked anxiously. You little rascal, have you taken a liking to Yin Linger? Lao Jiang suddenly turned his gaze towards me. Isn't that girl always opposing you, tormenting you with her tricks? You seem to have a penchant for masochism, don't you? I immediately denied it, merely feeling that the absence of Yin Linger's laughter made the atmosphere too oppressive. Indeed, Lao Jiang nodded. Once her condition improves, I will take you to see her. But remember, do not entertain any thoughts about the women from the Miao region. That place is beyond our reach. I understand, I replied, expressing that as long as I could see Yin Linger soon, I would keep quiet about his late-night smoking while secretly glancing at He Lan Shui's photos. How did you see that? Lao Jiang was taken aback. Ban Ban discovered it first and then dragged Lao Xia to watch, who in turn pulled me along. As for Xin Xiaoyu, it was only a matter of time. I counted on my fingers. Lao Jiang swiftly covered my mouth, revealing a hint of a murderous intent in his expression. Tomorrow I will bring food to Simei. You will come along and bring some sweets that Yin Linger loves. If anyone else learns about my possession of Simei's photos, I will deal with all three of you. He concluded with a gesture as if wielding a knife. Old Xiaotu is a lonely and destitute elder. Banan is a forsaken zombie. And I am an unloved and uncherished apprentice. How dare you inflict harm upon us? Depart. Lao Jiang erupted with a furious roar, forcefully kicking me aside. I must admit, this sugar figurine master possesses remarkable skills. After listening to my description, he swiftly sketched a headstrong and capricious young girl, complete with a large bamboo basket on her back, resembling a living embodiment of a silver bell. I imagined she would be overjoyed upon seeing it, and her happiness would surely mend her ailment. I had arranged to meet Lao Jiang at 10 o'clock by the archives, yet I found myself waiting from 9. Upon glimpsing the numerous bags in my hands, Lao Jiang, arriving fashionably late, displayed a sly grin. If Linger were not from Miaojiang, I would undoubtedly play matchmaker for you too. This marked the second occasion Lao Jiang had mentioned Miaojiang. A deep curiosity welled up within me. What manner of place is Miaojiang? Why are the women who emerge from there considered untouchable and beyond reproach? Do they all, young and old, live in perpetual widowhood? It was only on a later day that I discovered the terrors of Miaojiang extend beyond mere insects. There exists a truly fearful presence that even Lao Jiang, the formidable black knife Qilin, speaks of with trepidation. As I pondered these thoughts, Lao Jiang had already ushered me into the elevator, revealing that Linger's hospital room was situated on the 4th floor of the Qilin headquarters. This locale stands as the most confidential and serene place of Qilin, where the leader had graciously allocated a room for Linger to recuperate, highlighting the deep affection the entire establishment harbored for her. As I approached the hospital room, a potent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, indicating that He Lan Shui was currently administering medicine to Linger. It is far too bitter. I can only manage a sip. Yin lay weakly on the bed, bargaining with her condition. Her stubborn temperament remained unchanged. Her plump, rosy face resembled a porcelain doll, with elegant, arching brows that conveyed a sense of grace and vitality. The silver bells adorning her wrists and ankles had been removed and set aside. Though she appeared to be recovering well, she had lost considerable weight. A bite of something sweet would alleviate the bitterness. I placed the pastry beside me. Allow me to feed Inine. I assure you she will finish it and her ailment will be cured. Inine, look. I even brought you some sugar figurines. Don't they resemble you? Helan Shui was taken aback by my arrival but said nothing, merely handing over the bowl of medicine. I cautiously blew on the spoon and prepared to feed her. However, the next scene stunned everyone present. Inine's previously playful smile turned icy in an instant, and she coldly remarked, "Who permitted your presence? Thank you, but there is no need for your concern." Inine closed her beautiful eyes and added, "Moreover, do not save me in the future. I will not be grateful to you and will only grow to dislike you more." Inine. I was utterly flustered. Who could have anticipated that this little girl's mood could shift so dramatically? As unpredictable as the weather. Wasn't she just fine at the ruins? Lao Jiang, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in to mediate. Inine, Li Jinglan happened to pass by. Just finish your medicine, and I will take him away immediately. Please do not be upset. It is not good for your health. How many times must I say it? I detest him. I detest him. Linger suddenly sat up, toppling the medicine bowl, and then cast aside the pastries I had laboriously acquired after pedaling my bicycle for 2 hours. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within me. I, Li Jinglan, came out of concern for you, fearing for the safety of my companion, not to curry favor with you. At the Yin ruins you saved everyone, yet it was I who carried you out of the ancient tomb. When you fell from the iron chain bridge, it was my companion and I who risked our lives to pull you back. If you choose not to express gratitude, that is one thing, but why treat me in this manner? With a scowl darkening my face, I could no longer discern the words exchanged between Lao Jiang and Helan Shui. In a fit of frustration, I discarded the little sugar figurine, crafted to resemble a small Linger. With a crack it shattered into 2 halves, mirroring the state of my heart. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found myself in a labyrinth of thoughts, consumed by resentment. Dahu and my companion sought to appease me, yet upon witnessing my menacing demeanor, they wisely retreated to play with Lao Xia. I lost track of time until a cigarette was unexpectedly extended towards me. Lao Jiang patted my shoulder and inquired, "Care for a puff?" I scoffed at the notion of indulging in such vile substances. "I am still angry," I replied tersely. Lao Jiang forced a grin and said, "How does it feel to be disliked by a woman for the first time? Take a lesson from my master. After a few occurrences, one develops a thicker skin." I sighed, pondering the inscrutable nature of a woman's heart. How a mere wound could transform her demeanor, rendering her utterly unfathomable. Yet, Lao Jiang insisted that matters were not as I perceived. This was also what fourth sister had secretly confided in me. "Jinglan, you must understand that the women of Miaojiang are unlike those from the outside world. The women of the Miao region are inherently strong, often making them the most suitable inheritors of the Gu insects. It is only in cases where a family is unable to bear daughters or has lost all their daughters that they might consider sons. Thus, the status of women in the villages far surpasses that of men. Additionally, there exists an unwritten rule in Miao villages. The strong are revered. If one day, a girl carrying Gu insects is rescued by a man, that man becomes her Karmani, and the girl is obliged to marry him. What? Upon hearing Lao Jiang's words, I stared wide-eyed. Karmani? Chapter 74. Strange Tales of Miao. This was the first time I had encountered this term. Through Lao Jiang's explanation, I learned that a Karmani is essentially the fiancé of a Miao woman. In that mountainous region resembling a matriarchal tribe, women are held in high esteem. Only those who save their lives can become each other's Karmani. For someone to rescue another in times of peril, they must possess not only deep loyalty and righteousness but also, most crucially, immense strength. Only such men can capture the hearts of Miao maidens. However, young cub, Lao Jiang sighed softly, you must not harbor any such thoughts towards Linger. If the Miao people were to find out, the consequences would be dire. Why? I inquired, curiosity piqued. At this, Lao Jiang fixed his gaze upon me. Do not think I am unaware of your little intentions. Are you afraid now, young man? Master. This is the first time I have earnestly called you Master Jiang, every word emanating from the depths of my heart. When I initially fled from Thunder Town, I never anticipated I would survive. Yet now, I have joined the Qilin and become the mayor of Thunder Town, with a formidable merchant wolf general at my beck and call. How could one predict that someday I might grow powerful enough to overturn the heavens themselves? Silver Bell is an extraordinary girl, and I shall not stand idly by while she becomes a mere vessel for reproduction in Miaozhong. Master Zhang's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unprepared for my fearless declaration. You are still too naive, he cautioned. Do you comprehend the horrors of that place? Miaozhong is dominated by two factions, the Black Miao and the White Miao. The Miao are adept at crafting poisons, while the Black Miao excel in sorcery. Those who attract their attention often find themselves as offerings to the Grim Reaper. In my youth, I was fortunate to witness a White Miao poison master pursue a faithless man. This man, once a charming merchant wandering the land, was handsome and eloquent. Enchanted by the Na'vi beauty of a Miao girl, he lured her into tasting forbidden fruit, only to abscond without a word. The following day, a vividly colored centipede appeared among his belongings. Do you know what this signifies? It was the death warrant issued by the White Miao poison master. To behold the colorful centipede meant certain death within 3 days. The merchant, in desperation, tried every conceivable method to rid himself of the creature, whether by discarding it or attempting to crush it with stones. Yet each morning, he would awaken to find the grotesque centipede lying menacingly beside his pillow. 3 days later, the merchant perished, his body covered in countless red spots and blisters, a sight too ghastly to behold. Since that time, I have come to understand that even if you were to provoke the Lord of Hell, you should never entangle yourself with the women of Miaozhong. Moreover, Linger possesses a unique identity, the specifics of which you are not yet entitled to know. However, I can assure you that once the White Miao and Black Miao learn of your status as her Kamani, you will face relentless pursuit from countless Gu masters, reminiscent of those I encountered in my youth. Do not be deceived by the presence of a millennium-old zombie or the backing of a Thunder Town. By then, all you will have to accompany you are the myriad insects that even an encyclopedia of insects could not encompass. At that moment, I envisioned countless unfamiliar venomous creatures rushing towards me, their forms terrifying and their appearances bizarre, densely obscuring the sky. Linger, who exactly is she? Why am I deemed unworthy of knowing her identity? And why does becoming her Kamani invite the wrath of hundreds, if not thousands, of Gu masters? A shiver ran uncontrollably through me, and as I hesitated to speak, I realized that old Jiang had already moved on, leaving only the silhouette of his retreating figure. The melodious sound of delicate bells seemed to fade away with him. Old Jiang was right. In a world I do not comprehend, I remain woefully inadequate. That restless heart of mine sank heavily, and I suddenly grasped Linger's predicament. Perhaps her hostility towards me was a means of safeguarding my well-being. Yet, why did I still feel a twinge of dissatisfaction? In the days that followed, I refrained from seeking out Linger or expressing any desire to visit her. I can only divert my attention as much as possible, for there are far more pressing matters at hand. Teaching Banban how to become human. Banban cannot articulate speech. Instead, he resorts to biting his fingers, using his blood to communicate through the intricate strokes of Oracle Bone script. Generally, this is manageable, but in a moment of peril, by the time he completes his writing, we may already face annihilation. It is imperative that I teach him to speak without delay. Most modern Chinese characters have evolved from Oracle Bone script. I meticulously list some of the most significant characters, simultaneously eliminating unnecessary radicals and elucidating how they have transformed into the written language we now use. As I pronounce each character clearly, I explain, this is Li, originally denoting a type of fruit that ripens in spring. Thus, in Oracle Bone script, Li resembles a fruit hanging from a branch. By simplifying the lower portion, it has evolved into its current form. Li is my surname. I am Li Jinglan. When you find yourself in danger or require my assistance, simply call my name. I fix my gaze intently on Banban, methodically explaining each character to him, one by one. He appears to grasp fragments of understanding, his wild eyes reflecting a faint azure hue, and his untamed visage is etched with confusion. Repeat after me, Li. Wu, he responds. No, not Wu, but Li. I struggle to convey my meaning through gestures, uncertain whether it is the ancients who were generally dull-witted or if his mind has become an antiquity after 3 millennia of existence. Took me a full 2 days to teach him to recognize my name. Li Jing, Lan Master. As Ban Ban stammered through his recitation, I was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears, eager to embrace him. Suddenly, he threw back his head and let out a long howl. Observing his slender neck swallow with a distinct gulp, his green-tinged eyes scanning the surroundings, I realized he was merely hungry. Perhaps it would be best to exchange the few coins in my pocket with the cafeteria chef for some meat, guiding him on the long and winding path of growing up. While I called out their names and searched frantically, unexpectedly, a figure appeared behind me, and in the blink of an eye my vision was obscured. Ban Ban? No. Before I could finish my protest, I sensed something was amiss. Ban Ban rarely played such pranks on me, and given his inherently fierce nature, even the air around him seemed to carry a hint of wildness. Yet, the delicate hands covering my eyes felt fragile, and the air was occasionally filled with a sweet, floral fragrance. Guess who I am? There's a reward for the right answer. The voice teased, deliberately adopting a higher pitch, tinged with playfulness. Could it be her? Had she recovered so swiftly, and come specifically to find me? A multitude of questions flooded my mind, yet I hesitated to speak. Humph, you big fool. Look at this. As my vision was restored, a vivid little sugar figurine materialized before me. The figure was comically shaped, resembling a headstrong young girl who bounced about, her back laden with a large bamboo basket nearly as tall as she was. Hadn't it been broken? In that instant, I felt a surge of surprise and joy, instinctively turning my head. What greeted my eyes was a face that made my heart race. She stood in the sunlight, the silver bells adorning her hands and feet refracting a dazzling brilliance. It was Silver Bell. In this moment, her cherubic face was flushed, a stark contrast to her previous pallor when she lay in bed, barely clinging to life. Her eyebrows arched gracefully, her eyes sparkled, and her upturned lips resembled those of a cunning little fox reveling in a successful scheme. I cautiously took the little candy person from her, fearful of shattering it once more, and could not help but inquire how she had managed to mend it. Humph! Silver Bell tilted her chin, her voice soft and melodious. Is there anything under heaven that can perplex me? However, she continued, you did not guess who I was just now, and it has made me quite irate. A mischievous smile graced her lips. As punishment, Mau Mau shall tickle you. Where would be the most delightful spot? No sooner had she spoken than she began to jingle the delicate bells on her wrist, the delightful sound echoing in my ears. I seemed to faintly hear an obscure command, and then, unexpectedly, a tiny azure insect fluttered out from her sleeve. This was the first time I beheld Mau Mau's true form. It was indeed the mischievous tickling bug that had previously embarrassed me. Oh, how it had played its tricks elsewhere. But this creature was now heading straight for my most vulnerable regions, flitting around my groin and backside. Just then, a deafening boom resonated from outside, as if the earth itself had split with thunderous fury. The dormitory door was flung open, and a palpable aura of menace surged into the room. Simultaneously, the large bamboo basket on Silver Bell's back began to shake violently, as though it sensed the approach of an adversary. Stop! Before I could utter a word, a towering figure shielded me, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and his fingers elongated and sharpened with a speed visible to the naked eye, resembling the claws of a wolf. The insect that had intended to tease me was swiftly swatted away. Silver Bell let out a shrill cry. Do not harm Mau Mau. Just as she was about to summon other insects, her movements were abruptly halted by an overwhelming aura of hostility, and she found herself pinned against the wall by a grip around her throat. In that instant, Silver Bell resembled a helpless little rabbit, her face etched with terror. Looking at Ban Ban, he stood like a deity of death, maintaining his grip on her while uttering in broken words, Li Jing, Lan Master, protect. Silver Bell's feet dangled in the air, her complexion growing increasingly pale, nearly gasping for breath. At that moment, I realized the extent of Ban Ban's strength. In the face of such absolute power, we mere mortals were rendered incapable of resistance. Chapter 75. The Fall of Parents from the Skyban Ban. Please stop. As I witnessed Silver Bell gradually cease her struggles, a chill ran down my spine, sensing that a life might be at stake. I was on the verge of tears, desperately grasping Ban Ban's arm and attempting to pull him away. Yet, how could I possibly contend with such immense force? Stop! Your master commands you to halt. His azure wolf-like eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, and the oppressive aura of killing intent around him diminished slightly. I gestured fervently. She is my friend. We were merely jesting. With a slight tilt of his head, Ban Ban furrowed his sword-like brows, as if deep in thought. Alas, this fellow simply could not comprehend. In a moment of desperation, I had a sudden inspiration. I pressed my two thumbs together, forming a gesture of affection, while pointing at myself and then at Linger. At last, Ban Ban's wooden brain seemed to awaken, and he released his grip on Linger's hand. She slumped against the wall, gasping for breath, a dark red mark of a bruise visible on her fair neck. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Had I arrived just a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, I noticed Ban Ban's gaze drifting back to Linger. Fearing that he might act inappropriately again, I disregarded any notions of propriety and decisively pulled Linger into my embrace. Instantly, Ban Ban's furrowed brow relaxed, and his deep-set eyes shimmered with a gentle light. As I prepared to utter some comforting words to Linger, a stammering voice broke the silence. Mother. What? Ban Ban was calling Linger mother? This revelation struck both her and me like a thunderbolt, our eyes nearly popping out of our heads. Could you repeat that? I asked in disbelief, only to see Ban Ban, still bewildered, utter. Father. Good heavens, one mother was not enough. Now he had claimed a father as well? Linger and I exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the absurdity of the situation. After a full half-minute of stunned silence, Linger, blushing, slapped me on the arm. Li Jinglan, what on earth have you taught him? I haven't taught him anything, I stammered in response. It is worth noting that this was the first time Ban Ban took the